Chapter 1 Borrowing something? What is it? Returning it. Today marks the 70th birthday of the esteemed Master Gu at the 7-star sailing hotel in the capital of S country, where all the noble families of Kyoto have gathered to extend their congratulations, creating a spectacle that is truly staggering. In a stairwell opposite the presidential suite on the 88th floor, two women are stealthily indulging in a feast. That chicken leg your senior sister has is delicious, save me some. Look at you, your mouth is all greasy. How unrefined. You are hardly any better. You've got chocolate cake smeared on your forehead. Yun Xian picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into Guozi's mouth, rolling her eyes. Eat, eat, eat. At this rate, you'll eat yourself to death. You've embarrassed our master. Guozi chuckled, revealing a set of small white teeth. What can I say? The food at this sailing hotel is simply exquisite. Senior sister, you may not know, but after years of traveling, this place has my heart. Whenever I visit a new city, I must dine here. One meal here is worth 3 days' worth elsewhere. Yun Xian smirked and nudged her with her elbow. Do you enjoy the food at the sailing hotel or the people here? Guozi's cheeks flushed. Senior sister, what nonsense are you spouting? Of course it's the people. Huffed Guozi. But to mask her embarrassment, the young girl shifted the topic. Ahem. Senior sister, have you truly thought this through? That man is the wildest in the world, without exception, and this is the Gu family's territory. It's rumored that Gu that person is so close with by eaching they could share the same trousers. If anything goes awry, you won't be able to escape. Yun Xian shrugged, her exquisite oval face resembling a masterful ink painting, with brows like distant mountains and eyes reflecting autumn waters, a delicate nose akin to the clouds and lips like ripe cherries, blissfully unaware of her own beauty. Crossing her legs in a rather unrefined manner, she nonetheless exuded an undeniable allure. What can I do? You know how stubborn our master is once he makes a decision. Not even a team of oxen can pull him back. Since fate has decreed that I must trade my son's freedom for my own, then I shall see this through. Indeed, for the sake of my godson and goddaughter, who is not as timid as their mother, let's aim for the grandest endeavor. Sleeping with whom is still sleeping? Sleep with his grandmother. Yun Qian. Guozi downed her cocktail in one gulp, her spirits soaring like a warrior prepared to face death, resolute and undeterred. Smack! Guozi felt a light tap on her forehead. Senior sister, why did you hit me? Yun Xian, exasperated, replied, I can hardly fathom how you've survived all these years. With danger looming, you're still drinking? Is your escape plan ready? Hee hee. Guozi patted her chest confidently. Sister, rest assured, our title as Thief Saint is not unearned. The escape tools and routes are all meticulously planned. You can sleep easy in 1 hour. It'll whisk you away. Yun Xian couldn't shake the feeling that her junior sister was rather unreliable. Yet, the arrow was already on the string. It must be released. A man's pompous voice echoed through the earpiece. Junior sister, your brother-in-law has gone up. Success hinges on this moment. That I hope what you've prepared proves useful, lest you suffer losses on all fronts. Yun Xian rolled her eyes. If I fail, they'll be the first to expose your identity. At that point, don't expect to have it easy, not just in S country, but across the globe. Little did they know, a single remark sealed her fate, and she became the most wanted person in the world. The man chuckled mockingly. You may disregard me, but let me offer a final word of caution. Although that man is indeed a rarity, he is exceedingly dangerous, so tread carefully. Rest assured, she replied. Guozi pulled out her laptop, fiddling with it for a moment before pressing enter. The surveillance is set up, and the target has arrived. Mamma mia, I might just lose my life. Senior sister, aw. Yun Xian scoffed, look at your level of panic. Slurp. Yun Xian swallowed hard. This man was extraordinarily handsome, far surpassing his photographs. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, long legs striding with an air of confidence, he wore camouflage attire that accentuated his imposing stature, his chiseled features a divine work of art. With his hands in his pockets, those long, alluring legs took strides that echoed against the marble floor, each step resonating like a heartbeat. Yun Xian stared in awe. Having this man cooperate with her to conceive a child was worth any sacrifice, senior sister. Guozi mischievously winked at Yun Xian as she watched Bai Yiqing enter the presidential suite, beginning the countdown. 199.98. 3, 2, 1. Upon opening her eyes, Yun Qian's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with determination, her slightly upturned lips revealing an unwavering ambition and a longing for freedom. With a click, the door to room 8808 swung open effortlessly. The woman glided inside, taking a quick survey of the empty space. Yun Qian was not surprised. The intel indicated that this man's first action upon returning home would be to take a shower, as he had a severe case of OCD. She smirked, let him wash away the grime, for his pristine self would be a delight for her to enjoy. She cracked the bathroom door open, revealing a lavish massage bathtub where the man reclined, arms resting on the rim, head tilted back, eyes closed as if in slumber. Yun Qian approached slowly, her heart racing with each step. His features were exquisitely sculpted, resembling a deity despite his rugged persona. His skin glowed with an ethereal light, and even the stubble on his face was distinct, inciting envy among women and jealousy among men. His muscular chest was robust, and the submerged portions of his physique sparked the imagination, with his collarbone exuding temptation. He was a siren, a bewitching entity rendering women powerless. One by one, she shed her garments, stepping into the steamy mist like a goddess, her skin as smooth as jade, curvaceous and alluring, advancing towards the bathtub. She was unperturbed by the prospect of Bai Yiqing awakening. The room was laden with her previously sprayed concoctions, whose potency would double with heat. Even an elephant would succumb to her charms, and she would be gentle. Meanwhile, Guozi waited anxiously. An hour passed, then two, and still, Yun Qian had not emerged. Panic consumed her. Oh no, what if she's been discovered? What if the demon lord, in a fit of rage, has ended her? That won't happen, a man's languid voice replied from the earpiece. A good person doesn't live long, while a calamity lingers for a millennium. You should focus on your own affairs, Guozi exclaimed, but it's already been 2 hours. Dear sister, do not doubt a man's capabilities, nor underestimate the desires of a woman who has just awakened to her sensuality. Guozi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Brother, do not deceive me. The books state that for men it is measured in seconds, while for women it is a painful ordeal. Surely, it cannot be as exaggerated as you claim. Are you certain that this is their first time? Guozi hesitated. I am not certain. At least, she was unsure about the demon lord. That man was both enigmatic and alluring. The world's knowledge of him was derived solely from legends. As for his appearance, it was only when he was photographed alongside Gu Yizhu that the public first became aware that the aloof, ascetic man with an extraordinary visage was indeed the demon lord. The public opinion has not deceived me. It was also his striking looks that compelled my senior sister to decide on him as the father of her child. Whether or not the endeavor would succeed depended on the efficacy of the recently developed multi-million-dollar pregnancy pill by my senior sister. In any case, they had prepared meticulously, ensnaring him in a web of their own design. The timing, the setting, and the circumstances all favored Yun Qian, who had seized every advantage. Even old Master Gu had chosen such a fortuitous day for his birthday to pave the way for my senior sister. How amusing! As Guozi pondered, a laugh escaped her lips. She might remain a solitary figure her entire life, but if her sister were to bear twins and gift her one, she would have no regrets. Glancing at the clock, she cursed softly. 3 hours had passed. Oh, dear sister, could it be that your own potion has backfired? In a moment of miscalculation, Yun Qian did not anticipate that just as she was about to triumph and withdraw, the man would awaken. Not only did he regain consciousness, but he also seized control, initiating an impassioned performance. Yun Qian, who was never one to concede, found herself pleading for mercy. Yet the outcome was futile. Yun Qian regretted having sprayed the potion in every corner of the room. Had she confined it to the bathroom, her circumstances would not have been so dire. Yet, it was too late for regrets. She recalled the intelligence she had gathered over the past few days, convinced beyond doubt that this man was Bai Yiqing, the head of the Bai family in Country S, known as the demon lord of the fifth world. Ruthless, decisive, aloof, and disinterested in the fairer sex. Deep down, she suspected she might have misjudged the man, yet she lacked proof. Seizing the moment while the man was lost in passion, she extracted a slender silver needle from her hair and swiftly inserted it into his feng fu point. Bai Yiqing was taken aback, his weight pressing heavily upon Yun Qian. Yun Qian nearly gasped for breath, cursing, "Are you trying to silence me after such pleasure?" How ruthless you are, truly deserving of the title Demon Lord. Exhausted from the torment, Yun Qian summoned every ounce of strength she had left to push Bai Yiqing away. Damn it, my back is broken. Bai Yiqing stared at her unblinkingly, unable to move or speak, yet the blazing fury in his eyes was undeniable. As she donned her clothing, Yun Qian retorted, "What are you staring at? Are your eyes larger than life? I ask you, are you still a man? You have taken advantage of every opportunity and now wish to consume me. Lord of Demons? Humph, lacking any semblance of grace. All I sought was to borrow a trifle from you. You stand to lose nothing. So why the fuss?" Bai Yiqing retorted, "Borrow something? What exactly? Will you return it? You impudent girl. You possess the skills to strike vital points with silver needles. Just wait until I regain my strength, and I shall make you pay." With a scowl, Yun Qian donned her attire, placing her left hand on her waist while gently patting Bai Yiking's cheek with her right. A faint smile graced her lips as she said, "Brother, I appreciate your cooperation. After today, we shall never meet again in this lifetime." Leaning down, Yun Qian pressed a kiss upon Bai Yiking's delicate lips, her smile radiant as summer blossoms, etching an indelible memory in the man's heart. Chapter 2. Heartless. Just 10 seconds after Yun Qian stepped out of the room, the door swung open once more. Oh, has our esteemed demon lord faced some sanctions? How novel. Gu Yiju's tall figure loomed, his face adorned with a lewd grin, exuding an air of languid charm, both roguish and handsome. Bai Yiqing cast him a cold, piercing glance, his eyes chilling enough to frighten anyone else into submission. Yet who was Gu Yiju? He was the legitimate grandson of the Gu family, a titan of commerce, and had spent 5 arduous years fighting alongside Bai Yiqing in the special forces. If anyone could withstand Bai Yiqing's oppressive presence, it was undoubtedly Gu Yiju. He raised an eyebrow. "What, do you need assistance?" Bai Yiqing replied coolly, while Gu Yiju, with a playful smirk, responded, "I wouldn't dare. Silver needles and acupoint manipulation, such refined techniques. My rough hands, accustomed to wielding firearms, might inadvertently leave you worse for wear." Bai Yiqing lowered his gaze, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. An ominous premonition washed over Gu Yiju, and he hastily rose, intending to make a hasty retreat. But he heard the man behind him emit a low grunt, followed by a gust of wind that struck the back of his neck with a painful thud, sending him crashing to the ground. The pain was palpable. Gu Yiju's handsome face contorted with rage and indignation, his eyes filled with accusations. Bai Yiqing shrugged, his deep, magnetic voice tinged with a husky allure that resonated in the dark of night. "What, do you need assistance?" Gu Yiju replied, "I wouldn't dare. Silver needles and acupoint manipulation, such refined techniques. My rough hands, accustomed to wielding firearms, might inadvertently leave you worse for wear." Gu Yiju suggested, "Let us do it this way." Bai Yiqing tore off a sheet from the bed, leisurely beginning to dress. He then produced a gun from his pocket, aiming it directly between Gu Yiju's legs. Gu Yiju's eyes widened in shock, as if to say, "Brother, are you serious?" With the bullet chambered, Bai Yiqing teased, "Tell me, if a bullet were to pierce your throat, would it not push that silver needle out?" Gu Yiju retorted, "Curse you. Bai Yiqing, you devil. Was that truly his throat?" This had escalated far too quickly. Today, this madman must have been provoked. Despite the restraints, Gu Yiju's legs trembled uncontrollably. The pleading in his eyes was almost overflowing, resembling a pitiful little rabbit, utterly helpless. After nurturing a brotherhood for over 20 years, he did not wish for his epitaph to read, "Here lies Gu Yiju, the innocent grandson of the Gu family." That would be the utmost disgrace for a man. With a resounding bang, the gun fired. Gu Yiju instinctively squeezed his eyes shut, hearing Bai Yiqing's voice, cold as ice, "If you dare to escape, I shall ensure you remain forever innocent." Gu Yiju exclaimed, "I would truly be grateful." Yun Qian had arranged to meet Guozi on the rooftop, and when Guozi caught sight of her, she dashed forward. "Sister, are you all right? You scare me to death. I thought that man had torn you apart." "Ba ba. Ba." Yun Qian lightly tapped her head. "Can you not think of anything positive?" Guozi noticed the marks on Yun Qian's neck and grinned mischievously. "Torn apart and then devoured clean. What did I say wrong?" Yun Qian rolled her eyes, enough with the banter. Is this a gossiping venue? Let us hurry. All right. At that moment, the sudden roar of propellers echoed overhead. The two individuals looked up to see 4 helicopters circling in the sky. Safety ropes descended, and one by one, agile figures clad in camouflage gracefully slid down the ropes, swiftly surrounding Yun, Qian, and Guozi. In the next instant, a tall, commanding figure strode onto the rooftop, and the air around him grew thin upon the appearance of Bai Yiqing. Commander! Upon seeing Bai Yiqing, the crowd immediately straightened and bowed, their eyes reflecting submission and admiration. Bai Yiqing held a belt in his hand, symbolically raising it as his gaze locked onto Yun Qian, halting 3 meters away. Their eyes met, sharp and intense. The earlier flirtation and allure vanished, leaving only the acrid scent of gunpowder and an oppressive chill in the air. Guozi stepped back behind Yun Qian. It must be said, after years of traversing the world, she prided herself on her ability to read people, yet she had never encountered someone with such an overwhelming presence as Bai Yiqing. Master, senior sister, he is indeed handsome, but also quite intimidating. I cannot fathom how you manage to approach him. My admiration for you, junior sister, is as boundless as a flowing river. Silence. Guozi stuck out her tongue, peeking out from behind Yun Qian with her little head, waving her tiny hand like a beckoning cat. Hi, brother-in-law. Yun Qian. Bai Yiqing. Yun Qian turned and delivered a playful slap to her head. What on earth, brother-in-law? Have you lost your mind? Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow, his deep voice resonating. She speaks the truth. In a factual sense, she may indeed address me as brother-in-law. Yun Qian replied, Oh, how grand of you, your excellency, to come with such fanfare to capture someone. Titles like brother-in-law are of little consequence. They are merely terms of address. If she wishes, she may call anyone present brother-in-law. The belt in Bai Yiqing's left hand struck against his right hand, producing sharp sounds, causing the crowd to lower their heads. Not daring to breathe. Sister, I implore you, do not bring harm. If you call her a fairy, we might comply. But if you call her brother-in-law, we might as well perish on the spot. Who dares to compete for the commander's favor? Seeking death. Bai Yiqing regarded Yun Qian with a half-smile. Then tell me, how shall we resolve the matter of having shared a bed with me? Good heavens! A stone thrown into a pond stirred ripples far and wide. The soldiers' faces were a tapestry of astonishment. The commander had been with someone? This was an unprecedented revelation. For years, there had been not even a single female mosquito near the commander, and often they speculated in hushed tones whether he was practicing some form of celibacy or perhaps preferred men. For how else could a man in his 20s remain so ascetic? They knew that after grueling training, even when utterly exhausted, they sometimes found sleep elusive, relying on films to pass the long nights. This news would be enough to occupy their minds for an entire year. Moreover, this woman was truly a remarkable heroine. The number of women worldwide who desired the commander could circle the globe thrice. Yet the one who dared to sleep with him and succeeded was undoubtedly the one before them now. If this information were to spread, who knew if this extraordinary woman would even see the light of another day? Yun Qian's lips twitched slightly. How do you intend to resolve this? As long as I don't lose my life, feel free to propose any conditions. Money is acceptable, just name your price. The soldiers declared. The Demon Lord's first night is up for bidding. The highest bidder wins. With a chuckle, the men shifted uncomfortably, struggling to contain their amusement. They had anticipated a grave mission, only to find the theme had strayed from the serious to the comical. Bai Yiqing's eyes, which held a semblance of a smile, swept across the crowd. Instantly, everyone assumed a serious demeanor, standing at attention, hands behind their backs, chests puffed out, erasing any trace of jest. Do you think this handsome one lacks money? Money is a fine thing. At least, no one despises it. What if I were to say, I want you? Yun Qian's pupils constricted as she listened to Bai Yiqing continue. To be my slave? How brazen. Yun Qian scoffed. Offering you terms is a favor for me. If you can't handle it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Guozi, let us go. With that, Guozi retrieved 2 grenades from her bag and tossed them aside with a mischievous grin. Excuse me. Please enjoy the surprise. The crowd gasped, astonished at how prepared this woman was, even for a nap. She was indeed a force to be reckoned with, and their commander was not mistaken in his assessment. With a hiss, smoke enveloped the area, and the group covered their mouths and noses. Amidst the haze, two figures swiftly ascended to the rooftop and leaped without hesitation. Goodness! These two women were exceptionally daring, rivaling any man. As the smoke cleared, they beheld Bai Yiqing's slight smile and his enchanting profile, reminiscent of a butterfly devoted to love. Pursuing without a second thought. Upon reaching the ground, Guozi released her descent line and took a deep breath. "Sister, we are safe." "Not necessarily," Yunxian replied, gesturing towards Guozi's back. Unaware, Guozi turned and stumbled into a deep pool. The man, standing nearly 6 feet tall, with finely chiseled features, clad in a custom-made suit and gold-rimmed glasses, evoked in Guozi a couplet of refined poetry. A gentleman of integrity, as precise as cutting and polishing, as meticulous as sculpting and grinding. Yet, the roguish glint in his eyes overshadowed the elegance, lending him an air of charming scoundrel. Regardless of which facet one observed, Guozi found herself entranced. This was indeed the fabled allure of love, where beauty is perceived through the eyes of the beholder. Gu Yiju. Yunxian noticed the hearts in Guozi's eyes and sighed in exasperation. Gu Yiju, oblivious to the sweet gaze from the Navi girl, focused intently on Yunxian. His tone laced with casual bravado. "Sister-in-law, since you have arrived at the Gu residence, you must allow your younger brother to extend his hospitality. If you were to leave just like that, it would be rather embarrassing for him." Yunxian rolled her eyes. "Sister-in-law, you sound as if it's genuine." She knew well that there was no such thing as a free lunch. The man had not disappointed her. With Gu Yiju himself dispatched, was this a scheme to place her in peril? "Huh, Mr. Gu, what if I insist on leaving? What can you do about it?" Gu Yiju shook his head. "My younger brother wouldn't dare to act against you. As long as my brother gives a word, you may come and go freely in the Gu residence." With a resounding thud, combat boots struck the ground as Bai Yiqing knelt on one knee, slowly lifting his gaze like a cheetah lurking in the shadows, poised for action. His deep voice, seemingly bathed in moonlight, was both sultry and enticing. "My dear, you've played recklessly, but you've chosen the wrong target. You think you can provoke me and walk away unscathed? How naive." As Yunxian met Bai Yiqing's penetrating gaze, an instinctive sense of being preyed upon washed over her, causing the hairs on her body to stand on end and an ominous premonition to arise. In her quest for freedom, she had unwittingly invited a greater peril. But would she cower? Absurd. A smirk graced Yunxian's lips as she spoke coldly. "Oh, how amusing. You two are titans in this nation and indeed the world. Yet today, you debase yourself for a mere woman like me. Truly, a fate worse than death. I've made it clear, without conditions, we part ways. I wish to leave, and no one shall impede my departure." Bai Yiqing retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips without lighting it, and uttered the most provocative words in the most indifferent tone. "Woman, your heart is even more callous than that of a heartless man." Chapter 3. The deceit of a woman's words. Yunxian was taken aback. Despite the man's air of nonchalance, she discerned a hint of desolation in his eyes. Desolation? Startled by her own thoughts, she quickly dismissed the notion. This was a demon lord, a figure who had single-handedly reclaimed numerous lawless territories and established his own army and regime. Heads of state bowed before him. He was undeniably a king without a crown. Money? Merely a series of numbers in his account. Women? They flocked to him, but he regarded them with disdain. Power? He wielded it with absolute authority. Desolation? Absurd. Yunxian curled her lips in a wry smile. Be it indifference or promiscuity, I refuse to be your slave or submit to your whims. It is said that the demon lord has mastered ancient martial arts since childhood. Allow me to enlighten myself today. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yeji regarded her with a profound gaze. No wonder you have caught the eye of the demon lord. You possess quite the spirit. Yunxian lifted her delicate chin, her voice resolute. In the realm of martial arts, the victors claim the spoils. Please proceed. Bai Yiqing chuckled softly, finding her intriguing. He then looked up, his eyes sharp as a hawk, radiating a menacing aura that erased any trace of his earlier demeanor, as if he had transformed entirely. In a flash, he He lunged towards her. Yun Qian narrowed her eyes, swiftly retreating while muttering a curse under her breath. In an instant, she spun around, launching a counterattack. Bai Yiqing deftly grasped her right hand, teasingly remarking, "It seems you were not satisfied earlier. 3 hours is rather brief. I shall strive for better next time." Yun Qian's lips twitched as she aimed to strike at his vital point with her left hand, not forgetting to hurl an insult, calling him a lecher. Bai Yiqing evaded her strike, laughter laced with meaning in his voice. "I did not expect you to possess such self-awareness." Yun Qian, realizing her fault, fell silent. The two exchanged blows, neither relenting, and as sweat beaded on her forehead, she felt her strength waning. Had it not been for the torment inflicted by this insufferable man, she would not have found herself in such a weakened state. The man, a rogue indeed, takes advantage while feigning innocence, showing no understanding of cherishing beauty. Fortunately, she retains a rationality and is not deceived by his fade. Had she been like those infatuated girls, falling at his camouflaged feet, today would mark the anniversary of her enslavement to him. Bai Yiqing grasped Yun Qian's hands, pulling them close, whispering suggestively in her ear, "Your stamina is impressive." Yun Qian sharply stepped down, retorting, "Rogue, no one can outmatch you." Meanwhile, on the other side, Guozi faced off against Gu Yeju, one lounging casually with arms crossed, exuding a devilish charm, while the other fidgeted nervously, her toes digging into the ground. "Hey, why won't you look at me? Is it because I'm unattractive?" Guozi's cheeks flushed as she slowly raised her head. "No, you're quite beautiful." In fact, she was stunning enough that over the years, she had clipped countless magazines and newspapers, to the extent that even a scavenger might mistake her for senile. Gu Yeju stepped closer, lifting her chin with a devilish grin. "Little beauty, you seem familiar. Have we met before?" Such a familiar line, yet Guozi understood it was not mere flirtation. He genuinely recognized her. 5 years prior, she had visited his family's treasure trove, where she first encountered Gu Yeju, who, although still youthful then, was already strikingly handsome. At 14, she had undergone her own transformations, making his failure to recognize her quite natural. Just as Guozi was about to speak, Gu Yeju interrupted. "Hey, you remind me a bit of that old thief. All dry and unremarkable. Old monster? Dry and unremarkable?" Guozi glanced down at herself, assessing, "I think I look all right. I worked hard on my fitness these past few years. My figure is quite standard, isn't it?" With innocent, blinking eyes, she pouted, a mist of tears forming, looking pitiful. "TSK," Gu Yeju teased, lightly brushing her eyelids. "You're quite the amusing one. Come here, let me embrace you." Before she could react, he swiftly aimed a chop at her neck. Guozi, quick on her feet, raised her arm in defense, grinning with her small white teeth. "Brother, my little arms and legs can't withstand such an embrace." With that, she spun away, retreating 2 meters, drawing out her nunchaku, striking a pose as if to declare war. "Please, brother, be gentle." Gu Yeju raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the spirited duo. Half an hour later, Yun Qian and Guozi leaned against each other, breathless from their exertions, fully aware they were outmatched, yet surprised at their disarray. They had underestimated their opponents. Gu Yeju, however, was impressed. How had she managed to resist him for so long? And as for the little sister-in-law, even against Changgu, he would have been exhausted long ago. Indeed, like attracts like, only monsters are drawn to devils. Bai Yiqing smirked, "To the victor go the spoils, as you say." Yun Qian rolled her eyes. "Do you believe everything I say? Has your mother never told you that a woman's words can be deceiving?" Bai Yiqing, Gu Yejue. Guozi pressed the headset, her voice tinged with tears as she implored, "Senior brother, help me." "Senior brother?" Hearing Guozi's pitiful tone, Gu Yejue furrowed his brows. It dawned on him that just moments ago, this very senior brother had been flirting with someone, seemingly reveling in the exchange. Guozi pouted, casting a glance at the impeccably dressed man who had been engaged in battle for half an hour, and remarked, "A beast in human attire." From the headset, a boisterous laugh echoed. "In this world, aside from your senior brother who lays his heart bare for you, other men are nothing but oafs. Better a swift pain than a lingering one. Let him go." Guozi, silence yourself. Understood, counting down 3 seconds, Here comes your senior brother. 3 seconds later, the roar of a motorcycle engine resonated from the street corner. Guozi swiftly tossed a smoke bomb, seizing Yun Qian and leaping onto the motorcycle. Yun Qian, seated at the back, refrained from looking back and merely raised her middle finger. Bai Yiqing caught a glimpse of the obscured gesture through the smoke and smirked wickedly. Little wildcat, escaping won't be so easy. Ling, secure the #1 dock. Ling Qi, lock down Kyoto Airport. Ling Jiao, track the target. If we lose him, I will hold you accountable. Yes, Commander. Suddenly, the night erupted into a spectacle of lights as dozens of motorcycles approached from all directions, coming to a precise halt before Bai Yiqing. Little Ju, Gu Yejue's lips twitched. A sleek silver motorcycle's headlights flickered on, autonomously gliding to a stop before Bai Yiqing. A familiar mechanical male voice queried, Brother Qing, Little Ju is here. What are your orders? The onlookers couldn't help but stifle their laughter at Gu Yejue's dark, stormy visage. Bai Yiqing cleared his throat and uttered 2 words, Ride you. Welcome. Good. Gu Yejue. Bai Yiqing activated the car's Bluetooth, connecting with Ling Jiao, and sped towards the #1 dock in Kyoto. Gu Yejue followed closely as the cacophony of dozens of motorcycles reverberated through the silent night, stirring a swell of excitement. Guozi, they're catching up. Yun Qian frowned. They really are relentless. Sister, I say you should just return with him. Return for what? To be his slave? Guozi chuckled mischievously. There are many kinds of slaves. For instance, a bed slave? Slap. Yun Qian retaliated with a sharp strike. You sound just like a frisky cat. Your mind filled with lewd thoughts. If you want to be a bed slave, go find Gu Yejue. I'm not blessed with such fate. To be that perverse man's bed slave? What kind of life would she have, perpetually rooted in bed? She desired freedom, not confinement. It was all that old man's fault for tempting her with the notion of being an heir, and she had foolishly let her emotions cloud her judgment, agreeing in a moment of folly. And to choose such a troublesome wild man. What a sin, truly a sin. Yun Qian pounded her chest in regret, lamenting her poor choices. Just as Bai Yiqing closed in, Senior brother, don't fret, watch me. Luo Bei, wearing a cap and shades that obscured his expression, urged, hold on tight. With a slight smirk, Luo Bei accelerated, and all present witnessed a motorcycle soar into the air, directly skimming across the surface of the sea. The man S-long. Fair fingers gently pressed a red button above the dashboard, and the motorcycle immediately unfolded. By the time it touched the surface of the sea, it had transformed into a mini yacht powered by a diesel engine. The crowd murmured, these thieves should not be underestimated. Bai Yiqing spoke leisurely, Xiao Ju. Yes, Brother Qing. Transform. Understood, Brother Qing. Everyone, aboard the ship, encircle them. Yes, Commander. Gui Ju boarded Xiao Ju with a grim expression. On the observation platform above the sea, the lighthouse locked onto Yun Qian's yacht, illuminating her exquisitely beautiful face with clarity. Gu Zi, sitting at the stern, waved at Bai Yiqing. Brother-in-law, don't chase them. You want to catch up. Be careful. Once you reach international waters, my senior sister might resort to eliminating witnesses. In truth, she wanted to say, first have her way, then eliminate, but held her tongue, mindful of Gu Yiju's presence. Bai Yiqing cast a glance at the man piloting the boat, but chose not to respond, redirecting his gaze back to Yun Qian. Gu Yiju smirked. Little beauty, your senior sister has slept with my brother. If this matter is let go so easily, wouldn't the demon lord become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world? Therefore, if I were your senior sister, I would obediently return with him. Life is long, and constantly evading is not a viable strategy. It would be better to surrender and seek mutual happiness. Indeed, I share the same thought, Yun Qian replied. If my senior sister truly follows the demon lord, she will undoubtedly be the first to benefit from his proximity. Surely, he will eventually be hers. Wouldn't he? One could dream and awaken with a smile. Ha ha! Yun Qian shot a seemingly amused glance at Gu Zi, who awkwardly fell silent, no longer daring to speak. The look in her senior sister's eyes was fearsome, as though she might devour him whole. Terrifying indeed. Yun Qian smiled at Bai Yiqing. Do you wish to capture me and take me back? Isn't it evident? Bai Yiqing replied. Yun Qian nodded. gazing at Bai Iching from a distance of 5 meters. I comprehend. Thank you for your understanding. Yun Qian scoffed. Today, I declare this. If you manage to catch me, do as you please. You are certain of this? Indeed. But you just mentioned that a woman's words are deceiving. Yun Qian retorted. Bai Iching commanded. Xiao Ju. Full speed ahead. Yes, Brother Qing. Guzi could not help but laugh at Gu Yiju's contorted handsome face. Gu Yiju counted down. 5 meters for meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Just as Bai Iching's large hand reached out to seize Yun Qian's arm, the yacht astonishingly transformed once more. A transparent nanoshield springing forth to deflect Bai Iching's grasp. The two were mere inches apart, yet completely separated. Bai Iching's expression shifted, turning icy and menacing. Yun Qian smiled sweetly, revealing a perfect set of 8 pearly teeth and mouth. Goodbye, until we meet again. As the yacht morphed into a submarine and sank beneath the waves, Bai Iching coldly commanded, Xiao Ju, transform and follow. Understood, Brother Qing. At that moment, Gu Yiju's countenance suddenly changed. Without a word, he dove into the sea, dragging Bai Iching with him. Moments later, a thunderous explosion erupted as Xiao Ju was obliterated by a miniature rocket launcher from the seabed, leaving no trace behind. The most venomous heart belongs to a woman. Woman, you are formidable. Chapter 4. 5 years later, Yun Qian was pursued by Bai Iching for a full 5 years. To describe the situation as a mere pursuit would be an understatement. Yun Qian chased around the world, ultimately finding refuge on a secluded island forgotten by time, where signals were blocked and she was cut off from the world. For 10 months, she vented her wrath upon Bai Iching, until the arrival of 3 little ones changed everything. Indeed, Yun Qian was blessed with triplets, 2 boys and a girl. Upon gazing at the 3 exquisite babies, who embodied the formidable genes of Bai Iching, her anger dissipated entirely. This was the outcome she had once yearned for, and though the sacrifices she made were considerable, the heavens rewarded her with triple the joy. What reason did she have to complain? Besides, it was she who had been enraptured by Bai Iching's striking beauty, expressing her willingness to bear children with this earthly deity at any cost. In hindsight, all had been worthwhile. Although Yun Qian had not set foot off the island for over 4 years, she remained aware of the happenings beyond. To her astonishment, during those years following the birth of her children, Bai Iching had not relinquished his search for her, albeit his fervor had notably calmed compared to the previous 10 months of relentless pursuit. At the very least, he had ceased employing private armies, which had once disturbed the peace of land, sea, and air. Many media outlets even speculated an impending war, sending ripples of anxiety throughout the world as nations prepared for conflict. It was at that moment Yun Qian truly comprehended the depths of the madness she had entangled herself in. Regret arrived too late. As the old Bai family residence in the capital witnessed a sharp crack, a fine blue and white porcelain teacup soared past Bai Iching's cheek, shattering against the wall behind him, shards scattering across the floor. The servants dared not breathe, hastily cleaning up before retreating. Richtsong, old lady Bai, reclined at the head of the bed, pointed angrily at Bai Iching. What flaw does Ruoshi possess? She has beauty and intellect, a match made in heaven. You are 30 years old. Do you wish to remain single until you are old and gray? Fine. Even if you are capable of such folly, how many days do you think I have left? With the earth nearly up to my neck, can't you grant me the sight of my great-grandchild before I depart? Old Lady Bai, once a formidable warlord, was known for her fiery temper and unwavering resolve, and she had fretted endlessly over Bai Iching. They say one cannot bend an arm against a thigh. Yet before Old Lady Bai Iching had never bowed his head. Not even now. The man remained clad in camouflage, exuding an aura of aloofness and restraint. Time had left few marks upon his visage, but compared to 5 years prior, he appeared even more composed and reserved. With his hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall, he emanated a lazy yet mischievous charm, his dark eyes deep and inscrutable, revealing nothing of his depths. People say that if one lives long enough, perhaps they might witness their great-grandchildren. If you were to live a millennium, Old Lady Bai retorted, perhaps you could even see your great-great-grandchildren. Why not just let me live to 10,000? She snapped, her chest heaving with indignation. She tossed a pillow at him. "Get out, as long as I draw breath. You must marry Ruaw she within a month, and once wed, you must hastily produce offspring. I shall not linger a moment longer than it takes to glimpse the shadow of my great-grandchild." Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow. "That poses quite a dilemma. If you remain alive, how could I possibly end your life? I shall not engage in acts of murder and theft." The elderly gentleman, amused, replied, "Is there anything that you, the demon lord, dare not do? Enough of that. Swiftly prepare for the wedding. In 3 days, I shall visit the Lan family to propose. If you wish to marry, then marry. If that proves difficult, I shall seek an esteemed traditional Chinese physician to prescribe some remedies for you. With a bit of effort, perhaps by next year, I shall have a little uncle to cherish. It is everyone's duty to continue the lineage. You cannot place all the burden upon me, can you?" The elderly gentleman added, "If you feel that the daughters of the Lan family are too dissimilar for your taste, I can present you with several alternatives, ranging from those in their 30s to their 50s. Should you have any particular preferences, do not hesitate to express them. I assure you, your satisfaction is guaranteed. It is said that the children born to older parents are particularly intelligent. Should the White family be led by my little uncle in the future, our ancestors above will surely celebrate with fanfare." The elderly gentleman trembled with fury, rendered speechless for a time, until Bai Yiqing remarked, "If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. I shall proceed to make arrangements, and you shall simply await your fatherhood." The elderly gentleman's face flushed crimson, a blend of embarrassment, shame, and anger. After a prolonged cough, he spat forth a mouthful of blood and collapsed into unconsciousness. Bai Yiqing lowered his gaze and coolly commanded, "Summon someone." Steward Wu entered, addressing him as young master. "Prepare the medicine according to this prescription. He shall awaken in 2 hours. Once he does, administer it to him." "Understood." Wu hesitated, sensing that the young master still held concern for the elderly gentleman, but was unable to reconcile it within himself. Bai Yiqing cast a glance at Wu, remaining silent before striding out. "Hello, Commander. What is the outcome?" Ling Jiu responded. "After a thorough investigation, only the borders remain unexamined." A glimmer of determination flickered in Bai Yiqing's eyes. "Prepare the aircraft. We shall set out for the nation immediately." "Yes, Commander." By the time Bai Yiqing's private jet arrived at the national airport, dusk had fallen. Fresh from his shower, he received a call from Ling Yi. "Commander, we have just received news of an auction taking place on the 18th floor of the Kyoto Shengshi building tonight." "Oh," Ling Yi quickly added, "a new landscape painting titled Fish in Clouds edged by Yunbian is featured. The elderly gentleman is quite fond of his work." Bai Yiqing furrowed his brow. "Make the necessary preparations." "Understood." At 8 in the evening, the 18th floor of the National Century building was abuzz with excitement, filled to capacity. Those attending this auction were prominent figures of high society. As Bai Yiqing entered, an overwhelming aura surrounded him, instantly capturing the attention of the entire assembly. The man stood tall and imposing, clad in camouflage attire, exuding both coolness and arrogance. His long legs complemented by combat boots, he strode forward with confidence, radiating an undeniable charm. His face, flawless and strikingly handsome, was almost otherworldly, drawing gasps not only from women, but also causing men to steal glances in admiration. Some attempted to approach him. However, they were intercepted by Ling Yi and his entourage. For imposing figures, also in camouflage, stood guard, instilling trepidation in anyone who dared to approach. Whispers filled the air as onlookers speculated about Bai Yiqing's identity. In contrast, he appeared unfazed, engrossed in his phone. Where? Kyoto, at the May Bar. The May Bar, a place shrouded in mystical allure, promised an array of enchanting and sinister beings, as suggested by its very name. Bai Yiqing engaged in a brief conversation with Gu Yeju before the auction commenced. A captivating hostess took to the stage, introducing the first item up for bid, a Ming Dynasty jade guanyin, rumored to bring peace to households, wealth to the destitute, and children to those who desire them. The starting price was set at 10 million, and many vied eagerly for the opportunity to bid, ultimately resulting in the piece being sold for a staggering 12 million. Numerous other exquisite items followed, each unique and rare, Yet Bai Yiqing remained absorbed in his phone, barely glancing at the proceedings. As the auction reached its midpoint, the hostess unveiled a landscape painting by the contemporary master, Yunbian's Fish. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for bidding is a landscape painting starting at 5 million. Upon the hostess's words, a silk cloth was lifted, revealing a majestic 6-foot horizontal scroll of traditional Chinese landscape art, prompting immediate discussions among the attendees. Yunbian's Fish? Who is that? Are they notable? Clearly, you are not well-versed. Yunbian's Fish has emerged remarkably in the global art scene over the past decade. His works predominantly feature landscapes, characterized by vigorous brushwork and vibrant colors, conveying profound sentiments and intentions. He is undeniably a rare talent in contemporary painting. Impressive. This individual must be quite seasoned then. Though I may not be an expert in painting, I possess a discerning eye for calligraphy. The inscriptions on this painting exude strength and flair that can only be achieved through decades of practice. I surmise he must be a man, and at least a middle age. That remains uncertain. Regardless of gender, their age is likely not trivial. Unperturbed by the chatter, Bai Yiqing awaited the bidding. The hostess smiled warmly. The starting bid is 5 million. We shall commence the auction now. 6 million, 8 million, 10 million. Bai Yiqing, growing impatient, discreetly gestured to Ling Yi, who raised the paddle, 20 million. The crowd murmured, recognizing the man who had been most vocal in the discussions. A devoted admirer of Yunbian's Fish, who promptly raised the bid, 25 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. The man gritted his teeth, 60 million. Ling Yi declared, 100 million. A collective gasp echoed through the room. A mere landscape painting had reached an extraordinary 100 million, arguably setting a new benchmark for such art. Despite the artist's status as a newcomer, his works may appreciate over time. Ultimately, Bai Yiqing secured the painting at this remarkable price and chose not to continue with the auction, rising to depart. As he exited the hall and passed a private room, a familiar voice caught his attention. "Sweetheart, wait for Mommy to return as soon as the auction ends. Would it be all right if Mommy drives back to pick you up? Not coming? What do you wish instead? What? Going to the country to find Daddy? Who told you Daddy is in the country?" Chapter 5. The Beauty Trap. Bai Yiqing paused, chuckling softly as he caught a glimpse of the woman's profile. What does it mean to stumble upon something after an arduous search, only to achieve it effortlessly? He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello? The cacophony of music and screams on the other end caused Bai Yiqing to frown. Find a quieter place to talk. After a brief moment, the sound of Gu Yiju's playful voice traversed the telephone line. Brother, what's the matter? I'm currently in a meeting. Bai Yiqing retorted. Do you have some peculiar preferences? Are you certain that such a ghastly place is suitable for discussions? Gu Yi replied. I am on the 18th floor of the Century Building. You need to come over immediately. Gu Yiju, perplexed, asked, Are you in the country? Yes. What do you want? If you wish to know, come here right away. Without waiting for a response, Bai Yiqing abruptly hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Gu Yiju arrived, immediately expressing his grievances. I say, brother, you are my blood relative. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to secure this case? Bai Yiqing merely raised his chin. Do you see who that is? Gu Yiju, chattering away, turned around. Who? Could it be my sister-in-law? Suddenly, Gu Yiju froze in place, for the woman in the room was none other than Yun Xian, his long-lost junior sister, who had vanished for 5 years. After 5 years, this woman seemed to have blossomed significantly. Although she still sported a strikingly beautiful bob, her figure was undeniably more voluptuous than before, having matured considerably over the years. Particularly her long, slender legs, fair and straight, seemed to shimmer, capturing the attention of all. Gu Yiju swallowed hard and glanced at Bai Yiqing, who raised an eyebrow. Do I need to teach you? Are you intending to employ your charms? Bai Yiqing remarked meaningfully. If memory serves, that girl looked at you 5 years ago, as if you were a delectable morsel. Bai Yiqing would not divulge that Guizi had already become a mother. Gu Yiju stated, We are brothers. So let us be clear about the terms of our arrangement. If the information is credible, you may set the conditions as you wish. Deal. Just then, a knock echoed through the door. Guizi, caught in a phone conversation, instinctively turned around to see a man in a white shirt, one hand in his pocket and the other propped against the doorframe. gazing at her with an alluring expression. Upon catching sight of his strikingly handsome face, Guazi's phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. The man spoke in a deep voice. "Sweetheart, it's been a long time. How'd you been?" Guazi instantly covered her pounding heart. Her eyes filled with hearts, and the air around her seemed to shimmer with pink bubbles. "How did you know I was here?" Guazi's voice trembled slightly. To avoid revealing any clues to Bai I Ching, she had not frequented the sailboat hotel for 5 long years, relying solely on the photographs in newspapers and magazines to sustain her longing for him. Guazi understood that she was merely a thief. While he was the moon in the sky, surrounded by countless stars, she was not even a light bulb, lacking the qualification to stand by his side. Thus, she forced herself to forget him. Her senior brother was right. It was better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one. Knowing that it was impossible, yet attempting it anyway, was not a wise course of action. The only way to keep him was to conceal him deep within her heart, ensuring he would always belong to her. However, this chance encounter rekindled a flicker of hope within her. What if he did not mind her? What if he also had feelings for her? Could she dare try? Wait, what did he just call her? Sweetheart, Guazi suddenly realized, her face flushing crimson. She bit her lip and shyly said, "What a coincidence to run into you here." Gu Yiju straightened himself and slowly approached her, each step resonating within Guazi's heart, causing her pulse to quicken, rendering her breathless. Instinctively, she took a step back. However, Gu Yiju swiftly encircled her slender waist, his lips barely grazing her cheek as he leaned close to whisper in her ear, "Silly girl, this is what we call fate. They say that when 2 souls are destined, they will meet even across thousands of miles. In this vast sea of humanity, we can sense each other's presence from opposite ends of the world. No distance, however great, can hinder 2 hearts that are in tune with one another." "Guazi," he said, his voice deep, his breath warm against her neck. "Don't you agree, my darling?" "Me? Shoo." Guiju gently placed a finger against her crimson lips. "Do not speak. Allow me to savor this moment of tranquility and beauty. This feeling, I have yearned for it for 5 years. If this is a dream, I wish never to awaken." At that moment, Guazi felt lightheaded, completely ensnared in the web of affection that Gu Yiju had woven for her, unable to extricate herself. If this were indeed a dream, she would prefer to dwell in it forever. "Hue?" Gu Yiju's fingertips trembled slightly as he lowered his gaze to her. The adoration and affection shimmering in her eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing, pure enough to intoxicate. A large hand swept through her soft hair, compelling her to tilt her head to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked, and her delicate features were as radiant as they had been 5 years prior, clean and luminous. Yet in Gu Yiju's eyes, she was merely one among many who admired him, indistinguishable from the rest. "Darling, where is your little sister-in-law? Why isn't she with you?" She, Gu Yiju rested his forehead against hers, chuckling softly. "You need not answer. I care not for the whereabouts of other women, nor whether they are well-fed or warmly clothed. My only concern is whether my sweetheart has thought of me." "Jew." Guazi's hands instinctively clutched the fabric of Gu Yiju's shirt, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Standing there, she was compelled to endure the masterful kiss he bestowed upon her, as if she were a leaf adrift in a vast ocean, relying solely on his breath for sustenance. Occasionally, his magnetic voice would reach her ears. "Darling, I have missed you for 5 years. Where have you been, making it so difficult for me to find you? Do you know that during these 5 years, I have found no joy in food nor sleep? Every time I close my eyes, your image lingers in my mind, inescapable. My heart grows weary, yet I regret nothing. I have become pale and haggard for you. Do not leave me, never again." Guazi could hardly recall how she returned to the hotel, feeling as though meeting Gu Yiju had been a dream. As the saying goes, thoughts of the day manifest in dreams at night. Dreaming of him was no surprise. Yet, her swollen lips hinted that this may not simply be a dream. "Little mom, what is the matter? You look lost in thought. Have you been robbed of your wealth or your heart?" A small, exquisitely chiseled child rushed over, bearing a striking resemblance to Bai I Ching, unable to conceal her lineage. "Let me guess, your dream lover is my little stepfather. He must be blind not to appreciate you. so it's clear you have not been robbed of your heart. Anyone daring to touch you aside from him would have their hands broken long ago. Your mood cannot be so low for that reason. Therefore, it seems the likelihood of being robbed of wealth is far greater. However, dear stepmother, do not lose heart. In the future, when Erbai grows up, he will not only provide you with financial support, but also serve as your backup. Rest assured, you will never be left alone. As for Guozi, whether it be older men or younger ones, all those she encounters are so eloquent. Chapter 6. Hallucinogen. The island where Yun Qian resides is surrounded by hundreds of islands, both large and small. Thus, she harbors no concerns about Bai Yiqing finding her. This place is not only shielded from signals, but also ensnared in illusions. Even drones can only capture a vast expanse of white. Therefore, without a guide, one would undoubtedly be lost. Perhaps even Bai Yiqing could not have anticipated the lengths Yun Qian would go to in order to evade him. Eureka! Clad in a white lab coat, Yun Qian was engrossed in researching a pharmaceutical compound in her laboratory. A few days ago, out of sheer boredom while wandering the island, she stumbled upon a hallucinogenic herb capable of numbing the nerves. Inspired by a fleeting thought, she believed this herb might one day save her life, and thus she immersed herself in her research with fervor. What success has brought you such joy? This hallucinogen. Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar? Could it be that she inadvertently inhaled the hallucinogen and was now hallucinating? Yun Qian slowly turned around, and a tall, striking figure came into view. The man donned camouflage attire, combat boots on his feet, and droplets of water glistened on his tousled hair. His chiseled, ascetic features seemed etched into his very being, leaving an indelible impression with just one glance. Bai Yiqing leaned against the wall, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips, his magnetic voice resonating with an almost enchanting quality as it reached Yun Qian's ears. Come here. Yun Qian's feet seemed to move of their own accord, taking 2 steps forward before halting abruptly. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she stammered, Is it really you? Who else could it be? Or, who would you prefer to be? Yun Qian paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. It must be you, senior brother. You know perfectly well that the effect of the hallucinogen is to make one perceive the person before them as their most despised individual. You come to tease me while I am under its influence. Haven tea you? I want tea fall for your tricks. Bai Yiqing, perceiving them as the most despised individual? So, he is the one she detests the most. The man's expression darkened instantly. He straightened up and strode towards Yun Qian. She stood her ground, unflinching, grinning like a mischievous rogue. Senior brother, did you not go fishing at the seine with the Bai? How have you returned so soon? Were you tormented by that tedious old man? I told you he was no match for you, but you wouldn't believe me. Where are you hurt? Your waist or your backside? Come, take off your clothes. Let me see. Bai Yiqing. The man's face turned ashen. He seized Yun Qian's delicate chin and, without a word, kissed her fiercely. Ah, Yun Qian, what the hell, Luo Bei, you bold one. You dare to kiss me against my will? Bai Yiqing, after 5 years apart, your audacity has only grown. You are brazen enough to demand a man remove his clothing in person. What else have I missed? Yun Qian, this aura, this scent, something is amiss. She abruptly pushed away the man before her eyes fixed on him, scrutinizing every detail. After a moment, she asked, Are you truly Bai Yiqing? The man licked his lips, his expression teasing. What do you think? Yun Qian, taken aback, queried, How did you find your way here? Bai Yiqing casually loosened the collar of his shirt, remarking nonchalantly, No need to rush into that. There are more pressing matters at hand. Yun Qian, skeptical, inquired what matters. The man, with a serious demeanor, uttered a suggestive phrase, Quality control. Yun Qian, witnessing Bai Yiqing remove his shirt, dashed to the experimental table and seized the freshly concocted potion, spraying it at him with fervor, just as she reveled in her triumph. A click echoed as a specially designed handcuff clasped around her wrist. Yun Qian, Bai Yiqing's towering figure swayed, his vision blurring momentarily. 5 seconds later, the effects of the potion kicked in. He regarded her with a cold stare, his voice as frigid as a winter's chill. I have told you, I will not marry you. If you insist on entering the Bai family, I wouldn't mind addressing you as little madam. Yun Qian, Is someone vying for a position? She couldn't help but tease, adopting a pitiful tone. But I simply adore you. I want to marry you, to sleep beside you, to bear your children. Oh dear! Shivers ran down her spine. By I Ching dreaming, Yun Qian was relentless. She refused to believe that men existed who could resist temptation. She reached out with a delicate hand, caressing Bai Iching's broad chest, her voice so sweet it made her want to retch. Brother Iching, I truly wish to be your wife. Apart from you, I refuse to marry any other man. Since I am destined to be yours, why not seize the moment? After all, once the rice is cooked, our relationship will surely flourish. Bai Iching forcefully shoved her hand away, his face contorted with anger. Remove your filthy hands. Do not touch me. Yun Qian, oh, quite fierce. I find that rather appealing. With one hand, she unfastened the buttons of her lab coat, revealing a seductive black slip dress that accentuated her alluring figure. She bit her lip, leaning against Bai Iching, fluttering her innocent eyes. Brother Iching, since neither of us can escape, why not yield to me? A moment of passion is priceless. To waste such beauty is a disgrace. Bai Iching swayed slightly, the figure before him becoming increasingly hazy, the image of Lan Ruoshi fading into the distance, while Yun Qian's delicate face drew nearer. He rubbed his forehead, as reason began to reclaim its hold on his mind. This was Yun Qian's first serious experiment on a person, and she was uncertain how long the drug would remain effective. However, she had previously succumbed to a mere scratch from the hallucinogenic herb, trapped in a delusion for 2 hours. The potion she had meticulously crafted was tenfold more potent, and even if Bai Iching's mental fortitude was formidable, he would undoubtedly remain ensnared for at least 3 to 5 hours. Brother Iching Yun Qian, undeterred, continued to probe. Brother, it matters not whether I enter the Bai family. I am willing to pay any price to become your woman. Is that so? Bai Iching suddenly flashed a wicked smile. Since you feel that way, what more is there to discuss? Come, be my woman, and I shall grant you everything you desire. Yun Qian, is this all you can endure? I thought Bai Iching could hold out for a few rounds. What a scoundrel. He speaks of disdain, yet his body betrays him so honestly. This is the nature of men, isn't it? Hey, don't come any closer. If you loathe me so much, just bear with it for a moment. There's no need to force yourself. Really, Bai Iching, you old rascal, I intend to be your little darling, and you are committing an act of disrespect. Uncuff me, or I shall be forced to remove your paw. Ah, Bai Iching, you great oaf. How could you desire the woman you despise the most? You truly disgust me. Get away from me. With a sudden rip, Bai Iching tore Yun Qian's garment with one hand, his voice low and hoarse. Women are capricious. When they say no, they often mean yes. I understand. Yun Qian felt tears welling up. Had she truly ensnared herself in this predicament? Chapter 7. Self-inflicted suffering as the sun set and the moon quietly ascended. Bai Iching had scarcely enjoyed a restful night in 5 years. He knew Yun Qian was a heartless woman. Otherwise, she would not have orchestrated a scheme to seduce him and then vanished. He had contemplated forgetting her, dismissing her as merely another woman. Yet, whenever he closed his eyes, her carefree laughter lingered in his mind, accompanied by the echoes of a once-shared promise. Just moments ago, he had harbored a flicker of hope that upon seeing him, she might exhibit even a hint of excitement, surprise, or the bashfulness characteristic of women. Yet, all he beheld was her disdain towards him, as she attempted to entice other women into his life. What sort of anomaly had he become infatuated with? Had his mind gone awry? Yun Qian berated Bai Iching in her thoughts, as though she hadn't feasted in 5 years. Who would believe this was mere revenge? Fortunately, the entire island was devoid of company. Dabai was off fishing with Luo Bei, Erbai and Guozi had gone to an auction, and Xiao Bai had been taken away by his master, leaving her alone in her desolation, occasionally resorting to side ventures for sustenance. How had her life become so pitiful? It was all the fault of that wretched man. Why couldn't he let it go? Wasn't it just a night of passion? What was the big deal? Yun Qian lamented, likely realizing that even her current meager existence was slipping away. The following morning, the sound of birdsong intruded upon Yun Qian's slumber like an alarm clock, signaling the time for a daily run. Yet today, she lingered in bed, turning irritably only to collide with a firm chest. groggily opening her eyes. She discovered she was back in her bedroom, recalling nothing of how she had returned. Awake? Bai Yiqing's voice rumbled above her. Yun Xian's mind momentarily faltered before she abruptly recoiled, hitting the floor with a thud. Ouch! Ha! Bai Yiqing's deep laughter echoed from above as Yun Xian fell unceremoniously to the ground. Thankfully, the carpet cushioned her fall to some extent. Crossing her arms, she glared at him. What is so amusing? This is all you're doing. Bai Yiqing gazed at the woman before him, her exquisite features unchanged, her alluring collarbone, long, graceful legs, and the faint marks gracing her luminous skin. He narrowed his eyes. Yun Xian. An ominous premonition surged within her, a voice urging her to flee. Yet, as she attempted to rise, her legs weakened, and she collapsed once more. With a startled gasp, Yun Xian found herself ensconced in the embrace of a robust arm that had suddenly appeared before her. Before she could comprehend the situation, the man forcefully pulled her onto the bed. As she reached to entangle her fingers in her hair, Bai Yiqing swiftly seized both of her delicate hands, securing them above her head, while his other hand grasped her chin, a smirk playing on his lips. What is this? Do you believe I would stumble in the same place twice? Yun Xian, on the verge of tears, lamented. When did you regain your senses? What do you think? I believe you are nothing but an oversized pig-ass trotter. Damn you, release me at once. Bai Yiqing teased. Such anger. Are you lacking a man? Yun Xian rolled her eyes. I have no demands. It's been 5 years since I've needed a man, so you may leave. Upon hearing her words, Bai Yiqing's demeanor shifted to one of delight. So obedient, I think a reward is in order. Please, I truly do not require it. Bai Yiqing grinned mischievously. Well, the strong have the final say. Yun Xian lost track of time as his low, mirthful laughter echoed throughout the bedroom, permeating her dreams. She thought him utterly deranged, stricken with an incurable malady. For 3 days, aside from eating and using the restroom, Yun Xian scarcely slept. She understood that Bai Yiqing was enacting revenge upon her, or perhaps waiting for her to concede. Unyielding, she resolved that she would rather perish on the bed than succumb. He was undeniably a devil incarnate. In a pitiful tone, Yun Xian expressed, I'm thirsty. I wish to drink water. Bai Yiqing turned her head to seal her lips with his. Yun Xian, I meant water. I am utterly defeated. Brother, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes. Could you be swift about it? Bai Yiqing replied with a profound smile, insulting me indirectly. Yun Xian retorted, Oh, for heaven's sake. No, brother, can we think rationally? I am addressing serious matters. Am I not addressing serious matters? Was it a serious matter when you borrowed something from me 5 years ago? Yun Xian, I prided myself on my sharp tongue. Yet I find myself silenced in the presence of this insufferable man. Yun Xian surrendered. Speak then, what do you desire? Bai Yiqing no longer pressed her. You will return home with what you have taken. The bloodline of the Bai family must not be lost. Yun Xian's face transformed in disbelief. You knew all along? How did you find out? Bai Yiqing glanced at her. Borrowed something? Huh. Do you really need me to remind you what you took from me that night? Yun Xian touched her nose. How can you be so certain I would succeed? Bai Yiqing replied, Would you enter a battle unprepared? Moreover, if the man esteemed as the great healer of the nation has a direct disciple lacking in skill, it either means he is undeserving of his title, or you are merely occupying space without merit. However, my instincts tell me that neither holds true. Thus your success is assured. At that moment, Yun Xian found herself beyond mere shock. Her emotions were beyond description. He is fully aware, astonishingly aware. The world knows that the esteemed physician Hua Yin has 3 disciples, yet remains oblivious to their names, appearances, and origins. How did he manage to uncover such information? Especially considering his master has rarely emerged from seclusion over the past decade, it is not a matter of doubting this man's capabilities. However, if we engage in reverse reasoning, since he already comprehends her background and adamantly asserts that she is born a child, why has he only now chosen to confront her with his prowess? This should not be the case. Could it be that he possesses some compelling reason? Yun Xian is plagued by questions and feels compelled to seek clarity. At the very least, she must discern whether Bai Yiqing's intent in reclaiming the White family's heir is to compensate for paternal love or if there exist ulterior motives. She cannot permit her painstakingly born child to become a mere instrument. Yun Qian's gaze darkens. Since you have long known my identity and surmised my intentions, why have you only come forth now? Bai Yiqing is taken aback, then tenderly caresses her ear, playfully remarking, "What? Are you dissatisfied with my timing?" Yun Qian retorts, "Am I expressing such sentiments? How would I even know? The child may acknowledge their ancestry, yet if he is unwilling to remain by your side, you cannot compel him to stay. Therefore, I insist that you must return with me." Yun Qian erupts, "What did you say?" Bai Yiqing, do not push your luck. I have returned what I stole. I have endured 10 months of suffering and accepted it. What more do you desire? Are you truly intent on annihilation? A fleeting storm passes through Bai Yiqing's eyes as he recalls someone stating 5 years prior that if he were to capture her, he would have free reign over her fate. Yun Qian interjects, "And what of it?" Yun Qian grips Bai Yiqing's neck tightly, fiercely declaring, "Let me make this clear. Do not presume that your strength grants you the right to act as you please. Agreeing to return with you is already my limit. Do not overreach. If you provoke me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Bai Yiqing appears to chuckle briefly before burying his head in the crook of her neck. Indulging in reckless abandon, Yun Qian, sensitive in that area, succumbs swiftly. No, stop. I concede. Concede? Truly? Indeed, absolutely, more genuine than gold. Yun Qian subtly probes, "Brother, for the sake of our child, could you refrain from making me a slave? I still hold some value. You cannot waste my potential. Can you?" Bai Yiqing nods earnestly. "You make a valid point. You indeed qualify as a bed slave." Yun Qian protests, "A window slave? No, brother. I am a disciple of the sage of medicine." "The sage? Are you jesting?" "Brother, if your family suffers from any ailments, wouldn't they call for a physician? I offer my services free of charge. Ha ha." Bai Yiqing contemplates, "Free of charge, that is acceptable. And what of the window slave arrangement?" Bai Yiqing replies earnestly, "Indeed, I maintain that the disciple of the sage of medicine possesses high aspirations, even resorting to being a window slave while providing free medical care." Bai Yiqing, "Here." Yun Qian grits her teeth. As the formidable demon lord, what type of woman could you possibly lack? Why have you chosen to engage in a conflict with me? Are you ill? Bai Yiqing's eyes glimmered slightly as he remarked, "This is exactly what I wish to inquire of you. As a prestigious disciple of the revered medical sage, what manner of man could you possibly lack? Why then would you take such considerable risks by involving yourself with me?" Yun Qian choked back a surge of indignation, exclaiming, "Heavenly transgressions may be forgiven, but self-inflicted miseries are inexcusable." Chapter 8. Is Da Bai my son? Bai Yiqing grasped Yun Qian's chin, questioning sternly, "You just mentioned that Bai was taken by your senior brother. Da Bai, is he my son?" Yun Qian's gaze flickered. "Yes, indeed." Bai Yiqing disdainfully uttered a single word, "Rubbish." "Hey!" Yun Qian rolled her eyes in frustration. Previously, she had felt a twinge of guilt for concealing the existence of her triplets, but now, she thought, what guilt? If he were to discover that her 3 children were named Bai, Air Bai, and Xiao Bai, he would surely ridicule her mercilessly. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The essential question was whether he possessed even a modicum of paternal awareness. His immediate disdain upon hearing their names was infuriating. Yun Qian retorted sarcastically, "What does rubbish have to do with me? I do not share your surname. Are you blaming me?" Yun Qian pouted. "Who would dare?" Bai Yiqing smirked and lifted her effortlessly, declaring, "Change your clothes. We are leaving." "Leaving? Where to? What do you think?" Yun Qian grinned mischievously. "Brother, might I be granted a few more days? I have numerous matters still unresolved." "Not a chance." "How heartless." "Indeed. You." Yun Qian gritted her teeth. "You are quite ruthless." Bai Yiqing followed her into the dressing room, and Yun Qian frowned. "Why are you accompanying me while I change?" "I shall change as well." "You too? Change into a dog. This is my dressing room." Her voice trailed off as she beheld the neatly arranged 7 or 8 sets of camouflage attire, combat boots, belts, and undergarments within the dressing room. Yun Qian gasped, "What is the meaning of this? What has he done without my knowledge? How many people and how many items has he brought in?" She pressed a hand to her racing heart. If he intended to eliminate her silently, she would stand no chance of resistance. The thought was terrifying. How could she have been so impulsive in her youth as to become involved with him? She truly lacked sense. What are you pondering? Are you not moving? Huh? Oh. Yun Qian hastily began to change, just as she slipped on a dress. He yanked it off with a roughness that was utterly unrefined. What are you doing? Bai Yiqing glanced at the dress on the ground, frowning. Is this what you intend to wear? A Chanel dress, a relic from 5 years ago. And what of it? Is it not modest enough? Bai Yiqing coldly replied. That dress is practically an antique. Yun Qian pouted, then quickly reached for another dress to try on, muttering, I am but a servant. What does it matter what I wear? With a tearing sound, Bai Yiqing ripped the dress to shreds, leaving Yun Qian's mouth agape in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Do you think you can dictate my wardrobe? Will you control every aspect of my life from now on? Bai Yiqing casually picked up a white shirt, insisting, wear this. I refuse. Disobedient, him? Yun Qian touched her nose, scoffing, you disdain my clothing for being outdated. Yet do you not realize who is to blame? I am merely a girl from the mountains. Having anything to wear is already a blessing, and I am not picky. Yun Qian's disposition has always been carefree. She has never been particular about her attire. Over the past few years, she has received a steady stream of clothing from emerging brands, yet all of it remains stored away in her warehouse. She has no intention of venturing out, nor does she have anyone to impress. Bai Yiqing, with an enigmatic smile, observed her for a moment before leaning in, startling Yun Qian. If you don't wish to wear anything, that's fine. After all, no garment could truly enhance your elegance. This suffices. Following Bai Yiqing's gaze, Yun Qian glanced down at her black lace lingerie, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. You scoundrel, always seeking to take advantage of me. She swiftly snatched the shirt from Bai Yiqing's hands, slipping it on alongside a pair of jeans. With a pair of white sneakers in hand, she tied her hair back into a ponytail and flicked it with flair. Suddenly, a stunningly youthful beauty emerged. When Bai Yiqing turned around to see her dressed, he couldn't help but be captivated. She was indeed a marvel, at times exuding allure, at others radiating youthful exuberance. It was hard to believe she had borne a child. The thought of the child he had yet to meet stirred an unfamiliar warmth within him, a sensation both tender and somewhat surreal. With a click, Yun Qian noticed the handcuffs on her wrist, her brows furrowing as she lifted her delicate face to inquire, what is the meaning of this? Bai Yiqing took her hand and led her outside. I like this. Does that satisfy you? Pervert. Once outside the room, Yun Qian was taken aback to see 3 helicopters stationed in the distance, accompanied by a whole squad of armed soldiers standing in formation, awaiting orders. Upon seeing Bai Yiqing, their expressions turned solemn, and they addressed him with respect. Commander. Bai Yiqing, holding Yun Qian's hand, raised his other hand to signal with his belt, concealing his previous fragile demeanor and adopting a more authoritative presence. His voice was cold and concise to part. Yes, as she observed the formidable team ready for action. Yun Qian realized her previous understanding of this man had been woefully superficial. Soon, the helicopter ascended, and, as the familiar landscape receded into the distance, she sighed deeply. Some encounters are inescapable. After 5 years in seclusion, it was finally time to venture out. The helicopter landed directly at the national airport, where they transferred to Bai Yiqing's private jet. The airport staff, witnessing such a grand display, presumed a foreign dignitary was departing, each person treading cautiously. The airport director personally approached Bai Yiqing, expressing his honor at having the esteemed Lord utilize his airport. Once aboard the aircraft, and everything settled, Yun Qian could no longer contain herself. She raised her hand. Can I be free now? Bai Yiqing replied nonchalantly. Together. Yun Qian protested. I need to use the restroom. Bai Yiqing, utterly composed, responded. So do I. Just then, a flight attendant wheeled a food cart past, her eyes betraying a hint of jealousy upon witnessing the scene. My lord, would you care for anything? Noticing the flight attendant's alluring figure and her evident admiration for Bai Yiqing, Yun Qian felt a surge of indignation. It wasn't jealousy, but rather a realization that the scoundrel was surrounded by beautiful women, yet he still insisted on tormenting her. With a sarcastic tone, she retorted, he wants to eat nonsense. The flight attendant's expression changed abruptly upon hearing Yun Qian's words. Madam, Why must you speak so harshly? It is utterly vulgar. Observing the handcuffs binding the two, she surmised that Yun Qian might be a spy or agent captured by Bai Yiqing, who had resorted to such measures to prevent her escape. Consequently, she dismissed Yun Qian entirely. How dare a mere prisoner speak to the commander in such a manner? It seems you are courting death. Yun Qian raised an eyebrow, crossing her legs in a nonchalant manner. Has your commander taken to accompanying prisoners to relieve themselves? Have you ever encountered such peculiar proclivities? I was merely being gracious by not mentioning his desire to consume excrement. The flight attendant's chest heaved with indignation. Vulgar, utterly vulgar. To be handcuffed to the commander is a privilege earned over several lifetimes, and yet you remain unsatisfied? How despicable! Yun Qian smirked. Oh, so relieving oneself is considered vulgar? Are you a creature that consumes without excreting? The flight attendant retorted. Furthermore, if being handcuffed together is a privilege earned over several lifetimes, then what does it mean to share a bed? How many lifetimes must one accrue for that? I'm not good at math. Perhaps you could assist me? The flight attendant's face was a mask of disbelief. You wretched woman, how dare you involve yourself with the commander? You have no shame. Enough. After observing the commotion for a while, Bai Yiqing finally spoke. You need not remain here any longer. The flight attendant protested. Commander, Ling Yi, take her away. Yes, Commander. The flight attendant attempted to voice further objections, but Ling Yi covered her mouth and dragged her away. Are you satisfied? Yun Qian pouted. You brought this upon yourself. Oomph. Bai Yiqing, unfazed, pulled her toward the restroom. Yun Qian struggled. Let me go. I refuse to go in there. Are you one who consumes without excreting? Upon entering the restroom, Yun Qian hesitated, remaining motionless, while Bai Yiqing, right before her eyes, unbuckled his belt and began to relieve himself. Listening to the sound of water flowing, Yun Qian felt her cheeks flush crimson. Although she was not one to be easily embarrassed, this was a novel situation for her. She fought the urge to knock him unconscious and averted her gaze, waiting in silence. Come over. It's your turn. Yun Qian hesitated, turning around slowly. Perhaps I should conserve some resources for you? Hurry up, don't dawdle. She truly wished to refuse. Then turn around. Bai Yiqing smiled with a hint of mischief. What part of you have I not seen before? Yun Qian gritted her teeth. I did not look at you. In the interest of fairness, you are not permitted to look at me. With his free hand, the man grasped Yun Qian's chin, his finger brushing her red lips as he spoke in a low voice. I'm not avoiding you. Not looking is your own loss. Yun Qian did not perceive it as a loss, truly. Compared to such a loss, she feared the prospect of a needle prick even more. Just as Yun Qian grappled with her indecision, a familiar melody suddenly filled the restroom, accompanied by a whistling sound. However, she had no time to ponder its origin. She kicked Bai Yiqing sharply, her teeth clenched in frustration. Bai Yiqing, you audacious man. With that, she promptly unfastened her pants. Bai Yiqing chuckled wickedly. Audacious? Indeed it is. And you are the one who granted me such audacity. After tidying herself up, Yun Qian suddenly had a thought. She cast a peculiar glance at Bai Yiqing and asked, which hand did you use for the hydraulic engineering just now? Bai Yiqing, ever compliant, waved the empty hand. Yun Qian's face instantly turned pale. Had she just been subjected to a form of indirect harassment? Chapter 9. The slave when Bai Yiqing returned to the Bai family's ancestral home. It was midday. The old gentleman, having regained much of his vigor since that day he had coughed up blood, was now dining with his daughter and grandson. Uncle Wu hurriedly entered, announcing, Sir, the young master has returned. Everyone in the room was momentarily taken aback, for Bai Yiqing was typically very busy and seldom returned to the old house. His unexpected arrival today piqued their curiosity. Bai Shujin, the eldest daughter, remarked with a smile, Dad, Yiqing must be concerned about your health. Otherwise, how could he return so quickly amidst his busy schedule? Old Master Bai snorted softly, yet his tone softened slightly. That ungrateful wretch knows nothing of filial piety. Today must be a rare occasion. Sheng Yun scoffed quietly, muttering, Perhaps the sun has lost its way. Bai Shujin shot him a glare, prompting Sheng Yun to set down his chopsticks and rise. Grandfather, mother, please enjoy your meal. I have matters to attend to. Old Master Bai was reluctant. Your cousin has just returned, and you haven't even greeted him yet. Why the rush to leave? He doesn't wish to see me, and I certainly don't want to see him either. It would only be a source of frustration. Just as Sheng Yun was about to protest further, Bai Yiqing's cold voice echoed from outside. The three individuals looked up in unison to see Bai Yiqing's tall and imposing figure, as striking as ever. Even Bai Shujin, his aunt, felt a twinge of trepidation in his presence. Sheng Yun did not avoid him out of desire, but rather out of fear. How could a frivolous second-generation, wealthy individual withstand the pressure exuded by Bai Yiqing? Just as he sought an excuse to make a hasty exit, he noticed the woman standing beside Bai Yiqing. She was dressed simply yet elegantly, with a tall, slender frame and a face as pure as a water lily, exuding an inherent charm that was utterly delightful. Suddenly, he found himself reluctant to leave. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Cousin, how could you say such a thing? It has been so long since we last met. I have missed you dearly. I am your little cousin, your source of joy. How could I bring you any distress?" Bai Yiqing ignored him and directly took a seat across from old Master Bai. Uncle Wu personally served them with bowls and chopsticks, instructing the kitchen to prepare an abundance of dishes. Bai Shujin, trying to ingratiate herself, said, "Yiqing, why didn't you call us earlier? We could have waited for you to join us for lunch." As Bai Yiqing served Yun Qian, he replied, "This is my home. Do I need to consult my aunt about when I return?" Bai Shujin stammered, "I didn't mean it that way." With a loud clap, old Master Bai slammed his chopsticks onto the table, exclaiming, "Is that what your aunt meant? Is it necessary for you to respond in such a sarcastic manner? What on earth have you brought back with you, speaking without a word? Do you think this is just any ordinary place?" Bai Yiqing remained silent, continuing to serve the dishes. Meanwhile, Yun Qian, while eating, interjected, "Hello, old Master Bai, I am Yun Qian. As you have pointed out, I am indeed not just any object. I am your grandson's slave." "Yes, that is precisely the case." She even raised her hand, which was handcuffed to Bai Yiqing's. Giving a little shake, Sheng Yun suddenly spat out a mouthful of soup, choking and coughing. "What nonsense is this? Slave?" Old Master Bai gazed at Yun Qian, who casually declared herself a slave, and found it utterly implausible. Having lived for so many years, he had encountered all manner of people and experienced countless events. This young woman clearly exhibited the arrogance born from being favored. What nonsense about being a slave? Bah! He knew full well what kind of character his grandson possessed. Could a slave be handcuffed and fed by him? In all these years, when had he ever even touched a female? Was he being taken for a fool? He had not yet succumbed to senility. Bai Shujin gently patted the old gentleman's back, her eyes glimmering. How could a young lady like Miss Yin possibly be someone as slave? Surely this is a jest? Yun Qian, famished to the point of hunger gnawing at her insides, had not partaken of a proper meal on the island and had barely eaten anything on the plane, having spent most of her time sleeping. Now, she finally had the opportunity to eat. It would be a disservice to her own well-being to remain unsated. As she shoveled food in her mouth, she mumbled, "Madam is truly pretending to be oblivious while fully aware." Bai Shujin was momentarily taken aback, while old Master Bai, witnessing Yun Qian's manner of eating, felt a surge of indignation, his mustache twitching. How could one behave in such a manner? Such a lack of decorum. Yun Qian took a sip of water, swallowed her food, and with a forced smile, addressed the father and daughter across from her. "You both surely know what sort of person your grandson, your nephew, is. Am I, a defenseless young woman, any match for him? You are quite amusing, as if I were the one desperately clinging to him. If any of you possess the ability, then kindly expel me. I will be most grateful." With that, she returned to her meal with fervor. Old Master Bai Shujin, and Sheng Yun, especially Sheng Yun, listened to Yun Qian's words and felt an overwhelming urge to pull her into their embrace and comfort her. Yet they lacked the strength to do so. It was not that they were powerless. Outside, Hu Wunti respectfully addressed him as Brother Yun, but before Bai Yiqing, he was rendered insignificant. Although the old gentleman had once been a formidable figure, surrounded by numerous women, his household had always maintained order. Now, with Bai Yiqing having brought home an unfamiliar woman, and Yun Qian indirectly accusing the Bai family of male oppression, he felt his dignity somewhat compromised. Clearing his throat, he inquired, I Ching, what on earth is happening? Since entering the room, Bai Ching had uttered only 2 sentences, leading Yun Qian to believe that the man who had previously silenced her with his relentless chatter had been replaced. Bai Ching leaned back in his chair, calmly stating, "Did I not say? She is a slave." Sheng Yun could not contain himself, growing somewhat agitated. "Cousin, what deep-seated grudge drives you to be so ruthless to a young lady? Look how famished she is. She must have gone days without food or drink." Yun Qian nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, her eyes reddening. "Brother, you speak truly. He is utterly unmanly, having locked me away for so many days without food or water. Today, he shows a modicum of mercy. Otherwise, my life would be in jeopardy." Sheng Yun felt a pang in his heart. Yun Qian's innocent demeanor pricked at his conscience. "Cousin," Bai Ching shot him a glance, prompting Sheng Yun to immediately fall silent. The man, speaking in a low voice, declared, "She owes me something, and she willingly chooses to be my slave. It is as simple as that." He then turned to Yun Qian, asking, "Have you finished eating?" Zhong Qian replied, "No." Bai Ching, "After you have finished eating, come upstairs with me." I replied that I would not. A servant must embody the essence of servitude. Yun Qian, without further ado, Bai Ching rose and ascended the stairs. Yun Qian picked up the soup bowl, sipping as she walked, before tossing it to Uncle Wu, expressing her gratitude. Uncle Wu remarked, "What a fine girl, such a pity." Sheng Yun feigned an attempt to intervene, yet was stilled by a mere glance from Bai Shujin, watching helplessly as Yun Qian was led upstairs by Bai Ching, her frustration palpable. Upstairs in Bai Ching's room, the moment Yun Qian entered, she was pinned against the wall by the man. A shiver coursed through her heart, aware that he intended to settle the score, leaving her apprehensive, though she masked it well. His deep, resonant voice echoed above her. "Am I not a man?" Yun Qian responded, "It seems our previous discussions on this topic were rather superficial. Further deliberation is warranted." Yun Qian, Chapter 10. A great sin committed by I Ching pressed Yun Qian against the wall. With both hands previously restrained, he now used but one, leaving her at his mercy. Clothes lay scattered across the floor. Afterward, Bai Ching cradled Yun Qian as one would a child, carrying her into the bathroom. "Help me wash." Upon hearing his command, a drowsy Yun Qian jolted awake, glancing around in confusion. "Who are you calling?" Bai Ching chuckled in exasperation, gripping her chin. "Do you recognize your position?" Yun Qian replied sheepishly, "I. Then why the hesitation? Get to it." Yun Qian, "Big brother, I lack strength." Bai Ching, "I just served you. Now it is your turn to serve me. What more could a servant desire at this point?" Yun Qian quietly countered, "I never asked you to serve me." Bai Ching's gaze darkened, his large hand gradually descending. "Is that so? I will wash, if that is all it takes." Yun Qian surrendered. "When will you dismantle this?" She lamented, "This is wasteful. Garments torn one after another. Though we may have riches, we cannot squander so." The man leaned against the bathtub, eyes closed in feigned slumber. His long, thick eyelashes resembled delicate brushes, both lush and curled. The fluid contours of his physique, the enticing lines of his abs. Each detail was irresistibly alluring, particularly his face, exquisite beyond compare. His eyes, at times profound enough to instill dread, at times clear as New Zealand's blue lakes, revealing the depths beneath. In this moment of repose, he resembled a sleeping beauty, exuding a tranquil beauty that felt almost divine. This serenity was deceptive. For the moment he spoke, his fierce demeanor resurfaced, as if he wished to mar that stunning visage. "Call your senior brother and have him bring the child back." To acknowledge his heritage, Yun Qian's claws, resting upon his chest, halted momentarily before she fiercely dug in, 5 crimson lines immediately emerging. Bai Ching raised an eyelid, remaining silent, merely casting a languid glance her way. Yun Qian cursed Bai Ching 100 times in her heart, yet feigned a smile. "My apologies, my nails are too long. I shall trim them shortly." Rolling her eyes, she added, "My phone is with you. Use mine. I do not know the password." "There is no password. I failed." Returning to the bedroom, Bai Ching cast aside the bath towel and reclined on the bed. Yun Qian had mastered the art of remaining unflustered over the past few days. She stood at the foot of the bed, wrapped in the towel, gazing down at him. I want to change into my nightwear. It's a hassle. No, I insist on changing. Otherwise, I'll one T be able to sleep. By Iching raised an eyebrow. You will have to undress anyway. Don't you find that cumbersome? It would be simpler to change together tomorrow morning. Yun Xian, feeling indignant, puffed up her cheeks. If you want tea, let me change. I want tea, call you. Bai Iching did not press her further, merely nodding towards a drawer. There are keys inside. Feel free. Yun Xian pondered in the drawer. How many keys does he have? I distinctly saw him place the keys in his pocket. A low voice interjected. Don't overthink it. You can't escape with just a few keys. Bai Iching, never repeat the same mistake. I mentioned this to you before. Yun Xian pouted. Stop trying to intimidate me. You're not afraid. I'll run away, yet you still handcuff me? Who would believe that? That's called playfulness. How could a woman as dull as you understand? Playfulness, my foot. You perverse man. She opened the drawer, retrieved the keys, and released the handcuffs, vigorously rubbing her wrist, which had turned bruised. After casting a fierce glare at Bai Iching, she headed towards the walk-in closet. Initially, she intended to find one of Bai Iching's shirts to wear. But upon opening the wardrobe, she was taken aback to find an entire row of women's clothing, all dresses, and each piece from international luxury brands. Another section revealed even more women's attire, casual sportswear, tailored suits, and elegant skirts, all brand new with tags still attached, and astonishingly, all in her size. Is this all intended for me? She wondered. What happened to the concept of a slave? It wasn't that she had never seen such beautiful clothing, but she was surprised that Bai Iching would be so considerate. Yun Xian selected a silk nightgown and changed into it, thinking to herself, after exploiting me for so long. Does he think a few garments will win my heart? Ha, what a joke. Standing at the entrance of the walk-in closet, she observed Bai Iching for a while and, realizing he had truly fallen asleep, tiptoed towards the door. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob, the mechanical voice of the smart lock startled her. Sorry, you do not have permission to use this. Please release the handle. One must be a gentleman. Huh. A low chuckle emanated from behind her. Turning around, she was met with the striking visage of Bai Iching. He lay on his side, propped up on one arm, a thin blanket draped below his waist, exposing his sculpted 8-pack abs. Compared to the earlier bare temptation, the hidden areas were even more tantalizing to the imagination. Gazing into his starry eyes, Yun Xian felt her heart skip a beat. The next moment, she sensed warmth beneath her nose. Upon touching it, she exclaimed, "Oh no, I made a fool of myself." Quickly covering her face, she dashed into the bathroom. With her left hand, she washed away the blood, while her right splashed cold water on her forehead. Before long, the bleeding ceased. Footsteps approached. Bai Iching, clad in a black robe, leaned against the wall, watching her with a teasing glint in his eyes. Yun Xian's cheeks flushed, not from embarrassment, but because it was the first time she had seen Bai Iching in attire other than camouflage, and she found it quite appealing. Of course, the earlier nudity didn't count. The color black elevates a man's charisma to a higher echelon, exuding a more intense aura of restraint and dominance. Yun Xian lightly coughed, dabbed her nose with a couple of tissues, and remarked with a smile, "What are you laughing at? Is it not because of you?" The man's voice brimmed with pride. "I am honored." "Honored, you say? Were it not for your insistence on making me your slave and compelling me to return and acknowledge my roots, would I have ignited such a fervor?" Bai Iching's expression darkened. "Are you implying that your return is a source of grievance for you?" As Yun Xian walked outside, she declared, "What I desire is freedom, not to be a cage canary, let alone your bed pet." Bai Iching abruptly seized her wrist, his voice cold as shattered ice. "So, even if you remain by my side, it is against your will, is it not?" Yun Xian replied decisively, "Indeed. You are the one forcing my hand." With a swift motion, the man hoisted her onto his shoulder and strode out of the bathroom. "Bed pet? That term is rather refined. More elegant than slave and quite befitting of you. Bai Iching, you scoundrel, put me down at once. Do not presume you can dominate everything. In a society governed by law, I am free." Bai Iching tossed her onto the bed, his towering figure following suit, a wicked yet mocking smile gracing his face. A society governed by law? Huh. I am surprised you are even aware of those words. Yun Xian, Bai Yiqing silenced her with a finger to her lips, whispering in her ear, "Then tell me, 5 years ago when you schemed to seduce me, does that not constitute as coercion?" Yun Qian fell silent, earning her a fierce response from the man, leaving her in tears, lamenting her misdeeds. Chapter 11. Your grandson is hungry. He will eat you if you delay any further the following day. The sun had risen high, and there was a knock at the door. "Young master, the master requests your presence for lunch." Uncle Wu wiped the sweat from his brow, aware that it was inappropriate to disturb at this hour, yet he could not disobey the master's command. The old residence was well insulated, and noise seldom traveled between rooms. He had harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking that Bai Yiqing, having lived a life of restraint for many years, might not treat the young girl any differently. However, Bai Yiqing's room overlooked a jasmine garden, where the old master relished sipping tea brewed with morning dew from the jasmine flowers, a long-standing tradition. Thus, in summer, the garden was adorned with containers to collect dew, preserved for winter use. Rising early, around 3 in the morning, Uncle Wu habitually ventured into the garden to gather dew, only to be startled by a peculiar sound. A woman was pleading desperately, her voice hoarse. Uncle Wu muttered to himself, in summer, one should close the windows while sleeping to avoid the chill. Youngsters never heed their health. Alas, such a cursed habit. After a while, silence reigned in the room. Upon returning to the dining hall and reporting to the old master, it was no surprise when the old man erupted in fury. "Misfortune has befallen our household. Grandfather, what has transpired?" Sheng Yun entered from outside, accompanied by a man in his mid-20s, whose presence, in stark contrast to Sheng Yun's more casual demeanor, exuded an air of refinement, accentuated by his gold-rimmed glasses and handsome features, suggesting a depth of character. "Grandfather." Upon witnessing the youth, the old gentleman's spirits lifted somewhat. Du Feng, the sole grandson of the Bai family's second aunt, took a seat beside him, accompanied by Bai Shuyu. Wu Bo promptly set out 2 additional sets of chopsticks and bowls for the young masters. Du Feng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Wu Bo," to which Wu Bo replied, "A mere formality, young Master Feng." He held a genuine fondness for this young man. Du Feng picked up his chopsticks to serve the old gentleman, inquiring, "Grandfather, what has stirred your ire so?" The old gentleman's beard bristled in annoyance. Aside from that unfilial son, who else could it be? Du Feng adjusted his spectacles and chuckled softly. "Grandfather, you and cousin are like sworn enemies, always at odds. It would do you well to let it go. It's not worth your distress. Perhaps in the past, I would have agreed with you, but times have changed. He has returned with a woman, staying in the ancestral home, no less. Is he not deliberately trying to provoke me? They say out of sight, out of mind. If he wishes to pursue women, there are plenty of accommodations outside. Why return to the old residence? Can you blame me for being upset? Moreover, I visited the Lan family yesterday to propose marriage. If they were to discover this, where would I hide my face?" Du Feng exchanged a glance with Sheng Yun. "Does cousin know about this?" The old gentleman feigned bravado. "What difference does it make if he knows? Since ancient times, it has been the parents' prerogative to arrange marriages. I alone shall decide his fate." Du Feng cleared his throat. "Indeed, I have faith in your judgment, grandfather." Sheng Yun interjected skeptically, "But I heard cousin never consented to this marriage, even causing a rift with grandfather, leading him to bloodshed." An eerie silence enveloped the room. Du Feng sighed. "With such intellect, if not for the protective umbrella of the Bai family, how would you survive?" In another chamber, Bai Yiqing lay entwined with Yun Qian, lost in slumber. Suddenly, he felt a dampness on his chest. As he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld the woman in his arms drooling, murmuring, "This braised pork knuckle with white rice, I could devour 5 bowls." Bai Yiqing chuckled inwardly. "With such an appetite, are you not akin to a little chick? Have you perhaps taken some weight loss pills, or something that allows you to eat without gaining?" He squeezed Yun Qian's delicate cheeks. "Time to wake up." Yun Qian swatted his hand away, protesting, "Don't steal my food. I'm not full yet." Bai Yiqing rubbed his forehead, then leaned down to kiss her. Yun Qian let out a soft moan, and upon opening her eyes to the chaotic sight of the man before her, she became fully alert, her expression darkening. "You, Bai, are such a rascally fool. Get away from me." Bai Yiqing looked up, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied ambiguously, "I'm hungry. You're hungry, yet haven tea washed up? Do I resemble a braised pork knuckle? Though you may not be as delectable as a pork knuckle, I could make do. Please, do not trouble yourself on my account. Hurry along and find your pork knuckle. Yun Xian spoke with conviction, yet only she knew how desperately she craved that dish. If Bai Iching desired it too, she would have struck gold. She believed her thoughts were well concealed, yet they had already betrayed her in her sleep talk. Bai Iching picked up his phone, tapping a few commands. I'll prepare a pork knuckle. We'll feast soon. After hanging up the phone, she casually tossed her mobile to Yun Qian, who began to feign confusion, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my stomach hurts. Don't you dare hog the restroom. I must go first." With that, she darted away like a flash. Bai Iching squinted, muttering, "She runs faster than a rabbit. She's truly asking for a lesson." Although Yun Qian felt hunger pangs, she lingered in the restroom for quite some time. By the time she emerged, Bai Iching was already waiting for her. Upon seeing the item in his hand, she took off running. Just as she turned the handle, a memory rushed back, accompanied by a familiar voice. "I'm sorry, you do not have permission to use this." "I'm sorry, one must act like a gentleman." Yun Xian felt disheartened but turned to Bai Iching with a gentle, gracious smile. "Brother, may I change my clothes first? I see you've prepared so many outfits. It would be a shame not to wear them." Bai Iching, noticing her eagerness, waved the handcuffs he held and replied, "I concur. Hurry up, the pork knuckles are ready." In a flash, Yun Xian changed into a white dress, and within 2 minutes, she was already in the dining hall. The three generations were engaged in a discussion when the main character arrived. Bai Iching, clad in his ever-unchanging military uniform, exuded an air of elegance and nonchalance, embodying a natural regal presence that commanded respect. Yun Xian, in her white dress, was the latest addition to the family S collection, her long, flowing hair framing a face as radiant as jade. Standing beside the towering man, she resembled a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. Sheng Yun was once again captivated, and Dufeng paused briefly before rising to greet cousin. Bai Iching responded with a curt acknowledgement, gesturing for him to sit. Sheng Yun stood up as well, but, daunted, quickly sat back down, his gaze lingering on Yun Xian. Bai Iching shot him a cold glance, causing Sheng Yun to shudder and retract his stare. Dufeng noticed their joined hands, his eyes flickering, but he chose not to comment. Old Master Bai, still irked, scoffed, "Why not arrive a little later? Eating 3 meals at once could save some food." Yun Qian detected the underlying meaning in his words. Setting down her soup bowl, she deliberately remarked, "That simply won't do. Your grandson is hungry, and if we wait any longer, he might just eat someone." Chapter 12. Are you afraid I want to serve you well? Unbeknownst to her, Sheng Yun and Du Feng had both noticed the strawberry mark on Yun Qian's neck, instantly grasping the implication of her words. Uncle Wu served a bowl of soup to Bai Iching, then another to Yun Qian. Everyone was observant enough to notice that Uncle Wu had ladled from 2 different bowls. Piquing their curiosity, the old master, unable to see clearly, overlooked it, while Du Feng pretended not to notice. Only Sheng Yun voiced his suspicion. "Cousin, that bowl looks like it contains beef, tendon, and oysters, while Miss Yun's is dark. Is that black-bone chicken soup?" Upon hearing the words beef, tendon, and oysters, Yun Qian involuntarily spat out the black-bone chicken soup, accidentally splattering Sheng Yun, who sat directly across from her, and the old master, who was equally affected. Fuming with indignation, he left the dining hall after uttering, "The Lan family will visit tomorrow. Prepare accordingly." Bai Iching picked up a napkin and helped Yun Qian wipe her face, deliberately exclaiming, "What made you so excited at the mention of beef tendon? Are you afraid I want to serve you well?" The old gentleman staggered slightly, almost losing his balance. Fortunately, Uncle Wu was quick to support him. The old man intended to turn around and scold him, but was firmly led away by Uncle Wu. Sheng Yun muttered under his breath, questioning why one would still harass Miss Yun even after being engaged. How uncouth. Yun Qian feigned ignorance, smiling apologetically at Sheng Yun, suggesting, "Why not go upstairs and freshen up?" "Certainly. Please lead the way, Miss Yun," he responded eagerly, just as Yun Qian was about to rise. A chilling voice pierced the air beside her. "You arrived only yesterday, yet you've been here for over 20 years. Are you blind today?" Needing someone to guide you? If you wish to part with those eyes, just say the word. I can assist you. Sheng Yun swallowed hard, stammering, "Cousin, I'm fine, really? No need to wash up." Du Feng, suppressing a laugh, changed the subject. "Cousin, the stock of Huan Yu has been quite volatile lately. Do you think we should take some measures?" Huan Yu was under the Bai family's stewardship. Bai Yiqing, as the current head of the Bai clan, rarely involved himself in family matters, yet no one dared to scheme beneath his watchful gaze. Bai Yiqing took a sip of soup, his brow furrowing slightly. He placed the bowl aside and dabbed his mouth with a napkin before turning his attention to Du Feng. "Is it because of the Lan family?" Du Feng nodded. "That is indeed a significant factor." He glanced at Yun Xian and continued, "Ever since the news broke about the Bai family's potential alliance with the Lan family, Huan Yu's stock began to rise. However, due to your lack of a clear stance, it has started to decline again. Yesterday, grandfather made a formal proposal to the Lan family, and naturally, rumors began to spread, resulting in a sharp increase today." Bai Yiqing inquired, "What are you implying?" The Lan family holds considerable influence in the nation. The elder Lan was a political figure of his generation, and it is rumored that Miss Lan's father might emerge victorious in the upcoming elections at the end of this year. Bai Yiqing interrupted, urging him to get to the point. "What I mean is, if you oppose this marriage, it could have substantial repercussions for Huan Yu." He then placed a piece of braised pork into Yun Qian's bowl, stating solemnly, "If a mere marriage can affect Huan Yu's future, then what purpose do you all serve?" Du Feng touched his nose, refraining from responding. Sheng Yun, while eating, murmured softly, "It has nothing to do with me." He thought Bai Yiqing hadn't heard him, unaware that the latter had long since honed his ability to eavesdrop. "Your black card has been suspended. The family's finances are no concern of yours." Sheng Yun was taken aback. "Cousin, please don't be too harsh on me. I'm still just a child." Bai Yiqing regarded him with a smirk. "If you can manage this marriage without infuriating the old gentleman, then consider my previous words as unspoken." Sheng Yun cast a pleading glance towards Du Feng, who feigned ignorance and continued to eat. In a desperate bid for help, he looked towards Yun Xian, who fortuitously met his gaze. One wore an expression of hopelessness, while the other appeared indifferent. "Miss Yun, could you assist me?" Yun Xian placed a generous piece of braised pork into his bowl, her tone sincere. "This last piece. I shall part with it reluctantly. May you eat your fill and be on your way." "Amitabha, may the Buddha show mercy." Sheng Yun, Du Feng, and Bai Yiqing all expressed their admiration, recognizing the generosity of her offering, as she had indeed made a significant sacrifice. Yun Xian rolled her eyes, remarking that not everyone could be as cold-blooded and heartless as he was. "Well said. Let's eat quickly. There are important matters to attend to afterward." At the table, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the four of them, with two individuals hanging their heads low. Far across the ocean, a delicate-looking young boy sat on the shore, fishing in silence for an entire day. Luo Bei initially managed to maintain his composure. After all, he was an adult and couldn't afford to lose face in front of a child. 3 hours passed, then 5, followed by 8. "Dabai, my back itches. Could you scratch it for me?" "Dabai, I haven't caught a single fish. Shall we head back?" "Dabai, when we return, I'll teach you that program I mentioned earlier. Aren't you eager to breach the firewall at the northern city?" "Dabai, I'm hungry." 10 hours later, Dabai began to reel in his line. Luo Bai, yearning to speak to him, finally received 2 words of grace from Dabai after they got into the car. "The firewall has collapsed." Luo Bei, such a clever disciple. "I could use another dozen like you." It was no wonder that master, that old rascal, was so fond of Yun Xian. Having a prodigious disciple was indeed a source of great comfort. Fishing cultivates one's patience and composure. If Uncle was fishing merely for sport, he might as well go to a fish pond next time, where the fish are foolish and the experience would undoubtedly be thrilling. Luo Bei wondered if he was being looked down upon. At the Bai family residence, Bai Yiqing and Yun Xian had finished their meal when she suggested a stroll. Hand in hand, they exited the main building. The servants kept their distance, avoiding Bai Yiqing, yet Yun Xian could still feel the gazes of those around her, some appraising, others envious, jealous, and even disdainful. She smirked slightly, unfazed by their scrutiny. Outside the Jasmine Garden, there was a swing, a cherished possession of Bai Shu Jin's daughter. Sheng Man Yun Xian sat on the swing, while Bai Yiqing gently swayed the ropes beside her, creating a scene that appeared quite heartwarming to an outsider. Bai Yiqing took out his phone and made a call. Yin Qian did not answer. Don't dawdle. Take care of this while I'm still in a good mood. Or else you know the consequences. Yin Qian pouted. She was well aware of his temperament. He was a beast who would drive off at the slightest disagreement. Reluctantly, she accepted the call and dialed a series of numbers, but no one answered on the other end. She gestured to Bai Yiqing to proceed. It was only on her third attempt that the line connected, and Luo Bei's exasperated voice came through. What S with the incessant pestering? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Chapter 13. Multiple gains. Yun Qian's lips twitched. Had he consumed gunpowder? Luo Bei, junior sister? What number are you using? Striking it rich? Stop joking. I have something serious to discuss. Luo Bei teased. What could be so grave? Taking a deep breath, Yin Qian glanced at Bai Yiqing and articulated each word carefully. If there is nothing pressing on your end, please bring Bai back to the country. Back to the country? Yes. Luo Bei finally sensed something amiss. Yinair, where are you? Whose phone are you using? Yin Qian fell silent for 5 seconds before Luo Bei's voice turned cold. Has he made things difficult for you? Yin Qian suddenly felt a twinge of grievance, her eyes reddening momentarily before she skillfully masked it. Yet, Bai Yiqing sensed her distress. His expression darkened. Senior brother, informed Bai that I miss him. I am aware he has been secretly investigating my origins and has made some progress. This return serves as an explanation for him. You can tell him, and let him handle the rest. Luo Bei said nothing, as he felt he had no standing in this matter, simply advising, do not burden yourself. Your senior brother is here to support you. Very well. After hanging up, Yin Qian felt a bit dazed. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through her wrist, and her chin was seized by someone. Bai Yiqing's icy voice resonated above her. You know, you share a close bond with your senior brother? Why do I feel his concern is excessive, Yun Qian furrowed her brows, incredulous at his madness. Why do you care about who is good to me? What is your position in my life? With a fierce grip, Bai Yiqing captured her lips, biting and devouring, causing Yun Qian to struggle in pain. It was only when a metallic taste of blood filled her mouth that he ceased his assault. His long fingers caressed her swollen lips, his voice low and gravelly. You are my bed pet, my slave, so you should know precisely what place I occupy in your life. Do not test my limits. The one who suffers will be you. Understood? Yun Qian disregarded this madman and turned to leave, but the man remained rooted like an immovable pillar. The force of her motion pulled her back, colliding into him. Bai Yiqing encircled her slender waist, burying his head in her ear and leaving a trail of marks. Do not let me discover anything inappropriate about your relationship. Otherwise, Yin Qian's heart trembled. She realized this man was erratic, shifting from one mood to another, making it impossible for her to gauge his intentions. With his twisted possessiveness, would she be destined to be toyed with by him for a lifetime? No. She could not remain passive. Sooner or later, she must seek an opportunity to escape. Hissing, Yin Qian inhaled sharply, snapping back to reality as Bai Yiqing released her, teasingly saying, "Wake up, service." You're welcome." Yin Qian glared at the creases in her clothing, infuriated. "Are you insane?" Bai Yiqing tilted his head, pondering for a moment. "Perhaps." Yin Qian, you had claimed to be a professional and offered your services for free? Bai Yiqing buried his head in her neck, playfully whining. "Come back to my room and take a look, will you? At worst, I won't let you do it for free. It will be compensated, Yun Qian felt her legs weaken, almost collapsing to the ground. Bai Yiqing chuckled softly, swiftly lifting her, in such a hurry to throw yourself into my arms? It seems you still have feelings for me. Yun Qian closed her eyes, refusing to listen. La la la, I can't hear you. As the sun set, Yun Qian felt utterly exhausted, on the brink of slumber. Bai Yiqing carried her to the shower, changed her into sleepwear, and returned to the bed. Yun Qian rubbed her wrist, cocooning herself in the blanket like a rice dumpling, without uttering a single word, her eyes closed, uncertain if she had fallen asleep. Bai Yiqing poured a glass of warm water and helped her sit up against him, saying, "Open your mouth." Yun Qian frowned. "Are you asking me to feed you?" "Yes." How to feed him? With his twisted thought processes, inevitably, he would end up in bed again. Does she think she is foolish? Yin Qian obediently opened her mouth and drank an entire cup of water under Bai Yiqing's hand. After placing the cup down, Bai Yiqing leaned over to kiss the moisture at the corner of her lips, causing Yun Qian's eyelashes to flutter. Sleep, he urged. Yun Qian did not open her eyes, and after a moment, in a hoarse voice, asked, "Is Miss Lan beautiful?" Bai Yiqing was taken aback, not expecting this question from her. "More beautiful than you." He lied without a flicker of hesitation, having seen Lan Ruoxi a few times in his childhood. They had not crossed paths in over a decade. Yun Qian pouted, "You just lack a woman. It doesn't have to be me. Since she is so beautiful and engaged to you, why not go with the flow? It resolves your physical needs, addresses your business crisis, and eases your relationship with your father. It's a win-win situation, is it not? Are you instructing me on what to do?" Yun Qian paused, clearly sensing the displeasure in his tone. "I wouldn't dare. I am merely stating a fact." Bai Yiqing gazed at her for a long while. "Do you so eagerly wish for me to marry another woman?" "Yun Qian, have you lost your mind? That is your affair, not one of my desires. You will do as you please. I know my position well. Our relationship, to put it nicely, is that of lovers. To put it bluntly, we are merely bed partners. I am your slave, bound to your whims, and that is how it is. Therefore, when you reach the age for marriage, and if she is suitable and attractive, you should marry her. With a wife, my debts will be nearly settled, and we can part ways, each pursuing our own happiness. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Bai Yiqing scoffed. "That last sentence is the crux of the matter. I assent it." Yun Qian, feeling the warmth of his large, calloused hand slipping under the blanket, trembled slightly, biting her lip and stiffening. "Since you are so keen for me to marry her, I can certainly indulge your wishes." Yun Qian's eyes brightened. But the man continued, "However, even if she enters my life, you shall not leave my side for a moment. The night has only just begun." Chapter 14. Soft-hearted the following day, the Bai family estate was bustling early in the morning, with cleaning, lawn maintenance, and lunch preparations creating a lively atmosphere. In a corner, servants gathered to gossip. It seemed the union between the Bai and Lan families was imminent. "I don't quite think so. The young master brought back a woman who is not unattractive and seems to please him," one remarked. "Merely a plaything, possessing nothing but a pretty face. How could the young master take her seriously? You are unaware of how self-disciplined the young master has been over the years. Having served in this estate for 7 or 8 years, I can attest that he has never brought a woman home before this Miss Yun, who has created a historical precedent. So what? In the face of interests, even if that woman were the young master's beloved, she remains merely a mistress." Cough, cough. Suddenly, Uncle Wu appeared, his tone commanding. Having served as the housekeeper for decades, he possessed an innate authority that required no anger to be effective. "Aren't you done with your tasks? Xiaomei Xiaoji, I told you on your first day in the Bai household, do not speak ill of the master. Should this happen again, you will need to pack your belongings and leave." Xiaomei and Xiaoji hurriedly bowed their heads in apology. "Butler Wu, we shall never dare again. We assure you there will be no next time." Wu Bo let out a cold snort. "Just focus on your work. Your wages shall not be diminished." "Yes, Butler Wu." Xiaomei watched Wu Bo's departing figure, a glimmer of darkness flickering in her eyes. In the living room, the old master occupied the main seat, accompanied by his eldest daughter, by Shu Jin, his second daughter, by Shu Yu, and his third daughter, by Shu Ting. Since the elders of the Lan family were visiting, the old master did not compel the younger generation, including Sheng Yun, to return. As the clock approached 10 and Bai Yiqing had yet to descend, the old master began to feel restless. "Old Wu, go upstairs and check on Yiqing. The Lan family will be arriving shortly." "Yes, sir." Since the passing of the Bai matriarch, Bai Shu Jin had taken on the responsibilities of managing the vast Bai family as the eldest daughter. Her 2 younger sisters also looked to her for guidance. "Father, on such an important day, do you think that Yun Qian will cause any trouble? Have you not given her a warning?" The old master huffed. "I would like to give her a warning, but there must be an opportunity for that." Bai Shu Yu, perplexed, remarked, "How could there be no opportunity? Isn't she living here now? Moreover, what kind of relationship does Yiqing have with her? He never casually brings a woman home. The Bai family has never been this chaotic." "Old master, I am unsure of Yiqing's intentions, but it is evident that he holds that woman very closely, akin to a tether on his belt." By Shu Jin mused. "Father, we know Yiqing's temperament well. Do you think this Yun Qian possesses some sort of enchantment? Otherwise, how could she so thoroughly captivate him? Eldest sister, we are in modern times. Enchantments are a thing of the past. However, I have heard of a remarkably powerful form of hypnosis that bears a resemblance to such sorcery. By Shuyu interjected. The old master waved his hand to interrupt. I find that unlikely. While I Ching may indulge her, he has not acted inappropriately. Furthermore, from my observations, that young woman possesses a clear gaze and does not seem to be of ill character. It is possible that I Ching is merely infatuated, perhaps under her spell. Third sister, why have you been silent? Bai Shu Ting chuckled and spoke candidly. I have yet to meet Miss Yun, so I am hesitant to make any judgments. Besides, if I Ching truly has feelings for her, what can we do? Bai Shu Ting's words struck a chord. If Bai Ching genuinely cherished Yun Qian, given his authoritative nature, they would have no say in the matter. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, with the three daughters' eyes fixed on their father. The old master's lifelong tenacity and unwillingness to yield made him intolerant of such blatant provocation. Ahem, I'm the pillar of the Bai family. Can he truly overturn that? Moreover, which man has not had a few women before marriage? Once wed, they will settle down. After that, Yin Humph. If she remains well-behaved and does not interfere with I Ching's engagement, all will be well. But if she seeks to leverage I Ching's affection for her own gain, then she should not blame me for being ruthless. The daughters understood the old master well. If anyone in the Bai family could contend with Bai I Ching, it would undoubtedly be him. It seemed that this monumental conflict was far from over. Upstairs, Wu Bo knocked on the door. Young master, it is getting late. The old master requests your presence downstairs. Bai I Ching opened his eyes, a fleeting shadow of gloom crossing his gaze. However, upon seeing the woman beside him, the clouds dissipated, and the sun broke through the rain. Yunea, Qian Qian, my dear. Yin Qian turned over, evidently annoyed. Don't disturb me. Bai I Ching initially intended to rouse Yun Qian to accompany him downstairs, but when he noticed the delicate, pale skin marked with faint bruises, his heart softened. Very well. I shall let you be this time, little wildcat. He placed a gentle kiss on Yun Qian's back before getting out of bed. As he descended the stairs, dressed impeccably, the Lan family had already arrived. Old Bai, Old Lan, the two venerable gentlemen, once titans in their fields, exchanged hearty handshakes and pleasantries. Old Bai, they say joy invigorates the spirit, and I must say you look even more radiant today than in recent days, remarked Lan Junming, the father of Lan Ruoshi. Old Bai's gaze shifted to Lan Ruoshi. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with a unique aura, clearly nurtured with great care since childhood. Junming speaks the truth. The sight of Ruoshi brightens my heart and lifts my spirits, he chuckled heartily. Lan Ruoshi's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she candidly replied, Grandpa Bai, if you adore Ruoshi so much, she shall surely live a long and prosperous life. The old man was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Lan, you have raised a remarkable granddaughter. I envy you greatly. No matter how exceptional my granddaughter is, she will eventually belong to the Bai family, he retorted, laughter echoing among them, revealing the delight shared by both families, except for Bai I Ching, who remained detached. Bai Shujin invited everyone to take their seats, engaging in casual conversation over tea. Noticing that Bai I Ching had yet to appear, the elder's expression grew slightly strained, and he spoke in a low tone. Old Wu, please urge the young master. Before he could finish, Bai I Ching emerged at the top of the staircase. The moment the cold and regal man appeared, Lan Ruoshi's gaze was irresistibly drawn to him. Years had passed, yet he retained the essence of his childhood self, now more striking than ever, exuding an aura of restraint that was irresistibly alluring to women. Unconsciously, Lan Ruoshi rose to her feet. Bai I Ching, oblivious to her infatuated stare, strode directly to Old Lan's side, withdrawing his hands from his pockets and respectfully addressing him. Old Lan. He then turned to Lan Junming, Uncle Lan, Annie Lan. The three elders were thoroughly impressed with Bai I Ching's external and internal qualities, especially Old Lan, who nodded approvingly. Indeed, I Ching lives up to his reputation as the demon lord of the fifth world. He truly possesses a remarkable presence reminiscent of your grandfather's. You overpraise me, he replied, his deep voice resonating in Lan Ruashi's ears, causing her heart to race as she struggled to contain her joy and excitement. For this dazzling man, who captured the world's attention, was her fiancé. One day, he would be hers, wholly and completely. I Ching, she murmured. Chapter 15. The triumvirate by I Ching turned, unperturbed, and replied, Miss Lan. He then coldly took his seat, offering her not even a fleeting glance. Lan Rua, she. The members of the Lan family were evidently displeased, their expressions far from the previous levity. The elder chuckled and said, Old Master Lan, please don't take offense. Rua Shi, I Ching has always been this way. Being the sole heir of the Bai family, he has been spoiled by me and a few aunts since childhood. His parents. Well, over time, he will adjust, and I hope he can understand. Master Lan's demeanor softened considerably, and he sighed, Is there still no news of Changzhe? It has been so many years. Bai Changzhe, the biological father of Bai I Ching, had partnered with Lan Junming 20 years ago to govern the capital, only to be embroiled in a colossal international drug smuggling case that ruined his career, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Bai I Ching's mother, unable to bear the blow, took her own life a year later. At that time, Bai I Ching was merely 11 years old. Thus, the former glory of the Bai family was built by the elder Bai, while today's accomplishments were entirely the fruit of Bai I Ching's labor. Mention of Bai Changzhe brought a shadow over the elder Bai's expression. Today was a day for joy, and such distressing matters should remain unspoken. Lan Rua, she smiled as she took the elder Bai's hand, skillfully shifting the topic. Grandpa Bai, you worry too much. I Ching has always been like this. As for habits, I have long since grown accustomed to them. Moreover, the quality of a relationship often speaks more through silence than words. It is not the quantity of words that matters, but their essence. I genuinely appreciate I Ching's calm and reserved nature. Look how articulate Rua she is. Yi Yiving, you are truly fortunate. Bai I Ching sat with his legs crossed, his military attire enveloping his robust and imposing figure, exuding an undeniable presence that was hard to overlook. 5 members of the Lan family were present today, including Elder Lan, Rua Shi's parents, and her brother Lan Jingyao, who is currently in charge of the Lan group. In the realm of influence, there's a saying of 3 pillars. Lan Jingyao, the lofty flower of the Lan family, possessed deep insight. Gu Yiju, the young master of a prestigious family, was surrounded by admirers, both charming and unrestrained. And then there was Bai I Ching, the enigmatic figure of the Bai family, embodying both righteousness and wickedness, peerless in the world. Lan Jingyao sat opposite Bai I Ching, his expression inscrutable, his tone slightly frosty. It seems that the esteemed Lord of the Abyss has some objections regarding my sister. If so, I suggest you voice them now. My sister is not the kind of woman who cannot find a suitor. The men pursuing her could circle the capital 3 times. Godo, Lanzuo si zet po jet hen li. Her gaze shifting anxiously to Bai I Ching. I Ching, please don't take my brother's words to heart. He means no harm and is not targeting you intentionally. Bai I Ching curled his lips in a slight smile. It is of no concern. I understand that Master Lan is protective of his sister, but he need not worry. It has been years since I last met Miss Lan, and I harbor no grievances. However, this engagement, cough cough. The elder Bai abruptly coughed twice, interrupting Bai I Ching. We are all family here. What grievances could there be? Let us not speak of estrangement. The younger generation has spent little time together, but as the days unfold, things will naturally improve. Rua Shi is the granddaughter-in-law my old bones have chosen. As long as I draw breath, the position of Mrs. Bai will belong to her. The elder's words brought a noticeable improvement to the expressions of the Lan family. Lan Junming exchanged a glance with his wife. Years of holding power had honed his keen intuition, leading him to sense that this seemingly harmonious atmosphere concealed an unsettling truth. Bai I Ching, witnessing the elderly gentleman as fervent attempts to obstruct him, chose not to elaborate further. Some matters unfold in such a manner that the more one conceals, the more striking the truth appears when it is revealed. He remained unperturbed. Moreover, he possessed a trump card. What was there to fear? At that moment, Bai Shujin entered with a smile. Uncle Lan, lunch is ready. Let's dine and converse. Meanwhile, a diminutive figure emerged from the Kyoto International Airport. Clad in a stylish black children's outfit, adorned with a cap and sporting a pair of children's sunglasses perched on a petite nose, exuding an aura of coolness and confidence. The hurried travelers at the airport paused to observe. Wow, where did this little gentleman come from? He is both charming and adorable. Surely, he must be a promotional ambassador for a brand. It must be said, this little treasure would undoubtedly enhance any brand's advertising efforts. Many were eager to approach for a commemorative photograph. Why does this child seem to be alone? The adults at home must be quite audacious. Do they not fear encountering ill-intentioned individuals? If this were my child, I would surely cradle him protectively. Lo Bei, donning sunglasses, stood in a corner, watching as Bai walked out of the airport with composure, then swiftly disappearing into the crowd. Bai approached a black Mercedes, tapping on the window. It descended to reveal a middle-aged man with a benevolent smile. "Hello, young one. Are you the one who summoned the ride?" Bai nodded, then opened the door and entered the vehicle, his youthful voice remarkably steady and resonant, a stark contrast to his tender age. "To Beicheng, Plunglai Water Pavilion," he stated. The driver glanced through the rearview mirror. "Little one, do you know where that place is?" Bai leaned coolly against the seat, arms crossed, remaining silent. "At your age, how can your parents allow you to wander alone?" Still, Bai offered no response. The talkative driver persisted. "Is this ride arranged by you? Or did someone assist you? Aren't you afraid of encountering ill-intentioned people who might abduct you?" Chun Changshan, a 52-year-old man residing at Unit 1108 of Building 4 in Shuiyun Sunshine, had an 80-year-old father at home, currently hospitalized due to a recent ankle injury. He only accepted daytime rides, returning at night to care for his father, exemplifying a rare paragon of filial piety. In the Bai family's ancestral home in Beicheng, the family gathered around a long table for lunch. The elderly gentleman had purposefully seated Lan Ruashi beside Bai Yiqing. The girl, gentle and gracious, often served Bai Yiqing dishes, though he had not tasted a single morsel. Nevertheless, she remained enthusiastic, exhibiting no signs of embarrassment. Among the large gathering, apart from Bai Yiqing, who maintained a cold demeanor, the atmosphere was harmonious. Even Lan Jingyao occasionally exchanged words with the elderly gentleman. Just then, footsteps echoed from the upstairs. Everyone turned their gaze in unison to see a disheveled woman descending, clad in an exceedingly short silk nightgown, revealing her long, fair legs, yawning profusely as she floated down the stairs. Indeed, she appeared afloat, her eyes still closed. Yun Xian, unsteadily making her way to the water dispenser, filled a cup with warm water and drank eagerly, then turned back, entirely oblivious to the multitude of eyes observing her in the dining hall, until a faintly excited male voice echoed from behind her. "Qian Qian?" Chapter 16. She is my slave. "Qian Qian?" Yin Qian seemed to hear someone calling her name, and she promptly halted her dazed steps, slowly turning to look. Lan Jingyao strode over, his face alight with surprise. "Qian Qian, it truly is you." Yin Qian rubbed her bleary eyes, her mind still not fully operational. Feeling parched upon waking, she recalled merely opening the door to the tea room next to her, puzzled as to how a handsome man could be there. "Hello there, handsome. How do you know me? Have we met before?" Lan Jingyao struggled to suppress the joy and astonishment bubbling within him, endeavoring to maintain his composure. Yet his brilliantly shining eyes betrayed the excitement and exhilaration he felt at that moment. Bai Yiqing noticed this subtle detail, a shadow passing through his gaze. "Qian Qian, you truly do not remember me? I am Lan Jingyao, your elder brother Yao, from 20 years ago, the youth class." Yin Qian's mind gradually returned to clarity. "Elder brother Yao?" Lan Jingyao nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am your elder brother Yao." "Qian Qian, how is it that you are here? Where did you go back then? How could you and Guo disappear in a single night? I thought I would never see you again. By the way, where is Guo? How is she now?" If moments ago Yun Qian had been in a fog, at this instant, she was entirely awake. 20 years prior, she was 5 and Guo was 4. They were both orphans from the Kyoto orphanage, and one day, they were suddenly taken by a mysterious figure. Being so young, they understood little, as orphans. Anywhere food was available was home. It was merely a change of scenery, without any particular significance. It was during that time that she met Lan Jingyao, who was 5 years her senior. Many fragments of their life together faded from her memory. Yet the most vivid recollection was of a big brother who always stood up for them when they were bullied, shielding them behind him. After enduring a year of a military-like rigorous existence, one day, upon waking from slumber, she discovered she had been taken away by strangers once more. The individual who irrevocably altered her fate was her master, Huan. A smile gradually spread across Yun Qian's face as she leaped into Lan Jingyao's embrace. Lan Jingyao stumbled slightly, but instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, chiding her playfully. "You still so reckless at this age, unchanged from when you were little." Her nature and looks remained the same, still so stunningly beautiful that it stirred one's heart. Yun Qian pouted. "Elder brother Yao, you haven't changed either. Still like an old man, always nagging." "You." Lan Jingyao helplessly tapped her nose, his gaze filled with affection. Suddenly, Yun Qian shivered, sensing a chilling gaze locked onto her, following her like a shadow. It was then she realized she was in the hall, surrounded by several unfamiliar faces. And the seemingly gentle woman beside Bai Yiqing was staring at her with unblinking curiosity. Aware of her gaze, Lan Ruashi stepped forward confidently. "Brother, is this Miss Yun? The little fairy you have spoken of for 20 years? Little fairy?" Yun Qian's lips twitched slightly, and Lan Jingyao shot a glance at his sister, admonishing her. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Despite his words, he tightened his grip around Yun Qian's hand, as if holding onto a cherished treasure that had been regained. Realizing the impropriety of their position and her own rather ungraceful attire, Yun Qian felt a sense of discomfort and extricated herself from Lan Jingyao's embrace. Old Master Bai, witnessing this scene, was engulfed in a whirlpool of thoughts, his emotions complex and tumultuous. In stark contrast, the Lan family members were filled with excitement, particularly Old Man Lan, whose eyes sparkled with fervor. His grandson, now 30 years old, had yet to experience the sweetness of romance, a source of concern for the grandfather. However, today, his worries dissipated. He finally understood that his grandson's lack of romantic involvement was not due to a dearth of suitable partners or issues of orientation, but rather because he harbored feelings for someone. Ha ha ha. Today was indeed a momentous occasion for the Lan family. Seeing their son finally take an interest in the opposite sex, Lan Junming and his wife were equally delighted, for such an occurrence was indeed rare and worthy of celebration. Just as everyone contemplated their thoughts while observing Yun Qian, Bai Yiqing's icy voice thundered like a clap of thunder, piercing the air. "Come here." Yun Qian bit her lip, remaining rooted in place. In truth, she did not wish to confront Bai Yiqing, yet she was acutely aware that if she approached him, he might engage in some outrageous behavior. She understood the gravity of the situation. It was a betrothal banquet, after all. Although her relationship with Bai Yiqing was ambiguous, she truly did not wish to disrupt anyone's feelings or marriage, especially since there were innocent parties involved. Bai Yiqing let out a cold laugh. "You want me to come over?" At that moment, it was not only Yun Qian who felt tense. Even Lan Ruashi clenched her fists, her voice trembling as she asked Bai Yiqing, "Brother Yiqing, what is her relationship with you?" "Relationship?" Bai Yiqing toyed with the ring on his finger, casting a taunting look at Lan Jingyao as he replied slowly, "She is my servant. As long as I do not give my consent, she shall never leave my side." Lan Jingyao's pupils constricted, and he abruptly turned to Yun Qian, his voice betraying an anxiety he had not recognized within himself. "Shallow, is what he said true?" Yun Qian, feeling helpless, could only speak the truth, nodding as she confirmed, "It is true." "How could this be?" Lan Jingyao's fury ignited. "What have you done to become his servant? Tell Brother Yao, and I will do everything in my power to repay any debt you owe him and restore your freedom." "Huh!" Bai Yiqing, crossing his legs as he settled into his seat, leaned back slightly, scoffing. "What does it matter if you wish to repay her? She has stolen something of utmost importance from me, something that can never be returned to its original state. The only way to appease my resentment is to have her serve me as a slave. Does Mr. Lan wish to repay her? Perhaps in the next life, for it is impossible in this one." Lan Jingyao, unconvinced, fixed his gaze intently on Yun Qian's eyes, each word deliberate. "Shallow, is what he said true?" Yun Qian nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is." Lan Jingyao's expression dimmed entirely, the light in his eyes extinguished by her single affirmation. No one comprehends the significance of the title demon lord more profoundly than he does. In a certain sense, he embodies everything, including the laws that govern them. If Yun Qian is coerced by him, he still harbors some confidence in rescuing her. However, should he truly cross his bottom line, even with a genuine desire to save her, success is not guaranteed. Nevertheless, he would not simply relinquish hope. Qian once illuminated his life, serving as both his faith and salvation. He cannot bear to witness her descend into the depths of slavery, suffering an existence worse than death. Lan Ruoxi, with reddened eyes, gazed at Bai Yiqing, feeling an undeniable discomfort. Even if that woman is his slave, it does nothing to alleviate the fury within her heart. For she is exceedingly beautiful, so much so that it breeds jealousy and resentment within her. How could such a volatile presence allow her any sense of tranquility? Lan Ruoxi's gentle voice bore a hint of coaxing charm. What man would not be swayed by it? Brother Yiqing, things lost are simply lost. You, a grown man, should not treat a woman so harshly. In a society governed by law, we ought to rise above ancient grievances. For my sake, please spare her, would you? Yun Qian cast her gaze downward, remaining unmoved by Lan Ruoxi's entreaty, fully aware that in the presence of someone as twisted as Bai Yiqing, Lan Ruoxi's words would have no effect. Rather, they would only ignite his possessiveness further. As anticipated, Bai Yiqing regarded Lan Ruoxi with a smile that was not quite a smile, his voice deep and magnetic. For your sake, Lan Ruoxi clenched the hem of her garment, her demeanor anxious as she nodded. Ha! If your influence were truly so great, wouldn't your esteemed father be exempt from campaigning with the populace, simply granting him power out of respect for you? Just as Lan Ruoxi, Lan Junming, and Lan Jingyao were about to chastise Bai Yiqing for his insolent disregard for others, a youthful yet composed voice resonated from the entrance. Old Bai, I'm back. Chapter 17. Old Bai, I'm back. Upon arriving at the Penglai Pavilion, Bai was halted by the gatekeeper. Not even a Mercedes, let alone a Rolls-Royce, was permitted entry. Qin Changshan opened the back door, patting Bai's small shoulder sympathetically. I can only take you this far. Wish you luck. Bai exited the vehicle, politely expressing his gratitude. The gatekeeper, upon seeing a mere child, displayed no interest, impatiently shooing him away. What are you doing here, little kid? Do you think this is an amusement park? Hurry along. Don't presume you can barge in just because you're dressed decently. This place requires reservations. Even if it were the president himself. Leave at once, or I'll call the police. Bai was momentarily speechless. His so-called father seemed quite impressive. How could he have such a simpleton for a guardian? The Penglai Pavilion certainly did not permit just anyone to enter, but given his arrival, it was evident he was not an ordinary visitor. This gatekeeper, emboldened by his position, was clearly abusing his authority. Qin Changshan lingered, concerned for the child. Should he truly offend those within, the consequences could be dire. Shall I take you home? Don't worry, this time it's on the house. The delightful presence of the little one, Bai, is a rarity akin to a national treasure in contemporary society, much like Qin Changshan. Uncle Qin, you may take your leave now. We shall reconvene another time. With that, Bai turned to the gatekeeper, nonchalantly removing his dark sunglasses. Instantly, his exquisitely delicate visage, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, was unveiled to the air, particularly his pitch-black, profound eyes, which reflected a chilling intensity far beyond his tender years, instilling a sense of trepidation. The gatekeeper instinctively recoiled, yet this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the astonishing resemblance between the striking child and his young master. If there were merely a trifling resemblance, it could be dismissed as coincidence. However, the likeness was overwhelmingly uncanny. With a thud, the gatekeeper found himself seated on the ground. Stammering, "Why you?" Bai, equally taken aback by the child's extraordinary beauty, so magnificent it was beyond compare, surpassing even the most exquisite of festival dolls, could hardly contain his astonishment. "Uncle Qin, this is my home. You may depart at ease." Without waiting for Qin Changshan or the gatekeeper to regain their composure, he strode confidently into the enchanting confines of the Penglai Water Pavilion. Once inside, He was met with curious glances from his servants, yet none dared to impede his progress. Recalling the layout from his previous escapade over the wall, Bai navigated the interior with ease, heading straight for the main hall. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a captivating scene. His mother had become a servant to his stepfather, who was apparently contemplating the addition of another woman to their household. How infuriating! Were it not for the striking resemblance between them, he would have gladly confronted the man. Humph! With me around, no one shall dare mistreat my mother. Old Bai, I have returned. As the assembly turned in unison, they beheld a cool little figure standing at the threshold, gazing at Bai Yiqing. Though the sunglasses obscured much of his face, the Bai family recognized at once the striking similarity to Bai Yiqing in his youth. Initially startled by Bai's presence, Bai Yiqing masked his surprise with a calm demeanor, beckoning with a wave and a smile. Come here. Obediently, Bai approached with poise, drawing the curious gazes of those around him. Before he could close the distance, Bai Yiqing swiftly crossed the room, scooping him up in an embrace. The elder Bai's heart raced with an intense premonition. He was acutely aware of his grandson's disposition. He had never genuinely smiled at a stranger, nor had he shown warmth even to his own cousins. Most telling was his aversion to unfamiliar company. What did this signify? Moreover, the child's tone when speaking to Yiqing suggested they were no strangers. Otherwise, who would dare gaze upon his family as pariah? As the onlookers closely observed the diminutive figure of Bai Yiqing gradually removed his sunglasses. A collective gasp echoed, save for Yun Qian, as the crowd inhaled sharply. The resemblance was undeniable. Bai was, in every sense, a mirror image of Bai Yiqing. Upon witnessing the true visage of the child, the one most elated was none other than old Master Bai, who was on the verge of tears from overwhelming joy. The Bai family now had a successor. The first to be unable to bear the weight of this revelation was Lan Ruoshi, who covered her mouth with one hand while the other trembled as she pointed at the child, exclaiming, Yiqinga, he is. Bai Yiqing, with no hesitation, pressed a kiss on the child's forehead. His deep voice, laced with delight and pride, declared, he is my son, my very own son. The announcement sent shockwaves through the assembled company, challenging their perceptions despite the outcome being entirely predictable. The demon lord had a son, and he was already this grown? Who was the mother, who possessed such charm that she managed to captivate the world's most untamed man? Lan Ruoshi, overwhelmed by the revelation, took 2 steps back, prompting Madame Lan to swiftly support her while wearing an expression of fury as she reproached Bai Yiqing. Yiqing, why did you not disclose such a significant matter sooner? Had you informed us in advance, the Lan family would not have consented to this marriage. After all, my daughter is still young. It is unreasonable to expect her to step into the role of a stepmother immediately. Mother, please stop. Lan Ruoshi interrupted her mother, wiping away her tears. Lan Old Master was equally incensed, gesturing dismissively. In that case, let this marriage be nullified. My granddaughter is not someone who cannot find a suitable match. There is no need for her to settle. Old Bai, it is evident you were unaware of this child's existence. We have been friends for many years, and I do not wish for either family to suffer embarrassment. It is best to cut our losses. Old Master Bai quickly signaled to Bai Yiqing, but he was solely focused on his son and paid no heed to him. Lan Old Master, filled with frustration, insisted, no need for further discussion. Let us treat this matter as if it never occurred. Farewell. With that, he strode out, having discerned that Bai Yiqing was not in favor of this marriage, and that it was merely a one-sided wish from Old Master Bai. He had only one granddaughter. Whether she could marry for love was yet to be determined, but at the very least, she ought to wed a man of genuine affection. Bai Yiqing was not her destined partner. Grandfather. Lan Ruoshi finally regained her composure, suppressing her disheartened emotions. Reverting to her previous self, the graceful and gentle young lady of the Lan family. Grandfather, I do not care about Yiqing's past. Men often engage in fleeting romances and social interactions. It is quite commonplace. Even if that woman was someone he once cherished, I can understand. The fact that she did not enter the Bai family signifies that she and Yiqinga are not fated to be together. As for the child, since he is Yiqinga's, I shall treat him as my own. Chapter 18. The dead woman corrupted his son. The Lan family did not anticipate Lan Ruashi's steadfastness. And Lan Old Master appeared utterly exasperated, his chest heaving with indignation. You! Lan Ruashi's gaze was resolute, her tone earnest. Grandfather, please support your granddaughter. I shall marry no one but I Chinga in this lifetime. Old Master Bai, upon hearing her words, felt a sense of comfort, recognizing the truth in her assertion. Even if that woman bore a child for I Ching, he had not brought her into his household, indicating that he perhaps did not harbor genuine feelings for her. It was merely an accident. Yet, this accident had gifted him with a coveted great-grandson, which he found to be immensely gratifying. As old Master Lan witnessed his granddaughter's unwavering stance, harsh words lingered on his lips, yet remained unspoken. With a frustrated wave of his hand, he stormed away. Lan Junming exchanged a knowing glance with his wife. Mrs. Lan gently grasped Lan Ruashi's arm, expressing her concern. My dear daughter, let us return home for now and contemplate this matter further. Lan Ruashi understood that the Bai family had welcomed their great-grandson back, and as an outsider, her presence was no longer appropriate. To leave a favorable impression on the one she cherished, she needed to navigate the situation with discretion. Since the Bai family had formally betrothed her, she was now Bai Iching's rightful fiancé, who would dare underestimate her? Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Yun Qian, who remained remarkably composed, unaffected by the child's arrival, exuding an air of calm indifference akin to a servant merely fulfilling an obligation to repay a debt. This was fortunate. Otherwise, she would have found herself facing two formidable rivals even before her marriage. Brother, say goodbye to Miss Yun. We must take our leave, she urged, then turned to old Master Bai. Grandfather, I shall visit you again soon. Very well. Safe travels to you all, he replied. Lan Junming nodded respectfully to the elder before leading his wife and daughter out of the Bai residence. Lan Jingyao stood silently for a moment, observing Yun Qian before turning to Bai Iching. Brother-in-law, he remarked. Bai Iching's expression darkened, yet Yun Qian could not suppress a smile. In her recollection, Brother Yao had always been quite cunning. Was he now employing a roundabout strategy? I am aware that Qian has caused you considerable distress. On her behalf, I offer my sincerest apologies. From this day forth, any collaboration between Huan Yu and the Lan family will yield a 20% profit concession on existing terms. I simply hope, brother-in-law, that you will treat Qian kindly. Should there come a day when you desire something of mine, I shall unconditionally relinquish it in exchange for Qian's freedom. Yun Qian bit her lip, a warm current flowing through her heart. Unbeknownst to her, Lan Jingyao's words had provoked a hidden fury, and all would bear the consequences. Bai Iching smirked. I trust that Mr. Lan will remember today's proclamation. Should I take interest in something in the future, do not be stingy. I won't. Lan Jingyao should have reprimanded Bai Iching, for the appearance of the child felt like a sharp slap to the face of the Lan family. However, he turned to gaze deeply at Yun Qian. His little fairy was still in the hands of another, and he had no right to interject further. He could only suppress the tumult of emotions within him and act as if nothing had transpired. Qian, I must take my leave now. I shall visit again soon. All right, do not cause trouble, and take care of yourself, okay? Rest assured, Brother Yao, I will. The affectionate gaze of Lan Jingyao pierced deeply into Bai Iching's heart. If not for the child clinging tightly to his neck and sensing his son's unease, he thought that perhaps Lan Jingyao would not have left the Bai residence unscathed today. Once the living room was left with only the Bai family, Yun Qian's gentle gaze fell squarely upon Bai. Just as she took a step forward, Bai Iching's cold voice halted her. You have no business here. Return home. In a secluded corner, Bai offered Yun Qian a comforting glance, prompting her to clench her small fists in indignation as she stormed upstairs. How could that scoundrel with the surname Bai betray her? In her past life, she had sacrificed her daughter for a fleeting taste of freedom, and now she was compelled to barter her son for a second chance. Why must her existence in this life be so abject, so utterly wretched? As soon as Yun Qian departed, Bai Iching promptly instructed Uncle Wu to clear the untouched feast and replace it with dishes favored by children. Yes, young master, he replied. Initially, It was anticipated that the Bai household would be engulfed in chaos. Yet unbeknownst to them, the young master held a trump card. If it weren't for Miss Land's obstinate refusal to withdraw her engagement, the young master could have effortlessly shattered the old man's aspirations for a union without lifting a finger. How cunning! However, one must admit that this young master was indeed intriguing. A mere 4 or 5-year-old child, venturing forth alone, was truly a sight to behold. Indeed, as the saying goes, the offspring of a dragon lord is destined to float upon the waters, and this was no exception. The elderly gentleman approached, rubbing his hands together with caution. "My dear child, what is your name?" he inquired. "Bai Dai Bai." "Bai Dai Bai?" The old man paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. "Excellent choice. Do you know who I am?" "Great-grandfather." A miniature version of Bai Iching, cool and composed, answered each question with unflinching poise, showing no signs of trepidation. Several aunts encircled him, their voices overlapping in a flurry of inquiries, to which Bai Dai Bai responded with ease. "Great-aunt, second great-aunt, little great-aunt, I know you, and I also know about uncle and aunt, all thanks to old Bai," he declared. Old Bai? Bai Iching had heard this moniker before, and it was clear that the troublesome woman had led his son astray. The elderly gentleman opened his arms, his expression tinged with a hint of flattery. "Bai Dai Bai, can you give your great-grandfather a hug? Bai Dai Bai is heavy. I fear I may tire you out, great-grandfather." The old man beamed widely, his delight evident. "Oh, my precious great-grandson, you are far more endearing than your father. My happiness in the days to come relies on you." Bai Dai Bai furrowed his brow slightly. "But great-grandfather, I believe my temperament is quite similar to old Bai's. If he does not please you, I may fare no better." "Ah!" Laughter echoed in the hall, while the aunts exchanged glances, eager to glean information about Bai Dai Bai's mother. Yet ultimately, they retreated beneath the formidable aura exuded by Bai Iching. It was best that they remain uninformed, as the old gentleman was present, and they had no need to seek unnecessary trouble. After a prolonged gaze shared between Bai Dai Bai and the elderly gentleman, the latter could no longer withstand the icy stare from behind the child and conceded first. "Well, my precious grandson Bai Dai Bai, you must be tired from your journey. Let your father take you downstairs to rest. Once you are refreshed, great-grandfather will come to play with you. All right?" Bai Dai Bai obediently nodded, yet his demeanor, strikingly reminiscent of Bai Iching's coldness, suggested that this little bundle was far from as docile as he appeared. As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward those that came before. At his father's age, he could already take his gun and hunt in the mountains. If, 25 years later, he believes that the little bundle before him is a harmless little rabbit, then he is a fool. When only the father and son remained in the hall, the child, like a slippery little eel, swiftly leapt from Bai Iching's embrace. One stood defiantly, gazing up at his father, while the other looked down with an amused expression. The atmosphere was tense, devoid of the earlier warmth between father and son. "My lord, how does it feel to have your son's biological mother serve you as a slave? Is it a source of pride?" Chapter 19. The love of a mother. Can he provide it? Bai Iching raised an eyebrow, resting his chin on his hand as he observed the small figure standing on the ground, reminiscent of himself from 25 years ago, a warmth blossoming in his heart. Finally, there was someone in this world who shared his bloodline. He was no longer alone. "Are you very dissatisfied with me? I apologize, but as my mother's son, I cannot be pleased with you." "Huh, this is his son." Even without the same appearance, he could recognize him. Bai Iching leaned closer and asked, "Do you know why you are your mother's son?" The child, unwilling to back down, met his gaze defiantly. "There are things beyond my control, but I know that my mother raised me alone, which was not easy. Therefore, no one can bully her." Bai Iching straightened up, legs apart, hands resting naturally on his thighs, shifting the topic. "What did you mean when you held me so tightly earlier? Are you truly frightened?" With the poise of a small adult, the child crossed his arms and replied solemnly, "If that uncle is willing to extend a helping hand to my mother, I certainly won't allow anything to happen to him in the Bai family." Silence ensued, an eerie stillness. Following this was Bai Iching's hearty laughter as he stood and walked outside, with the child trailing behind. The boy frowned. "Do you not think it is exceedingly cruel to separate a 4-year-old from their mother?" Bai Iching did not look back. "Since you understand everything so well, Why ask so many questions? Your room is in the annex. Let's go. The child said nothing further and stepped forward to follow. He had discovered that his stepfather was quite dangerous, with a peculiar character that made him difficult to deal with. Until he grasped the truth, he would remain cautious and wait for the right moment to act. Sigh. Thankfully, his mother had only revealed herself, but when he thought of his unfortunate younger siblings, a wave of frustration washed over him. The annex was usually unoccupied, and Bai Yiqing had already arranged for the child's room. He could request anything he lacked from Uncle Wu. Love from a mother. Can he provide that? Bai Yiqing reached out to ruffle his hair, but was deftly evaded by the boy. I can manage on my own. Please do not disturb me unless necessary. Farewell. Bai Yiqing remarked, I am truly defeated by you both. The child retorted, I have given you enough face in front of others. What more could you want? Humph. I will never easily forgive the big bad wolf who bullies my mother. As Bai Yiqing exited the child's room, he addressed the dimly lit corridor, instructing Ling San to look after the young master. Yes. Ling Yi and Ling Jiao promptly returned to the study. Understood, Commander. In the study, Bai Yiqing tore off his facade, revealing his latent fury. How much collaboration does Huan Yu still have with the Lan family? Several cases are still in progress, Commander. Terminate them. Bai Yiqing's icy gaze shot towards Ling Yi, who immediately fell silent yet felt an undeniable resentment. Commander, if we proceed with this course, our losses will be substantial. Please, exercise some rationality. Humph. Bai Yiqing's sinister smile sent chills down Ling Yi's spine. He wished to retract his words, but it was too late. Ling Jiao cast him a glance of resigned sympathy, lowering his gaze to the tips of his shoes. Ling Yi, brothers by blood, no doubt. Bai Yiqing's voice turned cold. Am I in dire need of money? Ling Yi, Bai Yiqing continued. If it were not for your incompetence, would I have any reason to engage in cooperation with them? Ling Jiao thought, it's over collateral damage. Inform your subordinates that if they fail to procure evidence within 3 months, they shall be sent to the tiger camp across the border, with no regard for life or death. Understood. Ling Jiao. Summoned. Ling Jiao stepped forward. Bai Yiqing's gaze fixed on him with a semblance of amusement. The old residence was breached a few days ago. Ling Jiao was taken aback, yet quickly responded with a grin. Commander, how did you know? That little rascal merely breached the first firewall. At most, he glanced at the layout of the old residence. And that is all. That is all. Ling Jiao stammered. Yes, yes. Finally, Ling Yi managed to gain an upper hand, relishing in Ling Jiao's misfortune, his eyes betraying no effort to conceal his delight. Ling Jiao gritted his teeth, thinking, fortune fluctuates. Remember, your presence in these positions is due to your usefulness. If a fool can occupy a high position, it merely indicates that their superior is an even greater fool. The two subordinates shrank back, determined never to admit their incompetence, lest it imply that Bai Yiqing was an even greater fool. How dare we? Bai Yiqing remained in the study, attending to affairs until deep into the night. Upon returning to the bedroom, he discovered Yun Qian was missing. The room was eerily silent, an unsettling sensation enveloping him. Without needing to ponder, he knew where that woman had gone. The main building faced the annex. Although the glass was one way, if the window were open, the situation would be different. With that child's cleverness, signaling to her mother was a trivial matter. Bai Yiqing curled his lips, standing motionless, for he knew Yun Qian would return shortly. He preferred to wait patiently. 20 minutes prior, Yun Qian had suddenly received a signal from Dubai. The flashlight's beam emanated from the opposite annex. 3 short flashes followed by 3 long ones, affirming that he was safe and well, easing her worries. Yet as a mother, without sight of Dubai, how could she truly find solace? It was past 11. Perhaps Bai Yiqing had matters to attend to and would not return tonight. Taking a gamble, she hastily donned a black tracksuit and, with a few agile jumps, leapt from the 3rd-floor window. However, she never anticipated that not only would there be guards outside the annex, but the front and rear windows were also monitored. Yun Qian, infuriated, wanted to curse Bai Yiqing. You bastard, is this how one secures against thieves? After a fruitless round, Yun Qian retraced her steps, opting to return through the window to avoid drawing attention. A few figures ascended to the 3rd-floor windowsill, and Yun Xian was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, how did the window close? Suddenly, the charmingly devilish face of Bai Yiqing appeared, startling Yun Xian to the brink of toppling off the ledge. She was infuriated, truly enraged. The pent-up frustration of the past 10 days felt like a lifetime, and she was on the verge of exploding. Yun Xian knocked on the window, gesturing for Bai Yiqing to open it. Dangling there, she felt quite uncomfortable. Bai Yiqing, however, did not tease her. He simply opened the window without inviting her in. Is this amusing? Yun Xian pouted, her hands aching, yearning to enter. Bai Yiqing propped himself against the window, chuckling softly. Suddenly being so gentle, I feel quite flattered. Yun Xian, can I afford to be anything but gentle? If you fall, you might not die, but you'll surely be maimed. Say something nice. I wish to hear it. Yun Xian inhaled deeply, her simmering anger ready to erupt. Yet she suppressed it repeatedly. When under a roof, one must bow their head. She smiled. Brother, let me in. I'm frightened. Frightened? Bai Yiqing observed her with an amused expression. You're so high up. How can you be so disobedient? What if something dangerous were to happen? You truly do not make it easy for me. Yun Xian felt tears welling up. Brother, if you continue speaking, I might genuinely be in danger. Will you let me in or not? Spare me the suspense. TSK, getting impatient, are we? Is it about to turn sour? Yun Xian's gaze darkened as she prepared to leap to the adjacent windowsill. Bai Yiqing swiftly grasped her delicate wrist, pulling her back into the bedroom with force. With a thud, Yun Xian landed heavily atop Bai Yiqing, her lips inadvertently meeting his. Chapter 20. I am happy and proud. Yun Xian, about to rise, was pinned down by Bai Yiqing's swift maneuver, followed by his fervent kiss that left her breathless. Bai Yiqing's voice was husky as he remarked, "So eager to throw yourself into my arms." Yun Xian felt electrified, a tingling sensation coursing through her. If this man were in ancient times, he would undoubtedly be the top courtesan, his skilled kisses utterly irresistible. What is your relationship with Lan Jingyao? Bai Yiqing shifted the topic too abruptly for Yun Xian to catch up. What? The man's hand brushed over her slightly swollen lips. My little fairy, Yun Xian, tell me, if someone dares to covet what belongs to me, what fate should befall them? Yun Xian furrowed her brow. Bai Yiqing, can you not act normally? Be a decent person? His large hand traveled from her waist upward. What did you say? I'm not normal. If someone provokes me first, shouldn't I retaliate? As the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, even if they are far away, they shall be punished. Yun Xian's body grew tense as she pressed down on Bai Yiqing's mischievous hand, her voice trembling. We were merely childhood playmates, and our time together was less than 2 years. After 18 or 19 years apart, what could there possibly be? Besides, our relationship is purely sibling-like, not as sordid as you imagine. Sordid? Bai Yiqing scoffed. You truly do not understand men. Yun Xian frowned, and Bai Yiqing continued. In this world, there are no purely platonic relationships between men and women, for dopamine and endorphins do not allow it. Understand? That kind of nonsense is abundant. Yun Xian muttered under her breath. Bai Yiqing grasped her chin, a playful smirk upon his lips, declaring, I am joyful, I am proud. Yun Xian, could you please rise? You are quite heavy. Absolutely not. Yun Xian's expression darkened. Mr. Bai, do you find this amusing? You would dare to impose upon your fiancée while she harbors genuine feelings for you. Do not be so ungrateful. Huh. Bai Yiqing seized both of Yun Xian's wrists, lifting them above her head, while his other hand slowly unzipped her garment. Instantly, her exquisite visage flushed a deep crimson. This insidious man was far too brazen. Even the slightest gesture ignited a fire within her. Look at you, so flustered. Allow me to assist you with your clothing. No need to thank me. All right? So your implication is that since Lan Ruoshi has affections for me, I must reciprocate? That would be a failure to appreciate her, correct? Yun Xian found herself momentarily disoriented by his logic, nodding in confusion. Yes, indeed. If she cares for you so deeply, how could you possibly betray her trust? You ought to pursue her, and I would be liberated. Bai Yiqing leaned in, biting down lightly, eliciting a muffled gasp from Yun Qian, who was both embarrassed and furious. If looks could kill, Bai Yiqing would be utterly vanquished. The man, seemingly oblivious to her ire, responded with feigned seriousness. According to your reasoning, if I were to express my affections for you, would you not then be obligated to pursue me? Otherwise, would I not be the one wronged? Is this some divine logic? Yun Qian retorted. Moreover, when have you ever liked me? You merely view me as your plaything, a mere tool for your desires. How can that even compare? Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow. What is this? Have I inadvertently awakened a slumbering consciousness? You too feel that being overly aloof towards me is ill-advised, do you not? Come now, tonight I am yours. Do not hesitate, pursue me freely. Encountering a soldier, a scholar cannot articulate his reasoning. She could only concede that one misstep leads to utter ruin. With a mournful countenance, Yun Qian contemplated the necessity of procuring medicine the following day, lest her vitality wane. Chapter 21. Do you know how much my heart aches? In the past, Yun Qian had heard of a phrase, nights filled with revelry, and she scoffed, thinking that even if the land remained unplowed, the oxen would still tire. Revelry was merely a fable. Now, she comprehended the truth of that fable, realizing it was not deceptive, and whoever claimed that unplowed fields only yield exhausted cattle. Nonsense. Pure nonsense. She had encountered a foolish beast that knew not fatigue. Yun Qian, half asleep, inquired, why have I suddenly gained this privilege? Because you have behaved well. Yun Qian responded, you have exhausted me. How could my performance be anything but satisfactory? Bai Yiqing affectionately ruffled her hair. Sleep now. Tomorrow morning, we shall enjoy breakfast together with our son. Yun Qian did not quite catch what Bai Yiqing had said, as she succumbed to a deep slumber in the warmth of his embrace. The man brushed aside her dark, flowing locks, revealing her delicate, appealing features. The tip of her nose glowed a rosy hue, and two crystalline tears clung to her lashes, remnants of her recent pleas for mercy. On her long, fair neck, reminiscent of a swan's, two vibrant strawberries stood out, seemingly confessing the untold madness within. The skin of the young woman radiated a luminous white. A mere gentle press would leave an imprint. For reasons unknown, in a fleeting moment, he found himself perversely desiring to witness her beg for mercy, to see her weep. For such a sight would captivate him, satiate his cravings, and render him utterly entranced. Little wildcat, you remember Lan Jingyao, but have forgotten me. Do you not comprehend the anguish within my heart? The following day, as Yun Qian descended the stairs with Bai Yiqing for breakfast, the Bai had returned from morning exercises with the elder Bai. The mother and son sat across from one another, gazing into each other's eyes. After a period of separation, the Bai appeared to have grown taller. Habitually, she reached for a crab-robed bun to offer him, only to be intercepted by the elder. The young master of the Bai family was not someone just anyone could serve. Yun Qian withdrew her hand awkwardly, intending to place the bun in her own bowl, but was thwarted by Bai Yiqing in the process. I do not disdain you. Yun Qian shot him a glare, her appetite waning as all her attention turned to the Bai. The elder furrowed his brow. What was with such an overt gaze? Was she attempting to set her sights on his great-grandson to seize an opportunity for advancement? That was unacceptable. His precious great-grandson could not be entrusted to a woman of unknown origins so easily. Yiqing, too, would not allow her to dine with Dabai. Did he not fear the treacherous nature of human hearts? What if she sold his son and he ended up counting the profits for her? Such folly. Observing the elder's disapproving demeanor towards Yun Qian, Bai felt a pang of sympathy. He spoke up. Fairy sister, may I trouble you for a bowl of porridge? Fairy sister? Both the elder and Bai Yiqing's expressions darkened simultaneously. The former was displeased by Bai's request for Yun Qian's assistance, while the latter was simply irked by the appellation. Lan Jingyao referred to her as Little Fairy, yet his son boldly called her Fairy Sister. Was this not a deliberate act of defiance? What a mischievous child. It is often said that daughters are their father's treasured little comforters while sons are merely a source of burdens. This adage proved true. It seemed he must prepare himself accordingly. Yun Qian promptly rose to serve Dabai's porridge, smiling. Your sweet words. Have you been secretly indulging in honey this morning? Before Dabai could respond, the elder interjected, glaring fiercely, his brows furrowed. How can you speak? One must be mindful of how to converse with children, paying particular attention to tone and choice of words. Can you afford the consequences if you corrupt the lineage of the Bai family? Yun Xian and Bai both realized she could not bear such a cost, and the price would be far too steep. Perhaps she would need to prepare 2 kidneys in advance. Just as Bai was about to defend his mother, he noticed 2 distinct marks on her neck resembling strawberries. The little one, momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "Fairy sister, what happened to your neck? Did mosquito bite you?" Chapter 22. Silver Needle. Shallow God. All eyes shifted to Yun Qian's neck, causing her to flush with embarrassment as she instinctively raised her hand to shield it. This is... Bai Yiqing regarded her with a teasing glimmer, as though she were a hapless creature caught in a misdeed by her son. Left speechless and distressed, the elder admonished, "You could at least cover it up." How shameless! Yun Qian's ire flared. How could the instigator show no shame while she was expected to feel it? With a cheerful smile, she casually handed the bowl of porridge to Bai, playfully remarking that it was not a mosquito bite, but rather a dog bite. Bai Yiqing, the elderly patriarch, mused aloud, questioning if his grandson was akin to a dog. What then did that make him? Truly, she was a clever young woman who seemed to possess an innate ability to evade misfortune. It left one pondering what exactly Yiqing found appealing about her, sharp-tongued and cunning as a fox. Bai, in a state of confusion, wondered if the creature in question resembled an adorably cute puppy. The enchanting elder sister ought to exercise caution and refrain from indiscriminately embracing it, lest she be caught off guard and harmed. Furthermore, one must ensure vaccinations are up to date, for contracting rabies would be a grave matter. Ahem. Bai Yiqing remained unfazed, his gaze towards Bai imbued with a hint of coldness. The elderly patriarch, unable to endure, coughed violently several times, directing his ire at Yun Qian for her reckless words. Unperturbed, Yun Qian reflected on her predicament, caught between the displeasure of Bai Yiqing in bed and the irritation of his grandfather at the table. Was she merely a punching bag or a source of frustration? Enduring Bai Yiqing's whims had already drained her reserves of patience. Dealing with others? Apologies, but she could not manage it. Bai reassured her, stating that the gentleman had already arranged for the family doctor to administer her vaccinations, and that the dog had also met its demise at his hands. Her vendetta had been avenged, had it not, sir? Bai Yiqing uttered a cryptic remark, claiming the crab roe bun was too small and lacked flavor, far inferior to hers. Yun Qian, under the table, delivered a swift kick to him, muttering a silent curse for his loose tongue, wishing to silence him for speaking so freely in front of the elderly and the young. Ouch! Who stepped on me? I think my toe bone is broken. Observing the twisted expression on the elderly patriarch's face, Yun Qian gasped and quickly retracted her foot, feigning innocence. Sir, if you find the crab roe bun unpalatable, you should address it with the kitchen rather than venting your frustrations on the elder. He is frail and cannot withstand your temper. Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow, remarking to his grandfather that he had merely extended his leg, suggesting the elder's foot was excessively long. It's nothing, no need to fret. Qian is quite adept at treating soft tissue injuries. Since old Xiao is absent, shall we allow her to examine you? Yun Qian with a sly grin. The patriarch's injury was indeed serious, as his foot bore signs of swelling and bruising. Bai Yiqing exchanged a meaningful glance with Yun Qian, who averted her gaze, clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment. The patriarch sat upon the sofa, while Yun Qian knelt before him, her demeanor shifting from sharp to solemn as she meticulously assessed his injury, presenting a stark contrast to her earlier self. 2 options lay before him. To walk again by the morrow, he would require several injections. Should he fear the pain, he could apply a swelling ointment and recuperate gradually, which would take a week. A week. The patriarch protested vehemently, insisting that lying in bed for 7 days would be tantamount to taking his life. I fear no pain. Just proceed with the injections. One question, do you possess a license? Yun Qian retorted, what license? A medical license or a student ID? I was bestowed the title of Silver Needle Qian by an esteemed international medical authority. Does that suffice for you? Chapter 23. A man must understand the value of tenderness. or he shall remain a lifelong bachelor. Bai diligently placed a small stool beneath Yun Qian, then turned to the elderly patriarch, stating, "Great-grandfather, old Bai has acknowledged the medical skills of the enchanting elder sister. What more do you require? Soft tissue contusions can vary in severity. Thus, it is imperative to seek treatment without delay. Prolonged neglect may result in hematomas obstructing blood vessels, potentially leading to thrombosis." The elder gentleman was taken aback by these words. Acknowledging the remarkable knowledge of Dabai. "Who taught you such wisdom?" he inquired. "My master," Dabai replied. "Your master? Who might that be?" "My mother's mentor." The elder's curiosity piqued as he asked, "Where is your mother now, and who is this master of hers?" Dabai turned to Yun Qian and spoke. "My mother is a stunningly beautiful woman, akin to a fairy, gentle and kind-hearted, with exceptional medical skills. However, she is not driven by fame or luxury, preferring to remain detached from worldly affairs. As for her master, perhaps great-grandfather will have the opportunity to meet him." Bai Yiqing observed his son weaving tales, a smile dancing in his eyes. He pondered from whom the child inherited such cunning at such a tender age. Seizing the moment while the elder engaged in conversation with Dabai, Yun Qian swiftly inserted 3 silver needles into the elder's acupoints on his foot. Her movements were precise and efficient, leaving no room for hesitation. By the time the elder realized what had transpired, the pain had already subsided. Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow at the silver needles that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. "Do not move. The needle shall remain for 20 minutes. By then, you shall be restored to your former self," she instructed. The elder retorted, "Even if I do not return to my original state, as long as it's not severe, I shall be content." Yun Qian rose and settled onto the opposite sofa, calmly stating, "In 20 minutes, the results will speak for themselves." Afterward, she stifled a yawn, resting her hand on the sofa's armrest and gradually closing her eyes. "Wake me when the time comes." Such a lack of medical ethics, the elder huffed. Unhappy, Dabai approached to keep her company, noticing Yun Qian's head drooping, and he felt a pang of sympathy. He turned to Bai Yiqing for assistance. "Dad, please help my mother." "How should I assist?" Bai Yiqing inquired. "Just sit there so she can lean on you." "A clever suggestion, but why should I help her?" "Because she is treating your grandfather. Isn't his ailment due to her actions? A gentleman must learn to cherish and protect women, lest he remain a lifelong bachelor." Bai Yiqing mused, bemused by his son's implications. As Yun Qian's head began to droop further, Bai Yiqing swiftly supported her, positioning himself beside her so she could rest against his shoulder. Dabai smiled appreciatively, silently mouthing a thank you. "Call me Dad and let me hear it," Bai Yiqing teased. "You're ugly. Your expectations are unrealistic." Time flew by, and 20 minutes later, before Bai Yiqing could call her, Yun Qian's internal clock chimed. She rubbed her temples, feeling a slight headache from fatigue. Rising, she moved to the elder's side to remove the needles. Following that, she employed her professional techniques to massage him, bringing such comfort that the elder nearly drifted off to sleep. In a mere 10 minutes, when Yun Qian ceased her ministrations, the elder's foot had indeed returned to a state of vitality. He walked around the room with ease, even more agile than before. The splendid massage left him yearning for more, yet he struggled to express his gratitude, awkwardly muttering, "It's acceptable, I suppose. I'll concede you did not exaggerate." At that moment, a servant hurried in, announcing, "Young master, Miss Lan has arrived and brought numerous items. Would you like to go out and see her?" Chapter 24. Love Blinds. Making everyone seem like a rival, Bai Yiqing displayed little reaction, his mind occupied with the image of Yun Qian, earnest and meticulous. So confident, so beautiful. Upon hearing that Lan Ruashi had arrived, the old master Bai instantly perked up and strode out with vigor. Yun Qian exchanged a glance with her son. Remaining seated, as Bai took out his favorite Sudoku game, engrossed in his own world. Yun Qian glanced up at Bai Yiqing, but all she saw was his solitary figure ascending the stairs, austere and noble, seemingly unattainable. Wait, why did he leave me here alone? Is he out of his mind? In a sudden rush, Yun Qian sprang to her feet, urging her son, "Hurry up." Yet Bai sat resolutely on the ground, unperturbed. Ruashi, you could have just come without bringing all these things. We have everything we need at home. Your presence would suffice to make Grandpa happy. I understand this is merely Ruashi's kind gesture. As long as Grandpa is pleased, that is what matters. As Lan Ruashi entered, supporting the old master, Yun Qian pursed her lips and plopped back down, resuming her game of Sudoku with her son. Why should she force her warmth upon someone who did not welcome her? Was she foolish? Upon seeing Yun Qian and Bai together, Lan Ruashi paused, a pang of bitterness washing over her. The child seemed rather difficult to approach. How had he warmed up to this woman in just a day? Indeed, children were simple creatures, easily swayed by a few candies, kind words, and toys. Lan Ruashi sighed with relief, donning a smile as she softly addressed, "Dabai, come see what Annie has brought for you. It's the latest Transformers figurines and a drone. Things every boy adores." Dabai continued with his Sudoku, not even lifting his head. Lan Ruashi felt increasingly awkward, her nails digging into her flesh. That insufferable child, thinking himself above all simply because he bore the Bai surname? Offending me now would surely lead to his downfall in the future. Without a moment's hesitation, the old master Bai directed his ire towards Yun Qian. Dabai is usually so well-behaved, yet after merely one morning with you, he has forgotten the most basic manners. How'd you raise him? Can't you see we have guests? Would greeting them be too much to ask? Such a lack of upbringing. Yun Qian had anticipated this reaction. However, at that moment, she lacked the inclination to retaliate. Why? Because she had her son, her source of pride. Indeed, upon hearing the old master's words, Dabai's expression darkened. The small child raised his head to Lan Ruashi and declared, "Auntie, you needn't go to such lengths. These toys are remnants of my past from before I turned 2. If I were still enamored with children's toys at 4, I would never amount to anything." He then lowered his head, seemingly speaking to himself, as great-grandfather said, "How could a fairy sister, whom I've only just met this morning, lead me astray? I have grown up without paternal affection. If there is blame, it lies elsewhere, not with the fairy sister. Therefore, great-grandfather, please do not involve the innocent. She, too, is a pitiable soul." Old Master Bai and Lan Ruashi both exclaimed in disbelief. "Any fairy sister? You little rascal." Yun Qian could not help but chuckle softly to herself, for it is often said that daughters are akin to a parent's little warmth. Yet, in her perspective, she found little reliance on her daughter, who was whisked away by that old rogue, her master, before even reaching the tender age of 2. It was her son who represented her steadfast assurance, at least until he took a wife. Old Master Bai was aware that attributing blame to Yun Qian was unjust. He merely found it difficult to reprimand Bai Da. However, Bai Da's words stirred a pang of sorrow within him, reflecting the adage that a lack of nurturing reflects the father's shortcomings, faults that lay squarely on I Ching's shoulders. Lan Ruashi's gaze deepened, realizing that this child was indeed formidable. Effortlessly extinguishing the old man's ire with just a few words, she assisted Old Master Bai in settling down, but chose not to join him on the sofa, instead opting to sit on the carpet, mirroring Yun Qian's position. "Ruashi, the floor is cold. Come sit with Grandpa on the sofa," he urged. With a radiant smile, Lan Ruashi replied, "Grandpa, I must seize this opportunity to cultivate my bond with Bai Da. Otherwise, it will be you who worries in the future." The old man nodded vigorously. "Good, good. Grandpa believes in you. You will surely become a competent mother." A blush crept onto Ruashi's cheeks as she declared, "I will certainly strive for that. Bai Da, would you like to play this Sudoku game with Annie? I can help you," she offered. Without lifting his gaze, Bai Da maintained a serious expression and asked, "Annie, what is your field of study?" Surprised by his inquiry, Lan Ruashi quickly responded, "I studied medicine, graduating from the National Medical University. I also dabble in traditional Chinese medicine. As my parents age, they often suffer from minor ailments, and I feel uneasy letting other doctors handle their care. I prefer to be well-informed myself." "Ruashi, you are truly considerate. In the future, your support will be essential for Grandpa's health," the old man remarked. "What you say is far from the truth. I Ching is often busy, and Grandpa's well-being cannot rely solely on the family doctor. Can it? They tend to mitigate risks, leaving half the conversation unsaid and prescribing only partial dosages. Without someone knowledgeable at home, it is challenging to ensure your health remains impeccable." Old Master Bai felt a wave of gratitude. Ruashi was indeed a splendid young lady, and I Ching was fortunate to have her with the old man basking in her glow. Baita, however, was less concerned with Lan Ruashi's field of study. He was more preoccupied with understanding the dynamics at play. His mother seemed distracted, clearly not invested in old Bai. He had returned to this home because of her presence. If she could not forge a genuine connection with old Bai, what was his reason for coming back? With a knowing smile, Baita remarked, "So, Auntie is a medical student." He then turned to Yun Qian, a smirk playing on his lips. Observing her son's astuteness, Yun Qian sighed in resignation. This was a delicate dance between Yun Qian and Lan Ruashi. She had never cared for that roadman, so why should she compete? Yun Qian had remained silent throughout, her modest demeanor not preventing Lan Ruashi from pursuing her. "Miss Yun, may I inquire about your profession? I am genuinely curious about what you have taken from I Ching to willingly remain here as a servant, even at the cost of your dignity. Yet, to be fair, not everyone could become a servant of the Bai family, especially not when it came to I Ching's personal belongings, which were exceedingly rare." Yun Qian raised an eyebrow, interpreting this as an insinuation that she had intentionally drawn close to Bai I Ching, shamelessly lingering at the Bai residence, even if it meant serving as a subordinate. Huh. Love blinds one's vision, making every glance appear as that of a rival. Yun Qian affectionately ruffled the head of the large white creature, a gesture both tender and instinctive, while Lan Ruashi narrowed her eyes in contemplation. "Miss Lan, you are overthinking," she remarked. "Indeed, my relationship with the Demon Lord is one of master and servant. I pilfered from him, and, lacking the means to repay, he severed my wings in a fit of rage, binding me to him for his service, thus alleviating his resentment. Once I have avenged this grievance, he shall release me. It is as simple as that." Lan Ruashi bit her lip, wanting to inquire why, if repayment were impossible, he did not simply take her life instead, which would be far more straightforward. However, in the presence of the esteemed elder Bai and Ba, she refrained, for her facade must remain intact. But to treat a slave cordially, as if she were an honored guest, I am afraid that is beyond her capabilities. Lan Ruashi rose and settled herself on the opposite sofa, immediately adopting the demeanor of a matriarch. The Bai family had its own customs. A slave should exhibit the behavior befitting their station. The young master's studies in etiquette were overseen by a private tutor, rendering the presence of a slave unnecessary. The servants were fulfilling their duties. As a newcomer, she ought to be scrubbing toilets. Chapter 25. His house's commander, impervious to all toxins, yet uniquely addicted to her scrubbing toilets? Yun Qian regarded Lan Ruashi as if she were a fool. Did she truly consider herself the mistress of the Ponlai Pavilion? Even so, Yun Qian was not one to be trifled with. Ahem, well, except for that detestable man. After all, she was at a disadvantage. Seeing Yun Qian remain unmoved, Lan Ruashi's expression darkened. It appeared some had grown arrogant with favor. If she did not assert her authority, her man would inevitably be seduced away by a vixen. "You big white, go accompany your father for a ride." The cold voice of Bai I Ching echoed from above, causing Lan Ruashi to freeze momentarily before lifting her gaze, her eyes slightly reddening. "Brother I Ching, Big White is still so young. How could you allow a lowly slave to attend him? As the saying goes, one who associates with vermilion will turn red, and one who associates with ink will turn black. The child, like a blank canvas, could easily be led astray." "Lowly?" Bai I Ching's lips curled slightly, yet his gaze remained frosty. "And what do you believe she is suited for?" "Huh." Lan Ruashi was somewhat taken aback. Was Brother I Ching actually seeking her opinion? How splendid. Suppressing her inner joy, she endeavored to maintain her composure. If a slave was deemed even lower than a servant, then she should be tasked with the dirtiest and most arduous duties. Bai I Ching, for instance, scrubbing toilets. Bai I Ching glanced at Yun Qian, who puffed out her cheeks and rolled her eyes, remaining silent and docile, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Very well." When Bai I Ching uttered these two words, Lan Ruashi thought she had misheard, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Brother I Ching, really? You are agreeing to what I suggested without a second thought? My goodness." Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. Bai I Ching nodded. After all, She was merely a slave. What was the matter with scrubbing a toilet? Yun Qian muttered under her breath. Damn you. Big White, Aunt Lon has come to see you. Invite her along for the ride as a form of gratitude. How's that sound? Big White's face softened for a rare moment. I'll listen to you. Bai Yiqing seemed to smile slightly. Let us go. Change your clothes first. With that, he was the first to stride out of the hall. Dabai winked at his mother and bowed to the elder Bai before turning to the somewhat dazed Lan Ruoshi, saying, Aunt Lan, let us go. Oh, all right. Lan Ruoshi followed closely behind the duo, her smile gradually widening, revealing her evident delight. The elder Bai sensed something amiss, but could not articulate it. He turned to Yun Qian and reprimanded. Why are you still sitting there? Return to your post. Yun Qian pouted and made her way to the top-level loft, the Bai family's traditional Chinese medicine storage room. With idle time on her hands, she decided to mix some herbs, better to be prepared than caught unawares. As for cleaning the toilet, regrettably, her capabilities did not permit such tasks. The Bai residence, also known as Penglai Water Pavilion, spans approximately 20,000 square meters, surrounded on three sides by water and backed by lush green mountains, boasting an undeniably picturesque landscape. The horse ranch lies at the foot of the hill, where Bai Yiqing and his companions had donned their riding gear and were selecting horses. Ling Yi trailed closely behind. Lan Ruoshi gazed at the tall, handsome man, her eyes sparkling with excitement, easily losing her bearings in her exhilaration. Wow, Yiqing, what kind of horse is that? It looks so majestic. The horse she pointed to was Bai Yiqing's steed, named Chasing Wind, a battle horse that had been with him for many years and only acknowledged him, allowing only him to ride. Ling Yi remarked, Miss Lan has an exquisite eye for horses. This one is Chasing Wind, the finest horse here, adept at mountain running, capable of discerning directions and scents. A rare gem indeed. Lan Ruoshi's eyes lit up. Her equestrian skills were commendable, and while she could not compare to Bai Yiqing, she was unmatched in the circles of the aristocracy in Kyoto. Yiqing, may I ride this horse? I adore it. Her gaze towards Chasing Wind was filled with a desire to conquer. Ling Yi interjected, Miss Lan, Chasing Wind is quite spirited and does not easily allow others to approach. Be reasonable, Ling Yi. Bai Yiqing smirked, since we are here. Miss Lan shall choose whichever horse she likes. Though Chasing Wind is spirited, a horse of such caliber appeals to those who appreciate its vigor. I can tell Miss Lan has a penchant for spirited steeds. Lan Ruoshi nodded vigorously. You are absolutely right. Yiqing, I believe we are truly fated. Even our preferences align. Moreover, I have never encountered an untamable horse in my life. Observing the eagerness in her eyes, Bai Yiqing waved his hand. If you find it challenging to control, switch horses. Do not push your limits. Lan Ruoshi thought, wow, Yiqing is concerned for her. She vowed not to disappoint him. At that moment, Dabai looked up and caught a fleeting glimpse of disdain in Bai Yiqing's eyes. He paused and quickly lowered his head, pretending he had not seen anything. As Lan Ruoshi approached Chasing Wind, now just a meter away, the horse began to paw the ground, snorting in protest and discontent. Lan Ruoshi hesitated, for she was faced with a creature of strength, and as a delicate woman, she felt a tinge of trepidation. However, for reasons unknown, a few moments later, Chasing Wind suddenly quieted down and frequently bowed its head. Lan Ruoshi understood that this was a sign of goodwill from the horse, indicating its desire for her to ride. This realization greatly uplifted her spirits. Even the most spirited horse could not resist the allure of a beauty such as herself. With a few swift steps, Lan Ruoshi deftly mounted the horse, her movements precise and graceful, revealing her considerable skill. Yiqing, look, I've succeeded. Lan Ruoshi's excited voice abruptly fell silent. For Bai Yiqing had already galloped away on his horse, leaving her without so much as a glance. Unwilling to concede, she urged her horse forward. Chasing Wind watched as its owner rode away on that foolish creature, instantly feeling displeased. Why was its master not riding it? Was it deemed too old? Not only that, it felt threatened, forced to allow that silly woman to ride it. What qualifications did she have to ride it? In a fit of frustration, Chasing Wind took off after them, eager to compete with that foolish creature, to see who was swifter and stronger. Eventually, when its owner recognized her mistake, she would surely return to ride it. In a flash, chasing wind vanished from sight. Ling Yi observed the unsteady figure atop the horse and thought, good luck. No one understood less about cherishing beauty than their commander. Whether Yun Xian was an accident or an exception remained unclear to them. They only knew that the woman might be poisonous. Their commander was immune to all toxins, but had inexplicably developed an obsession for her. Wintermelon was the second most prominent figure at the stable, and for chasing wind to catch up, it had to exert all its strength. Moreover, it was fueled by resentment. As a wild horse, it now galloped freely, its wild nature gradually surfacing, moving so swiftly that Lan Ruashi felt as though her face was being contorted by the wind. She felt as if she were flying. The initial calm was replaced by panic. As trees flanked the road retreated at an alarming speed. The only sound was the rushing wind, and darkness enveloped her. "I'll help." Chasing wind, however, was unconcerned with such matters and lacked any understanding of tenderness. Its sole objective was to surpass Wintermelon and reach its master, pressing forward with determination. Lan Ruashi clutched tightly to chasing wind's mane. Her body pressed against the horse, too frightened to move. The wind tousled her long hair. Her face pale and streaked with tears, devoid of the pride she had previously displayed. She resembled a frostbitten eggplant, wilted and defeated. At the moment they caught up to Wintermelon, chasing wind elegantly flicked its tail, and in an instant, Lan Ruashi tumbled heavily to the ground. "Ah!" she cried out, completely losing consciousness. It was due to the fall, the fright, and the embarrassment. Little Bai, with his pudgy hands, covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. "Old Bai, your horse is truly magnificent. From today onward, it belongs to you." Little Bai patted his own bottom, likely anticipating that his mother would be busy from now on. Bai Yiqing retraced his steps with Little Bai, while chasing wind fiercely pursued them, this time with no one riding. Upon returning to the stable, Bai Yiqing nodded to Ling Yi, instructing him to drive along this path and return the woman lying by the roadside to the Lan family. Ling Yi inquired, "Is that it?" Bai, "Uncle Ling Yi, please provide chasing wind with some high-quality feed shortly as an encouragement." "Ling Yi, you truly are a remarkable father and son pair." After Lan Ruo, she was returned to the Lan family. She fell gravely ill, remaining unconscious for a full 7 days and nights. All the doctors were baffled, unable to identify the cause of her ailment, and the instruments indicated that everything was normal. The members of the Lan family were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, utterly at a loss for what to do. In desperation, Lan Junming left a message for the renowned physician Hua In online, hoping for his assistance. However, the message seemed to vanish into the abyss. Eventually, the elder of the Lan family thought to seek help from the Bai family and personally paid a visit. In the study of the elder Bai, Lan Lao's expression was grim. He was aware that the incident surrounding Lan Ruo's fainting was no ordinary matter, yet he lacked evidence. Elder Bai inquired about Ling Yi's account, and Ling Yi recounted the truth. Miss Lan insisted on riding chasing wind, and he could not prevent her. Later, she was frightened by the horse's astonishing speed, and that was the crux of the matter. They did not force her to ride. She made that choice herself. The stakes were clear, and with someone so obstinate, what could he do? Elder Bai looked filled with remorse. "Brother, at this juncture, please speak candidly about what you wish to do." Lan Lao did not mince words, revealing his purpose directly. Junming had posted about Hui In, but no one had responded. He sought to know if Elder Bai could reach him, as she lay in a deep slumber, with all doctors at their wits' end. Huan was the only hope for the Lan family. Lan Lao's eyes were red-rimmed. "I know it may be difficult for you to contact him, but we truly have no other options. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, please save that child." Ruoshi. Elder Bai hastily replied, "Brother, do not speak like that. Ruoshi is also my granddaughter-in-law, a member of the Bai family. Assisting you is akin to aiding myself. How could I stand idly by? Moreover, I bear some responsibility in this matter. I should not have allowed Ruoshi to ride in the first place. Alas, do not fret. I shall summon I Ching at once to contact that old scoundrel." Before long, Bai Yiqing strode in with his long legs. "Lan Lao," he exclaimed. Elder Lan, somewhat anxious, turned to say, "Old Bai, you should address this matter." Elder Bai wasted no time and directly stated, "I know you can reach your grandfather. Call him and have him come to the country to treat Ruo Shi. In fact, was by I Ching's grandfather. Years ago, due to the tragic suicide of his only daughter, by I Ching's mother, he had a fierce argument with Elder Bai, even landing a punch that left Elder Bai bloodied with loose teeth. Since then, their interactions had been minimal. However, Elder Bai was aware that Bai I Ching maintained contact with his grandfather. Despite the old man's anger, he could not neglect his grandson, for he was the sole bloodline of his daughter in this world. Bai I Ching remained silent, and Elder Bai continued. Had it not been for your insistence on taking Ruo Shi to ride that day, would she have fallen ill? You must take responsibility. Alright. Bai Ying, replied. I shall make the call, but whether he comes or not is beyond my control. With that, Bai I Ching dialed a number, and after several rings, a voice finally answered from the other end. I am busy. Speak quickly. Bai I Ching listened to the old man's deep, resonant voice, tinged with a hint of disdain, and raised an eyebrow. The eldest daughter of the Guo family has fallen into a deep slumber due to excessive fright, and I wish for you to come and have a look. I'm not a shaman. Bai I Ching retorted. Oh, Bai I Ching, teased what? Is my disciple not delightful enough? Eating from one pot while gazing longingly at another? Bai I Ching leaned back in his chair, replying, with a mentor like you, it is her greatest misfortune in this lifetime. There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by a calm response. There is nothing to be done. Since ancient times, loyalty and righteousness have seldom coexisted. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Bai I Ching could not deny this. But just as he was about to speak, a childish voice echoed from the other end. Old man, what burning? There's a charred smell. If I eat too much of that benzo, pyrene stuff, I won't die, but I'll surely be injured internally. Do you still want to keep this brilliant mind of mine? Strangely, upon hearing this voice, Bai I Ching's heart quivered. He suppressed his unrealistic yearning and chuckled. Ah, to forget the old love upon finding a new one. How tragic to be your disciple. Paused, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his teeth. It seemed his precious grandson remained blissfully unaware. Truly, he was Un's disciple. Even in complete defeat, he would still manage to cut off the enemy's retreat. In high spirits, En remarked before hanging up, this ailment can be easily treated. Why seek me out from afar? Bai I Ching contemplated Yun Qian, yet he had his reservations. First, the Guo family might not trust her. Second, he harbored selfish motives, not wishing for Yun Qian's identity to be exposed, knowing she abhorred trouble. Third, and most importantly, he was not afraid of her stubbornness in refusal, but rather terrified of her exuberance in seeking help. In that case, he would surely suffer from an upset stomach. As he hung up the phone, he was met with the eager gaze of old Master Lawn. How is it? He inquired. He said he cannot return. Old Master Lawn appeared to age a decade in an instant, murmuring, What shall we do? My poor granddaughter. Ahem. Bai I Ching cleared his throat, knowing that if this matter were to be made public without Bai present, he could conveniently turn a blind eye, for he truly possessed little sympathy for others, especially the Guo family. However, should anything go awry with Lan Ruashi, he feared Bai would bear the brunt of it. Some shadows, even when forgotten, cast an indelible gloom upon one's heart. He did not wish for his son, at such a tender age, to endure such burdens. Old master, although my grandfather cannot return, he has imparted the treatment method to me. Anyone skilled in silver needle acupuncture can follow this method to cure and save. A glimmer of hope sparkled in old Master Lan's eyes. Really? Yes. Bai Laozu was equally exhilarated. That rascal still has some humanity left in him. Oomph. With a shift in tone, he added, Doesn't Yun Qian know silver needle acupuncture? Let her go. Do not waste any time. Chapter 27. Wrinkled Rascal. Bai I Ching raised an eyebrow. Do you not doubt her medical skills? Old Master Bai, contradicting himself, stated, If she were truly capable, could you suppress her so thoroughly? Besides, with that old rascal's treatment method, what expertise is even necessary? Just a mere servant. Stop uttering useless words and hurry to find someone. As soon as Bai I Ching's expression darkened, Elder Lan immediately adopted a conciliatory tone, saying, I Ching, consider it an old man's debt of gratitude. Time waits for no one. I implore you. Bai I Ching pressed his lips together, remaining silent as he exited the study. During these days, Yun Qian immersed herself in the attic whenever she had the chance. Bai Yiqing had hired a tutor for Bai, who had commenced his junior high studies. Whenever Bai Yiqing was absent, Bai would stealthily return to the main building to be with his mother. Yun Qian, engrossed in her tasks, often forgot about her son. Yet Bai bore no resentment, quietly watching over her. At that moment, Bai was in class. Bai Yiqing inquired with Uncle Wu and learned that Yun Qian was in the attic, so he made his way to the top floor. The slender silhouette of a woman first caught his gaze. Her long hair was haphazardly tied into a bun, and she was preoccupied with some task. The sound of jars clinking filling the air. Bai Yiqing slipped his hands into his pockets and approached her slowly. Yun Qian was engrossed in her work with the medicinal jars, oblivious to his presence until the unique cold fragrance emanating from him wafted in her nostrils, prompting her to turn abruptly. As her face brushed against his thin lips, a jolt of electricity coursed through her, causing her to freeze momentarily. Her body instinctively leaned back, only to be pinned against the table by Bai Yiqing. Yun Qian pressed her hands against his broad chest, frowning. "Are you so idle?" Bai Yiqing's hand snaked around her waist, pulling her closer, his warm breath cascading over her neck. Observing her face redden noticeably, he chuckled softly. "Can you not adopt a more submissive demeanor? In the presence of your master, one must exhibit proper decorum, remain humble and flattering. Do you understand?" "No." "Then you shall learn." "I won't." Bai Yiqing slid one large hand beneath her clothing, his voice low and magnetic, not obedient. "Are we?" Yun Qian, after a quarter of an hour, found herself clinging to his neck, glaring up at him fiercely, though her gaze lacked any real threat. "Are you satisfied now?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she startled herself. Her voice was hoarse, her legs weak. "Huh, you're picking up quickly." "You." Yun Qian shoved him slightly, exasperated. "Stop messing around. I haven't finished my work." Bai Yiqing, with an air of ambiguity, replied, "The handsome one is granted permission. We can continue this evening." Yun Qian felt as if she were being lifted like a child, as Bai Yiqing slipped his arms beneath her and hoisted her onto the table, his large hands pressing down on her leg muscles while he explained his intentions. Yun Qian slapped her thigh, appearing unusually animated. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why the procrastination? After all, I am your fiancé, the future matriarch of the Bai family. This is no trivial matter. Hurry up and prepare to leave." If Lan Ruashi were to perish, how long would Bai Yiqing's proper match have to wait? She firmly believed that once this scoundrel married, with a legitimate wife watching over him, he would dare not stray. Ultimately, Lan Ruashi was her beacon of hope for escape from her plight. She could not allow her to perish so easily. As Yun Qian spoke, she attempted to push Bai Yiqing aside to leap to the ground, but he swiftly caught her again. Bai Yiqing was almost amused by her frustration. It was as if the very thing she feared was now manifesting. "Why the rush? Aren't your legs weak? Let me massage them a bit longer." Yun Qian swatted Bai Yiqing's hand away, exasperated. "I'm on fire with rage. And you still have the leisure to massage my legs? You truly are heartless." "Bai Yiqing, do you know that saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda? Moreover, that person is Saab." Bai Yiqing forcefully sealed her lips, knowing full well her little tricks. The heartless woman, donning a dress, acts as if she is oblivious. She ought to be punished. In the living room, the two elderly gentlemen anxiously paced back and forth, waiting for their guests to descend. Old Wu, hurry and urge them along. "Yes." Wu Bo, with his head bowed in resignation, ascended the stairs. Ever since the young master had brought Miss Yin home, he found himself burdened with the daunting task of calling people. Each time he faced the young master's cold, predatory gaze, chills ran down his spine and beads of sweat formed on his brow. As an aging man, how many more years could he endure this? Alas! When Wu Bo timidly knocked on the attic door, Yun Qian was lamenting while rubbing her wrist, suspecting that this scoundrel was deliberately tormenting her in retaliation for their previous night. It was not without reason to think so. After all, if she were to tremble and misplace the acupuncture needle, causing Lan Ruashi to perish, wouldn't he have avenged himself? Devious, exceedingly devious. Bai Yiqing adjusted his belt, pinched her cheek, and rasped, "Let us go." Yun Qian shot him a glare before returning to change her clothes. "No need. It's not a significant occasion." Flustered, Yun Qian pointed at her wrinkled collar, exclaiming, "Look at this, you jerk." Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow. "Mine is wrinkled too. It's even." Yun Qian retorted, "That is hardly even. Is your hand an iron?" Bai Yiqing paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, lifting her effortlessly into his arms as he strode out of the attic. Wu Bo wiped the sweat from his brow. He had expected this. By the time the couple arrived at the Lan residence, 2 hours had already passed. Knowing they were coming, Lan Jingyao had hurried back from the company. And as Yun Qian stepped out of the car, he was eagerly awaiting them outside. "Qian, you're here." Brother Yao, observing their warm exchange. Bai Yiqing seized Yun Qian's wrist and pulled her behind him. "I have little time to waste with idle chatter." Idle chatter? They had merely exchanged a single sentence. What nonsense! The capricious man. Lan Jingyao's keen eyes quickly noticed the 2 distinct rows of teeth marks on Yun Qian's delicate, fair collarbone, evidence of a vigorous bite. His gaze darkened, fists tightening. In an instant, a bold idea formed in his mind. He intended to seize this opportunity to keep Yun Qian close. What reason could be compelling enough? Chapter 28. In a world filled with those who flaunt their age, who do you think you are? In Lan Ruoxi's room, several individuals were gathered. Besides Lan Junming and Madame Lan, the 2 elderly gentlemen, there were also 2 women, one in her 40s and the other in her 20s, giving off a mother-daughter vibe despite their dissimilar appearances. Bai Yiqing had not followed them in. He had no interest in visiting the chambers of other women. Upon hearing that Yun Qian was the one treating Lan Ruoxi, the Lan family had yet to voice any objections. But the 2 women began to mock her in a sing-song fashion. The older woman, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Brother-in-law, where did you find this doctor? She hasn't even grown all her hair yet, and can treat patients?" I would remind you that those who aspire to achieve fame overnight are not necessarily celebrities. They may also be destitute charlatans masquerading as barefoot doctors. Indeed, uncle, if Shiji's illness is so peculiar that even the most esteemed physicians from the capital are at a loss, you must not be deceived. With the impending election, you know how many people would wish to see you falter. Lan Junming pressed his lips together, a flicker of brilliance passing through his eyes. Sweet Xin spoke Ju Fu Fun. "Dear sister and brother-in-law, you are merely casting about for remedies in desperation while overlooking the treachery of human hearts." The old master has no fault save for his protective nature. Although he harbors no fondness for Yun Qian, she is nonetheless brought forth by him and by Yiqing. One must consider the master when reprimanding the dog. Why should his family endure disparagement? The old gentleman raised his brows and spoke coldly, insisting the discussions must be grounded in evidence and that one should not casually slander others. Yun Qian is brought forth by my esteemed elder, which attests to her capabilities. At my age, would I wish harm upon Shiji? Lady Lan's sister, Mu Xueping, found the old master somewhat familiar and pondered his identity. Just as Meng Tianxin could no longer restrain herself and retorted, "There are many who exploit their age. May I ask who you are?" The old master Bai? Lady Lan's expression stiffened, realizing Tianxin's impudence and hastily apologizing to the old gentleman. The name Bai Laoi returned to Mu Xueping's memory. He was the patriarch of the Bai family, the esteemed grandfather of the formidable Bai Yiqing. Good heavens, what folly had she committed? With a pale face, Mu Xueping nudged Meng Tianxin, urging her to apologize to Bai Laoi post-haste. Meng Tianxin, undaunted and bold, had been spoiled by her father, Meng Jiarong. After her mother's early demise, strutting about like a peacock. With stubborn defiance, she declared, "Those who come to the Lan family under the guise of medicine are merely seeking to curry favor with uncle. Do not presume that a bit of status makes you exceptional. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. If you desire fame and fortune, what need have you for face?" The old master Bai's brows furrowed with indignation as he retorted, "Were it not for my granddaughter-in-law being in peril, do you think I would engage in trifling banter with a mere child? You are so young and yet so ignorant. Should your parents know of your arrogance and lack of decorum, I wonder if they would regret raising you. It is wise to leave a thread for future encounters. Those who lack virtue in their speech may find themselves punished in the afterlife." Yun Qian could not help but stifle a laugh. As long as the old master did not speak ill of her, she found delight in his repartee. This old man had a way with words. It was no wonder Bai Yiqing possessed a sharp tongue, having inherited that trait. Meng Tianxin, bewildered by the scolding, clearly heard the old master's reference to my granddaughter-in-law. Granddaughter-in-law? Could the venerable figure before her truly be the esteemed patriarch of the Bai family, the grandfather of His Excellency, the Demon Lord? Aware of her blunder, Meng Tianxin remained unfazed. She too had her protectors and had no need to bow low before anyone. Quickly adjusting his emotions, with neither flushed cheeks nor racing heart, he realized it was his future grandfather-in-law. Sweet Xin failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. You, a person of stature, should overlook the minor faults of a child. Do not hold it against me. Since you brought this doctor, he must be 100 times better than those mediocre physicians. Now, Sister Ruoshi has hope. The old gentleman huffed, unwilling to engage in a protracted dispute with a mere child. However, his indifference did not imply that others would share the same sentiment. Initially reluctant to ascend the stairs, Bai Yiqing pondered the matter thoroughly and, concerned for Yun Qian's well-being, decided to accompany Lan Jingyao upstairs. Upon reaching the door, they overheard some rather unsavory remarks from within the bedroom. What irked him the most was that neither old Master Lan nor Lan Junming had uttered sound, merely watching that woman throw a tantrum. They feigned concern for their daughter, lamenting for their granddaughter, yet resorted to the tactics of shutting the door and unleashing their dogs. Truly, the Lan family. Since the Lan family held little hope for the individuals we brought, it was best to retreat to avoid any further complications. A voice, deep and magnetic, resonated from outside the door, startling everyone, particularly Meng Tianxin, whose legs trembled. Yet, upon catching sight of Bai Yiqing's striking visage, she momentarily forgot her fear, succumbing to infatuation. Wow, is this the legendary Demon Lord? She believed it. Such a dazzling, wild man was even more captivating than Lan Jingyao. If only she could share a fleeting moment with him. Seeing Bai Yiqing, Lan Junming chuckled. Yiqing, you're overthinking it. Since we invited you, we naturally trust you. Bai Yiqing stood at the door, hands in pockets, exuding an aura of cool detachment, his handsome face radiating an icy indifference. Meng Tianxin finally grasped the meaning of aloofness and restraint, yet it was irresistibly alluring. She sauntered closer to Bai Yiqing, her expression adorned with an ingratiating smile and her eyes sparkling with mischief. There was a hint of grievance in her voice. Indeed, she was a master at enticing men. Your Excellency, Sweet Xin is your most devoted admirer. How could I possibly doubt you? How about this? Sister Ruoshi's condition cannot be delayed. Allow Sweet Xin to accompany you downstairs. Let your people begin, shall we? Meng Tianxin winked at Bai Yiqing, but when he remained unmoved, she boldly leaned closer. As soon as her hand rested on his arm, a tremendous force flung her away. She landed heavily, nearly crying out in pain, Your Excellency, how can you be so unkind? Yet, Bai Yiqing offered no chance for her to speak, dismissively flicking his sleeve, his face a mask of disdain. What filth! It stinks. Meng Tianxin, along with the others, was quickly assisted by Mu Xueping, who helped her to her feet. Annoyed, Meng Tianxin glared at her, attributing the incident to Mu Xueping's insistence that she approach, declaring fiercely, It's all your fault. If you hadn't made me come over, I would have suffered such humiliation. With that, she covered her face and fled. Bai Yiqing cast a glance at the smirking Yun Qian, his voice cool yet tinged with a hint of affection. Still here? What are you waiting for? Do you find it amusing to be the subject of ridicule? Chapter 29. The proud dogman Yun Qian did not intend to leave, but since the man had spoken, she could not disregard his request and reluctantly took a couple of steps forward. Seeing this, Lan Jingyao felt compelled to intervene. Sister-in-law, treating Ruoshi is a matter for the Lan family. It does not concern others, so there is no need for you to be angry. Mu Xueping shrank back, her gaze evasive. Within the Lan family, Lan Jingyao could sometimes be more intimidating than Lan Junming. Lan Jingyao, let's be clear, Ruoshi is your fiancée, and you have both responsibility and obligation to help her through this difficult time, do you not? The implication in Lan Jingyao's words was unmistakable, easily discernible to anyone with ears. However, Bai Yiqing perceived only provocation in his statement. What if I insist on leaving? You, Brother Yao. The moment Yin Qian sensed the escalating tension, she hurried over. She was indifferent to the irrelevant chatter about her. Life was fleeting, and happiness was paramount. Even without Lan Jingyao's presence, as a healer, she could not stand idly by while someone suffered. With Lan Jingyao's involvement, she felt even more compelled to act. You should leave first. Bai Yiqing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yin Qian's words were directed at him, and he fell into a lengthy silence, betraying no emotion. Yet Yin Qian understood that he was angry. What should she do? She had no experience in dealing with this obstinate man. Perhaps, should she try to act coy? Would that work? Would he fall for that? Oh well, let us treat this dead horse as if it were alive. Yin Qian cleared her throat and spoke in a voice only the two could hear. Can we, pretty please? Bai Yiqing felt a tingle in his ears. That woman had just been more charming and flirtatious than her, yet he felt nothing but a slight disgust. Seeing his lack of response, Yin Qian pressed on. Whether you stay or leave, you show no regard for my feelings. I know I am merely a servant, unqualified to negotiate, but even a servant is human, deserving of dignity. From now on, I will not leave the old residence a single step. Do not take me out again. Tears welled in her eyes, and though Bai Yiqing was fully aware that she was merely putting on a show for him, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Yin Qian sniffled. I was wrong just now. I should not have disregarded you in front of so many people. Let us go home. Home! Bai Yiqing's thoughts stirred, for some reason. Those two words spoken by Yin Qian sounded remarkably melodious. The man's expression turned cold as he cleared his throat twice. Since we are already here, let us proceed with the treatment. Be meticulous. Do not bring shame to the Bai family. Yin Qian's heart soared with joy as she whispered. I knew you were the best, Mama. Bai Yiqing froze entirely, turning sharply to leave, and upon closer inspection, even his stride had become disordered. Yin Qian TSK. Am I really that terrifying? Is it necessary to react this way? What a proud dog man. Turning, she met Lan Jingyao's deep gaze, and with a smile, she said, Brother Yao, you all may leave now. If you are concerned, Madame Lan can stay. Having delayed for so long, no one had much more to say, and aside from Madame Lan, everyone else vacated the room. Madame Lan, please help me remove Miss Lan's clothing. Strip her of everything, leaving not a single piece. Madame Lan hesitated momentarily, questioning, but other doctors did not ask her to undress. And all of it, could it be that you wish to humiliate Ruashi? Yin Qian meticulously arranged the silver needles and turned to find Madame Lan still unmoving, her brow furrowing in annoyance. In her experience as a healer, she had never encountered such an uncooperative family member. Typically, those who sought her expertise approached her with utmost respect, bowing and scraping, even when they hailed from esteemed backgrounds. There exists a saying, wealth cannot purchase health. Thus, those who value their lives are reluctant to offend a physician, particularly one of her esteemed caliber. Yin Qian's tone grew decidedly frosty. Madame Lan, I must be candid. If you wish for me to treat Miss Lan, you must adhere to my guidance. Should you have any objections, I shall take my leave immediately. Let us not engage as adversaries. I am a doctor, not a punching bag, nor do I seek anyone as favor. Do you comprehend? Though Madame Lan was seasoned in the high society of the capital, and while she found Yin Qian's piercing gaze and formidable aura impressive, she remained unperturbed. Miss Yin, it is essential for you to recognize your position. Regardless of your exceptional medical skills, they cannot alter the reality of your status as a servant. Thus, do not entertain the notion of engaging in unrealistic endeavors. Only my Ruashi is worthy of standing alongside Yiqing. Yin Qian shrugged. I shall not contest that assertion, but I kindly ask you to convey to Miss Lan that provoking me would be unwise. I cannot predict the extremes to which I might resort. Stop, Yin Qian interjected, interrupting Madame Lan. If you desire to engage in casual conversation, then let us have some tea and seeds and sit down properly to converse. Conversely, if you wish for your daughter to survive, you will follow my instructions. Any further words, and even if the king himself were to summon me, I would still take my leave. Yin Qian was incensed. Madame Lan clenched her fists but ultimately refrained from speaking further. Yin Qian scoffed. Just because Lan Jingyao holds prestige does not imply that she must extend it to the entire Lan family. While I am a healer, I'm not one to be trifled with. Apart from Bai Yiqing, no one has the audacity to impose indignities upon me. In essence, Lan Ruashi's ailment stemmed from excessive fright. Her fainting was merely a physiological stress response designed to protect her organs from harm. If a shaman were to treat her, the solution would be straightforward, summoning her spirit. By employing an alternative method to allow the patient to hear the call, she would recognize that she had not perished, thus awakening. Yun Qian believed that the culmination of science leads to theology. However, she would not resort to summoning spirits. Instead, she would employ acupressure techniques to help Lan Ruashi relinquish her self-protective instincts, disabling her bodily defense mechanisms and facilitating her return from an unknown realm to reality. The method was uncomplicated, requiring only a profound understanding of human anatomy. Yun Qian worked swiftly, never hesitating, and almost as soon as Madame Lan had stripped her daughter, the needles were already inserted into the afflicted acupoints. Madame Lan stood in stunned silence. Based on her years of experience, she surmised that this woman was either utterly insignificant or a hidden gem of talent. Should it be the latter, Ruashi would gain a formidable rival in the future. Yin Qian paid no heed to Madame Lan's thoughts. She settled into a rocking chair at the bedside, crossed her legs, and closed her eyes, biding her time. Madame Lan's lips twitched. This woman, so unrefined and seemingly indifferent, even if she were to heal Ruashi, Madame Lan would prefer to believe it a mere coincidence. Yin Qian remarked, "This chair is quite comfortable, far superior to a swing." Upon her return, she resolved to have Bai procure one for her. The mere thought of Bai naturally conjured memories of Bai and Xiao Bai, filling Yin Qian's heart to the brim. Her three treasures, each a prodigy in their own right. With Bai present, one could only imagine the delightful chaos that would ensue had the other two little rascals been around as well. Their boisterous nature, who could they have inherited it from? It is often said that one is influenced by their companions. Bai, having spent years by Guzi's side, must surely have been led astray by that mischievous girl. And as for her master, that old rascal, he was utterly ridiculous. Achu! Achu! At opposite ends of the world, Guzi and Hua In both sneezed in unison, and it was evident who was casting aspersions from afar. Time passed. Yin Qian slowly opened her eyes, only to meet the somewhat bewildered gaze of Lan Ruashi. As her vision sharpened and she recognized the person before her, Lan Ruashi's expression shifted dramatically, her voice hoarse as she bellowed, "What are you doing here? Get out!" Chapter 30. What treasure did you steal from Bai Yiqing? Yin Qian maintained a tranquil demeanor, offering no response. Mrs. Lan, upon seeing her precious daughter awake, was overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears. "Ruashi, you've awakened. This is wonderful news. Do you realize you've been unconscious for 7 or 8 days? All the doctors were at a loss. I was terrified." Lan Ruashi paused. 7 or 8 days. How could that be? She rubbed her forehead, suddenly recalling her visit to the Bai family, where Yiqing had invited her to ride. She had taken a fancy to a spirited horse named Chasing Wind, only to be thrown off by that wretched beast. To think she had been unconscious for so long. How did I wake up? "Mrs." Lan gestured for her to look at her own body, and Lan Ruo, she was taken aback to find herself in a rather undignified state. Not only covered in numerous silver needles, but also completely unclothed, her face flushing with indignation. "Was it you who did this? Hurry and remove them. What do you think you are?" Zhu Beiji wearing glasses, pretending to be cultured. "Silver needles for acupuncture? Just because you're called Yin Qian does not mean you are the deity of silver needles. Bah, you overreaching cur." Seeing Yin Qian being scolded, Mrs. Lan refrained from intervening, initially intending to offer a few jabs herself, but with the needles still embedded in her daughter, she held her tongue. Yin Qian stood up, casting a knowing smile at her. "Miss Lan, indeed, you are a product of a prestigious upbringing, proficient in both foul language and intellectual discourse. Even in such a predicament, your presence commands more authority than most. You." Yin Qian gestured for silence, cautioning, "Do not let your temper flare. It could cause the needles to shift." If Miss Lan were to meet an unfortunate end, as her servant, I would be unable to bear the consequences. Lan Ruoxi's chest heaved with anger, and Yin Xian clicked her tongue. Truly a captivating creature, but alas, I have no inclination towards women. Lan Zuo Si Zito. You are aware of the deity of silver needles, yet you are unworthy to utter her name. With that, Yin Xian turned to leave. But both mother and daughter called out in unison, "Wait." Mrs. Lan spoke first. "Miss Yin, the silver needles have yet to be removed. Filthy things, you keep them." Mrs. Lan, on the verge of expressing her concerns about removing them and risking Ruoxi's safety, was interrupted by Lan Ruoxi's furious declaration. "Who left the bite marks on your neck?" Madame Lan followed her daughter's gaze, and, sure enough, 2 rows of distinct bite marks were clearly visible on her collarbone, exuding an ambiguous aura that suggested they had been made not long ago. She had just come from the Bai residence, and, aside from Master Bai, the only male figure there was Bai Yiqing. She found it hard to believe that those marks were left by a servant. Yun Qian squinted her eyes, pondering if this constituted a crime. Lan Ruoxi's face contorted with anger as she exclaimed, "Yun Qian, you shameless wretch. You're merely a slave. What qualifications do you have to entice Brother Qing? I warn you, keep your distance from him. He is mine." For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing the words, "he is mine," Yun Qian felt a twinge of bitterness. However, she swiftly suppressed that emotion and replied in a calm tone, "If he is yours, then pursue him. It is none of my concern. You better get out of the Bai residence quickly, or when I marry in, I will make sure to ruin you." "Huh." Yun Qian laughed lightly. "Let us wait until you marry before we discuss that." With that, she turned elegantly, showing no intention of lingering. Downstairs in the grand hall, Bai Yiqing sat cross-legged on the sofa, silent and untouched by tea, exuding an air of indifference. Lan Jingyao took a sip of tea and remarked, "Brother-in-law, how can you simply halt the Huan Yu and Lan family projects without warning? Business thrives on mutual benefit. Your actions lead to significant losses for both sides, which is unnecessary." In recent days, Lan Jingyao had intended to visit the Bai residence personally to resolve this issue, but the incident with Lan Ruoxi had delayed those plans. He understood that this man played by his own rules, yet halting projects worth billions was not a trivial matter. It baffled him greatly. Bai Yiqing lazily lifted his eyelids, stating, "I act solely based on my mood." His words seemed to offer an explanation, yet conveyed nothing at all. Lan Jingyao frowned. "It seems you have no regard for my father-in-law's family. Do you believe the Lan family is unworthy of your attention? That is your own assertion. You, Lan Jingyao, if you believe Ruoxi is unworthy of you, then dissolve the engagement early. The Lan family is not reliant on anyone. We can survive without anyone. Dissolve the engagement?" Bai Yiqing scoffed, as he dismissed the notion entirely. It was merely a one-sided desire of the old man, irrelevant to him. His other half could only be chosen by himself. If this matter were to be brought to light, it would have to wait until that woman spoke. If she refused to marry him, what use was it to terminate the engagement? Lan Jingyao changed the subject tentatively, suggesting, "Ruoxi has been bettered lately and requires recuperation. Since Qianqian has little to do with the Bai residence, why not let her stay here to help Ruoxi regain her health? After some time, she can return. What do you think?" "I think not," Bai Yiqing replied, a sardonic smile on his lips. "You are utterly resistant to reason. She is mine, and everything is at my discretion. If you have the ability, make her return what she took from me. Then she may go wherever she pleases, and I shall no longer concern myself with her." Lan Jingyao felt a pang of frustration. "Qianqian, why must you provoke this devil? What has he taken from you?" Bai Yiqing curled his lips in a smirk. "You wouldn't want to know. It's best not to inquire. Perhaps you could ask her." Lan Jingyao realized that in order to grant Qianqian complete freedom, the stolen item was crucial. He needed to inquire further. As an angry roar echoed from above, Yun Qian strolled leisurely down the stairs. She deliberately ignored Bai Yiqing, merely calling out, "Brother Yao." The endearment lifted Lan Jingyao's spirits significantly. "How is she? Awake? Really? I'm immensely grateful to you, but I believe I just heard Ruoxi calling out. Is she unwell?" "Qianqian, I had no idea you possessed such medical knowledge. If possible, could you stay behind to care for her for a few days?" Lan Jingyao remained hopeful. Yun Qian shrugged. She does not wish to see me, and I cannot stay. Seeing Yun Qian's firm refusal, Lan Jingyao chose not to press further, sensing her reluctance. Qian, may I have a word with you? Yun Qian instinctively glanced at Bai Yiqing, who turned his head away with a haughty air, tacitly agreeing. Yun Qian pouted, then let us step outside. All right, Qian. Brother Yao wishes to know what treasure you have taken for Bai Yiqing. Yun Qian, Lan Jingyao quickly clarified, do not misunderstand. I have no intention of prying into others' privacy. It is merely that he mentioned if you could return that item in its original state, he would no longer confine your freedom. Therefore, Qian, please speak honestly with Brother Yao. I would even pluck the stars from the sky to return them to him, merely to restore your freedom. Yun Qian, touch her nose. Brother Yao, it is not that I do not wish to tell you, but that item is uniquely rare in the world. Even if I divulged it to you, you would not be able to find it. Thus, there is no need to add to your worries. What is it exactly? The Demon Lord's first knight and his myriad descendants. Where would you procure such a thing? Chapter 31. Brother, your charisma remains undiminished in the car on the way back. The old man and Yun Qian sat in the back seat, casting glances of disdain at one another while gazing out their respective windows. Ling Yidro, with Bai Yiqing occupying the passenger seat, and a peculiar silence enveloped the vehicle. Suddenly, Ling Yi narrowed his eyes. Commander, we are being followed. Bai Yiqing glanced into the rearview mirror, noticing a black vehicle closely tailing them. The elevated highway was relatively empty, with several identical cars gradually encircling them, tightening the noose. The old man, perceptive as ever, straightened in his seat and asked, what is happening? Please hold on tight, Bai Yiqing instructed, then turned to Yun Qian through the rearview mirror. Take care, grandfather. Yun Qian bit her lip and nodded. Who could it be? What are their intentions? Commander, what should we do? Under normal circumstances, they would confront the situation head-on. However, with the old man and Miss Yun in the vehicle, any mishap could prove disastrous. Bai Yiqing reclined his seat, calmly responding, for now, let us maneuver. Understood. Ling Yi, sensing Bai Yiqing's confidence, expertly navigated through the cars surrounding them. Suddenly, he slammed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. The old man, caught off guard, lurched forward, nearly colliding with the front seat. But his forehead met the soft palm of a small hand, an unexpected yet harmless encounter. Are you all right? The old man, astonished, retorted, mind your own business. Yun Qian, unable to retort, realized that the path ahead was completely obstructed. 3 vehicles were advancing in the wrong direction, effectively sandwiching Bai Yiqing's SUV between them. Bai Yiqing retrieved a cigarette and placed it between his lips, while Ling Yi produced a lighter to ignite it. Neither of them exhibited a trace of panic, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Halfway through the cigarette, Bai Yiqing suddenly smiled, assuring Yun Qian that they were safe inside the vehicle. Yun Qian nodded, aware that Bai Yiqing's SUV was bulletproof and unlikely to be compromised. Nevertheless, the aggressive demeanor of their opponents left her feeling uneasy. Bai Yiqing exited the vehicle, closely followed by Ling Yi. 5 individuals emerged from one of the opposing cars, and in total, there were 30 men, neither more nor less. The leader, clad in black, greeted Bai Yiqing with respect, stating, Sir, my master would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Tea? A deafening bang resounded as Ling Yi shot through the man's foot. The black leather shoe emitted a wisp of smoke, accompanied by the scent of singed flesh. Ling Yi nonchalantly blew on the smoking gun, smirking, this is how I drink tea. The man, though clearly in pain, merely stifled a groan and stood his ground. Ling Yi twirled his gun in his hand, coolly declaring, you can either leave or lie here. Choose. Sir, there is no need for anger. We come with sincerity and mean you no harm. Sincerity? Quite the notion, considering that each individual in the vehicle was a vulnerable point for the commander. Ling Yi scoffed. Keep your sincerity to yourself. I have no need for it. The man anticipated such a reaction. He had never expected Bai Yiqing to comply. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, attack. In an instant, the men in black surged forward, wielding gleaming blades that glinted menacingly, reminiscent of a street gang confrontation. As one of the knives descended towards Bai Yiqing's head, Yun Qian clenched her fists and shut her eyes, her heart racing. Although she understood that Bai Iching was not so easily subdued, worry gnawed at her. The old man beside her murmured, "Coward, Yun Qian, is it not time for you to embody the wisdom of a grandfather? That is your Bai family descendant. Have you forgotten his father now that you have to Bai?" Yun Qian rolled her eyes, and upon glancing back, she witnessed Bai Iching swiftly overpowering the man, who crumpled to the ground. A series of gunshots rang out, 6 bullets, 6 legs shattered. The black-clad men, akin to puppets under a spell, continued to charge forward, undeterred by the prospect of death. As the ranks of the 30-man army dwindled to half, Yun Qian exhaled in relief. Had it not been for the need to tend to the old stubborn man, she would have eagerly descended to stretch her limbs. Yet before she could revel in her relief, 10 additional vehicles appeared, and in the blink of an eye, dozens more emerged, surrounding Bai Iching and Ling Yi with an impenetrable mass. "Your Excellency, it is merely a cup of tea. Why resort to such drastic measures?" Bai Iching retrieved another cigarette, biting down on it, his tall figure silhouetted against the light, exuding an aura of unending menace. The patience etched on his face had vanished, replaced by a chilling, lethal demeanor that could haunt anyone's dreams with a mere glance. Yun Qianqian found herself inexplicably drawn to such a man, so vastly different from the lecherous scoundrel who tormented her on the bed. A flutter of emotions stirred within her. Yet the current scene was hardly conducive to indulging in fantasies. With a deft flick of her fingers, she sent the cigarette, but, still glowing faintly, soaring through the air, striking one of the cloaked figures squarely in the forehead. The man let out a pained cry, hastily removing the smoldering remnant from his brow, shaken by the near miss. Was it painful? Not particularly, yet the dread lingered. Had it been a bullet instead, he would have been reporting to the king of hell at this very moment. The demon lord was indeed fearsome. "Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for turning ruthless." With that, Bai Iching remained silent, embodying a hellish specter, solely tasked with reaping lives. The man, with an air of nonchalance, lifted his eyelids, gazing into the distance. The reinforcements were extraordinarily tardy, utterly inconsequential. At the moment Gu Yeju pulled his gun, he was struck by a sudden sneeze. His lips twitched in irritation. What a heartless creature. Coming to your rescue, only to bring misfortune. The deafening gunfire erupted behind the cloaked figures, stunning them into confusion. They had initially refrained from using their weapons, believing their adversaries to be but 2. Now, encircled like dumplings, they had no choice but to retaliate fiercely. A chaotic melee was imminent. Though Gu Yeju's contingent was small, each member was a master in their own right, their marksmanship impeccable, and in the blink of an eye, a dark mass lay sprawled across the ground. Gu Yeju, grinning, approached Bai Iching and tossed him a gun casually. Bai Iching caught it deftly, swiftly dispatching an enemy lurking behind him. "Brother, your charm remains undiminished. Little sister-in-law has witnessed such handsomeness. Won't she cling to you tightly tonight?" As she spoke, she pulled the trigger. A bullet whizzing past Bai Iching to take down a cloaked figure. Bai Iching's gaze remained indifferent as he uttered his first words in ages. "Had you arrived any later, she truly would have clung to my lifeless body." Chapter 32. The Bai family's pain relief method. By the time the police car from the Kyoto headquarters arrived at the scene, everything had concluded. Gu Yeju rapped on the car window. "Little sister-in-law, long time no see." Suddenly, a piercing gaze shot from within the vehicle, and Gu Yeju realized that the esteemed elder Bai was also present. Faced with Yun Qianqian's teasing smile, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Grandfather is here. Why not step out and demonstrate a thing or two to show that bunch of rascals?" The elder snorted disdainfully. "What little sister-in-law? She is hardly worthy." Yun Qianqian made a face at the elder Bai, then opened the car door to step out. Bai Iching was engaged in discussions with the authorities from the headquarters not far away. Though termed negotiations, it was evident that he was the one continually nodding and apologizing profusely. Yun Qianqian averted her gaze, suddenly remarking, "It's been quite some time since I've seen Guozi. How is she faring?" Gu Yeju's response faltered, abruptly cutting off. Too cunning, this woman was exceedingly sly, having set a trap for him. Yun Qianqian regarded him with a half-smile. "Gu Yeju, I warn you, if you have no feelings for her, keep your distance. Otherwise, my fists will not be merciful. Guiju forced a smile and said, Sister-in-law, I too have been coerced by my brother. Were I free, I would certainly not harass Xiao Pinghua. Yun Qian, I do not inquire into the process, I only focus on the outcome. Guiju observed as the authorities were clearing the scene, the deceased being placed into body bags, while the survivors were lifted onto stretchers and loaded into ambulances. Just as Yun Qian was about to board the vehicle, she turned and, in a fleeting moment, spotted a man in black retrieving a gleaming black pistol from his coat, aiming it directly at Bai Yiqing. Be careful. The warning barely left her lips when Yun Qian's 3 silver needles had already soared through the air, striking the black-clad man's wrist. Yet it was too late. With a resounding bang, the bullet sliced through the air, hurtling toward Bai Yiqing. In a graceful leap, Yun Qian resembled a swan, swiftly tackling Bai Yiqing to the ground. In less than 2 seconds, her movements were so rapid that Gu Yiju stood there, utterly astonished. Yun Qian let out a muffled sound, and in the next moment, found herself enveloped in the man's embrace. A glint of cold light flashed as Bai Yiqing thrust a dagger toward the assailant's throat, ending his life in an instant. Qian. Bai Yiqing's voice emerged hoarse and trembling, revealing his fear. Yun Qian furrowed her brow. Do not be afraid. You've only injured your arm. You want to die. Upon the arrival of the authorities, they quickly recognized Bai Yiqing and immediately notified their superiors. At that moment, a man, sweating profusely, approached Bai Yiqing with a hurried gait, bowing deeply. My lord, are you unharmed? Bai Yiqing scooped Yun Qian in his arms. His voice as cold as shattered ice. I grant you 24 hours to uncover the truth. Exceed that time, and I shall replace you. The man nodded repeatedly, assuring him, Rest assured, my lord, we will provide an explanation within 24 hours. Meanwhile, Gu Yiju had driven the car to Bai Yiqing's side. After giving orders to send the elder back home, he sped off to the hospital with Yun Qian. In the vehicle, Yun Qian was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, yet she bit her lips stubbornly, refusing to utter a sound. Bai Yiqing, filled with concern, leaned down to seal her lips with his. Gu Yiju glanced up, curling his lip in disdain. Truly, you never cease to flaunt your affection. However, he couldn't help but admire how impressive his sister-in-law had been, her swift and agile movements suggesting she possessed some form of lightness skill. He had witnessed Bai Yiqing's prowess. Though not comparable to the martial artists depicted in films, her abilities were already remarkable in reality. If only Brother Qing taught him. Perhaps he could impress the ladies with a display of skill, eliciting their awe. After 20 minutes, the vehicle halted at the nearest hospital to the crime scene. The pallor of Yun Qian's face had returned to a healthy hue, thanks to Bai Yiqing. She shot him a reproachful glance, even at this moment. Are you still trying to take advantage of me? Beast. Gu Yiju opened the door, and Bai Yiqing carried Yun Qian out of the car. This is a pain relief technique passed down through my ancestors. I do not easily share with others. Yun Qian's heart fluttered at his words. Gu Yiju forcefully kicked open the door to the surgeon's office, revealing 2 extraordinarily handsome yet menacing men. The male and female occupants of the office were utterly taken aback, their intended reproaches lodged firmly in their throats, silenced by intimidation. You, come here and extract the bullet from my sister-in-law's arm, quickly. The mere mention of bullet extraction rendered the 2 speechless. Who were these individuals? Actors in a film? The female doctor scrutinized Bai Yiqing closely, finding him somewhat familiar. Wasn't he the fiancé of Dr. Lan? She had seen him before. His photograph, serving as the screensaver on Lan Ruoxi's phone. Was it possible that he was even more handsome in person? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. If anything happens to my sister-in-law, you will all pay the price. Gu Yiju brandished his gun menacingly, sending the 2 into a flurry of activity without further protest. The female doctor rushed to the supply room to gather bandages, antiseptic, surgical instruments, and anesthetics, pondering as she went, sister-in-law. Though the woman is beautiful, she is not Dr. Lan, is she? The male doctor directly assessed the injury, noting that while the bullet had struck the arm, it was not life-threatening. After dressing the wound, he advised that the patient could either remain in the hospital for treatment or return home for recovery, with instructions to maintain a light diet, avoid water, and change the dressings regularly. Bai Yiqing remained silent, taking mental notes. Before long, the female doctor returned, her face clouded with despair. The nurse responsible for the anesthetics has finished her shift, and the replacement has yet to arrive. I was unable to procure any. As her words fell, an icy silence enveloped the office, leaving everyone shivering in trepidation. Gu Yiju swore under his breath, "Brother, should we consider another hospital?" Bai Yiqing parted his lips to speak, but was interrupted by Yun Xian. "The bullet has been in the body for too long. It can cause inflammation and suppuration. We must remove it quickly, and I can endure without anesthetics. Nobu Uli, I can't leave Bai alone at home." Bai Yiqing pressed his lips together, conceding, "Then proceed. But do it swiftly." The male doctor steadied the surgical knife, and as the blade pierced Yun Qian's skin, Bai Yiqing's icy gaze nearly paralyzed him with fear. Yun Qian bit down hard on her lip, her body trembling uncontrollably, gripping Bai Yiqing's clothing with such force that it nearly tore. The man's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and in the next moment, the Bai family's pain relief technique was once again put to the test. The room enveloped in silence save for the mingling breaths of the two intertwined. The door was ajar, and an electronic eye in the corridor captured this poignant scene. Chapter 33. I know you prefer the ancestral painkillers. I shall use them on you tonight. Upon returning to the Penglai Water Pavilion, night had already fallen. However, the atmosphere within the house was surprisingly lively. Sheng Yun, alongside his sister Sheng Man and Du Feng, were present. A few days prior, fearing that Bai Yiqing might truly suspend his card, Sheng Yun had accompanied Du Feng on a business trip, ensuring he could handle the situation when facing Bai Yiqing without being at a loss for words. Sheng Man, a reigning queen of contemporary entertainment, had just returned from filming outside and had invited Sheng Yun and Du Feng to visit Bai, this unexpected nephew. The elder gentleman was aware of Yun Qian's predicament, yet at this moment his mind seemed elsewhere, having gazed out the window repeatedly. Naturally, Bai sensed that great-grandfather's mood was unusual today. As Gu Yiju's car came to a halt at the entrance, old Master Bai's eyes flickered with delight. He had returned. Rising to greet him, Bai Yiqing extended his long arm beneath Yun Qian's armpit, feigning an intent to embrace her. Yun Qian deftly recoiled, cautioning him to refrain. After all, Bai was astute and might discern their secret. Bai Yiqing's expression darkened, but he shrugged off her concern. With an unblemished left hand, Yun Qian pressed gently against him, her tone earnest. "Brother, I implore you, I do not wish for him to worry." Gu Yiju waved his hand, encouraging them to continue. "You two carry on. I must ascend to check on my godson." Having said this, he opened the car door and alighted. The moment he beheld Bai, he couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Bai Yiqing's genes. Gu Yiju opened his arms wide and called out jovially, "Come here, my godson. Let your godfather take you to the shooting range." Bai was undoubtedly aware of his identity, his father's childhood friend, a playful rascal. A casual search online would yield a plethora of rumors about the two, with some suggesting their bachelorhood in their 30s was due to rather scandalous reasons. Bai politely addressed him as Uncle Gu. "Call me godfather," Gu Yiju insisted. Visibly displeased, Bai's eyes darted around before he complied. "Godfather." Gu Yiju scooped him up in his arms, exclaiming, "Come, son, let us go shoot some targets." "Shall we?" Bai cast a conflicted glance at Yun Qian, longing for his mother, but feeling unable to voice it, for he was a young man. With a slight movement of her brow, Yun Qian encouraged, "Go on, dear. Your sister is a bit tired and wishes to rest." Ultimately, Bai was just a child, and he adored shooting, especially since Uncle Luo Bei was a novice and couldn't match his skills. As the two hastened toward the shooting range, a delicate call of "Gu Shao, wait for me," floated from behind. Sheng Man, teetering in high heels, waddled after them like a duck. "Guye Ye, Kadin Bai," sprinted ahead, a scene that suddenly reminded Bai of a particular thought. His godfather was the man his little mother had secretly admired for years. The internet buzzed with tales of how the esteemed Gu Shao was a notorious flirt, yet this didn't seem to align with the reality before him. "Godfather, why are you running? Is my cousin going to eat you?" Gu Yiju, one arm cradling him, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, "Son, Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Remember this 7-character mantra. What is it? A rabbit does not eat grass near its burrow. Bai recognized that Sheng Man was indeed beautiful, with a captivating figure, fitting his preferred type. However, if he were to entangle himself with Bai Yiqing's family, should the truth ever come to light, his life would be forfeit. Beautiful women abound, but one only has one life. Sheng Man reached the entrance of the Bai family's underground shooting range, but found herself unable to enter due to restrictions. She stood outside, panting and stamping her foot in frustration. Why are you running? I refuse to believe you won't come out today. Old Master Bai glanced at Yun Qian. For the first time, wearing a congenial expression. What is going on? Yun Qian shook her head. It's nothing. There's no need for concern. Which of my eyes perceived your worry? You're being overly sentimental. Old Master Bai, with a haughty demeanor, turned his head away and strode inside. Yun Qian found his antics amusing, thinking him quite the child at heart. Sheng Yun felt a twinge of anxiety. What's the matter? What has happened? Noticing Bai's departure, Bai Yiqing swiftly lifted him into his arms, ignoring Sheng Yun, and proceeded directly into the hall. Exchanged a glance with and inquired Brother Feng. Do you truly believe that cousin regards Miss Yin merely as a slave? Shook his head, remaining silent. Hey, what does that shake of your head signify? Don't make it so cryptic. I advise you to suppress those thoughts and refrain from engaging in futile endeavors. The elder cast a sidelong glance at the two. His voice tinged with displeasure. It's an arm injury, not a leg one. Remarked, Grandfather is reminding me that Yun Qian requires nourishment. Is that so? With the child absent, succinctly recounted the events of the day, cautioning that the company must also be vigilant, lest ill-intentioned individuals exploit any vulnerabilities. Nodded, reassuring his cousin. Was immediately incensed. So, Qian is injured? Qian's gaze turned icy. You dare call her that? Once you've eaten, you may leave. Rubbed his nose and looked at Yin Qian. How are you feeling? Does it hurt? Old Xiao will return tomorrow, and he has ancestral pain relief medicine. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing the term ancestral, Yin Qian began to cough. Gently patted her back, his expression impassive. I know you adore ancestral pain relief medicine. There's no need to be overly excited. I shall apply it to you tonight. The last few words were delivered with emphasis, causing Yun Qian's cheeks to flush crimson as she fiercely bit into the shrimp meat that offered. That dog of a man. Had I known he was incapable of change, I wouldn't have shielded him from that bullet today. Death would have resolved everything. As Yun Qian chewed the shrimp, the flavor grew increasingly unpleasant. If he's a dog, then I am, ugh. Yun Qian gagged slightly, tears springing to her eyes. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Squinted. And in the next moment, his expression transformed into one of exuberance, exclaiming, Could it be that you are pregnant? What? No way. Exclaimed, her face contorted in distress. Cast a questioning glance, considering that he and Yun Qian had been without protection, so it was not entirely improbable. Yun Qian felt the weight of countless gazes upon her. Her face flushing red. No, you're overthinking it. How do you know? Have you taken a pulse? Is your medical knowledge reliable? Pressed, visibly anxious. Yun Qian rolled her eyes, incredulous that her medical skills were being doubted. Old man, you are mistaken. There is no way I could be pregnant. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, she sensed the chilling gaze directed at her from beside her. Yun Qian halted, wishing to bite her own tongue in regret. Fool! How could you utter such words so carelessly? The unpredictable man might seek trouble again. Yun Qian hastily rose. I've finished eating, so I shall return to my room. Please enjoy. With that, she fled from the dining table. Remarked very well. You have once again put on quite the display. Woman, you are formidable. Chapter 34. Saliva dripped down, returned to his study and summoned, sending the previously prepared photographs online. Commander, do you believe today's events? Scoffed, aware that the commander was investigating him, thus resorting to desperate measures, seeking to negotiate. If that proved futile, he would resort to silencing him permanently. How foolishly he underestimated the commander. What is most unforgivable is that Qian nearly lost her life in this shooting incident. Initially, he did not wish to act so hastily, but now, time was of the essence. Every second counted. Ling Yi, rest assured, I shall attend to it immediately, he declared. Upon returning to the bedroom, He found Yun Qian already asleep, her attire still on, yet her brow was tightly knitted, clearly indicating her discomfort. Bai Yiqing sat at the edge of the bed, grasping her hand, reminiscing about the harrowing events of the day, still trembling with fear. How audacious of her to shield him from the bullets. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? A thought struck him. He leaned down and pressed a kiss to the corner of Yun Qian's lips. She was not enjoying a peaceful slumber, as the effects of the painkillers began to wane. Her wounds started to throb. Qian, wake up. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Bai Yiqing, the pain on her face dissipated. I'll carry you to wash up. That's unnecessary. My wound cannot get wet, and I've already brushed my teeth. Without heeding her protest, Bai Yiqing scooped her up effortlessly and strode into the bathroom. Undressing proved to be a troublesome task, since Yun Qian's arms were immobile. Thus, following the previous few days of tearing her clothes off by hand, she was now introduced to yet another method of disrobing, using a large pair of scissors that emitted a sharp sound as it cut through fabric. Yun Qian's lips twitched. You should leave. I can rinse off with the shower head. Bai Yiqing appeared to disregard her words entirely and proceeded to unfasten her bra. As the fabric loosened, a flush of embarrassment ignited on Yun Qian's face, followed by a pair of large hands at her waist, gently sliding down her underwear. She tightly shut her eyes, repeatedly trying to convince herself not to be overly sensitive. He had seen and touched every part of her before. After all, he was the enchanting demon lord who drove women worldwide into a frenzy. Having him assist her in bathing was quite the privilege. Moreover, she had taken a bullet for him. He ought to cater to her comfort, and, if not, he'd receive no tip. With this thought, she felt considerably better, nearly stifling a laugh. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of his strikingly handsome face mere inches away, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she asked, What? Are you having second thoughts? You can always change your mind. I'm quite magnanimous, and one T hold it against you. The commander mused. What could you possibly be giggling about? Is there drool escaping? Yun Qian quickly wiped her mouth, her cheeks flaring with embarrassment. Bai Yiqing, you scoundrel. How dare you deceive me? Be good. I'll help you wash your back. Bai Yiqing replied, his hot hands gliding across her back with a seriousness that masked any inappropriate thoughts, although she, on the other hand, was sweating profusely as she bathed. As he approached her front, she abruptly closed her eyes, unable to bear looking at him, nor daring to gaze upon those long hands that could so easily stir her desires. Yun Qian's already fair skin was now tinged with a rosy hue, her body radiating warmth. Bai Yiqing teased, TSK, darling, it's merely a bath. Must you take it so seriously? Perhaps we should consider a more suitable position to fulfill your desires? Yun Qian abruptly opened her eyes, her vision of the handsome face before her becoming hazy and unsteady. She lifted her left hand to touch Bai Yiqing's cheek, causing him to stiffen, and in a hoarse voice he uttered, Do not shake. I feel faint. Upon saying this, Yun Qian collapsed straight down, and Bai Yiqing swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, his expression shifting dramatically. Yun Qian had not anticipated that she would develop a fever. Her constitution had always been robust, yet she had overlooked a critical detail. This was her first experience of being shot. In her dazed state, she felt a cool hand gently probing her forehead, wiping away sweat, changing her clothes with utmost care. It felt more like a dream, wherein Bai Yiqing was gentle as water, speaking softly, neither rebuking nor tormenting her, showering her with affection. However, a voice in her mind insisted that such a reality was impossible. Even if she had shielded him from a bullet, she would forever owe him a debt. For the demon lord's first night had been sullied by her actions. Later, she felt a sharp pain on the back of her hand and, with great difficulty, opened her eyes to see a tall man administering an intravenous drip, the scent of antiseptic wafting from him. When she awoke again, it was already the following afternoon. Just as she attempted to rise, a hand pressed down on her right arm, commanding her to stay still. The man's voice was slightly hoarse, carrying an indescribable allure in the tranquility of the room. Turning her head, Yun Qian was met with the sight of his strikingly handsome face, which, unlike usual, bore traces of fatigue and stubble, his hair slightly disheveled. He exuded a wild and untamed charm that was utterly captivating. Huh, Bai Iching couldn't help but chuckle. Even in this state, you still find time to be infatuated. You truly are a temptress. Yun Qian opened her mouth, only to discover her throat parched. Frowning, she was suddenly silenced by his lips. After a moment, she glared at him with fury in her beautiful eyes, her voice hoarse as she accused, "Beast." Bai Iching rose to put on his shoes and casually remarked, "I was afraid you couldn't wait." Yun Qian rolled her eyes, too exhausted to retort. She took a large gulp of water from his hand, nearly choking in her haste, which triggered a fit of coughing that strained her wound, causing her brows to knit together in discomfort. "What has to rush? No one is competing with you." Yun Qian instinctively covered her injury and realized she was clad in a loose white t-shirt that was not her own, imbued with a unique cold fragrance from the man. Her injured arm was exposed, resembling a one-shoulder evening gown. With a puzzled expression, she looked up and asked, "How did you manage this?" Bai Iching replied, "The clothes." Bai Iching settled at the edge of the bed, his large hand caressing Yun Qian's delicate, fair leg. She recoiled slightly at his touch, to which he responded, "I gradually slipped it on from here, which took me quite a bit of time, as you were not particularly cooperative." Bai Iching would never confess that. Upon seeing her beautiful form laid bare, he had faltered several times, and despite his immense self-control, he felt utterly powerless in her presence. If the sleeping beauty could provoke such a reaction, how would he fare with her fully alive, proactive, and wholly his? Yun Qian remarked, "Who knows who desires whom more?" Then, hesitantly, she inquired, "By the way, did you administer the intravenous drip?" "Indeed. Is it the legendary old Xiao? I thought he hadn't returned." Bai Iching gazed deeply at her and inquired, "Are you hungry?" "Huh." It was one thing not to mention it, but upon his words, Yun Qian's stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. She rubbed her nose, admitting, "I suppose I'm a bit hungry." Bai Iching, with a knowing look, remarked, "After all that commotion, how could you not be? Just wait until you think twice before getting hurt again." Yun Qian pouted, "So it's my fault, is it? At least I have some self-awareness. I won't make the same mistake again." "Yun Qian, you dog of a man, you big oaf, you rascal." Clang, clang, clang. "Sister Fairy, may I come in?" Yun Qian exchanged a glance with Bai Iching. "Oh no, it's to Bai. You need to hide." Bai Iching retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Has the injury shifted?" Yun Qian shot him a fierce glare. "Look at us. We're in such disarray. It would be so embarrassing for the child to see us like this." Bai Iching shrugged nonchalantly. "You are his mother, and I am his father. What is there to be embarrassed about? I'm not ashamed. The only ones who should be are others. That includes our son." Yun Qian understood the reasoning, but still felt something was amiss. By the time she regained her composure, Bai Iching had already opened the door. Yun Qian quickly lay down, covering herself snugly with a thin blanket. As Bai Iching turned, he exclaimed, "TSK. Sister Fairy, are you unwell?" Yun Qian frowned. "You've become addicted to this, haven't you?" Bai darted to the bedside, concern etched on his face. "Mommy, are you feeling unwell?" Yun Qian shook her head. "I'm all right. Just not quite acclimated to the weather here. I've caught a bit of a chill. But don't worry, I've already had my shot. And after a good sleep, I'll be lively again. Then I'll take you to the lawn for a barbecue. What does that sound?" "All right, it's a promise then. Mommy, you must get better quickly." "Yes." Bai bit his rosy lip, seemingly wanted to say more, but ultimately said nothing. "Mommy, you rest well. I have to go to class now." "Okay, my dear, take care." Bai's cheeks flushed as he glanced at Bai Iching, swiftly planting a kiss on Yun Qian's forehead before turning to Bai Iching. "Old Bai, come out. I need to talk to you." Bai Iching raised an eyebrow, surprised that the little rascal would dare to order him around after kissing his woman. Watching the small figure stride confidently out, Bai Iching dutifully followed behind. In the corridor, Bai shed his pretense, his little face darkened with determination, and he cut straight to the point. "Is my mommy hurt? You needn't deny it. I saw the bloodied bandage when Uncle Xiao left yesterday. Mommy is keeping it from me to avoid worrying me." Bai Iching leaned against the wall, arms crossed, gazing down at this small yet formidable character. "How are you taking care of her?" Bai, though small, exuded an impressive aura. "If you cannot ensure her safety and happiness while she is with you, then let her go. The father and son remained silent for a moment. Before Dubai added resolutely, "Let her leave. I will stay." Chapter 36. Establishing authority. Watching his son's cool demeanor as he walked away, by I Ching smirked. "None of you are leaving." At the first hospital of Kyoto, Lan Ruashi returned to work today, only to feel the scrutinizing gazes of her colleagues, as if they were equipped with X-ray vision, assessing her intently. Whenever she glanced back, they would casually avert their eyes, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a clumsy attempt at concealment. She furrowed her brow and entered the office, clutching her small bag. Arriving precisely on time, she noticed that her colleagues were already present. Upon seeing Lan Ruashi, the previously whispering group immediately dispersed. "Lan Ruashi, have you recovered?" A female doctor, who had performed surgery on Yun Qian the previous day, strode over and said conspiratorially, "Come with me. I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Typically on amicable terms with Yu Qingqing, she would have expressed her annoyance sooner if it weren't for their usual rapport. "Yu Qingqing, have you seen the photos circulating online?" "What photos?" She had rushed to work without even having breakfast, too preoccupied to browse the internet. Yu Qingqing wore a knowing expression. "Well, I saved a screenshot. The original post is no longer visible. You must see this quickly. It seems serious." Lan Ruashi glanced skeptically at Yu Qingqing's phone. Upon closer inspection, her breath caught in her throat as she snatched the device, her eyes nearly popping out. Shock. Allegations of a high-ranking official with the surname Lan secretly meeting a lover in the dead of night. And not just one. The accompanying image showcased Lan Jiuming's profile, leaning down to kiss a young woman, who was clearly not Mrs. Lan. The backdrop was a grand villa, where the two appeared deeply enamored. Another image displayed Lan Jiuming's profile again, with a youthful woman tiptoeing to kiss him, set against a different but equally opulent villa. As the images surfaced, the internet erupted with outrage. Wow, if I'm not mistaken, this high-ranking official named Lan is running for election this year, and his support is soaring. The previous comment is spot on. What on earth is happening? Truly, one can trust no one but oneself in this world. How can someone with such a chaotic lifestyle aspire to the presidency? Disgusting. If one cannot manage their own desires, how can they govern a vast nation? Get lost. What a disgrace to the world. This scandal was released at 2 in the morning, a calculated move by the publisher, as most were fast asleep and unlikely to notice it in time to suppress it. However, a few night owls were online, and within mere hours, rumors spread like wildfire, revealing the malicious intent behind the post. Lan Ruashi's fingers gripped the phone tightly, turning pale with rage as panic transformed into fury. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, she smashed the phone into pieces. "Yu Qingqing, that was my phone. How could you?" But Lan Ruashi ignored her, rushing home in a frenzy. Yu Qingqing was incensed. That was her newly purchased phone, costing her an entire month as salary. It had barely been used before being destroyed by that wretched woman. Huh. Just wait and see. After this incident, how will your father manage his presidential campaign? Dream on. Your father is out with women while your husband keeps a mistress. How absurd. I won't tell you this. When the truth comes to light, I'll relish seeing your expression. As Lan Ruashi passed by the office, she happened to encounter the male doctor from yesterday, Lu Jia. "Ruashi, have you recovered? Let's celebrate tonight." Lan Ruashi had no intention of celebrating. She simply waved at Lu Jia and hurriedly left the hospital. Lu Jia, feeling perplexed, entered his office only to learn about the situation online. He immediately cautioned everyone against spreading rumors and engaging in baseless gossip. Outside, Yu Qingqing overheard Lu Jia's remarks and scoffed. What a sycophant. The Lan family was in disarray. Lan Jiuming had gone to the office without returning any news. The old master of the Lan family was furious, smashing every valuable ornament in the living room. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lan was crying uncontrollably, with Mu Xueping attempting to console her. When Lan Ruashi arrived home, Lan Jingyao had just returned as well. "Mom, what on earth is happening?" Mrs. Lan's eyes were swollen and red as she unleashed a torrent of curses, disregarding all decorum. "That shameless hussy. Once I find out who it is, I will tear her apart for seducing men right under my nose. She truly seeks her own demise." Lan Jingyao narrowed his eyes and said, "Mom, please calm down. Has Dad offended anyone recently? How would I know? With so many eyes on him, especially with his high profile in the presidential race, it's inevitable that someone would try to sabotage him. And your father, how can he still be gallivanting around at a time like this? It infuriates me. However, Lan Jingyao held a different perspective. I believe this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. My father is not the type to rush into things. He has been preoccupied with the campaign, inspecting various locations and delivering speeches. He hardly has time to meet women. Moreover, the woman in the photo is dressed in designer clothing, yet they are not this year's styles. I suspect that this photograph was taken 2 years ago. If it is true that his presidential ambitions have obstructed many paths, then to have orchestrated this 2 years prior is exceedingly prescient. Unless someone has been surveilling him all along. This realization tightened Lan Jingyao's gaze, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. At that moment, Lan Junming was undergoing an organizational review. Although a single photograph could not conclusively indicate any wrongdoing, and it only showed his profile, public sentiment was fervent, thus necessitating a careful approach from the organization. Moreover, Lan Junming was not an ordinary individual. He was a key candidate for the upcoming election. Consequently, the scrutiny was exceptionally stringent, with no room for blemishes. Emerging from the political review office, Lan Junming's frustration was palpable. Others might not comprehend the gravity of the situation, but he was acutely aware. Bai Yi Jing. Just as he sought to discuss matters over tea, he was met with a swift rebuke, a clear show of authority. How utterly arrogant! Although the organization did not revoke his candidacy, he understood that this incident had cost him dearly. All thanks to that insufferable brat. The tides of fate shift, and we shall see what unfolds. Meanwhile, after calming Mrs. Lan Ruashi returned to her room. So much had transpired recently. She had thought that her long-awaited engagement to I Ching would allow her to peacefully await her role as a bride. Yet, who could have predicted this? I Ching brought home a woman, soon followed by his biological son. The woman inexplicably fell from her horse and remained unconscious for several days. It was then discovered that I Ching had an affair with that wretched woman. Just as she managed to calm her emotions and planned to pursue a diplomatic approach to win over Bai, news of her father's infidelity broke. Lan Ruashi felt utterly exhausted, both physically and emotionally. At that moment, her phone vibrated twice. As her fingertip glided across the screen, a video abruptly appeared, showcasing a couple locked in an intimate kiss, as if they had fallen deeply in love, a bond that seemed unbreakable. In a fit of rage, Lan Ruashi hurled her phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces, yet her fury remained unabated. That wretched woman, I Ching is mine alone. No one can take him away. She quickly dialed a number on her home phone. Hello? Prepare something for me, the strongest you have. Chapter 37. The outburst on this day. The weather was splendid, with not a cloud in sight. Yin Shan was in her bedroom, changing her bandages for the final time. The scent of disinfectant mingled with the chilling aura of Xiao Hanyu, causing Yin Shan to shiver. Thankfully, this was the last time, otherwise, she would undoubtedly turn into a popsicle. Thank you. Xiao Hanyu finished packing the medical supplies and cast a glance at Yin Shan's delicate, elongated neck, where a blossoming red plum seemed to whisper unspeakable tales. He narrowed his eyes, chose silence, and strode out of the bedroom. Yun Shan stared at his cold silhouette for a moment, lost in thought, until a large hand covered her eyes, bringing her back to reality. What are you doing? Is he that handsome? She brushed his hand away, smiling brightly. He is handsome, more so than you. Bai I Ching narrowed his elongated, phoenix-like eyes dangerously, gripping her chin. Woman, you're getting bold. What? Am I not allowed to speak the truth? He is quite handsome. Xiao Hanyu, standing at 188 meters, possessed a lean yet impressive physique and was indeed quite dashing. Though he could not quite compare to Bai I Ching, they both had their unique charms. Both exuded a chill. Bai I Ching's was ruthless and captivating, while Xiao Hanyu's was cold and eerie, akin to someone who had wielded a scalpel for years, emanating an aura that discouraged closeness. Bai I Ching's hand traveled downward, stopping in an exceptionally generous area, nonchalantly stating, "It seems you're completely recovered. You can now boldly challenge your master, Yin Shan shivered. Bai I Ching, it's broad daylight. Control your beastly instincts. Besides, you asked me first. Am I not allowed to admire youthful beauty? You might as well be old meat. Bai Yiqing felt no shame in being a year older than Xiao Hanyu. Your eyes are yours, but you are mine. I forbid you to look, thus you cannot look. Understand? Yin Shan exploded in anger. What kind of twisted logic is that? If you dare, gouge my eyes out. Otherwise, I will look, and there's no justice in that. That person shielded you from bullets, and you haven't even uttered a word of gratitude, yet you further constrain him. Bai Yiqing, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Seeing the woman's eyes redden, Bai Yiqing's heart softened, and he casually remarked, should a slave be rewarded for protecting their master? Still dare to claim you aren't getting carried away? Yun Xian cast her gaze downward, unwilling to engage in conversation with him. In a place where she could not see, Bai Yiqing curled his lips into a smirk, his hands tucked casually in his pockets, exuding an effortless charm. Never mind. I shall not stoop to the level of a young lady. Speak. What is it that you desire? Instantly, Yun Xian lifted her head, her eyes shimmering like a sky full of stars. Really? Anything at all? Bai Yiqing nodded, save for allowing you to leave. Yun Xian's smile froze upon her face, her anger barely concealed. Bai Yiqing, do you find this amusing? Indeed, little girl, I knew you harbored ulterior motives. Yun Xian abruptly stood, her icy demeanor unlike anything he had previously witnessed, piercing through him like a dagger to the heart. What if I insist on leaving? Their gazes locked, one defiant with an upturned chin, the other stooping down, inscrutable in emotion. The air was thick with tension, suffocating. After an indeterminate time, Bai Yiqing suddenly laughed, advancing towards Yun Xian step by step, his smile contrasting with the stormy light in his eyes. I have always known you did not return to me willingly. However, I never anticipated that to escape me, you would resort to using your body as a shield against bullets to negotiate. Yun Xian, you truly possess a profound cunning. Yun Xian retorted, it seems I, Bai Yiqing, must have wronged you in a past life, encountering a white-eyed wolf like you. What misfortune? Yun Xian plopped on a bed, bewildered as she watched the man storm away in fury. Wait, how did she become the one with deep schemes? How had she turned into the white-eyed wolf? Surely, this man must be gravely mistaken. Oh, so saving his life is her fault now? She conceded that she had her own selfish motives. But her instinctive courage in that moment was genuine. After all, bullets are indiscriminate, and her survival was merely a stroke of luck. Was his attitude infuriating? Bai Yiqing stormed out of the main building, and Ling Yi, upon seeing the commander's menacing expression, instinctively made himself scarce. To the sailboat. Yes. The moment they entered the vehicle, Bai Yiqing's phone rang. Unfamiliar caller ID made him reluctant to answer, but the number was one that outsiders could not possibly know. Hello? Through the phone, Guozi could sense the man's overwhelming fury, her voice trembling as she said, Sis, brother-in-law, you wouldn't silence my sister, would you? Bai Yiqing paused, quickly realizing it was either Luo Bei or his good brother. What is it? Guozi chuckled nervously. Brother-in-law, I need to find my sister, but you should call the Bai. With that, she hung up. Guozi pouted, feeling a chill. Yun Xian was sulking in her room when a knock echoed at the door. Fairy sister? Oh, it's the Bai. Yun Xian leaped to her feet, hastily opening the door. Gomein, darling. TSK, a fairy sister, huh? You dare to call her that. And you dare to respond. How utterly amusing. Yun Xian paused, glancing at the phone into Bai's hand, laughing in irritation. You even thought to video call me. I was beginning to think you sold my son and ran off with Gu Yiju. Guozi's face flushed red, stammering. How did you know? Yun Xian adopted an air of inscrutability, having followed behind me since you were younger than my son. I know all your mischief, down to every little trouble you stir up. What could possibly escape my notice? Guozi hung her head, sheepishly admitting, Sis, I was wrong. Since learning that Yun Xian had been captured by Bai Yiqing and brought back to the country, she realized that she had unwittingly fallen prey to his charms. She felt remorse for quite some time and hesitated to reach out to Yun Xian. However, a mistake is a mistake, and one must ultimately confront the truth. Yun Xian shrugged, accepting that what is inevitable must come to pass, and she bore no ill will. What is owed cannot be evaded, if not in this life, then in the next. I am at peace with it. Upon hearing this, Guozi felt invigorated, brimming with determination. Sister, rest assured, I shall avenge this wrong. Yunqian raised an eyebrow. And how do you intend to do that? By throwing yourself at him? Guozi, can you exhibit a modicum of maternal instinct in front of your son? She cannot. She cannot. Dabai and Erbai chimed in unison. And Yunqian could only helplessly rub her forehead. She truly had two remarkable sons. Erbai, Mommy misses you, came the tender voice of Erbai from the other end of the line. Mommy, brother told me that great-grandfather's birthday is coming up. I've had enough fun with little mom, and I'm ready to return. Can you hold on for a few more days? Yunqian's expression shifted. No, you cannot come back. Why not? Brother said that my so-called father is not a scoundrel. So why can't I return? Yunqian sighed. Son, listen to Mommy. I promise I will come back to find you soon. If your father discovers your existence, he will never allow you to leave. At that point, the three of us will be trapped, without any freedom in this long journey of life. Just thinking about it sends a chill down my spine. That is not the life I desire. Erbai, reaching through the screen, gently touched Yunqian's face. Mommy, please don't be sad. It makes me sad too. Don't worry. Even though I'm not as clever as brother, I'm not foolish either. I will take care of myself, and besides, I have little mom with me. We look so much alike that escaping shouldn't be difficult. Yunqian replied, Your little mom? Guizi, caught off guard by her name being mentioned, looked puzzled at Yunqian. What tone is that? Haha. Guizi, once your little mom encounters your father, her intelligence will plummet. Can you still rely on her? Chapter 38. Gu Bai Lianhua and Yi Ju Guizi felt somewhat insulted. Sister, I just called brother-in-law. But why does it feel like he's furious? He hasn't done anything to you, has he? Yunqian was taken aback. He's still furious? I shall not bear this indignation. With a glint in her eye, she asked, Erbai, how do you know about great-grandfather's birthday? Brother told me. He has all the information on the Bai family. Yunqian looked at the Bai with appreciation. This son of hers, so young yet so composed and resourceful, had lost too much of his childhood innocence. Her heart ached for him. Guizi, if there is a birthday banquet at the old residence, you must assist me from the outside. I must leave. Having endured his torment for so long, I, Yunqian, cannot live in such a shadowy existence forever. No matter how beautiful a canary is, if confined in a cage for too long, it will not only lose its wits, but also suffer physical atrophy. Guizi was suddenly energized. Sister, have you truly made up your mind? Yes, I have. I owe him, but what is owed has been repaid. Adults must live their own lives. There's no need to rely on anyone or to be pitifully sentimental. The fruit pursed her lips and remarked, Sister, you are truly ruthless. If I were the demon lord, I would surely be driven to madness by you. Yunqian paused, never having considered that Bai Yiqing, after 5 years of relentless pursuit, wished to keep her by his side. Beyond vengeance, what could there be? At that moment, Bai Yiqing, in room 8808 of the Yacht Hotel, had consumed 2 bottles of red wine, exuding a kind of desolate beauty that drew glances from passers-by. Gu Yeju clicked his tongue, saying, Brother, if I were inclined that way, I would certainly spend a night of passion with you. Bai Yiqing shot him a glare and gulped down another mouthful of wine, the liquid cascading down his long neck, ultimately disappearing into his broad chest. An enticing sight that left Gu Yeju salivating. Brother, is my sister-in-law truly a woman? Did she genuinely give birth to that child? Bai Yiqing felt a slight dizziness and replied, Gu Yeju continued teasingly, with a brother as exceptional as you, she wouldn't be able to find someone like you even with a lantern. Let's not mention her fleeing 5 years ago. She was unaware of your feelings and feared you might harm her. But 5 years later, with the child grown, and you treating her so indulgently, if she were truly a woman, how could she remain unmoved? Bai Yiqing opened another bottle of wine, causing Gu Yeju to wince at the thought of the 1982 law fight being consumed so recklessly. She has no heart. How could she be swayed? Gu Yeju leaned back in his chair, a knowing smirk on his face. Brother, have you truly fallen for her? Bai Yiqing remained silent, which only underscored the matter. Gu Yeju rolled his eyes and said, Brother, I'm not criticizing you. Though my sister-in-law may be a tough nut, Isn't that precisely what attracted you to her? Countless women would line up for your attention, yet you only have eyes for her. Why is that? Bai Iching replied, and furthermore, Gu Yeju transformed into a relationship expert in an instant, asking, have you heard the saying? The most sophisticated hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Bai Iching shot him a look of disdain, responding, I have only heard that the finest ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. Gu Yeju burst into laughter. Brother, I've realized that since you've been with my sister-in-law, you've even begun to joke. Is that so? Bai Iching felt oblivious to this change. Continue. Gu Yeju rolled his eyes, calling him a stubborn, prideful man. A woman like my sister-in-law is unlike ordinary women. You must surely sense this. She has wealth, talent, children, and beauty. She lacks nothing. Why would she choose to hang on to a crooked tree like you? Bai Iching retorted, do not look at me like that, as if you wish to devour me. You excel in combat, but are utterly clueless when it comes to women. Bai Iching furrowed his brows and, after a long pause, finally uttered two words. Continue. Gu Yeju raised his glass, exclaiming, it's not easy. My brother is actually willing to heed advice. Bai Iching shot him a cold glance, causing Gu Yeju to instinctively retract his neck, fully aware of the ferocity of his brother. Gu Balianua Yeju, please continue your performance. Gu Yeju gritted his teeth and continued, the wealthy women outside are quite extravagant. Most of them are single. Men can keep mistresses, and women can similarly keep their own affairs. Times have changed. If you cling to old customs, your wife will inevitably belong to someone else. Indeed, he said this on purpose, for Bai Iching had provoked him. Huh. Bai Iching swirled his wine glass and remarked, when I meet old Master Gu next time, I might just nudge him about your marriage. Will we be toasting to the wedding of young Master Gu by the end of this year? Gu Yeju retorted, damn it, you cunning man. He quickly shifted the topic. Brother, let me tell you, even though my sister-in-law lacks nothing, she is still a woman. She experiences moments of loneliness and emptiness. You need to entice her. With women, brute force alone won't suffice. You must make her fall for you willingly, so that in the end, despite having everything, she still finds herself missing you. Do you understand? Bai Iching seemed to grasp something profound and teased. By the way, Guozi contacted Yinxian today. He might come back to see her. Gu Yeju tightened his grip on his wine glass, but quickly feigned indifference. What does that have to do with me? Indeed, it has nothing to do with you. The child is already here. The opportunity has passed, and it would only lead to complications. Gu Yeju, throwing down his wine glass, exclaimed, wait, how do you know she is a child? Bai Iching, with a smirk, replied, what does it matter to you? Gu Yeju shot back. Bai Iching, the love expert, having wooed countless women, just be wary not to fall for a married one. Get lost. Chapter 39. Drunkenness. By the time Bai Iching returned, it was already late at night. In the main building, only Uncle Wu was still waiting. Upon seeing Ling Yi helping him in, Uncle Wu hurried over. Young master, have you drunk too much? Just a few more sips, Uncle Wu. Please help me get the commander upstairs. Little did he know, in his drunken haze, the man forcefully pushed Ling Yi aside and collapsed onto the sofa. I won't go upstairs. Let her come down and attend to me. Ling Yi's lips twitched. You truly are emboldened by alcohol. Impressive. Get lost. Yes. Ling Yi felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and swiftly vanished. Uncle Wu, helpless, had no choice but to ascend the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. Yun Qian, drowsily drifting into sleep, found it difficult to do so tonight, perhaps out of habit to the presence of that troublesome man. Hearing the knocking, she knew it must be Uncle Wu. If it were Bai Iching, he would have the authority to enter. Rubbing her forehead, she got up and opened the door. Uncle Wu, what is it? Miss Yun, the young master has had too much to drink and is downstairs. My old bones can't manage to help him. Could you please? Yun Qian didn't think too much of it. Bai Iching was indeed quite heavy, and it was normal for Uncle Wu, at his age, to struggle. All right, I'll go down. She slipped on a jacket and descended the stairs. Downstairs, the man lay sprawled on the sofa, his usually immaculate military uniform now slightly disheveled, indicating he was quite intoxicated. Frowning, Yun Qian said, Uncle Wu, please help me get him upstairs. Oh, all right. The two of them each took one of his arms. But Bai Ching was far too drunk, utterly uncooperative, and as heavy as a dead weight. They couldn't budge him an inch. "Mr. Wu, Miss Yin, the old gentleman cannot do without me. You see," Yun Qian waved her hand. "Go ahead. I will find a way myself." "All right." At the moment, Mr. Wu stepped out. His emotions mirrored those of Ling Yi, nearly bringing him to tears. Yun Qian gently patted Bai Yiqing's cheek. "Hey, wake up." Upon hearing Mr. Wu leave, Bai Yiqing slowly regained consciousness, though his eyes remained dreamy and innocent. "Darling, a hug." Yun Qian asked, "Can you get up?" "If you can, return to your room and sleep." Bai Yiqing seemed genuinely intoxicated, his tone laced with a hint of childishness, appearing rather fierce. A wave of affection surged within Yun Qian, compelling her to pinch his cheek until it became adorably misshapen. She imagined Bai Yiqing would resist, but to her surprise, he simply gazed at her with a foolishly endearing expression, unflinching and adorably naive. In that instant, she felt a pang of maternal love, reminiscent of her son. Realizing he too possessed such a charming side, truly a revelation. However, when Bai Yiqing heard her words, he suddenly buried his head against her chest, mumbling, "I'm hungry. I want a drink." "Oh, you rascal!" Yun Qian exclaimed. "You act like my son, don't you?" She kept pushing him away, worried about the embarrassment if someone walked in. Yet, the inebriated Bai Yiqing was surprisingly strong, overpowering her effortlessly. In an instant, her outer garment slipped to the floor, and his hands lifted hers above her head, sending a tingling sensation throughout her body, so much so that her toes curled in embarrassment. That mischievous man, even in his drunken state, did not forget to tease her, having been injured and deprived of meat for days. Yun Qian knew he would not let her off easily tonight. What she hadn't anticipated was his indulgence in alcohol, transforming him into someone almost unrecognizable, yet still domineering, albeit with an added layer of charm and playfulness. It melted her heart. Bai Yiqing nuzzled against her chest, loosening his grip on her hands to wrap his arms around her waist, adopting a needy posture that stirred an unusual feeling within Yun Qian, something wicked yet somewhat uncontrollable. "Bai Yiqing, I want to go upstairs," she said with a soft, sultry voice. The moment her words escaped her lips, he looked up, noticing her flushed cheeks and reddened eyes, the effects of the alcohol igniting something within him, altering his gaze. Yun Qian held his chin and reiterated, "I want to go upstairs." Instantly, Bai Yiqing sprang to his feet, lifting her effortlessly in a horizontal embrace, racing back to the bedroom. The sound of the faucet in the bathroom accompanied the woman's soft murmurs, creating a rhythm that tingled the ears and ignited a restless yearning, saturating the air with an indescribable allure. When Yun Qian gradually regained consciousness, she found herself alone in the spacious room. Had it not been for the severe ache in her waist, she might have thought the previous night merely a dream. The intoxicated man's every action exuded an unfathomable tenderness, with her in control of the rhythm and pace, fulfilling her every desire without causing her the slightest bit of discomfort. Yun Qian sighed at the other side of Bai Yiqing, contemplating that if this man could maintain such a demeanor, allowing her to come and go freely without restrictions or surveillance, enduring it for a while would not be unreasonable. Lost in her thoughts, Yun Qian was unaware that outside the Penglai Pavilion, someone had orchestrated a farce to avenge her, albeit a trivial one, yet it would still serve to vex Bai Yiqing. It was said that Bai Yiqing had made a special trip to the city, and Ling Yi, glancing at the assortment of breakfast laid out in the passenger seat, couldn't help but grimace. Raising his gaze to the blazing sun, he noted that it seemed to be dragging its feet today. It was still 10 minutes shy of noon. Upon his return, he found several police cars parked outside the estate. Uncle Wu was negotiating with someone, though it was evident that his efforts were in vain. Ling Yi opened the door and stepped out, striding forward with a stern expression and imposing attire, exuding an overwhelming presence before the junior officers, and coldly inquiring, "Who are you looking for? Do you know where this is?" Uncle Wu spoke first. "Deputy Ling, it's like this, Deputy Ling." The officers exchanged glances, taking in the opulence of the mansion, the commanding figure of the deputy, and the glinting weapon at his waist, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. In this country, few dared to carry a firearm so openly. One officer explained that they had received a report of someone being held captive within the estate. They were merely following protocol to ascertain the truth of the claim. Held captive? To inspect? Huh. Ling Yi's piercing gaze made the officers break into a cold sweat. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. To be blunt, even if there is someone truly imprisoned at Penglai Pavilion, you lack the authority to intervene. Should you wish to conduct an inspection, you must apply for a search warrant from the presidential office, and whether you succeed in obtaining one is a matter of luck. The officers wore expressions of distress. They too felt wronged. The estate's owner was evidently of significant standing, yet when the report came in, they were the only newcomers available, with two seniors having excused themselves, claiming prior engagements, stating that as novices, they needed to hone their skills without always relying on the veterans. This world belongs to us, and it also belongs to you, but one day it will surely be yours. Such lofty words were uttered without consideration. Thus they had come. Had they known it would turn out this way, they would have rather faced any consequence than tread into this misfortune. Just then, a commanding voice, imbued with authority and menace, echoed from behind. Ling Yi, allow them to proceed with the search. Commander. Upon seeing Bai Yiqing, Ling Yi immediately saluted, while Uncle Wu bowed respectfully. Young master. The man stood like a towering mountain, an invisible pressure distorting the air, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloping them. Commander? In this nation, the only one who could claim such a title was the formidable demon Lord Bai Yiqing. Rumor had it that Commander Bai was more fearsome than a demon and more savage than a beast, killing without shedding blood and devouring his prey without leaving a trace. Enlisting at the age of 8 and commencing his campaign to reclaim lawless territories at 18, he was referred to as the Demon Lord of the Fifth World. Even the heads of state from other nations must yield before him, for they have witnessed the formidable nature of this man. Regarding today's incident, one can only imagine the fright that would befall even their directors and department heads, let alone these lowly subordinates. Truly, it is beyond comprehension who could be so foolish as to report such a matter. It is utterly absurd. A few officers were on the verge of tears. Trembling as they spoke, Your Excellency, it is all a misunderstanding, likely a prank by someone. We apologize for the disturbance. Please do not hold it against us. Just let us go. Bai Yiqing had no intention of making things difficult for these officers. He calmly replied, If anyone dares to report again, have your director come personally. Yes, please rest assured. Bai Yiqing said no more and strode purposefully toward the side building. Upon catching sight of him, Bai quickly stepped away from the window. Chapter 40. In the world of adults, those who take things seriously are doomed. When Bai Yiqing entered, Bai was busy assembling his replica firearms. A gift from Gu Yiju. Understanding his interests, this godfather was quite reliable. Upon hearing the noise, Bai looked up and exclaimed, Old Bai. After uttering those two words, he lowered his head again to continue his assembly, his indifferent demeanor betraying a familial resemblance. Bai Yiqing leaned against the door for a moment before striding in. Do you really like it? How about I get you a real one next time? Are you brave enough to accept? What's there to fear? Bai Yiqing ruffled his hair and spent some time playing with his son. Seeing his father's swift and stylish assembly of the firearms, Bai could not help but display a hint of admiration. As a son, he felt compelled not to hinder his father's progress. After all, brothers unite to tackle challenges, and father and son can fight side by side. Do you understand? Bai Yiqing, as a father, must also serve as a model for his son, lest he develop a fear of marriage in the future. Bai Yiqing pondered how many times this had occurred, left speechless by his son. He lightly tapped Bai's forehead, saying, I do my best. Then so shall I. Replied Bai. Yun Qian was in the attic preparing her medicine. According to the fruits of gossip, her pills had recently skyrocketed in value on the black market. Women from affluent families are ever so clever, and many seek to solidify their positions through the birth of children. Yun Qian, adept in her business, took great pleasure in her work. The high price of her medicine stemmed not only from its efficacy, but also from the intricate manufacturing process. From selecting materials to drying and boiling, every step was meticulously handled by Yun Qian herself. Thus, producing a single pill required a full 3 days. She would not compromise on quality. Her business was founded on honesty. Since the attic was rarely frequented, Today, Yun Xian dressed somewhat casually in a form-fitting knitted dress that hugged her curves, accentuating her figure beautifully. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the pestle rolled from the table to the floor as she turned around. Darn it! Yun Xian half squatted to reach for it, but her arms were too short. In resignation, she knelt down, stretching her body forward. Bai Yiqing entered just then, and the unexpected scene before him caused him to catch his breath. From his vantage point, he could perfectly discern the graceful curve of Yun Xian's hips and the fleeting glimpse of her skirt's hem. The hazy allure quickened his heartbeat, compelling him to reach out and part the mist, revealing the magnificent scenery once more. Bai Yiqing became acutely aware of the sound of his own swallowing. A surge of dopamine coursing through him, while endorphins danced chaotically. Uncontrollably, he found himself drawn toward that enticing vista. Alas, my knees! The floor beneath the table was devoid of carpet, the hard marble surface littered with remnants of traditional Chinese medicine, causing Yun Xian's fair knees to turn crimson. There were even remnants stuck to her skin. How careless could she be? Let me see. Emma, do you walk without making a sound? You startle me. Without hesitation, Bai Yiqing lifted Yun Xian onto the table. Damn it! Why hadn't he thought to place a luxurious chaise lounge here and lay down a carpet? This was indeed quite inconvenient. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Xian gazed up at the handsome man, her mind drifting back to the blush-inducing moments of the previous night. The experience of a big bad wolf transforming into a sweet puppy was rather delightful. Bai Yiqing meticulously brushed away the debris from her legs, only to meet the gaze of someone who was openly admiring him. As expected, a slight shift in strategy yielded results. He surmised she must be anticipating his next intoxicated state. You vixen, conceal that lewd expression of yours. Yun Xian snapped back to reality, indignantly retorting. Who are you calling a vixen? What have I ever done to you? Bai Yiqing regarded her with a knowing smirk and suddenly leaned in closer, whispering, You are craving my body. Yun Xian, feeling uncomfortable, turned her face away, insisting, I am not. Don't speak nonsense. Am I speaking falsely? It is you, daring to think yet not admit it. Clearly, you covet my handsome physique while pretending to be nonchalant. Your game of feigned indifference is quite skillful. Yun Xian, caught in her own thoughts, became flustered, exclaiming, I am merely your servant. How could I dare to covet my master? You are slandering me. She was genuinely flustered. Bai Yiqing smirked, then lifted his shirt to reveal his muscular back. Big brother, what are you doing? Look closely, who left these marks? Yun Xian, Bai Yiqing said. Though I have no recollection of last night's events, the compelling evidence here suggests you were quite active while I was inebriated. Bai Yiqing leaned closer to Yun Xian's ear, the warmth of his breath cascading over her skin, his lips brushing against her delicate ear as he murmured, While I was intoxicated, you thoroughly indulged yourself, did you not? Boom! Yun Xian's face flushed crimson, akin to a child caught pilfering candy, her words tumbling out in disarray. That is, it's not what you think. I'm still recovering. How could I be so eager? Moreover, you were the one who drank too much. If I were to take advantage, wouldn't that make me worse than a beast? You are overthinking it, truly. Bai Yiqing chuckled mockingly, gesturing to his own body. Then tell me, where did these come from? I do not know. You heartbreaker. Yun Xian retorted. I am indeed quite the heartbreaker, having indulged and then vanished. Now, as the scene unfolds once more, she lacked the courage to admit it. What was she afraid of? Indeed, she was afraid. She feared that if she lost her heart, it would become ever more difficult to leave. Bai Yiqing observed her inner turmoil with keen interest and remarked nonchalantly, Indeed, I have reached the age of marriage. Yun Xian gazed at him in bewilderment, her heart suddenly heavy with a pang of bitterness. Yes, he was of marriageable age and already had a fiancée. What was she still grappling with? Yun Xian, you foolish simpleton, how could you still entertain such notions? In the realm of adulthood, those who take matters seriously often find themselves in dire straits. A radiant smile graced Yun Xian's lips as she replied, I understand. Bai Yiqing wrapped his arm around her waist, saying, So, I wish to, don't say another word. Yun Xian interrupted, pushing him away with unexpected fervor, causing Bai Yiqing to stumble slightly in surprise. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my position and would never jeopardize your relationship with Miss Lawn. Furthermore, this is merely a dalliance between adults. I shall not take it to heart." By I Ching, Yun Xian fought against an inexplicable urge and continued. "There is something I must make clear. Our relationship must conclude before your marriage to Miss Lawn. After all," she smirked, "there are plenty of men out there. I have no intention of risking my well-being for a married man." With that, she elegantly turned away and swiftly departed from the loft. Bai Iching stood rooted in place, his expression dark as a thundercloud, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of nobility reminiscent of ancient Greek deities. Merely a dalliance between adults? Plenty of men, you say? Our relationship must end before the wedding? Very well, then await the day of my marriage with bated breath. Yun Xian thought to herself, wait for what? I am leaving. Chapter 41. As if I were usurping his place, as Yun Xian reached the door, she encountered Uncle Wu, who called her for a meal, stating that the young master had personally gone out to buy lunch. You haven't eaten yet. Come downstairs and partake. Yun Xian raised an eyebrow. The dog of a man went out himself to buy food? Let us go. It is a disgrace to waste such resources. Upon descending the stairs, she coincidentally met Xiao Hanyu, who was exiting after checking on the old master's health, having changed medications several times over the past few days. Yun Xian decided to greet him. Dr. Xiao, have you eaten? Would you care to join me? Xiao Hanyu glanced at her with an impassive expression, then at the exquisite dishes on the table, said nothing, and strode out of the living room. Yun Xian pouted. What a peculiar individual. That look he gave me was as if I were encroaching upon his territory. Uncle Wu chuckled. Miss Yun, do not take it to heart. Dr. Xiao is simply of that temperament. However, his medical skills are commendable, and in the Bai household, it is essential to speak little. He fits that role quite well. The young master prefers those who are reticent. Yun Xian sighed. Indeed, I am quite the chatterbox. Thus, it is impossible for that dog of man to harbor any feelings for me. The food in her mouth felt like chewing wax. Lan Ruoshi had just finished work when she received a call from Meng Tianxin. Hello, Ruoshi Jia. How is everything progressing? I have already secured what you requested. I am calling to inform you of new developments. Lan Ruoshi furrowed her brow, feeling increasingly anxious. Speak. It is like this. I believe some matters require a decisive approach. If we are to act, let us do so with conviction. Meng Tianxin said mysteriously, Ruoshi Jia, have you heard of a miraculous pill that can induce germination? It is quite extraordinary. A miraculous pill? Lan Ruoshi pondered for a moment. I believe I have heard of it somewhere. In the next moment, a glimmer of hope illuminated her mind. Could it be the kind of potion developed by the shallow deity that optimizes a woman's body for the ultimate adaptability to pregnancy? Boasting a success rate of 99%? Indeed, that was it. Lan Ruoshi was unusually exhilarated. Meng Tianxin was not mistaken. When one embarks on a venture, one must be resolute. It was not easy to bring Bai Iching down once, and if she could conceive directly, she would emerge as a victor in life. With her father's affairs causing a stir, she could not escape the scrutiny of others, her heart perpetually suspended in anxiety. The upcoming birthday banquet for Grandfather Bai in a few days presented the perfect opportunity. Tianxin, please tell me, where can I procure this medicine? I have a friend who deals in the black market. According to him, this potion is exceedingly rare, no more than 5 pills a month, and they have skyrocketed in price, with demand far exceeding supply. He has connections with the suppliers and can reserve some, but you must pay half the deposit up front. How much? 10 million. 10 million? Lan Ruoshi was genuinely taken aback. Thus, each pill was valued at 20 million? Indeed. Ruoshi, are you unwilling to part with that amount? Or perhaps you cannot produce it? Never mind that, as if I lack the funds. Send me your account number, and I will transfer it to you. I will pay the rest once I have a medicine. After all, one must take risks to reap rewards. Yet, she felt conflicted. The large transaction would alert her brother, and she would need to concoct an excuse if he inquired. On the other end of the line, Meng Tianxin clicked her tongue. Ruoshi, you are quite affluent. I wish you success. Once you ascend to the position of the Bai family's young mistress, remember that your sister here will benefit. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lan Ruoshi failed to detect the disdain and jealousy in Meng Tianxin's words. Rest assured, you will not be left empty-handed. In the underground parking lot, as Lan Ruashi started her car, someone knocked on her window from outside. Ruashi, do you have time for lunch? I invite you. It was Luja. Lan Ruashi was aware that this young man harbored feelings for her, but to her, he was merely a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, an unrealistic hope. Even without the Lan family's background, she would never entertain him. No time, she replied coldly. Ruashi, please don't be like this. You know my feelings for you. I am serious. I could swear to the heavens. Lan Ruashi waved her hand impatiently. Luja, when will you be done? You know I have a fiancé. If this continues, I will report you for harassment. Do you believe me? Rather than retreating, Luja advanced, directly opening the car door and stepping inside. Lan Ruashi furrowed her brow. What do you intend to do? Do you want me to call the police? Luja grasped her wrist with a slight surge of emotion. Ruashi, did you not watch the video I sent you, Lan Ruashi's expression shifted. It was indeed his message. What exactly do you want? Yes, it was for me. As a colleague in the office and your secret admirer, I could not be unaware of Bai Yiqing. That day, when Yin Qian was injured, I recognized them instantly. Observing their unusual relationship, Luja felt a sense of fortune. He believed his opportunity had finally arrived. Ruashi, Bai Yiqing is not your true love. A person like him, if he does not genuinely cherish you, how could he wholeheartedly treat you with kindness? I am different. My heart and eyes are solely filled with you. I shall forever be your devoted follower, unwavering in my loyalty. You say east, and I shall not venture west. Silence yourself, Ruashi. I demand your silence. Lan Ruashi's eyes brimmed with fury. Luja, listen well, even if I, Lan Ruashi, were to marry a pig or a dog, I would never be with you. Moreover, you are not worthy to even carry Yiqing's shoes. How dare you compare yourself to him? Such arrogance. Luja's expression darkened. His masculine pride lay trampled beneath her words. Instinctively, he pulled her into his embrace and sealed her lips without hesitation. Lan Ruashi, in a fit of rage, pounded on him with her fists, but Luja, consumed by a frenzy, grew more determined to claim her as his own with every struggle she made. In a moment of desperation, she bit down hard on his lower lip, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth, repulsive in its intensity. Luja, taken aback by the pain, instantly released her. Lan Ruashi hurriedly flung open the car door and fled. Luja watched her retreating figure, avoiding him like a venomous snake, panic-stricken and lost. His eyes narrowed dangerously. If Bai Yiqing does not want you, and you insist on being a sycophant, then I, Luja, am more than sufficient for you. Little Ruashi, you cannot escape one day. When you have tasted what I offer, you will be utterly enchanted, longing for no other man. Ha ha ha. Chapter 42. She does not retreat, so he retreats in the attic. Yin Qian finished her meal and returned. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback. Not only had the carpet been replaced, but the corners beneath the table had been covered entirely as well. Furthermore, there was a new chaise longue in the room, along with a rocking chair. Most astonishing of all, a handsome man lay languidly on the rocking chair, eyes closed in a serene slumber, as if a celestial being. What is happening? Yin Qian heard Bai Yiqing's sharp intake of breath, her body reacting faster than her mind. Before she knew it, she had dashed over. Bai Yiqing slowly opened his eyes, his tone somewhat aggrieved. Yin Qian, how long did you use me yesterday? Yin Qian, feeling a sudden pang in her waist, coughed vehemently. Her delicate face fell. I told you I didn't Don't wrongfully accuse me. The man picked up his phone and casually remarked. There's surveillance in the bedroom. Didn't you know? Yin Qian, Bai Yiqing, I shall kill you. Yin Qian lunged at him, her legs wrapping around his waist as her hands tightened around his neck, glaring fiercely. How could you be so perverse, installing surveillance in the bedroom? You actually thought of that. Hand over the video, or today, I should go all out with you. Bai Yiqing allowed her to wreak havoc, unfazed. I only installed it recently. Ever since your injury, I haven't mistreated you. Why are you so anxious? Yin Qian blurted out. What about yesterday? You must give me yesterday's video. Yesterday? Bai Yiqing queried, perplexed. We didn't do anything yesterday. Where would the video come from? Yin Qian, exasperated, retorted. What do you mean we did nothing? We did everything the whole night. Are you satisfied now? Then why did you say we didn't? What do you mean? You remain unrepentant, taking advantage of those who are intoxicated and unaware. Now that the situation has escalated, what shall we do? The expression of despair on Bai Yiqing's face ignited a sense of longing within Yunqian. Could it be that the true perverse one is not him, but rather herself? No wonder Guozi once remarked on her assertive nature. At the time, she had severely reprimanded him, labeling his comments as an insult. In retrospect, his words ring true. Faced with such a delicate man, her protective instincts surged, and with a grand gesture, she reassured him, "Do not worry, Sister Qian will administer a few acupuncture needles. And I assure you, it will cure you." Bai Yiqing was skeptical. Really? Indeed, truly. However, I fear pain. Yun Qian, exclaiming in jest, "Oh dear, what a predicament! Guozi, do not forget to send gifts to your senior sister on this day next year." Observing Yun Qian's flustered demeanor, Bai Yiqing found himself chuckling inwardly. It seemed everyone has their vulnerabilities, and it was merely a matter of whether one could seize upon them. Little Qian's weakness lay in her accustomed strength. Upon encountering someone stronger, she felt compelled to conquer him. This mindset drove them apart. If he desired to be with her and she would not yield, then he would step back. As she grasped the silver needle, Yun Qian transformed into an entirely different persona, serious, austere, and intimidating. "Remove your shirt," Bai Yiqing protested. "Sister Qian, I'm nervous. I have feared needles since childhood. My arms have a mind of their own. Will you help me?" Yun Qian was tempted to slap herself. How could she be so fierce and assertive in front of such a fragile man? Instantly softening, she said, "Do not move. I shall handle this." Bai Yiqing naturally relished the attention of such a captivating beauty, enjoying her meticulous care. "Take it slow," he urged, as Yun Qian lifted his camouflage short sleeve. Gradually revealing his sculpted 8-pack abs, she found herself unable to suppress a swallow, yearning to touch him in that moment. It must be said, Bai Yiqing's physique was undeniably impressive. Though this was not her first close encounter, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to him each time. Finally, having removed his shirt, Yun Qian held it in her embrace. The familiar cool scent mingled with a hint of his unique masculine aroma, rendering her momentarily dazed and even enchanted. "Lie down," she instructed. Bai Yiqing pouted, "Sister Qian, be gentle. This is my first time with acupuncture." Yun Qian's lips twitched in irritation. "Dear sir, would you kindly speak more smoothly?" This outwardly masculine, yet inwardly delicate man was truly dazzling to her. "Do not be anxious. My skills are exceptional. You will see shortly." Bai Yiqing scoffed, boasting, "You were quite rough last night." The man obediently lay on the rocking chair, his bare torso exposed, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter, which stirred her emotions. Yun Qian closed her eyes, silently reciting a calming mantra. Moments later, her delicate hands searched for acupoints upon his waist. Bai Yiqing could not help but inquire, "Sister Qian, is my acupoint difficult to locate?" She had always seemed so adept, yet now it appeared to struggle to find his points. Was she not a woman of virtue? Yun Qian faltered, finding the correct acupoint requires precision. "You wouldn't understand." Bai Yiqing smiled. "Does it hurt?" "A little." What is it now?" "Your hands are rather cold." The subtle movements elicited a soft click of the tongue from Yun Qian, who reminded herself to remain calm. After all, he was a patient, and patients ought to maintain a cheerful disposition. "Oh," she exclaimed as she playfully smacked his backside, exclaiming, "Are you done with your antics? Yelling like a ghost. Do you not realize that incorrectly needling an acupoint can be life-threatening?" Bai Yiqing felt somewhat aggrieved. The acupoint was sore and swollen, and he lamented, "Sister Qian, do you think I'm done for?" Yun Qian reassured him, "Surely not. This acupoint is indeed crucial, but if the discomfort is severe, could it be that I truly overstepped last night?" She feigned calmness, insisting, "Fear not. With your sister here, I'll revive even a dead horse." Bai Yiqing pressed his lips together, stifling a chuckle. "If you can't bring me back to life, you must take full responsibility." With a grand wave of her hand, she replied, "Rest assured, it's all on me." How amusing it was to witness the typically proud demon lord revealing such vulnerability. It seemed that matters concerning a man's dignity were indeed the last straw. "Do not fret, dear one. Your sister will not neglect you. After the acupuncture session, Bai Yiqing surprisingly drifted into slumber. As a thin sheen of sweat glistened upon his skin, Yun Qian gently unfolded a blanket and covered him, while his long eyelashes fluttered. Hidden from her view, she remained by his side, fixated for a full 40 minutes without blinking. Upon withdrawing the needles, Bai Yiqing slowly opened his eyes and inquired, "Sister Qian, will one session suffice?" Sensing his concern, Yun Qian teased, "Are you questioning my medical skills?" No, I merely asked out of worry," he replied. She pinched his cheek, reassuring him, "Do not fret, keep your heart at ease." His gaze flickered. "Shall we test the waters?" Yun Qian was puzzled. "What do you mean by test?" "Let us start with something simple. I want to move, but you will." Chapter 43. Don't even think about it. Fraud. An hour later, Yun Qian leisurely donned a knitted dress and glanced at the man on the rocking chair, whose eyes were slightly reddened. She softly commanded, "Help me with the zipper." Bai Yiqing, bare-chested with several scratch marks adorning his skin, his tousled hair obscuring his eyes, appeared devoid of emotion. Wrapped in a thin blanket that only covered him below the waist, he murmured, "I lack the strength." Yun Qian couldn't help but chuckle, reveling in the beauty that emanated from him, her laughter both carefree and mischievous. She was astounded by her own hidden talents. After planting a kiss on his lips, she teasingly remarked, "If you're tired, rest. It's just a zipper. If you can't pull it up, it's no matter." Bai Yiqing weakly propped himself up, intending to assist Yun Qian with the zipper, but his movements were too vigorous, causing the blanket to dramatically slide down. Yun Qian's eyes betrayed her, inadvertently glancing at him. Bai Yiqing quickly pulled the blanket back around himself, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Don't even think about it, fraud." Yun Qian knelt on the rocking chair, hands gripping the armrests, trapping Bai Yiqing within her embrace, and playfully retorted, "What am I thinking? How have I deceived you?" Her posture was undeniably that of a rogue. Bai Yiqing pressed his lips together. "You said one session would suffice, yet here we are." "It hurts." "Where does it hurt?" she inquired. "Everywhere." "Yun Qian, Bai Yiqing, you have left me in disarray." "Yun Qian, you deceitful scoundrel. I can no longer place my trust in you." "How could this be?" "Allow me to see." Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Qian attempted to lift his blanket, but Bai Yiqing clung to it tenaciously, resembling a warrior resolutely defending his dignity, unwilling to yield. "Stop tugging at it. Why hold on so tightly? Am I going to devour you?" Bai Yiqing scoffed, his demeanor suggesting, "Haven't you consumed enough?" The corner of Yun Qian's mouth twitched. "Do you still wish to recover? I warn you, if it truly deteriorates, your later years may be devoid of any happiness." "Do not blame me then. Who else would I blame?" Bai Yiqing shot back. Yun Qian felt as though she was a scholar confronted by a soldier. Indeed, he was a soldier, a notorious rogue at that, a fact she had nearly overlooked. Bai Yiqing glared at Yun Qian, recalling her earlier words, "If it cannot be cured, you will be responsible for my future." "Did I say that?" "Indeed you did." Yun Qian pondered. "I distinctly remember saying, 'Do not worry, it will be taken care of.' What difference does that make?" Yun Qian, exasperated yet amused, retorted, "Yes, it will be handled, yet you still refuse to let me see. Hurry. We must address this during the optimal treatment period for a swift recovery." "I refuse." Yun Qian mused. "What is it like to witness a proud and untamed wolf transform into a docile puppy? You must have it. As I've warned you, women's words are deceptive. If you truly cannot perform, I shall not concern myself with you." The two remained at an impasse, one fiercely defending his dignity, the other like a bandit. In the midst of their struggle, Yun Qian's unzipped garment unexpectedly slipped from her chest, revealing her exquisite form. Bai Yiqing's breath caught in his throat. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yun Qian seized the opportunity, lifting the thin blanket, and the world fell silent. Only the sound of their heartbeats reverberated in the quiet room. After a prolonged silence, Yun Qian remarked, TSK, you are a naughty little liar." Bai Yiqing's body stiffened. Then he lowered his head, murmuring softly, "No, it truly hurts." As Yun Qian adjusted her attire, she instructed, "Extend your hand. Let me take your pulse." "I refuse to believe it. A man as robust as you, who can be reckless without consequence, suddenly falls ill after a single night? Who does she think she is?" the foremost disciple of the infamous Huan. No one could deceive her. Bai Yiqing calmly extended his hand. Do you think I am deceiving you? Yun Qian remained silent, her acquiescence serving as the most eloquent response. A flicker of hurt crossed Bai Yiqing's devil-may-care visage. Am I so unworthy of your trust? Yun Qian's lips curled into a smirk. Hush now. Be obedient. The truth will soon reveal itself. Should he truly dare to deceive her, she would ensure he faced the consequences. At the moment she felt Bai Yiqing's pulse, Yun Qian's expression shifted, her brow furrowing in disbelief. How can this be? Bai Yiqing lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions within his eyes, remaining calm and silent as she assessed him. Yun Qian took a full 5 minutes to reluctantly accept her conclusion. He was indeed unwell. How is it? Can it be treated? Yun Qian, the pain in your waist is indeed real, as is the sensation of discomfort, and the pressure the child bears in their heart is equally genuine. The ailment is not severe and can certainly be treated. However, if the patient continuously doubts their own recovery, it could lead to a cascade of adverse reactions over time. The optimal treatment plan involves acupuncture as an adjunct, coupled with efforts to alleviate the patient's anxiety, allowing them to gradually affirm their well-being through experience, ultimately leading to healing. Yun Qian coughed lightly, acknowledging that her lack of experience might have inadvertently caused harm at some stage. That, sigh, she said, resting her hands on Bai Yiqing's shoulders and gazing intently into his eyes. Do you trust me? Bai Yiqing pressed his lips together, his gaze drawn to her enticing lips. He turned his face away without a word. Yun Qian pondered, is she being rejected? Hey, Bai Yiqing, look at me. Listen to me, you are not ill. It is merely a minor psychological hurdle that can be overcome. You can do this, all right? I don't believe it. Yun Qian exclaimed, what a stubborn child. You don't trust me? I am a disciple of Huan. Bai Yiqing turned back, casually replying, and so of Huan? Is he really that impressive? Yun Qian felt provoked. It was a blatant challenge. The warrior spirit within her was ignited, and she sat upright, crossing her arms defiantly, her expression frosty. Speak plainly. What must happen for you to cooperate with the treatment? Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow. Will you agree to whatever I say? Although she held no fondness for her master, she would not allow anyone to trample upon his reputation. Failing to cure this troublesome man would be akin to betraying her mentor, leaving her with no dignity in the world. She was determined to demonstrate that Huan was indeed formidable, and that his disciple was even more so. Bai Yiqing wrapped himself in a blanket, a glimmer of triumph shining in his eyes. The only request I have for your cooperation is that you must also cooperate with me. Yun Qian retorted. What kind of nonsense is that? It sounds simple, but achieving it is no easy feat. How do I cooperate? With everything in life. Goodness. Unbeknownst to her, Yun Qian had unwittingly stepped into the trap that Bai Yiqing had meticulously laid for her, only realizing the depth of his devotion when she turned back to see how much he had invested for this love. Chapter 44. Your mommy fears daddy catches a cold. Bai Yiqing rose and donned his clothing piece by piece, each movement exuding elegance and grace. Yun Qian observed him, feeling an inexplicable disquiet, yet unable to pinpoint the reason. Turn around. Let me help you with the zipper. Oh. Yun Qian found herself slightly disconcerted by Bai Yiqing's sudden shift to tenderness. But who truly relishes a bandit, as long as they are not deranged? Bai Yiqing gathered her long hair to the front, his long fingers delicately grasping the zipper, pulling it upward slowly. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against her luminous, fair skin, sending shivers coursing through her. Bai Yiqing, call me A.E. Bai Yiqing turned her body, pulling her close, his voice low and magnetic, tinged with an undercurrent of unease. I am unwell. Yun Qian's heart softened. I need you, Yunner. Yun Qian embraced him in return, her hand gently caressing his broad back, just as she had once comforted her 3 little ones. I understand. Don't worry. With me here, you'll be just fine, okay? In a moment concealed from her eyes, Bai Yiqing revealed a devilishly charming smile. Indeed, the day after tomorrow marks Grandpa's 70th birthday. You might consider inviting Guozi over. Hasn't Tishi been longing for you? Yun Qian paused, a feeling of inexplicable guilt washing over her, and then swiftly changed the subject. Such a significant event as the old man's birthday Why have you only now mentioned it? We live under the same roof. Surely we ought to show some form of acknowledgement. Bai Yiqing toyed with a strand of her hair, remarking, that old man is both snobbish and disinclined towards you. Why should we present him with a gift? Yun Qian's lips twitched, such a blunt male perspective. Is it truly inappropriate to present a gift? If not, then let it be. Yun Qian couldn't suppress a laugh. This man, when he feigned a petulant demeanor, bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Bai. What then shall you gift him? Bai Yiqing responded nonchalantly, previously when I went to Guisun to seek you, I acquired a landscape painting at an auction. I believe it's named The Fish at the Edge of the Clouds. I have no idea whose esteemed work it is, but the old man has an affinity for such pieces. Yun Qian. Is she an esteemed artist? Indeed. Yun Qian was taken aback to learn that the old man appreciated her landscape painting. If one day he were to discover that the artist she admired was, in fact, the very individual he despised, what would his reaction be? The mere thought brought her a sense of vindictive delight. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hesitated before speaking. Bai Yiqing? Well, tonight I wish to venture out. Bai Yiqing furrowed his brow, questioning the purpose. Yun Qian's gaze sharpened. What do you mean by the purpose? I have returned for quite some time now, without stepping outside, even once. Do you wish to consume hare eggs? Bai Yiqing stifled a laugh, teasingly responding. When have you truly not stepped outside? That is quite an exaggeration. You accompanied me to see your childhood friend previously. Yun Qian retorted, childhood friend? Yes, Lan Jingyao. Is that truly a childhood friend? No, you have led me astray. Bai Yiqing, you possess an extraordinary talent for twisting black into white. Clearly, I was merely aiding your fiancée in her ailments, yet you turned the tables, claiming you took me to see Lan Jingyao. Are you even human? Moreover, during that solitary outing, I nearly lost my life. Bai Yiqing drew her closer, whispering, Yuna, he apologized. Yun Qian interjected, and also, he has no fiancée. Only you. Bai Yiqing buried his head in the crook of Yun Qian's neck, nuzzling gently. I cannot bear to be apart from you, not even for a moment. Yun Qian's lips twitched. Why is that? If you stray beyond 3 feet from me, I feel pain, and the further you go, the more acute the pain. Yun Qian felt tears welling up. What a predicament she found herself in. Would she be burdened with a clingy companion for the foreseeable future? Absolutely not. Have you ever seen a woman escorting a man to indulge in such pursuits? Yun Qian shifted slightly, urging him to release her. Ouch, what happened? Did you touch something? Yun Qian gasped, quickly commanding, sit down. Let me check. This is no trifling matter. Bai Yiqing obediently returned to the rocking chair, pulling Yun Qian into his embrace and leaning down to kiss her. Yun Qian squirmed, pushing him away slightly. Cease your antics. I am not being mischievous. I merely wish to discover a remedy for the pain. Yunner, that sensation is something you shall never comprehend. It can inflict such agony that one questions the very essence of life. Observing such a strong man in distress only deepened Yun Qian's guilt. She cradled his exquisitely handsome face in her palms and offered her lips to him. This marked the first time Yun Qian took the initiative to kiss him. Although it was somewhat clumsy, it gradually melted Bai Yiqing's once unyielding heart. As passion deepened, a hand on Yun Qian's back slowly unzipped her garment. Just as the tension reached its peak, the door to the loft was gently pushed open, revealing a round little head peeking through the crack. Fairy sister. Yun Qian jolted awake, hastily grabbing a nearby blanket to envelop Bai Yiqing. Bai Yiqing, momentarily taken aback, retracted his script-like demeanor, feeling the peculiar thrill of the moment. Yun Qian positioned herself protectively in front of him, while he nonchalantly zipped up the garment, discarding any pretense. Their son was already running towards them. Yun Qian patted her flushed cheeks, scooping up her son with a feigned reproach. There's no one else here. Why are you calling me sister? Don't take advantage of me. Bai, beaming with joy, promptly planted a kiss on Yun Qian's cheek and nestled closer, whispering, Mom, I miss you so much. Yun Qian froze. Bai had never referred to her as Mom. The little head peeked out from her embrace, slyly glancing at the man in the rocking chair, his dark eyes gleaming with mischief. Hey, old Bai, he said, recalling his brother's instructions to address Bai Yiqing this way to avoid detection from the cunning man. Bai Yiqing shot a suspicious glance at his son clinging to Yun Qian, while she felt her breath catch, mentally scolding Bai 1,000 times. "Get down," the man commanded coldly. Bai pouted. "You're definitely my brother's father. You know how to scold people." He swiftly slid off Yun Qian and stood before Bai Yiqing. Tilting his head curiously, "Old Bai, are you cold? Why are you wrapped in a blanket?" Yun Qian erupted into a fit of coughs, not due to Bai Yiqing, but out of guilt for her son's incessant chatter. She let him be, for he was a talkative little one. Bai Yiqing observed the unusual vivacity in his son today, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Yet, he dismissed it, understanding that children were ever-changing. "Your mommy is worried that daddy might catch a cold," Bai innocently remarked. "But old Bai, you're so strong. How could you easily catch a cold?" Bai Yiqing confirmed it was indeed his son speaking. "By the way, Mom, my little stepmother just contacted me. She said she has arrived in Kyoto and wants to take you out for dinner tonight. If you don't want to go, I can go in your place." Bai winked at Yun Qian with an adorably sweet expression that could melt anyone's heart. Yun Qian affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling. "Why wouldn't I go? Because my little stepmother said, although your feet are on your own legs, your waist is connected to someone else's belt." Yun Bai. Chapter 45. I have a backup. Who am I afraid of? Yun Qian had always treated Bai with kindness. Little Bai was a girl whom she couldn't bear to scold. Thus, the one who often faced the brunt of her reprimands was Bai. He was both mischievous and resilient, with a poor memory, forgetting any punishment almost immediately and never holding a grudge. "Mom, dear Mommy, please go easy on me. If my cute little bottom gets swollen, I want to be able to face anyone. I'm hitting your bottom, not your face. Don't confuse the issue." But that was my little stepmother speaking, not me. It's unfair. You are the one being punished for being her mouthpiece, always leading astray. I am neither that nor this. Do not speak nonsense. I'm unfamiliar with those words. As you have stated, I am merely a sounding board, a tool. What fault lies therein? I protest. Yun Qian, fatigued, suddenly beheld a pair of elegant, long hands, distinctly knuckled, holding a handkerchief. Raising her gaze, she found Bai Yiqing observing her with a bemused expression. "Alas, this is troublesome." Nonchalantly, Yun Qian picked up the handkerchief to wipe her brow. 3 days without a reprimand, and thus the facade of composure crumbles. Upon hearing the prospect of leisure, the true mischievous nature emerges. "I wonder from whom she inherits this audacity?" Bai Yiqing softly interjected. "Not from me." "Fine. You are the master. Henceforth, your word shall be law." Yun Qian retorted. "Oh, gracious healer, kindly remove your esteemed presence. I owe my gratitude to your ancestors for 8 generations." With a swift motion, Yun Qian stepped onto the large white posterior. Her hand trembled as she wiped her forehead, igniting her fury. Just as she prepared to deliver further punishment to the impudent lad, Bai Yiqing interceded. "Allow me. You may rest." The large white creature wailed. "This is utterly unjust. A mixed assault of the genders. I shall seek my surrogate mother. I will run away from home. I shall overthrow the tyrants and sing songs of liberation." Bai Yiqing raised his arm high, but Yun Qian grasped it. "Say no, no, no. This mischievous child does not deserve such a fate. There is no need for your intervention. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" Bai Yiqing lowered his arm, gently caressing Yun Qian's delicate hand, his voice deep and tender. "Your hand is red. It pains my heart." "This roller coaster ride is quite dizzying," Yun Qian remarked, her gaze locking with Bai Yiqing's, nearly drowning in his gentle gaze. It was overwhelming. She playfully chided him. "How dramatic. You claim your son does not resemble you, yet your demeanor changes as swiftly as the turning of page." "Ha!" Bai Yiqing chuckled it softly, his large hand encircling her slender waist. "What can I say? I find myself unable to part from you. When seeking assistance, one must adopt the appropriate demeanor. Would you agree?" Yun Qian planted a kiss at the corner of his lips and raised an eyebrow. "Your attitude is commendable." Just as Bai Yiqing intended to deepen the kiss, they were interrupted by their son. Hey, what you two doing? Haven't you learned the new protective laws from the Animal Protection Association?" Bai Yiqing and Yun Qian exchanged glances, admonishing their son not to be excessively brazen in his teasing. With a chuckle, they spared the little one from further punishment. After a brief nap, his minor grievances would surely dissipate. As night descended, their off-road vehicle carried the family of 3 toward the city. Ling Yi, behind the wheel, occasionally glanced at the young master, sensing something was off about him today. "Uncle Ling Yi, why do you keep staring at me? Do you find me strikingly handsome? Even more so than old Bai?" He struck a pose he believed to be quite cool. Ling Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the young master was handsome enough to rival the commander, and what might the future hold? Young master, such arrogance is unbecoming. One must speak with finesse, lest you offend your superior. Observing the young master's exasperated expression, Ling Yi struggled to suppress laughter, knowing he must tread lightly in front of the commander. For Bai Yiqing detested frivolous behavior, especially from his subordinates. Yun Qian gazed out the window before turning back, unflinchingly exposing her biological son. "Uncle Ling, he does not wish to undermine your confidence, my little darling." Pouting in annoyance, Bai attempted to suppress his laughter while Ling Yi maintained a composed demeanor. "Little darling, what were you contemplating just now?" She was not a sentimental person. What could she possibly be pondering? The thought of her daughter, perhaps. Yet, she could not voice it. Naturally, Bai detected his mother's unusual mood and instantly became obedient. "Mom, I promise not to upset you again. Please don't be unhappy. If it helps, I'll give you all my hard-earned snacks to enjoy." His little mother had once said that snacks bring joy. Yun Qian recognized that Bai was cleverly trying to comfort her, and, as his mother, she felt like a failure. Suppressing her melancholy, Yun Qian retorted, "All I know is that snacks lead to weight gain. If you become a little chubby, no woman will fancy you in the future." Bai clutched his chest, feigning injury. "Am I not the biological son of Lao Bai? Why is he so tall and fit, while I might end up as a chubby boy? It's so heartbreaking." Bai Yiqing smirked. "This little rascal is trying to drag his father down with him? You should be cautious. Too many tricks can stunt your growth. At this rate, you'll not only be chubby, but a stout little fellow that women will avoid." Bai felt despondent, having believed that with his father around, he would no longer endure his mother's teasing. Instead, it seemed that the mother-son duo had transformed into a mixed doubles match. He had hoped that with his father's presence, he would have support during his mother's provocations, but alas, his father was just as merciless as his mother. Why was his life so arduous? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, brimming with newfound vigor. "So what if I become stout? I have a backup plan. I fear no one." "Backup plan?" Bai Yiqing glanced at Yun Qian, who leaned into his embrace, teasingly remarking, "As long as your godfather is alive, your little mother will not spare you a second glance." Gu Yiju sneezed. Bai hung his head, muttering to himself, "I can't even handle an old woman. How unfortunate." Ling Yi exclaimed, "I might as well cease to exist." Bai Yiqing and Yun Qian exchanged glances, and he softly whispered in her ear, "Is this stimulating enough?" Yun Qian smiled, the indestructible little cockroach. Observing the mischievous glint in her eyes, Bai Yiqing felt an insatiable longing. Today, Yun Qian donned a loose white shirt paired with jeans, the shirt not particularly form-fitting, with 2 buttons undone at the collar. A slight inclination from Bai Yiqing's position allowed him to fully appreciate her alluring figure. Bai Yiqing swallowed hard, his hands wandering mischievously along her waistline, eliciting an angry glare from Yun Qian. She retaliated by pinching him fiercely at the waist, yet found nothing to grasp. In a voice audible only to them, Bai Yiqing murmured, "Tonight, you can pinch to your heart's content." At that moment, not far from the sailing hotel, in a private dining room, Guozi cornered Gu Yiju against the wall, exuding a domineering presence. "Gu, you better be honest with me. Last time we were in the country, was your intention to disclose information about the senior sister? Indeed, you harbor no feelings for me, do you?" Chapter 46. With so many women enamored with him, what is she in comparison? Guozi visited the Gu family's treasure vault once more today, and indeed, it was to vent her frustrations. How could this wretched man trample her sincere affections beneath his feet? It was acceptable for him not to reciprocate her feelings. She had never anticipated that her unspoken love would be acknowledged. To put it bluntly, with so many women entranced by him, what significance did she hold? Must one share a bed to prove their affections? She was not so superficial. Yet, superficial as she might be, Yun Xian could not tolerate his ruthless deceit, which he wielded with impunity. Her greatest aversion was to dishonesty. Thus, even if she could not change his disposition, she would take something from him to quell her anger. Clad in form-fitting attire, her curvaceous figure nearly pressed against Gu Yejue's chest. Her hair had grown considerably since their last encounter, exuding a touch of femininity. The leather pants accentuated her long, slender legs, straight and alluring. Her sparkling black eyes brimmed with fury, yet they were remarkably vibrant, stirring an undeniable yearning in those who beheld her. "Speak. Why are you silent? What do you wish for me to say?" The man's deep, charming voice resonated above her. Guozi paused, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her, her eyes instantly glistening with unshed tears. Her voice trembled as she declared, "Gu Yejue, I despise you." "Huh?" Gu Yejue replied nonchalantly, "That is of no consequence. I am indifferent to the disdain of a married woman." "Who is the married woman? Clarify your words." As Erbai entered, he beheld his stepmother fiercely grasping the collar of the strikingly handsome man, her demeanor suggesting a confrontation beyond words, leaving him to surmise that his godfather was in a precarious predicament. "Stepmother, are you so starved that you wish to consume him?" At his words, Guozi released her grip with a fierce gesture, patting Gu Yejue's wrinkled shirt as she whispered, "Do not let me see you again." Gu Yejue extracted a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled smoke towards Guozi's face, suggesting mutual disdain. Guozi coughed, while Erbai instinctively shielded her, making a face at Gu Yejue. "If you do not care for my stepmother, do not bully her. She has her own backup plan, and it's quite formidable." Gu Yejue extinguished the cigarette and beckoned Erbai closer. "Come here, son, to your godfather." Guozi swiftly pulled Erbai into her embrace, defiantly stating, "He is my son. If you desire a son, bear your own." Gu Yejue grasped Erbai's arm, equally spirited. "You have your own son, yet cling to another S. Greedy women are most bothersome." Guozi was perplexed. What madness had overtaken Gu Yejue today? One moment he spoke of married women, the next of her having a son. Whom had he been listening to? "Indeed, I am greedy, so what? What will you do about it? Bite you? Spare me the vanity. I have a cleanliness obsession." "Gu Yejue, I shall contend with you. Come then, let us duel." Yin Xian and Bai Yiqing stood at the doorway, observing the scene for some time. Yin Xian smirked. "Is your brother always this shameless?" Bai Yiqing rested his chin on Yun Xian's shoulder, feigning innocence. "It hurts. I cannot reveal myself while hiding in the shadows." Yin Xian burst into laughter, playfully pinching his cheek. "It only plays with you." Yin Xian was so amused by Bai Yiqing that she almost rolled his arms. Meanwhile, Erbai was being tugged at by two people crying out, "Old Bai, did you bring me into this world just to hand me over to others for their amusement? Why must I always be the one to suffer?" Hearing his son's plea for help, Bai Yiqing finally assumed a serious demeanor and declared, "All right, the waiter has come to serve the dishes." Guiye, having lost 2 diamond buttons due to Guizi's antics, was compelled to relent upon hearing Bai Yiqing's words. Guizi, savoring a small victory, felt a significant portion of her frustration dissipate. She planted a forceful kiss on Erbai's cheek, saying, "Good son, it's time to eat." Unwilling to back down, Guiju aimed for the other side of Erbai's face, but Erbai, with a mischievous grin, abruptly turned his head, resulting in Guiju inadvertently kissing the spot where Guizi had just kissed. An indirect kiss? Oh my! Guiju hastily grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth, while Guizi, infuriated, splashed a teacup from the table in retaliation. At least it was clean. Guiju was caught unawares, and this scene was fortuitously witnessed by a waiter entering with the dishes. "Oh my, this woman is incredibly bold. Isnt that Gu Xiao." Leaving aside his wealth, just his face alone, which makes all women swoon, is not meant for tea splashing. Such reckless disregard for beauty would surely invite retribution. Chapter 47. The enigmatic Gu Xiao and his cold, elegant partner Gu Yiju's suit was wrinkled, his shirt dampened, and 2 buttons had popped off. His handsome face darkened with displeasure. If Guizi weren't Yun Qian's junior sister, she would have likely faced dire consequences by now. The waiter, relishing the drama, lingered while setting the dishes. and Gu Yiju shot a cold glare that nearly sent him fleeing. He dashed out to gossip with his friends about the love-hate saga of the enigmatic Gu Xiao and his cold, elegant partner, sure to fetch a handsome price. Yeah, bye. Ever the troublemaker, noticed the escalating tension, and instead of offering words of comfort, he added fuel to the fire. Godfather, you are quite the charmer. I've heard my little mom has harbored a crush on you for years. I thought you were some divine being, but it seems you were just, well, this. The little one's head shaking was like an arrow piercing Gu Yiju's heart. The two of them were destined rivals. Guozi Skofid, Akrush. Please, Som, do not emulate him. A grown man with no ambition, idly chasing after cats and dogs. Gu Yiju raised an eyebrow. I tease you. You can stop now. All right. Enough of the noise. Let's sit down and eat. Yin Xian interjected, prompting Guizi to fall silent immediately. She rolled her eyes at Gu Yiju and settled into a chair with Erbai. Gu Yiju shrugged off his suit jacket and casually undid his cufflinks, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his sun-kissed forearms, exuding a potent masculine allure. Guizi squinted her eyes and offered a piece of braised beef to Erbai, who shook his head. Little mom, you eat it. You need it more. Guizi took a bite of the beef, chewing heartily, whether out of genuine hunger or to mask something else. Erbai sighed. What a hypocritical woman you are. What kind of expression is that? Can't find a place to sit in such a large area. Go away. Erbai pouted. No, I like it when little mom holds me. Yun Qian casually picked up a piece of fish and placed it on by Yi Qing's plate, eliciting a pleased smile from him that left Gu Yiju momentarily stunned. There was clearly something amiss between these two. Yun Qian set down her chopsticks, a smile that was both enigmatic and playful upon her lips as she regarded Erbai. Young master, please feel free. We shall take our time settling your accounts. With a swift motion, Erbai slid down from the fruit basket and obediently perched himself on a nearby chair, picking up his chopsticks to eat at his leisure. Guozi felt a pang of sympathy. Erbai, whom she had raised with great care, was fond of her, yet harbored a fear of Yun Qian. Senior sister, the essence of dining together lies in the joy of the moment. Do not dwell on him so, she urged. With a sharp clap, Yun Qian dropped her chopsticks, and the temperature in the private room plummeted. Have you yet clarified your issues? Do you dare to speak further? Guizi recoiled slightly, sticking out her tongue at Erbai before burying her head in her meal, silencing herself. Gu Yiju raised an eyebrow, finding the little quail's demeanor rather endearing. Bai Yiqing discreetly squeezed Yun Qian's hand beneath the table and, in a voice audible only to them, remarked, the child is still young. If he harbors grievances, let him direct them at his father as he pleases. Yun Qian's cheeks flushed. Does it no longer hurt? It hurts. But Bai Yiqing whispered close to her ear, you are my remedy. Yun Qian's breath hitched. Had this man been replaced by someone else? How else could he have transformed into a master of flirtation in but a day? The meal unfolded in an atmosphere tinged with peculiarity. Gu Yiju occasionally glanced at Dabai, who seemed unusually chatty today, engaging with Guizi as if they were the best of friends. Dabai would act coyly, and whether Guizi feigned annoyance or playful ire, it always culminated in peals of laughter. Their interactions felt so genuine, so youthful, devoid of any maternal gravitas despite Bai's playful appellation of Little Mother. Instead, they radiated the joy and innocence of youth. Gu Yiju found himself momentarily entranced, lost in the scene until the wine glass was filled once more, prompting him to nonchalantly turn his gaze away. Bai Yiqing, are you smitten? He mused, suppressing that fleeting thought with a casual demeanor. Am I so desperate as to be indiscriminate? Bai Yiqing took a sip of his wine, direct and bold. To possess the heart of a rogue, yet lack the courage to indulge while being picky, you truly are a king without equal. Gu Yiju coughed indeed. You wish to be discerning, yet find yourself with nothing to choose from after being thoroughly consumed. He chuckled, here's to you, my brother. Let us celebrate your unwavering devotion for 30 years. Bai Yiqing replied with a light tone, just don't fear the consequences. With a sudden burst, Gu Yiju spewed his drink, drawing curious glances from everyone around. How on earth could he fall ill? He trained to perfection. Bai Yiqing, this matter shall not end here. Before the gathering concluded, Yun Qian handed Guozi a small box. 50-50, keep it safe. Guozi gasped, sister. I do not wish to take any. Yun Qian shot her a glance. What? Is it insufficient? Insufficient? How could that be? Previously, it was a 3-7 split, with Guozi receiving 3 and Yun Qian 7. Yet that was already a considerable sum. The crux was that she merely had to extend her hand to receive such a substantial amount. Her hands trembled. 50-50. Would her dignity remain intact? Yun Qian discerned her thoughts. She understood that while Guozi was not in need of money, she merely had enough, for her earnings were devoted to orphanages and charitable institutions. Thus, Yun Qian was aware that entrusting her money to Guozi equated to placing it in the hands of kindness. The amount mattered not. Yun Qian embraced her gently, whispering in her ear the importance of saving for a dowry, emphasizing that a girl must possess wealth, for it is her capital. Guozi felt her eyes moisten, acknowledging her sister's words. Stepmother, I shall await you at the old residence the day after tomorrow. You must dress splendidly, as I intend to introduce you to great-grandfather with great ceremony, declaring you to be his future great-granddaughter-in-law. Coughing slightly, Gu Yiju choked on his own saliva, prompting Guozi to cast a bewildered glance his way. With a dismissive tone, he remarked, Do not harm the young sprouts. It is unlawful. Grinding her teeth in irritation, Guozi retorted, What business is it of yours, you scoundrel? After, by I Ching and his family departed, Guozi climbed into her beetle. Just as she was about to start the engine, a tall figure unexpectedly obstructed her path. Recognizing the intruder, Guozi felt momentarily disoriented. Before she could gather her thoughts, the man had opened the passenger door and, with his long strides, slid into the car. He immediately expressed disdain, questioning where she had procured such an antiquated vehicle, claiming he couldn't stretch his legs. Guozi, shaking her head to regain composure, turned to Gu Yiju and demanded, Who permitted you to enter? Get out. Why the rush? I've had a drink and cannot drive, he replied. Call a chauffeur then, she snapped. That's an unnecessary expense, he countered. Am I your free driver? Guozi retorted, exasperated, though she knew she could not rid herself of this pest. Irritated, she asked where to. Wherever you wish, he replied nonchalantly. What nonsense is that? Guozi exclaimed. Gu Yiju, are you unwell? He stretched his legs and, in a low voice, urged, Let us go. I'm feeling unwell. With a defiant push of the accelerator, Guozi sped towards the black market. The striking girl in black maneuvered her beetle with finesse, leaving numerous luxury cars trailing behind, eliciting whistles from their occupants. Beautiful lady, driving so fast, are you eager for a date? Let us find a place to drink, my treat. Your beetle is as impressive as you are. Guozi, one hand on the steering wheel, squinted slightly and playfully made a gun gesture at the window, her demeanor captivating and irresistible. Suddenly, a series of collisions echoed from behind, causing Guozi to laugh heartily, thoroughly amused. Gu Yiju, once again, found himself momentarily transfixed. When he regained his senses, the car had come to a stop. The Beetle's interior was snug, placing them in close proximity. As Guozi unfastened her seatbelt, she announced, I have arrived. They turned to face one another almost simultaneously, the girl's lips brushing against the man's jaw while his thin lips grazed her delicate nose. Both bodies froze, as if time itself had come to a halt, leaving only the sound of their intertwined breaths. Guozi felt utterly helpless against Gu Yiju, a fact well known even to her 3 younger siblings. The walls of her home were adorned with posters of Gu Yiju, alongside cut-out photographs from magazines and newspapers. She spared no mercy in her obsession, snipping away incessantly. This intimate moment nearly overwhelmed Guozi. What are you so anxious about? Do you think I intend to kiss you? With that appearance, you must be dreaming. In Chapter 48, Gu Yiju had just opened the car door when Guozi, with a swift kick of her long leg, sent him flying out of the vehicle. Fortunately, the area was rather secluded, sparing him any significant embarrassment. At the moment when a person was kicked away, Guozi's anger dissipated entirely, and she cheerfully entered an establishment known as Jiji. Gu Yiju, unfazed, followed her inside with a light step. Upon seeing him, the manager approached with utmost respect. Gu Yiju cast a nonchalant glance at him, causing the manager to swallow his words and merely inquire, "Young Master Gu, would you care for a drink?" "Do not mind me. I'm here to accompany this young lady," he replied. The manager, being astute, quickly smiled and addressed Guozi. "Miss, how may I assist you?" Guozi raised her chin slightly and inquired, "I heard you sell tea. Do you have any premium pre-rain Longjing?" Gu Yiju raised an eyebrow and signaled the manager with his eyes. "Indeed, we have pre-rain Longjing as well as Mingxian Longjing. If you wish, please follow me to have a look." The manager led Guozi directly to the underground level. Noticing the man trailing behind her, Guozi frowned and asked, "What are you following me for?" With a playful grin, Gu Yiju replied, "I'm afraid you might be sold off." Guozi rolled her eyes, retorting, "The person daring enough to sell me has yet to be born. Your concern is unwarranted." Gu Yiju chuckled and continued to follow her. Guozi's lips twitched slightly. This was not her place, so she could go wherever she pleased. After passing through several layers of security, they finally arrived at the true entrance of the black market. The shallow medicinal items were far from ordinary. After authentication, the merchants in the black market would auction them, with the highest bidder winning. Once acquired, they would be resold to users like Meng Tianxin. The black market had its own rules that no one could breach. Yin Xian had given Guozi 10 pills, but she intended to sell only 5. If demand surged, she knew she would be contacted in a few days, and the price would be even higher then. The young lady sat on the second floor, sipping tea while observing the auction below, exuding an air of calmness as if she had experienced such events countless times, akin to watching children play house. Gu Yiju, intrigued, leaned closer and asked, "You seem quite knowledgeable about this place. Are you not afraid of being deceived?" Without glancing at him, Guozi replied coolly, "I am a member here. The pre-rain Longjing serves as a code. They recognize the code, not the individual. The hefty brokerage fees ensured that those at the top protected their clients' absolute interests and privacy. In this world, camaraderie was paramount. As the saying goes, trust those you employ and do not doubt those you trust. Having chosen to cooperate, one also chose to trust. Besides, Gigi had a global presence, and it was said that the benefactor behind it not only possessed striking looks, but was also exceptionally virtuous, often engaging in charity and building schools. A rare philanthropist in this world. Guozi eloquently articulated her thoughts and concluded, "Why am I even telling you all this, you scoundrel?" Just then, Gu Yiju, basking in his own satisfaction, suddenly froze at the mention of scoundrel, his smile faltering. Ultimately, all 5 pills were purchased by a single buyer, each commanding a staggering price of 10 million. The manager prepared a card worth 50 million to personally hand to Guozi, stating, "Miss, here is your card. Please accept it." From her pocket, Guozi produced another card and handed it to the manager, saying, "This is a 5 million commission. Please take it." The manager glanced at Gu Yiju and forced a smile. "Miss, our boss has stated that you are a longtime client of GG. With a global transaction volume exceeding 50 billion, we have profited handsomely. Consider this commission waived." Fruits furrowed her brow and firmly declined, stating that such actions were unacceptable. Every profession has its rules. Since one has entered this realm, adherence to agreements is imperative. In other words, the profits you garner stem from these very dealings. Adults engage in transactions autonomously, leaving little room for further discourse. I acknowledge your employer's intentions. If you truly believe I am reaping excessive benefits from our arrangement, feel free to offer a discount next time. The manager, sensing Gu Yiju's indifference, understood implicitly. "Since you have articulated it so, I assure you, a discount will be provided on your next visit. Please take your leave." Fruits departed with an unhurried grace, hardly preoccupied with the fortune that had seemingly fallen from the sky. Observing the woman's carefree silhouette, Gu Yiju smirked with intrigue. As they passed a private room, Fruits suddenly overheard a woman exclaim, "Pegu, we effortlessly pocketed 10 million from Lan Ruo, she this time. How will you reward me?" The man's greasy voice sent chills down Fruit's spine. "What kind of reward do you desire? Perhaps we could find a place to explore new techniques later?" "Ugh, how distasteful," she retorted. "You little temptress, profiting from Pei Ji's resources without any investment, and still hoping to seduce the demon lord? How does your mind work so shrewdly? If Lan Ruo, she discovers your deception, she might very well eliminate you." Fruits pondered. What has she just heard? Humph. I simply cannot abide her haughty demeanor. Believing herself above all, and wishing to bed the demon lord? Not while I'm around. She can line up behind me. Indeed, who possesses the charm we do? Should the opportunity arise, you must personally educate Lan Ruo Shi in the art of seduction. If she find herself unwanted, let her seek me out. Peigu will ensure her comfort. You are incorrigible. You know you adore my wickedness. I'll let go of me. I can't exert too much pressure on my newly enhanced bosom. What is there to fear? If anything is damaged, Peigu will replace it. Ugh, you're unbearable. Suddenly, Gu Yiju leaned closer, his voice steady and teasing. I would never have guessed you harbored such inclinations. Fruits, startled, pressed her back against the wall and whispered, "What are you doing? Scaring someone can be fatal. What inclinations? Did you not hear someone plotting against my brother-in-law? What nonsense! If she can hatch a scheme, then I must commend her for her skill. Why concern yourself?" Fruits exclaimed, "Is this what they refer to as being akin to a pair of trousers? Do you know that woman?" Gu Yiju replied, "Why would I know such a brazen woman?" Fruits muttered softly, "Aren't you known for your cold indifference?" "What did you say? Repeat that." A powerful wave of intimidation washed over her. Fruits feigned calmness. "Did I say something wrong?" "Ha! You are correct. I am indeed indifferent and have an appetite for both genders. However, one caveat remains. Married women should keep their distance." Fruits, not angered, reassured herself, believing she had simply misjudged over the years. "I take pride in being married. It is far superior to some who languish year after year. The title of king of loneliness belongs solely to him." Gu Yiju, frustrated, pushed back against her. "Step aside, your majesty the king of loneliness." As she strode away with confidence, Gu Yiju, exasperated, kicked the wall and then hurried after her. On the journey back, Guozi was rendered speechless, pondering how this man resembled a mangy dog, incessantly critiquing her vehicle while engaging in endless chatter. "Hey Gu, why are you still following me? I've arrived home. Indeed, I have also reached my abode." Guozi cast a doubtful glance at him. "Is your home here?" Gu Yiju replied with unwavering certainty, "Right here." It was only when they entered the same elevator, ascended to the same floor, and Gu Yiju halted next to her residence that Guozi briefly questioned whether she had mistakenly wandered into the wrong place, having not returned for several years. Gu Yiju tapped on her door and candidly stated, "I forgot my keys. There's a housekeeper inside." Guozi chose to disregard him, promptly entering her home with the fingerprint lock. Gu Yiju retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello? Please check on the status of apartment 1201 in Golden Garden, Building 3. If it has been sold, purchase it back at any cost. If it remains vacant, furnish it immediately. I intend to stay here tonight." Chapter 49. It is said that fried chicken can alleviate pain. On the way home with their family of 3, Erbai sent a message to his brother. "Brother, have you eaten? What would you like? I can bring something on my way." "Anything." Erbai pouted at the aloofness of his brother. "Uncle Ling, can you stop for a moment? I want fried chicken." "No." Yunxian directly refused. Bai Yiqing dared not speak, and neither did Ling Yi. Erbai looked at Yunxian with a pleading gaze. "Mom, I beg you, I haven't had fried chicken in ages. It's fine to indulge occasionally." Yunxian remained silent, prompting Erbai to continue. "Feel Beibei's little belly. It's rumbling. That restaurant we just visited was terrible, and no one left satisfied." Yunxian's lips twitched. "You're not even a bottomless pit." She was aware he was being crafty, but fried food was unhealthy, and they typically avoided it. "How about this? Once we return, I'll prepare something for you. The food outside is not nutritious." Erbai pouted, "It's unhealthy. Yet you just let us eat it." Yunxian acknowledged that he was aware of the unsanitary conditions of outside food, but feared his brother might go hungry. Despite his somewhat ethereal appearance, he was human, and humans must eat. They could manage this meal. He could come up with another plan tomorrow. Noticing Yun Qian's displeasure, Erbai turned his desperate gaze towards Bai Yiqing. With hands clasped in a pleading manner, he appeared endearingly cute, evoking a sense of tenderness. Bai Yiqing wrapped his arm around Yun Qian's waist and softly suggested, "I've heard that fried chicken can alleviate pain. Should we give it a try?" Yun Qian, observing the striking resemblance between the two, suddenly found this scene quite heartwarming. Very well. As her son had said, indulging occasionally was harmless. She nodded, and her bai cheered, yay. I knew Mom was the best. Uncle Ling, go get the fried chicken. Sure thing. Ling, witnessing the warm and harmonious scene among the family of three, felt a sudden pang of emotion in his eyes. The commander has faced numerous challenges over the years. Had it not been for Miss Yun's arrival, he might still be a solitary figure. Without Dabai, he may never have glimpsed his paternal side. I still recall the stir that Dabai's presence caused among the brothers, even though it was evident that the commander had only Yun Qian in his heart. They secretly conducted a paternity test. Yun Qian is an extraordinary mother. Despite the absence of a father, the young master has thrived under her care, a testament to her exceptional parenting skills. Ling Yi couldn't help but steal a few glances at Yun Qian until he felt the icy gaze of Bai Yiqing upon him, sending a chill down his spine. He promptly retracted his neck, realizing how formidable the commander was, his possessiveness overwhelming. What harm could come from a mere glance? As Ling Yi entered the vehicle, burdened with several bags, Yun Qian teased, "Are you feeding pigs?" He scratched his head, explaining, "Xiao Jiu loves to eat." Yun Qian raised an eyebrow, and Ling Yi sensed a hint of suggestive scrutiny upon him, hastily clarifying, "There's enough for everyone. The brothers all enjoy it." Yun Qian nodded with an O, her expression reminiscent of someone caught in a compromising situation. After stammering for a while, Ling Yi ultimately conceded, pressing the gas pedal and heading back to the old residence. Old Master Bai had been waiting at the door for an hour. Upon seeing Bai exit the car, he pretended to be annoyed, exclaiming, "Why did it take you so long to return? Did you take ages just to eat?" Bai rushed over and embraced the old man, declaring, "Great-grandfather, I came back late because I was buying fried chicken for you. I've missed you so much that my tummy has been rumbling." "Oh, ha ha ha." Old Master Bai laughed, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "All right, my dear grandson, it's clear that Bai cares for great-grandfather, unlike certain individuals who forget their elders once they have a woman humph." Yun Qian rolled her eyes but chose to remain silent, disinterested in engaging with him. Bai Yiqing wrapped his arm around her waist and urged her inside, saying, "You should enjoy the fried chicken and get some rest." Old Master Bai's beard bristled with feigned indignation. "You rascal. No need to be angry, great-grandfather. Let us not stoop to his level. Let us go enjoy fried chicken." "All right, I shall heed Bai's wishes." The old man chuckled, observing, "Bai seems particularly cheerful today, speaking much more than usual." The child, unperturbed, replied, "Indeed. It's because great-grandfather's birthday is approaching. Such joyous occasions warrant a bright demeanor." The old man was utterly charmed by Bai, realizing that this grandchild surpassed his own son by leaps and bounds. He pondered what kind of woman could give rise to such a remarkable child. Bai blinked and said, "Great-grandfather, the day after tomorrow is your birthday, and I shall formally introduce someone very significant to me. I hope you will like her just as much as I do." "Oh, who is this person that holds such importance for you?" The old man's smile faded slightly, pondering if Bai's mother intended to assert her claim on that day. Amidst the crowd, that could not be allowed. He already had a suitable candidate for his granddaughter-in-law, and he would not permit any disruption. Bai pouted, "Great-grandfather, what kind of expression is that? Are you afraid my mommy will cause a scene?" The old man was caught off guard by the child's perceptiveness, feeling a bit awkward. Bai listened to his great-grandfather and said nothing more. Anyone Bai admires must also cherish his mother. He harbors no fondness for those who dislike her. With that, he snatched the fried chicken from the old man's hand and swiftly dashed back to the annex. The old man was left dumbfounded, while Ling Yi suppressed a chuckle and followed suit. By the time they reached the annex, Bai had already flung open the door, nearly colliding with Ling Yi's nose as it slammed shut behind him. He knocked gently, "Young master, your fried chicken." The door then opened to reveal Bai's cool, regal visage. For some inexplicable reason, Ling Yi felt as if the child's demeanor was akin to a masterful illusionist, exuding an unsettlingly commanding chill reminiscent of a leader. Despite having spent an entire evening with the young master, he had failed to notice this before. Indeed, it had always been this way. Bai accepted the fried chicken bag with a simple thank you and promptly closed the door, as if the previous hour of Ling Yi's incessant chatter had never occurred. It was all rather bewildering. Ling Yi rubbed his nose and turned to head downstairs, only to suddenly halt. "Wait, The young master changed clothes far too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he had not only swapped shoes but donned pajamas as well, and perhaps even taken a shower. He shivered slightly. It was all too strange. He reassured himself that the tension of recent days must have induced hallucinations. The young master was human, not a creature of the night. Inside the room, Erbai and Bai were engaged in a lively exchange, but after a while, the silence prompted Erbai to look up in surprise, only to find Bai tossing the fried chicken bag aside, engrossed in slurping noodles. Erbai, where did you get the noodles? I made them myself. Aren't you going to eat the fried chicken? It's unhealthy. Erbai's mouth twitched in irritation. If you made it yourself, why did you ask me to bring it to you? Bai, without lifting his head, coolly remarked, wasn't that an opportunity for you to indulge in chicken without guilt? In another part of the house, Bai Yiqing and Ling Yi were discussing matters in the study. Upon returning to the bedroom, they encountered Yun Qian emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. The sight of her, radiant and ethereal, was nothing short of a visual feast. Bai Yiqing stood motionless, captivated by her beauty. Yun Qian, while drying her hair, remarked, "Why are you standing there like a statue? Hurry up and take a shower." He replied, though he remained still. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Yun Qian made her way to the vanity. Suddenly, Bai Yiqing reached out to pull her close, only to find himself grasping at the towel, which slipped from her grasp, revealing the alabaster beauty beneath. Both of them were momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. The elegant curve of her neck, the graceful line of her back, the alluring contour of her shoulder blades, and the pristine expanse of her legs, all were temptations that struck the man like a dagger. Hearing the sound of him swallowing behind her, Yun Qian felt a heat rise to her cheeks. Suppressing the urge to curse, she bent to retrieve the towel, only to have it snatched away mercilessly in the next instant. Yun Qian, feeling a mix of shyness and indignation, spun around and let out a stream of expletives. Bai Yiqing promptly enveloped her in his embrace, his voice hoarse as he whispered about a sudden cramp in his waist that caused him discomfort. Yun Qian found it utterly intolerable when Bai Yiqing showed vulnerability before her, displaying a hint of affection. The words she had intended to say were swallowed back, her delicate hands gently pressing against the man's waist, her tone softening. "Is this better?" Yun Qian diligently massaged Bai Yiqing, oblivious to the restless hand on her back. It was only when she felt the wet sensation on her neck that she realized he was kissing her. You smell delightful. Yun Qian, particularly sensitive to ticklish sensations, especially in her neck, nudged him playfully, "Don't be silly. I'm hungry." Yun Qian's brow furrowed momentarily, deliberately changing the subject. "If you're hungry, go find your son and have some chicken. I want to eat you." Yun Qian was taken aback. "Am I fried chicken?" Bai Yiqing, now enamored with kissing, replied, "I don't fancy greasy food. Nothing compares to your crisp, delightful flavor, fragrant and refreshing." Yun Qian gradually melted into his embrace, her voice sultry. "But I'm still unwell. Don't get carried away." Bai Yiqing declared with conviction, "This is for our son's benefit. Since he had fried chicken, you shall have me." Yun Qian chuckled. "What if I choose to be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones? Earlier today, you personally examined me and stated that my illness required acupuncture, then confirmed through practice that I was fine, overcoming my psychological barriers." Bai Yiqing emphasized the word practice, planting a kiss on Yun Qian's lips, teasingly asking, "If you do not cooperate, how can I practice? Without practice, how will I know if I am well?" Yun Qian fell silent, and in the next moment, the world spun as she found herself pressed against the bed. On the other side, Gu Yeju was bathing in the adjacent room when he suddenly heard peculiar sounds, indistinct yet intriguing. He turned off the tap, confirming that the noise originated from next door. Analyzing the layout, he deduced that the other side of the wall was also a bathroom. What could that woman be doing? Singing, perhaps? Her voice was too coarse, unpleasant to the ear. Gu Yeju turned the tap back on, continuing his wash. Images of the graceful figure of Guozi and her playful demeanor flashed through his mind, leaving him feeling a bit parched. Unbeknownst to him, the hot water had turned lukewarm, and after a while, it had cooled. Yet, no matter how he adjusted the temperature, he could not quell the flames of desire within him. At that moment, Guozi was crouched beneath the showerhead, curling into herself, crying profusely. At times she sobbed loudly. At others, she wept softly, her hair soaked and clinging to her face, making her petite countenance appear pitifully fragile and helpless. Gu Yeji, you bastard! My encounter with you is the culmination of a lifetime of misfortune. Why do you give me hope only to dash it? Can you comprehend the feeling of plummeting from paradise to hell? You cannot, for you are a quintessential scoundrel. Do you realize how cruel you are? I hate you. I despise you. Tears blurred her vision as she slumped to the ground, the cold marble floor sapping the warmth from her body, rendering her like a lifeless wooden figure. Her gaze hollow and devoid of spirit. In that moment, all her strength seemed utterly futile, the facade stripped away, leaving her vulnerable and defenseless. The following day, Guozi remained in slumber until the evening before finally venturing outside. Gu Yek had been attentively monitoring the situation, apart from the cacophonous singing emanating from the bathroom. The entire night had been devoid of other sounds. His curiosity was piqued, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. No male voices indicated her husband's absence, or perhaps they simply had not engaged in any untoward activities. With her head heavy and clouded, Guozi was startled by the sudden opening of a door as she passed by Gu Yek's residence, colliding with a solid wall of flesh. She stumbled, losing her footing and landing on the ground. Gu Yek was taken aback by her fragility, watching in disbelief as she fell. How had she transformed into such a delicate creature overnight? Upon hearing the commotion, Guozi's muddled mind recalled a startling fact. She had unwittingly become Gu Yek's neighbor. Remaining silent, Gu Yek remarked, "You're not attempting to latch onto me in this manner, are you? This tactic is rather transparent, not quite your style." Guozi gritted her teeth, attempting to rise, but the impact had indeed been severe. That man was as hard as a stone. Feeling unwell, she forced herself to stand, determined to select an evening gown for the following night's event. Why did fate conspire against her once more by crossing paths with him? Undoubtedly, he was her nemesis. Every encounter seemed to herald misfortune. At that moment, Gu Yek sensed something amiss and reached out to assist her, only to have Guozi evade his grasp. "Do not touch me," she rasped, her voice hoarse from both fever and tears. Gu Yek, with a hint of sarcasm, inquired, "Heaven rewards the diligent. Have you contracted some dire illness? You've transformed into this ghastly apparition overnight. Could it be that you've been drained by a man?" Though he had heard nothing the previous night, the notion stirred an unsettling sensation within him, a sense of discontent. Guozi defiantly lifted her chin and retorted, "Get lost. I'm not afflicted with a terminal disease, merely a severe contagion. If you don't leave, you might catch it yourself. I'll make sure to irritate you to death." Naturally, Gu Yek dismissed her words, advancing a few steps to provoke her further. "Married women ought to exercise caution. Your virtue does not guarantee your husband's fidelity. Should you find yourself entangled, you won't even know where to weep." Guozi's vision blurred with anger, her temper flaring. The man nonchalantly continued, "I have a friend who specializes in such ailments. Should you require assistance, you may seek him out. Mention my name for a discount." In a fit of rage, Guozi began to cough violently, her eyes rolling back before she fainted. Gu Yek, quick to react, caught her in his arms, an expression of panic crossing his features that he himself might not have acknowledged. "Hey, wake up. Don't feign illness. I have no inclination to show pity for married women." Guozi's face was as red as a ripe apple, her skin burning with fever. Gu Yek furrowed his brow, realizing she was indeed running a high temperature. Chapter 51. "What have you done to me?" Gu Yeju hastily carried the person into the room, gently placing her on the bed. He turned around in a flurry, rushed into the bathroom, and soaked a towel before hurriedly returning, nearly colliding with the door frame. Clumsily, he placed the towel on the fruit's forehead, only to find himself in an awkward situation as the towel was too wet, causing water to trickle down her forehead and along her graceful neck, disappearing into her chest. Gu Yeju stood momentarily stunned, captivated by the rise and fall of her chest with each breath, the curve strikingly beautiful. In a mere few seconds, her shirt was completely soaked, revealing a hint of pink underneath. Gu Yeju swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of frustration. How could he be thinking such thoughts at a time like this? After a moment of inner turmoil and 2 deep breaths, Gui Ju reluctantly reached out to unbutton the wet shirt. She was already feverish. Keeping her in drenched clothing would only exacerbate her condition. If her illness worsened, he would be the one to blame, and he certainly did not wish to incur the wrath of Yin Qian. The thought of that formidable woman sent a shiver down his spine. His own life was at stake. The buttons on her shirt were tightly fastened, and despite his efforts, he struggled to loosen them. A slight tug brought him into contact with the softness beneath, causing his breath to quicken and his palms to sweat, trembling slightly. Finally, after persistent tugs, Gui Ju triumphed as a button flew off, revealing delicate pink lingerie and a glimpse of pristine white skin. He stood frozen in place, bewildered. He had no recollection of how he managed to remove his own shirt and drape it over her, only realizing he had collapsed onto the carpet, completely soaked. Gui Ju internally chastised himself for being so feeble, tormented by a married woman. How desperate had he become? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had distinctly noticed that her skin was as flawless as a baby's, devoid of any blemishes. If he had not encountered her before, he would have wrongfully judged her. He recalled not hearing any sounds or seeing anyone leave since yesterday, leading him to believe she had been alone in the room the entire time. Damn, what had he truly done to her? After changing her clothes and administering antipyretics, Gui Ju searched online for medical cooling patches that could aid in physical cooling, descending to purchase a box himself. By the time he concluded his efforts, night had fallen. Meanwhile, Guizi's sleep was anything but peaceful. She was plagued by nightmares, visions of Gui Ju treating her with indifference and scorn. Having lived over 20 years, aside from Yin Qian and her mentors, she had no other relatives. She had once dreamed of finding an honest man to live a quiet life, to bear children, leaving her mark in this world and watching them grow into self-sufficient adults, enjoying a happy marriage. Yet, the simplest forms of happiness often prove the most elusive. Fate conspired to entwine her life with Gu Yejue. At the tender age of 14, a fleeting glance ignited a decade-long affliction of unrequited love within her heart. This clandestine affection, both humbling and tormenting, brought her a bittersweet blend of pain and joy. He illuminated her darkened world, endowing her with strength. Yet, a decade later, that light extinguished, leaving only anguish within her soul. Unbeknownst to her, a single tear slid down her cheek, and Gu Yejue reached out to wipe it away, feeling its burning warmth. When she awoke, it was already deep into the night. A searing pain in her throat rendered her voiceless, and her body felt utterly drained. Awake, she paused mid-motion, her gaze drawn to Gu Yejue, who approached her with a glass of water in hand. She blinked, confirming his presence, and rubbed her eyes, only to find him standing close. "Drink," he urged. Mechanically, she accepted the cup, her gaze fixed on him, unmoving. "Drink." After a moment's hesitation, she took a small sip and set the glass down, intent on slipping on her shoes and descending from the bed. This was not her home, and the identity of its owner was painfully obvious. Though her love was humble, once the veil of ignorance was torn, and she became a source of annoyance, her heart had hardened. Even if she could not forget, her pride forbade her from engaging in any shameless pursuits. Having gone a day and a night without nourishment and consumed by fever, she lacked the strength to rise, collapsing back down before she could stand. "Foolish girl," came the mocking voice of the one she adored, like a dagger piercing her heart. Steeling herself, she gritted her teeth and attempted to rise once more. Gu Yejue frowned. "What is the matter with you? If you're ill, do not wander about, lest you become a burden." Ignoring him, she strode towards the exit. Frustrated, he seized her by the arm, and she stumbled against his chest. Yet she steadfastly refused to turn around. "Turn around," he commanded, his deep voice laced with an unknown anger that resonated above her. She squeezed her eyes shut, struggling to break free from his grasp, but his strength was overwhelming, threatening to crush her bones. "Let go," she rasped. Gu Yejue was taken aback. It was the first time she had spoken to him with such detachment. He found himself at a loss. In a fleeting moment of distraction, she slipped from his grasp. Uncertain of his own feelings, he reached for her again, and in the ensuing struggle, a button from her shirt flew off, revealing her alluring figure beneath. "You," she exclaimed, instinctively covering her chest. "Are you satisfied now?" Gu Yejue cleared his throat, nonchalantly brushing his nose. "If my shirt is ruined, so be it." It dawned on her that the shirt she wore was far too large, certainly not the one she had worn before. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she regarded him. "What have you done to me? Why am I wearing your clothes?" Seeing her wary demeanor, Gu Yejue felt an uncharacteristic twinge of discomfort. "What could I possibly do? I have no interest in you," he replied flippantly. "Very well," she retorted coldly, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she turned to leave. He stepped forward, blocking her path. "You shall not leave." With a sardonic tone, she challenged, "What this? Aren't you the one who claims to have no interest in me? Why persist in this relentless pursuit?" Gu Yiju choked momentarily, awkwardly stating, "We are neighbors, and you collapsed at my doorstep. If anything were to happen to you, my sister-in-law would never forgive me." Indeed, that was the case. Guizi smirked derisively. "So that's it. Oh, Guizi, what are you still hoping for? You're just a pig." The woman instantly concealed all her emotions, confronting Gu Yiju as if facing a familiar stranger. "Thank you, young Master Gu, for your hospitality. My life is of little value. I have long since disregarded matters of life and death. I myself do not care, so there is no need for you to be overly concerned." "Gu Yiju," she continued, "moreover, it was my arrogance in the past that caused you trouble. You are like a star in the heavens, while I am merely dust upon the earth. We do not belong to the same realm. I, being young and foolish, have come to this realization today. I humbly ask that you do not hold my past transgressions against me, especially in consideration of my mentor. Thank you." With that, Guizi pushed past Gu Yiju, opened the door, and walked away, leaving the man standing in stunned silence, his mind in disarray. Chapter 52. Are you certain that my son has returned to me? At the Penglai Pavilion during dinner time, Bai casually took a bite before filling an empty plate with food and chicken legs, mumbling indistinctly, "I haven't finished my homework yet, so I'll take this back to eat." "Enjoy your meal." Bai Yiqing cast a deep glance at him, his eyes sparkling with intensity. "You should head back. Dad will have Uncle Ling deliver it to you, to avoid you shattering the plate and injuring yourself." "Yay! I knew you were the best, old Bai. Love you. Mwah." With that, Bai dashed back to the annex. Bai Yiqing summoned Ling Yi, instructing the servants to pack a considerable amount of food. Ling Yi, puzzled, asked, "Will the young master be able to finish all this?" Bai Yiqing, seemingly casually, glanced at Yin Xian and smiled. "What do you think?" Yin Xian looked at the old gentleman and then at Bai Yiqing, replying, "How would I know? I didn't give birth to him." The old gentleman boasted proudly. "You? Oof. You can't even produce a single hair from my great-grandson. I'm not underestimating you." Yun Xian rolled her eyes. "A single hair? That's impossible. How would he know how? With such bold declarations from you, I certainly bow to your superiority." Ling Yi hurriedly took the food box and ran off, fearing he might burst into laughter if he stayed any longer. "Old Master Bai, what nonsense are you spouting?" The old gentleman then directed his anger at Bai Yiqing, declaring, "At tomorrow's birthday banquet, I will announce your engagement to Ruo Shi, set for the 28th of next month." Bai Yiqing remained silent, continuing to arrange the dishes for Yun Xian. Seeing this, the old gentleman stated bluntly, "This woman must leave the old residence tonight. Whether you treat her as a servant or a lover, I do not care to meddle. However, this is non-negotiable. She must go." Bai Yiqing's gaze turned icy as he replied firmly, "You may marry her if you wish. I do not mind having another grandmother." With a crash, the old gentleman slammed his chopsticks down on the table, furious. "You ungrateful wretch! Do you truly wish to drive me to my grave? Today, we shall settle this matter. This household can do without her or with her, but if she does not leave, I shall throw myself against the wall." Yun Xian slowly rose from her seat, but Bai Yiqing grasped her wrist, saying, "Tonight, we shall find somewhere else to stay. This is a fascist home, not ours." "Ours?" Yin Xian's heart stirred slightly. The old gentleman discerned the underlying meaning in Bai Yiqing's words, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke in a low tone. "Have you truly developed feelings for her?" Yin Shan lowered her gaze, concealing the fleeting panic that flickered in her eyes. Indeed, she was afraid. She feared his affections, for love was a luxury beyond her reach. a burden she could scarcely bear. The painful memories that had long been suppressed surged forth, only to be forcefully repressed once more. Yin Shan closed her eyes briefly, then reopened them, regaining her composure. Rest assured, old sir, though I, Yin Shan, may not be a paragon of virtue, I would never stoop to becoming a third party that disrupts another's union. You need not worry. I shall depart by tomorrow morning at the latest. It was time to leave. The moments spent with Bai Yiqing were stolen, and aside from the few days she had been bound by handcuffs, he had not cast a glance her way since. If she wished to leave, no one could impede her. Yet, she remained with an unsettling sense of entitlement. She herself could not discern whether she sought to repay a debt or was simply enamored by his gentleness. Old Bai did not anticipate Yun Shan's declaration, and neither did Bai Yiqing. His grip on her hand tightened involuntarily, an icy aura emanating from him that compelled one to shiver. Old Bai curled his lips, muttering, "At least you are perceptive." With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. Uncle Wu signaled to the servants, and the room fell silent, leaving only the two figures, one standing and the other seated, resembling statues. Yun Shan understood that Bai Yiqing was a man of few words. It was unlikely he would break the awkwardness in this moment. She feigned nonchalance as she turned, meeting his dark, elongated eyes. "I know it is difficult to completely extricate myself from you. However, it is not easy for you to keep me either. There is no need for us to squander time in this game of hide and seek. It is quite tiresome." Bai Yiqing remained silent, his lips pressed together. "You can find me to your side, which is merely an inability to let go of past grievances. I have returned your son to you. After enduring your torment for so long, our debts are nearly settled. If you have any further requests, feel free to voice them, and I shall endeavor to fulfill what I can." Bai Yiqing remained silent for a moment before his lips parted slightly. "Are you certain you have returned my son to me?" Yun Shan paused, her gaze sharpening dangerously. "What do you mean?" Bai Yiqing retracted his cold demeanor, pulling her onto his lap, wrapping one arm around her slender waist. With the other hand, he grasped her chin, planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. "Do not be anxious. Our game has only just begun. How can we stop it so casually? Moreover, you promised to help me with my ailment. Has one not taught you that one must not abandon their tasks midway?" Bai Yiqing's voice was soft, as if he feared startling her. Yet, the gentleness only heightened her alarm. When had he become aware of Bai Yiqing's existence? Yun Shan forced a smile, realizing that these few days of tranquility had led her to forget that this man was never to be underestimated. His sudden transformation into a gentle lamb could very well be a facade for something more sinister. A wolf is a wolf, and it will not remain weak for eternity. "What exactly do you want?" The coldness in Yun Shan's voice conveyed to Bai Yiqing that she had yet to accept him, even with the birth of their twins. She had never contemplated revealing this to him. If it were not for Guozi bringing her back, the child, being mischievous, would have insisted on entering the old residence. With her cold and unyielding heart, she might never have uttered a word in her lifetime. The more anger stirred within her, the more serene her exterior appeared. Bai Yiqing held her waist tightly, showering her with kisses, each one falling like a soft rain, causing Yun Qian to tremble all over. Yet she did not push him away. To be honest, after all this time spent together, she had not seen through this man even a fraction. Except for one thing. He seemed to be quite infatuated with her body. Yun Qian was well aware that Bai Yiqing was not a man who indulged in fleeting pleasures. Otherwise, he would not have remained solitary all these years. This man, cold-hearted and emotionally detached, would never easily fall in love, and she was no exception. They say that those with cleanliness obsessions are even more meticulous in intimate matters. Yun Qian suspected that Bai Yiqing was perhaps too perverse, after having taken her virginity. His mental cleanliness compelled him to desire only her. It was a sickness that needed curing. A sudden pain in front of her made Yun Qian gasp, and Bai Yiqing's reckless yet handsome face bore a hint of wicked charm. Distracted, he murmured, Yun Qian bit her lip. "Bai Yiqing, you—" "Hush," he interjected, his long fingers resting gently on her soft, red lips. "Call me Ai. Yun Qian, once the old man's birthday celebration is over, I shall take you out to relieve your mind, all right? Do not wear such a frown. If our son sees you like this, he might think I am bullying you. I shall not take the blame for that." i.e., Bai Yiqing's large hand slipped beneath the hem of Yun Qian's garment, caressing the soft flesh of her waist. His rough fingertips sending electric currents coursing through her entire being. Yun Qian was tormented, pushing against his shoulder. Can we be a bit more normal? Marriage is not child's play. I'm not your mother, compelled to partake in your engagement ceremony. Is it necessary for me to remain and be scrutinized by others? Bai Yiqing smiled, yet his eyes were filled with sorrow. My mother? Ha! You are mistaken. In this world, my mother is not even qualified to attend my engagement ceremony. Only you hold that distinction. Chapter 53. A hollow facade. Suddenly, Yun Qian recalled a legend regarding the Bai family. 20 years ago, Bai Yiqing's father, Bai Chengze, was embroiled in a transnational drug smuggling case. It was said he was sentenced to life imprisonment, never to be visited by family again. His mother, unable to bear the blow, took her life by drowning the following year. At the tender age of 11, Bai Yiqing lost his father, and before he could emerge from the depths of grief, he was then bereft of his mother. For a young boy, the weight of such losses was undoubtedly fatal. The words he had spoken, "My mother is not even qualified to attend my engagement ceremony," were likely tinged with resentment towards her. As a wife, one might commend a woman for sacrificing herself for her husband. Yet, as a mother, leaving an innocent child to endure the pain of parental loss was undeniably irresponsible. Were she in the same position, she too would find it hard to forgive. Meng Tianxin received a bank notification on her phone. 10 million had been deposited. Looking at the box of medication in her hands, a smile graced her lips. Her spirits lifted. The sensation of reaping the rewards of others' efforts was exhilarating. No wonder some would go to great lengths to snatch food from another's plate. Just wait and see how she would leverage her child to surpass Lan Ruoxi and ascend to success. At that time, Lan Ruoxi received a sum of money from Meng Tianxin, her heart filled with delight. What was this trifling amount? Once she became the lady of the Demon Lord and bore children, the gifts would be plentiful, and none could rival her. The following evening, the Penglai Water Pavilion was abuzz with guests. A throng of distinguished families from the capital gathered. The grandeur was truly astonishing, revealing the old gentleman's cunning. Bai Yiqing, clad in his ever-constant camouflage attire, exuded an aura of charm and composure as he attended to affairs in his study. Ling Yihuriedi Burstin, reporting, Commander. Miss Yin is missing. Bai Yiqing paused, and the pen in his hand snapped in two. Ling Yi quickly lowered his head, not daring to breathe. Go find her. Yes. That damned woman. Did she leave him in such haste? Should he catch her again, she could expect a life shrouded in darkness. On the lawn, neon lights flickered as people came and went, each face adorned with false smiles, bestowing blessings upon the old gentleman, wishing him a fortune as vast as the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. At that moment, another luxury car pulled up outside the lawn. The door swung open, revealing a woman's snow-white legs, followed by her curvaceous figure ensconced in a striking red Chinese qipao. Her face radiated brilliance today, embodying the adage that joy invigorates the spirit. Look, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Lan family, Lan Ruoxi? It was rumored she was engaged to the Demon Lord. And today, as birthday banquet, was the occasion for the old gentleman to publicly announce their union. Some were simply fortunate, though their fathers had fallen from grace. They had garnered the old gentleman's favor. Ah, as the saying goes, comparisons can be fatal. Some matters are simply beyond competition. And to engage in such comparisons only leads to heartbreak. Observe her smug demeanor. It is said the Demon Lord recently returned with a woman, lavishing her with affection, a fact known to all the servants in the Bai family estate. Everyone envied that woman, for even if she could not ascend to a higher status, being adored by the Demon Lord day and night was a blessing in itself. Is that so? Then the legitimate future young mistress of the Bai family has been preempted by mistress? What does it matter? Before a man is wed, he may have countless women. After marriage, it is merely a matter of discretion. Where in this world is there a love that remains steadfast until death? What I wish to convey is that today is not only the old gentleman's birthday. Perhaps the announcement of their wedding date is an additional matter. But the most significant news, do you know what it is? Why are you keeping us in suspense? Speak quickly. The person spoke mysteriously. The demon lord actually has a 5-year-old son who has already been brought back to the Plunlai Water Pavilion. It is said that the child bears an uncanny resemblance to the demon lord. A paternity test may not even be necessary, for his appearance alone reveals his lineage. This revelation sent ripples through the crowd, altering the way they regarded Lan Ruashi. Had the demon lord already had a lover before entering the household? And now she would be expected to play the role of stepmother? Truly, the misfortune was palpable. Lan Ruashi naturally noticed the disdainful and mocking gazes directed at her. She clenched her fists, choosing to remain oblivious as she gracefully approached the old gentleman. She affectionately linked her arm with his, her smile radiant. "Grandfather, I wish you many more years like today, and may you live to 100. The old gentleman smiled broadly, his teeth visible, but his eyes not. Well, where are your parents and brother? I drove here myself. They are behind and should arrive shortly. Also, Grandpa, I heard that you admire the landscape paintings of Yunbian's fish. I specifically flew to the country to attend an auction. Please have a look and see if you like it." In response to Lan Ruashi's thoughtfulness, the old gentleman could only say good. Lan Ruashi beckoned, and Xiaomei hurried over. "Miss Lan, do you need assistance?" "Yes, please come and help me unfold the painting." "Of course, Miss Lan." The two of them, one on each side, unfurled the scroll, revealing a 6-foot landscape painting before the crowd. Naturally, there was a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. However, some knowledgeable individuals whispered among themselves, "I know of Yunbian's fish." Although his work has only recently emerged over the last decade, his style and artistic perception are truly striking. This painting, despite its resemblance, only captures 3/10 of the spirit and lacks soul. Could Miss Lan have been deceived? That seems unlikely. After all, Miss Lan is a prominent figure in Kyoto's upper society. How could she lack such discernment? One cannot be too certain. Some individuals, much like this painting, are merely superficial. The smile on the old gentleman's face momentarily froze, but he quickly masked it, chuckling. "The old man truly appreciates Ruashi's gift. Let us keep it and find a nice place to hang it tomorrow." Lan Ruashi beamed with pride, agreeing to her grandfather's suggestion. She then quietly asked Xiaomei, who was receiving the painting, "Has everything been arranged?" "Rest assured, young mistress." The title young mistress instantly filled Lan Ruashi with a sense of superiority, and she thought, "Once this is accomplished, you shall not go unrewarded." "Thank you, young mistress. From now on, I shall be at your service." As Lan Ruashi basked in her triumph, someone tugged at the hem of the old gentleman's garment, and a youthful voice, seemingly enchanting, resonated in everyone's ears. "Great-grandfather, are you truly a fan of Yunbian's fish?" "Indeed, what is it to buy?" "What if you genuinely appreciate her work? How could you not recognize that this is a counterfeit?" In an instant, all eyes turned toward them, and Lan Ruashi gritted her teeth, forced a smile to buy. This painting was painstakingly acquired by Aunt Lan. How could it possibly be a counterfeit? "Do not listen to the nonsense of others. Great-grandfather would be displeased." Daba pointedly ignored Lan Ruashi and addressed the old gentleman. "Great-grandfather, Daba wants to know, didn't you realize this is a counterfeit?" Just as the old gentleman was about to respond, Daba feigned anger, pouting. "Great-grandfather, you must set a good example for Daba. Lying is not the behavior of a good child." Chapter 54. Astonishing glance. The old gentleman gazed fondly at Daba, helplessly admitting, "Indeed, this painting is not the genuine article." A stunned silence fell, not only leaving Lan Ruashi dumbfounded, but also bewildering the crowd. As the future daughter-in-law of the Bai family, Lan Ruashi had indeed created a spectacle by presenting a counterfeit to celebrate the old gentleman's birthday. A truly ludicrous situation. Lan Ruashi bit her lip in disbelief. "Grandpa, how could this be possible? Little Bai is still young and does not comprehend the art of painting. One cannot simply cater to him." The old gentleman's expression suddenly turned cold. Lan Ruashi, realizing her misstep, hastily apologized. "Grandfather, Ruashi may not understand painting, but this artwork was indeed purchased at a significant price. I will report them for fraud." Little Bai scoffed, expressing disdain for those who cannot discern authenticity yet blame others. The auction house believes their painting is genuine. It is a matter of mutual agreement. In an auction, no one forces you to buy, right? Pretending to understand when one does not is quite unbecoming. Lan Ruashi, amidst the onlookers, thought to herself, is this truly the legendary heir of the Bai family? How imposing. However, this young lad seems quite displeased with her. Suppressing her anger and eager to salvage her dignity, she shifted the topic. Indeed, our little Bai appears quite knowledgeable. Tell Andy, how did you deduce that this painting is a forgery? Setting a trap? Little Bai innocently replied, because a piece of this quality I could paint myself. What? This child seems to be boasting a bit too much. Although those who are knowledgeable could instantly recognize Lan Ruashi's painting as a forgery. To be fair, the craftsmanship of this forgery is exquisite, and even the seal is crafted to perfection. That is my mother's seal. Of course it's genuine, Little Bai cheerfully told his great-grandfather. If Aunt Lan does not believe me, I can create a painting on the spot as a birthday gift for you. What do you think? The old gentleman could hardly disagree. His great-grandson is truly a treasure. Before long, the servants brought brushes, ink, paper, and even a small table suitable for Little Bai's height. To save time, he painted a 1-foot-long landscape. However, as soon as he began, Lan Ruashi was left dumbfounded. Wow, this young master is truly a hidden gem. With such skill, who could possibly guess he is just a few years old? Without genuine talent, one should not venture out. They would be outshone by a child. How embarrassing. This time it seems Lan Ruashi is in for a reality check. Let her bask in her previous arrogance. TSK, what was I saying earlier? Her painting is a forgery, yet she refuses to admit it. Based on my years of study in landscape painting, I can confidently assert that that piece was indeed crafted by the young master of the Bai family. No way. If I am not mistaken, can it be concluded that Lan Ruashi has been outsmarted by the Bai family's young heir? Not only losing face in such a setting, but also a considerable sum of money? A burst of laughter erupted among the crowd. This was undoubtedly the most amusing joke of the year. As Little Bai finished his painting, Lan Ruashi's face darkened, while the old gentleman's eyes sparkled with delight. He laughed heartily. Truly my clever grandson. Simply splendid. Little Bai, come tell great-grandfather, why did you choose to copy the master's works? Little Bai tilted his head in contemplation. She is my master. Is there anything wrong with me emulating her works? Boom. Little Bai's words landed like a timed bomb in the atmosphere. Yunbian's paintings, beloved for their unique style, exude grandeur and vitality, inspiring viewers to look toward the future. Thus, many speculate that he must be a middle-aged man with a wealth of life experience. At the very least, he must be middle-aged. The paintings by women are renowned for their gentle and exquisite beauty, rendering middle-aged men synonymous with the enigmatic fish of Yunbian, for no one truly comprehends their depths. Such a mysterious figure, and now, there are claims of him having a disciple. How could one not be astonished? In the distance, Bai Yiqing observes his son's fervent performance and leans down to the small figure beside him, inquiring, "So, who is her Bai's master?" Bai remains silent, his aloof demeanor sometimes rendering Bai Yiqing a loss. A smirk dances on his lips as he poses another question. Who suggested that counterfeit painting? I did. Why? Bai glances coldly at his father, stating simply, because I dislike her. Bai Yiqing muses, indeed, that trait is quite reminiscent of him. He is undoubtedly my son. At that moment, Ling Yi hurriedly approached. Commander, has Monsieur not been found yet? Bai Yiqing shot him a disdainful look. You can't even manage such a trivial matter. What use are you to me? Before Ling Yi could respond, Bai excitedly called out to the elder, Great-grandfather, I actually have a surprise for you today. Aren't you a super fan of the fish of Yunbian? Coincidentally, my master is currently in the country. I contacted her beforehand, and not only has she agreed to come, but she has also prepared a gift for you. Oh, the elder's excitement was palpable, his eyes sparkling. Where is she? Look, she is over there, following her Bai's. A stunningly alluring woman descended from an exceptionally eye-catching red sports car. With chestnut curls cascading down her shoulders and a pair of sunglasses perched on her delicate nose. Her features remained obscured, yet her captivating red lips, exquisite collarbone, and luminous fair skin spoke volumes of her unparalleled beauty. The beige off-shoulder fishtail gown accentuated her alluring figure, elegant and curvaceous, with a subtle smile that ignited a yearning in the hearts of onlookers. As a gentle breeze tousled her hair, she tucked a strand behind her ear, her every gesture radiating brilliance, rendering her utterly mesmerizing. She was a bewitching enchantress. In the distance, Bai Yiqing's heart raced at the sight of the suddenly appearing Yun Qian, his lips unknowingly curving upward. Seemingly recalling something, he turned to Ling Yi, who, upon meeting his gaze, hastily attempted to clarify. I was just about to say that Miss Yun has appeared. However, the commander was unconvinced. Rather, it was his own disbelief in his own charm that led him to think that Yun Qian had fled and would never return. Bai Yiqing coldly interjected, "Silence. You can't even express a thought clearly. You are utterly useless." As Yun Qian approached the elder and removed her sunglasses, gasps filled the air. Some individuals captivated by her beauty at first glance. The elder's mouth fell agape in disbelief, while others perceived his reaction as excitement. It was, in truth, a loss of composure. "Hello, I'm the fish of Yunbian, Yun Qian. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 55. Her sister is entirely Bai Yiqing's. What of her drinking a toast with him? The elder stood speechless, unable to utter a single word. As Lan Ruoxi finally grasped the situation, she strode forward, furiously pointing at Yun Qian. "What do you mean by the fish of Yunbian? I could just as well refer to you as the dog of the heavens. Is this the era where ruthless individuals begin to insult themselves?" Hearing the snickers around her, Lan Ruoxi nearly bit her own tongue. At that moment, she spotted her grandfather, parents, and brother approaching through the crowd, instantly straightening her back. "You are not the so-called rising star of the art world, the fish of Yunbian, but rather a mere slave brought back by my brother Yiqing. Because of your unscrupulousness in stealing his belongings, he intends to punish you severely. The most menial task you perform at the Bai family is cleaning toilets. Don't think that wearing a fine garment and styling your hair elevates you above others. You are nothing but trash. Ruoxi, do not be unreasonable." Bai Jingyao's eyes glimmered with coldness as he positioned himself beside Yun Qian. "She is not as despicable as you claim. Refrain from personal attacks." Lan Ruoxi was infuriated to the point of laughter. "Brother, you are my brother. How can you side with an outsider at this moment? She is a slave to Yiqing, attempting to oust me, Bai Xiao's legitimate wife, from my rightful place. Knowing that grandfather admires the fish of Yunbian as paintings, she has bribed Bai to stage this farce. Her intentions are sinister. Can you not see through such an obvious scheme? The Bai could no longer remain silent. No one has the right to defame our mother." He grasped Yun Qian's hand and declared, "I am not lying. The fairy sister is my master. She personally created a 1,000-year-old pine and cypress painting for great-grandfather's birthday. If you don't believe me, look." Gu Yejuo appeared beside Bai Yiqing unexpectedly, glancing between the two, nearly blinding himself with the brilliance of the scene. "Wow, brother, you are incredibly wealthy. I don't care. You must let me have one of them." Bai Yiqing lifted his chin. "If you wish to be born, you may seek someone to assist." Gu Yejuo, perplexed, looked up to see a stunning beauty in a deep blue strapless evening gown before him. Upon recognizing her face, he was struck with astonishment. The beauty was mesmerizing, graceful, and undeniably exquisite. It was none other than Guizi. Knowing she had been unwell, he had never expected her to appear. Just one day apart felt like an eternity. The woman before him was breathtaking, tall and slender, with delicate features and appropriate makeup. Her cool, pale visage bore an air of aloofness that paradoxically drew one in. Perhaps this was her true self. It must be said at this banquet, all attention was captured by the sisters, Yun Qian and her companion. Their mere presence seemed to drain the color from the world, rendering Lan Ruoxi's vibrant red qipao a mere backdrop. All eyes in the vicinity, especially those of the men, were fixated upon them, nearly unable to look away. In the distance, Bai Yiqing and Gu Yejuo narrowed their eyes in unison. Little mother, come quickly. I want to introduce you to great-grandfather." "Great-grandfather. This is the person I mentioned to you last time, whom I wish to formally introduce. My godmother, Miss Gua." Guizi, holding a scroll, slightly bowed her head. "Hello, old Master Bai. I am Qianjie's assistant. You may call me Guizi. Here is the 1,000-year-old pine and cypress painting personally created by Qianjie for you. I hope you will like it." Wu Bo, with keen insight, promptly stepped forward to join Guozi in unrolling the scroll. Before the gathered crowd, a vibrant image of a millennial-old pine tree gradually revealed itself, its serene and lofty spirit vividly captured on the paper, evoking a sense of tranquility. This depiction of the pine not only delighted the elder, symbolizing longevity, but also embodied his noble and unyielding character. As the saying goes, to give a gift that pleases the recipient, Yun Qian executed this artful maneuver with remarkable finesse. Flattery is universally welcomed. After all, Lan Jingyao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yun Qian was indeed a hidden master. Only Lan Ruoshi remained unconvinced, scoffing at the absence of a seal, questioning how one could claim to be something they were not. Are you here to amuse us? Ah, Asel. Yun Qian smirked, glancing at her by. I heard you took your master's seal to deceive fools, and it actually worked? How mischievous. Foolish Lan Ruoshi, the crowd murmured, while her bai cheerfully retrieved a seal from his pocket, slapping it onto the painting with a resounding thud. He couldn't resist teasing the elder, great-grandfather. This trinket serves no purpose and detracts from the beauty. Should you desire it, we can always stamp it on. The audience erupted in laughter at his playful antics, except for Lan Ruoshi, who ground her silver teeth in frustration. The elder would not disregard the feelings of the Lan family. Although Yun Qian's identity had been unveiled, the engagement was not a trifling matter. He could not, merely due to his affection for the artist, shamelessly retain her as a granddaughter-in-law. After all, his fondness lay solely with her art. What a person. Oomph. With a grand gesture, the elder declared the matter settled, encouraging everyone to enjoy themselves, before moving towards the Lan family to exchange pleasantries. Just then, as Bai Laozu departed, several gentlemen approached. Sensing trouble, Yun Qian swiftly scooped up her bai and made her escape, prompting Guozi to jest coward. After fending off several suitors, a well-dressed man approached, offering Guozi a glass of wine. Miss, I hear you are Miss Yan's assistant. Your artistic skills must be impressive as well. I am an avid art collector and currently run an auction house. Might you be interested in helping us? Compensation is not an issue. Just name your terms. Before Guozi could politely decline, a voice interjected, declaring her disinterest. The man, visibly displeased, turned to retort, only to be met by the imposing figure of Gu Yeju, who stood protectively behind Guozi, akin to a Greek knight guarding his beloved. The man froze, hastily apologizing. I was unaware of your relationship with this lady. My apologies. I take my leave. Watching him scurry away like a dog chased by a cat, Guozi smirked before retreating to a quieter corner, taking a delicate sip of her red wine. However, in the next moment, her glass was snatched away, and she looked up in surprise to find Gu Yeju glaring at her, face etched with anger. Guozi, your illness has not yet subsided. Why are you drinking wine? Guozi's lips twitched as she regarded him incredulously. Rising to leave, she was abruptly halted as he grasped her arm firmly. Let go, she stated coldly. Gu Yeju cast a glance at her fair and delicate collarbone, and his throat tightened. He removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders, cautious of her catching a chill. Guozi abruptly yanked the garment away and tossed it aside, retorting with a dismissive four-character phrase, mind your own business. Meanwhile, Xiaomei approached by I Ching with a glass of wine in hand, only to be intercepted by the suddenly appearing Guozi. Xiaomei quickly interjected, Miss, this drink was specially ordered by the young master. You cannot partake. Had it been anyone else, the mention of Bai I Ching would have deterred them, as the bar offered an abundance of spirits, merely delaying their indulgence by a minute or two. With a playful smile, Guozi declared, my sister's wine. And I can't drink it? What a joke. Frustrated and already feeling pent-up emotions, Guozi raised the glass and downed it in one go. Her sister was already with Bai I Ching. What harm was there in her enjoying a single drink? Chapter 56. Only when the body is disloyal can the heart truly perish. Xiaomei watched in astonished dismay as Guozi boldly consumed the spiked drink, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. If the young master were to drink it and eventually find happiness with Miss Lan, she could still count on Miss Lan's protection. Now, with such an occurrence, she feared for her life. She might explain, but not survive to tell the tale. Observing Guozi's retreating figure, Xiaomei gritted her teeth. deciding to cast aside her concerns. When the truth came to light, she would deny it vehemently. After all, only Miss Lan knew the origins of the drug. In a corner, Xiao Mei recounted the incident to Lan Ruoxi, who was infuriated. Useless. I've become the laughingstock of the capital. This was supposed to be my chance to turn things around. What do we do now, young madam? Xiao Mei asked anxiously. What can we do? I've consumed a drug worth 20 million apiece. If all else fails, I shall confront him directly. I refuse to believe that standing before Bai Yiqing in the nude would leave him indifferent. Lan Ruo, she whispered a few words into Xiao Mei's ear, reassuring her. Do not worry, young madam. This time, there will be no mistakes. As Bai Yiqing was engaged in conversation with Gu Yiju, Xiao Mei took a deep breath and approached him. Young master, Miss Yin wishes to discuss something with you. She is waiting for you in the attic. Bai Yiqing's gaze flickered momentarily, but he said nothing. Gu Yiju rolled his eyes, questioning the necessity of such a private meeting when they saw each other daily. What would a single man understand? As Gu Yiju walked toward the main building, he noticed the man who had previously flirted with Guizi approaching her again with an overly familiar demeanor. Hey, my temper is flaring. Do you want to provoke me? Guizi felt a slight dizziness after finishing her drink. When Shun Lu observed her rubbing her temples, he approached to greet her. Miss Gua, do you need assistance? No, thank you, she replied, attempting to exit. However, she stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Shun Lu, quick to react, caught her just in time. A scene witnessed by Gu Yiju. He strode over, forcefully removing Shun Lu's arm from around her, his expression darkening. Did you not heed what I said earlier? Shun Lu, feeling wronged, replied, Young Master Gu, it's not what you think. I merely offered her support, that is all. The familiar scent instantaneously cleared Guozi's muddled mind. She shook off Gu Yejue's hand and cheerfully asked Shun Lu, May I inquire about your esteemed surname? Under Gu Yejue's formidable presence, Shun Lu managed to reply with a single word. Shun. Mr. Shun, I'm quite inebriated. Would you be so kind as to escort me home? Guozi, with a sway, approached Shun Lu and draped her arm around his, her warm body leaning against him, leaving Shun Lu momentarily frozen in place. Gu Xiao. It was evident even to a fool that Gu Xiao had an ambiguous relationship with this woman. Why had he chosen to be the unwitting pawn? Gu Yejue narrowed his eyes dangerously. Are you certain you wish for him to take you home? Guozi ignored him and pulled Shun Lu away. Shun Lu was bewildered. How could a woman possess such strength? He was practically being dragged along by her. He glanced back at Gu Yejue 3 times, seeking rescue, or rather, seeking to appease. Insisting he harbored no intentions of encroaching upon Gu Yejue's territory. It was all a misunderstanding. Gu Yejue clenched his fists, standing still for a considerable time before turning to leave. Guizi felt not only dizzy but also increasingly warm. After years of navigating the world, she recognized that she had been drugged, and it was a particularly domineering and despicable substance. With her resilience, she could endure the ordeal, but she had chosen to involve Shun Lu simply to indulge herself for once. Perhaps it was only when the body strayed that the heart could truly perish. Chapter 57. This woman is worthless today. The Bai family experienced a trifecta of joy. Old Master Bai was overjoyed, and Bai Yiqing had always known of Heir Bai's existence, but had chosen not to disclose it. In this regard, Bai was in perfect accord with his father. How could the great-grandfather not favor mother, but desire another woman to take on that role? That Lan Ruoxi, did she even deserve it? Under the brilliant starlight and gentle breeze of the night, Heir Bai, clad in a well-tailored suit, coolly accompanied Old Master Bai, being introduced to all the members of the Bai family. Such an occasion was decidedly unsuitable for Bai. He would rather be alone. After introducing his great-grandson, it was time to announce the wedding date of Bai Yiqing and the eldest daughter of the Lan family, Lan Ruoxi. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Old Master Bai slowly began, Everyone please be quiet. Today, on the occasion of my birthday banquet, I wish to share a delightful announcement. My grandson, Bai Yiqing, will marry Miss Lan Ruoxi of the Lan family on the 28th of next month. I hope all friends and family will attend. Thank you for your attention, and let us celebrate until we drop. Even though the rumor had circulated, the grand announcement left everyone astonished. The Demon Lord was truly to be claimed by Lan Ruoxi? What a travesty! The Lan family was naturally elated, especially Lan Junming. Regardless of Bai Yiqing's attitude, once married, the two families would be tied together, leaving him with the upper hand. Only Lan Jingyao found the situation suspicious. Bai Yiqing was a man who never played by the rules. If he did not harbor feelings for Ruoxi, he would not agree to marriage so readily. There must be something amiss. Indeed, a gasp rose from the crowd. Look, what is that? On the pristine white walls, an inexplicable and enormous projection suddenly appeared. Although sound was absent, the visage of Lan Ruoxi emerged on the screen. A sight so grotesque that it left everyone, especially the two elderly gentlemen, utterly astounded. Despite the crucial areas being censored and the dim lighting within the room, anyone acquainted with Lan Ruoxi could instantly recognize her without a hint of doubt. It was indeed her, unmistakably. Witnessing such a scandalous display involving his granddaughter caused old Master Lan to erupt in fury, leading him to faint from shock. The woman in the image was undeniably his granddaughter, while the man was certainly not Bai Yiqing. This shocking revelation struck the Lan family like a bolt from the blue. After Bai Yiqing was temporarily distracted by Xiao Mei, he promptly instructed Ling Yi to take control of the situation. Cloud Qian had summoned him? What a farce! Even if she had matters to discuss, she would never arrange a rendezvous at the loft. That place was far too suggestive. Cloud Qian was keen to distance herself from him. How could she possibly suggest meeting in such a location? While the household staff was aware of Cloud Qian's fondness for the loft, outsiders were oblivious. Hence, it was clear whom Xiao Mei intended to assist. Bai Yiqing smirked. If she sought destruction, he would gladly oblige. Lan Ruoxi waited anxiously in the loft, but Bai Yiqing was nowhere to be seen, which left her increasingly agitated. Just as she opened the door to investigate, a cloud of white powder suddenly enveloped her, causing her to lose consciousness. Upon awakening, she found her mind muddled and her body ablaze with an insatiable need for relief. In a moment of instinct, she found herself seeking an outlet for her pent-up desires, akin to a parched sponge thrown into water. Ling Jiu observed the scene on the screen and clicked his tongue in disapproval. Relieved that the commander did not hold any interest in her, she was as common as a wilted cabbage, utterly worthless. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow, inquiring about his sentiments. Valueless, was the succinct reply. Chapter 58. He is a devil. The man in question was a beggar whom Ling Yi had procured from the streets, following Bai Yiqing's instructions that he simply needed to be a man with certain capabilities. As the commander's most cherished confidant, he understood Bai Yiqing's disdain for Lan Ruoxi, who dared to conspire with Xiao Mei against him, an act of sheer folly. The beggar was relatively young, perhaps in his 30s or 40s, and had not been with a woman in quite some time, likely enough to satisfy Lan Ruoxi's appetites. Bai Yiqing, still uneasy about Cloud Qian, who preferred tranquility, began searching the main building. Upon reaching the third floor, he unexpectedly caught sight of a hurried female figure, her clothing, height, and hairstyle strikingly reminiscent of Cloud Qian. Without a second thought, he followed her. However, she swiftly slipped into a guest room. As Bai Yiqing entered, he was met with the sound of running water from the bathroom. He attempted to turn the handle, only to find it locked. With a sly smile, Bai Yiqing decided to wait. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Meng Tianxin was surreptitiously counting the minutes. She had procured a certain drug from the black market, rumored to have been used 5 years ago by a woman who successfully seduced Bai Yiqing. It was said that the notorious figure, wanted worldwide by the Demon Lord 5 years prior, was indeed the woman who had once shared his bed, suggesting that this tale was not without merit. Meng Tianxin wore a lascivious smile, as if the notorious Demon Lord, known for his aversion to women, had succumbed to the influence of the potion. Tonight marked the commencement of her destiny's transformation. As the hour struck, Meng Tianxin stealthily emerged from the bathroom. Indeed, a man lay upon the bed, an exquisite figure of unparalleled beauty that stirred one's very soul from afar. Approaching with measured steps, Meng Tianxin discarded her wig upon the floor, kicked aside her high heels, and slowly unzipped her dress. "Your Excellency, tonight I belong to you. Please, do not show me mercy. Let me witness your ferocity and passion. Come forth." A slender hand reached towards Bai Yiqing's waist, but upon brushing against his belt buckle, her wrist was seized with crushing force. Meng Tianxin heard the ominous crack of bones. Alarmed, she turned to confront Bai Yiqing's gaze, which simmered with lethal intent. Master, you are awake? She endeavored to maintain her composure, aware that the potency of the drug was formidable, inducing a state of unconsciousness that would soon transform the awakened into a relentless beast. Bai Yiqing's rapid recovery was a testament to his exceptional vitality. Thus, her prospects appeared promising. Tentatively, she swayed her body, her skirt, now unzipped, began to slide down in tandem with her movements. Your Excellency, ah? She was abruptly kicked away, crashing violently against the wall, followed by a fall that drew blood from her lips. The pain contorted her face, even compressing her recently enhanced bosom. In a state of panic, Meng Tianxin realized her plan had utterly collapsed. Without a moment to ponder, she scrambled towards the exit. Yet, before she could reach the door, the man's military boot pressed mercilessly against her neck, forcing her face to the ground. Breath escaped her nose, and articulating pleas became a struggle. She could only emit pitiful whimpers akin to a dog. At that moment, the true nature of this man became evident. He was indeed a demon. His voice resonated ominously above her, akin to a summons from the depths of hell, chilling her to the core. You thought to target me? It appears you are all weary of life. But fret not. The world shall be rid of another scoundrel, leaving more goodness behind. Meng Tianxin's eyes widened in terror. She harbored no doubt regarding Bai Yiqing's words, for they were delivered with a chilling seriousness. In an instant, a rush of warmth coursed from her lower body, followed by a sharp pain in her neck, plunging her into unconsciousness. Bai Yiqing grimaced in disdain and dialed Ling Yi. Commander, there's a woman to be dealt with here. Yes, Commander. Bai Yiqing paused momentarily. If that beggar still possessed energy, he should send this woman to him, ensuring to select a picturesque location and capture several photographs for mementos, as Congressman Meng might miss his daughter. Ling Yi's lips twitched in understanding. After ending the call, Bai Yiqing scoffed. Did no one besides his grandfather realize that he was inherently immune to such substances? Chapter 59. Foreseeing his doom after forcefully pulling Guozi into the car, Shenlu remained silent after providing an address. As he drove away from the Penglai Water Pavilion, he occasionally glanced at Guozi. Having spent many years navigating the intricacies of Kyoto, he was no Navi youth. It didn't take long for him to notice something amiss with her. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was mumbling incoherently, her strapless dress now barely clinging to modesty. Shenlu found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. He had to admit, despite her chill, she was indeed a captivating beauty, which explained why the notoriously fickle Gu Xiao had developed a soft spot for her. Throughout the journey, Shenlu loosened his tie repeatedly, his throat parched, until they finally arrived beneath Guozi's residence. He tentatively called out, Miss Guo, we're here. When there was no response, he reached out to touch her bare arm. Hey! That gentle prod seemed to shatter the last remnants of Guozi's rationality. She snapped her eyes open, their redness juxtaposed with a sultry expression that concealed a glint of coldness. In a sudden motion, Guozi swung herself onto Shen Lu's lap, her petite frame effortlessly overpowering him. Shen Lu, taken aback, watched as her mind began to blur the lines, transforming the man beneath her into Gu Yeju's visage. She chuckled softly. This illusion emboldened her, alleviating the weight on her conscience. I need your help. Are you willing? Shen Lu hesitated, stammering, Sister, Gu Xiao is quite formidable. Guozi, tugging at his clothing, retorted mockingly. He has plenty of women. I'm not special. Just tell me, do you have the courage? Despite her words, Shen Lu's attire was already in disarray, and with a beauty in his embrace, he was no longer the paragon of restraint. He realized her reasoning held merit. Gu Yeju's rumored girlfriends were as numerous as stars. One more or one less made little difference. Given the circumstances, it seemed Gu Yeju had not been overly concerned about her. Otherwise, he would have pursued her. Moreover, this woman was evidently under the influence. If Gu Yeju sought retribution later, he could argue that he too was a victim. With this thought, the pressure on him eased significantly. He swiftly unclipped his belt, adjusting their positions, while Guozi, now somewhat delirious, had completely mistaken him for Gu Yeju. What are you waiting for? Are you going to dawdle like a coward? Shen Lu felt his throat tighten, and in the next moment, he leaned in to kiss her. Crash! The vehicle suddenly jolted from a violent impact, and before Shen Lu could savor the sweetness of the moment, he was violently thrust away. His back slamming against the steering wheel, pain searing through him. Guozi, using him as a cushion, fared better, though the immense inertia clouded her awareness even further. Then, a thunderous knocking erupted from outside the car, accompanied by Gu Yeju's wrath that felt apocalyptic, making Shen Lu acutely aware of a chilling truth. He had foreseen his own doom, realizing that further delay would only exacerbate his predicament. He understood that this woman had lost her mind, her hands wreaking havoc on his chest. He refused to open the door. Did he want Gu Yeju to witness their chaotic entanglement? Enduring excruciating pain, with a sharp click, the car door swung open. Upon witnessing the scene within, the entire world fell silent. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the ominous cracking of Gu Yeju's knuckles, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Gu Xiao, please let me explain. It's not what you think, truly, it was her silence. Gu Yeju's fist crashed mercilessly into Shen Lu's face. Then, with unrelenting force, he yanked him from the vehicle and sent him flying. His menacing voice cutting through the darkness, reverberating in Shen Lu's mind. Wherever I exist, you shall cease to be. Otherwise, the Shun family will vanish from this world. Chapter 60. Do not regret gazing at the disoriented woman. Gu Yiju suppressed his overwhelming fury as he carried her out of the car. However, she was far from compliant, writhing in his embrace, her delicate hands slipping into his shirt collar. Gu Yiju, rigid with tension, entered the elevator, his expression sour enough to sour milk from several paces away. This infuriating woman, in a crisis, had not sought him first. Instead, she spoke of a decade-long secret crush. Nonsense. All of it. A grand deceiver. She was nothing but a colossal fraud. How could one claim to harbor a 10-year crush while marrying and having children so nonchalantly? How could she, when in need, not seek him out, but instead bring another man into the fray? He dared not imagine what would have transpired had he not followed her. Would have been so simple. After all, she was merely a woman who had borne a child. She didn't crave him, nor did he her. Today could be seen as an act of charity, after which he would toss her into the bathtub, filling it with icy water. Perhaps that would teach her a lesson. Approaching her home, Gu Yiju used her fingerprint to unlock the door. With her clinging tightly to him, when he flung her onto the bed, he stumbled in after her, landing heavily atop her soft form. An electric sensation coursed through him, his body tingling, yet his rationality remained intact. He braced himself on either side of her, attempting to distance himself from the woman who ignited his fury. Alas, upon inhaling that familiar scent, she crumbled, pulling him down for a kiss. This taste was not foreign to Gu Yiju. The last time it had been in the country, when he had flirted with her to extract information about Yin Qian. He believed himself to be merely playing a part, yet unbeknownst to him, he had become ensnared in the depths of his own entanglement. As a chill coursed through his chest, Gu Yiju came to his senses, seizing her errant hands, clarity returning to his gaze. He scoffed at himself. Gu Yiju, how far you have fallen. Are there truly no other women in the world that you must settle for one burdened with a child? After what she had done with Shen Lu, how could you even contemplate this? You are truly despicable. With a decisive tug, Gu Yiju pulled a nearby blanket to envelop the disheveled woman, then swung his long legs off the bed. Just as he was about to head to the bathroom to fill the tub, he noticed a multitude of photographs plastered on the wall, all depicting the same man, whose visage was both familiar and unappealing. Initially, he dismissed it with disdain, relieved he had halted his advance. Otherwise, he would surely have faced dire consequences. However, laughter quickly faded from his lips. He recognized the man in front of him, his own reflection, despite nearly 30 years having passed. The images surrounding him were vibrant. The sunlit moments, the formal attire, the beach escapades, the athletic endeavors, the carefree charm, and the solemn seriousness. So many. They nearly adorned the entire room. In terms of appearance, he appeared at least a decade younger. Each expression etched upon his face from youthful exuberance to mature restraint was captured, warming the hearts of those who beheld them. One particular photograph, evidently taken at his grandfather's birthday banquet 5 years prior, marked the first encounter with Guozi. Dressed in a suit, he exuded a suave demeanor, standing before a colossal cake while gazing at the elder opposite him with a smile. Beneath the image, a caption read, "Every time I think of you, I visit the Sailboat Hotel, for it carries your essence. Yet from this day forth, I must conceal you deep within my heart. If I do not touch the dream, it shall not shatter." Gu Yeju felt a jolt in his heart at those words. At that moment, he suddenly heard a delicate sobbing sound emanating from beneath the covers. "Gu Yeju, from this day on, I will no longer harbor feelings for you." Upon hearing this, Gu Yeju strode back to the bedside and slowly lifted the blanket. The person beneath was in a state between dream and wakefulness, eyes closed with tears at the corners, resembling a neighborly girl who had been wronged. Evoking a sense of profound sympathy, he tentatively inquired, "Why will you no longer like me?" The girl sniffled, "Because I am no longer pure. Even secretly yearning for you feels like sacrilege." Guozi, in a state of confusion, subconsciously believed something had transpired between herself and Chanel, leading her to speak thus. Gu Yeju's breath hitched. He misinterpreted her words, thinking she referred to having borne a child, a matter he had long been aware of and had grown immune to. So all he felt now was heartache. Devoid of any other thoughts, Guozi tugged at her clothing, murmuring, "But I am unwilling, truly unwilling. In this lifetime, I have never been bold enough to confront him. I despise myself. I am utterly useless, lacking even a fraction of the courage of my senior. One day, they will laugh at me to death." Suddenly, Gu Yeju's mood brightened. "Have you never considered addressing Gu Yeju in the way Yinxian did?" Guozi smiled bitterly, lost in her own world, unable to escape. She had thought of it, yet could not bring herself to act. Yinxian dared to confront Bai Yiqing without any emotional ties, thus felt no reservations. And what of her? A humble secret admirer. How pitiable. She had thought of it, yet could not bring herself to act. These 5 words echoed like a spell in Gu Yeju's ears, and he suddenly realized what a scoundrel he truly was. He should never have provoked her. Yet, he had already done so. What now? The towering figure of the man loomed closer, driven by a fervor that had long simmered within him. He yearned to indulge just this once, for her sake, as well as his own. Gu Yeju had not anticipated the evening's twists and turns. As if fate were mocking him, he sat up in frustration, wishing to chastise himself. "Gu Yeju, you are truly blinded by desire, your intellect devoured by folly." Guozi, sweat beading on her forehead, clung tightly to Gu Yeju, resolute that whether it was an illusion or a dream, she would not let this opportunity slip away. Her legs clung tightly to his waist. Her misty eyes filled with defiance. Even what was freely given was rejected. "If you're going to be a coward, then so be it. Are you still a man?" Gu Yeju ground his teeth and warned, "You'd better not regret this." Chapter 61. Defiled my territory. While the two were embroiled in their heated exchange, the atmosphere at the Bai residence was far from pleasant. The banquet concluded prematurely, with Lan Ruo, she weeping uncontrollably in Madame Lan's arms, and Lan Junming's expression was equally grim. Lan Jing, Yao had taken the old man to the hospital, and no one in the family had anticipated that attending a birthday celebration would lead to such chaos. What was most infuriating was that the beggar had vanished after the incident, leaving Lan Ruo, she unaware of who had violated her. It was utterly absurd. Yet, Lan Junming was acutely aware that Bai Yiqing was undoubtedly involved. The Bai family was, after all, under his complete dominion. He cast a piercing gaze at Bai Yiqing and asserted, "You must take responsibility for Ruo Shi's matter." Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow. "Oh, she engaged in such disgraceful behavior, yet expects me to bear the consequences? Am I her father?" "You." Lan Junming was seething with indignation, while Lan Ruo, she hastily defended herself. "No, it's not like that. Yiqing, you must believe me. Someone plotted against me. I'm already the legitimate young mistress of the Bai family. How could I possibly engage in such conduct? It makes no sense." Bai Yiqing shifted his posture and replied coolly, "Then explain why you were in the attic?" Lan Ruo, she bit her lip, a flicker of malice in her gaze. "Miss Yin invited me. She said she had something to discuss." Upon hearing Yin Qian's name, Madame Lan erupted, Old man, did you hear that? That wretched woman has no good intentions. She fears my daughter might claim her position as the young mistress of the Bai family. She seeks to ruin my daughter to benefit herself. How vicious. Lan Rua, she did not deny her mother's accusations, instead lamenting. I do not understand why Miss Yin would treat me this way. She previously claimed to have no feelings for I Ching. If she truly liked him, we could have competed fairly without resorting to such underhanded tactics. Woe is me. Lan Junming's eyes narrowed. I will report this. We must bring Yun Xian to justice and restore my daughter's honor. Old master Bai remained silent. Lan Rua, she's premarital indiscretion would soon tarnish their family's reputation. And even if his grandson chose not to marry her, the disgrace had already spread. Thus, this union must be dissolved. However, Lan Rua, she was also a victim and required comfort. If Yun Xian was indeed involved, her scheming was excessively malicious. Junming, escalating this matter won't reflect well on anyone. We should investigate privately. If there is indeed a connection to Yun Xian, then despite my fondness for her paintings, I will not show favoritism. If not, old master, what do you mean? This situation is crystal clear. If she had not interfered, would Rua she have acted so shamelessly? That is absurd. Bai Yiqing scoffed. Enough, let's not be hasty. You are merely speculating. Without concrete evidence, it is best to refrain from speaking. Mr. Lang, for someone of your esteemed position, how can you lack such common sense? Lan Junming gritted his teeth. Do you possess any evidence? Indeed. Bai Yiqing snapped his fingers. Ling Yi, bring her in. Lan Ruashi's eyes flickered slightly as she feigned calmness. The moment she saw Xiaomei brought in, her heart sank. She knew that if this little vixen lacked such composure, she would never have sought her out. Xiaomei fell to her knees with a thud, pleading, young master, please spare me. This matter truly has nothing to do with me. It was all Miss Lan's instructions. She initially intended to incapacitate you with a spiked drink and then take advantage of the situation. However, that drink was consumed by Miss Gu, forcing her to resort to the desperate tactic of having me lure you to the attic. What could she have been thinking? To coerce you against your will. You're talking nonsense. Lan Ruashi, in a fit of rage, charged forward and struck Xiaomei repeatedly, shattering any semblance of the decorum expected from a lady of high society. The elder gentleman frowned. Reflecting on his own judgment, was his choice of a granddaughter-in-law fundamentally flawed, even without this incident? Do not attempt to slander me. Tell me, how much did Yun Xian pay you? Xiaomei's face swelled, tears streaming down her cheeks. I swear I am not lying, young master. You must believe me. If you doubt my words, you can investigate Miss Gu's current situation. Bai Yiqing smirked. Investigate what? His brother had already become a sycophant for her, nearly ruining the Shun family's heir. Does he truly think he remains oblivious? Old Master Bai waved his hand. Investigate. There's no need, Bai Yiqing interjected. Although his brother was behaving disgracefully, he could not allow this scandal to become public knowledge. After all, Guzi was his junior. Bai Yiqing's voice lowered. Xiaomei serves as a witness, and I possess physical evidence. Miss Lan has indeed orchestrated a remarkable scheme. Lan Ruashi's heart raced. Physical evidence? What could he possibly possess? The items were purchased by Meng Tianxin and had never passed through her hands. As long as she steadfastly denied any involvement, who could pin this scandal on her? Ling Yi entered, placing a phone on the table and tapping it a few times, revealing the voices of two women in conversation. It was a recorded call. Sister Ruashi, everything you requested is ready. Quite efficient, I assure you. I guarantee it's the strongest. Even the Demon Lord would willingly become your subordinate. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. There will certainly be benefits for you. Sister, I have gathered the latest news. Have you heard of a pill called Yinting? A pill? Is that the one that allows a woman to conceive after being with a man? Precisely. Do you have a way to obtain it? I have contacts in the black market, but it doesn't come cheap. You'll need to pay half the deposit up front, 10 million. How much? 10 million. What? Does that mean one pill costs 20 million? Are you complaining about the price? If so, forget it. Consider me silent. Wait, I'll transfer the money. We can settle the rest after you get the pill. All right. The hall fell silent, as if a pin had dropped. Old Master Bai was momentarily speechless with indignation, while Lan Ruashi was left utterly dumbfounded. The fact that they had obtained Meng Tianxin's recorded conversation indicated that she had been compromised, with both witness and evidence in hand. How could she refute the claims? If Meng Tianxin were to confront her directly, it would only lead to further embarrassment. Although her face had lost all its color. The couple, Lan Junming and his wife, remained silent, their aged visages flushed with embarrassment, wishing they could hide away. Bai Yiqing had completely severed ties with the Lan family. Given his temperament, he ought to have dealt with Lan Ruoxi on the spot. However, the old patriarch still harbored some lingering affection, subtly signaling his grandson to restrain himself. Especially considering that old Master Lan was currently hospitalized and his condition remained uncertain. Ultimately, Lan Ruoxi was reaping the consequences of her own actions, and the Bai family could not afford to be magnanimous. Bai Yiqing, how dare she tarnish my territory? Old Master Bai, isn't this a result of your own theatrics? Who brought that man here? You brought this upon yourself. Bai Yiqing, filth must be eradicated. Lan Junming had already forgotten about the matter, slinking away with his wife and daughter from the Bai residence. By the time he remembered that beggar of a man and wished to confront Bai Yiqing, the Bai family had closed its doors to guests, claiming it was for a grand cleanup. Chapter 62. After the feast, are you waiting for me to collect your remains? The fruit of their labor had been thoroughly exhausted, and as dawn broke, she drifted into a drowsy slumber. Gu Yejue emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, the remnants of satisfaction still lingering on her face. Upon seeing the girl, who resembled a kitten, he realized that from this day forth, she had transformed into a woman, his woman. His tall figure leaned lazily against the wall, a beguiling smile gracing his lips as his gaze lingered upon her petite form. Not wavering for quite some time, he felt grateful, indeed, for having followed her last night, yet he was also slightly irked. How could this woman dare to bring another man home? Was she out her mind? Gu Yejue pressed his hand to his chest, where a dull ache resided. He was unfamiliar with the pangs of unrequited love, nor did he understand its profound torment. Yet upon encountering the fruit of his affection, he felt a deep resonance. Striding over with long legs, Gu Yejue brushed aside her hair, revealing a delicate, rosy face. He leaned down and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Smack! In a daze, she instinctively retaliated with a slap to Gu Yejue's handsome face, leaving him momentarily stunned. You finish eating and still linger? Are you waiting for me to collect your remains? With that, she did not open her eyes, but instead cocooned herself tightly in the blankets. Gu Yejue, taken aback, touched his face and returned to change into a fresh outfit. He then drove directly to the mall, but it was too early. The doors were still shut. Therefore, he called his assistant. At 5 a.m, his assistant, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the ringing phone. Hello, President Gu. Old Han, contact the manager at Xingmao and have them open the doors. I need to select some items. Han Li rubbed his eyes, confirming it was indeed 5 o'clock. Then rubbed his ears. President Gu, could you please repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. Gu Yejue lit a cigarette, growing increasingly impatient. I need to enter Xingmao. Have them open up. Han Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Please hold on, President Gu. I'll take care of it right away. After hanging up, he muttered under his breath about Gu Yejue's eccentricity while dialing the number. Xingmao was the largest shopping mall in Kyoto and was one of the enterprises under the Gu family. The individuals present were remarkably swift, and within a minute, the bustling establishment warmly welcomed Gu Yejue inside. Half an hour later, the regional managers had all gathered, personally attending to this distinguished gentleman. From exquisite jewelry to branded handbags and cosmetics, all were charged to Gu Yejue's personal account. While selecting clothing, he paused for 10 seconds, specifically requesting someone to measure his arm's length, which he then converted into a chest measurement. The managers were left in utter astonishment. Though no one dared to voice their thoughts, the glances exchanged among them were rife with intrigue and gossip. What was transpiring? In the past, gifts for women were typically gift cards or cars. Never had there been such meticulous attention to detail. He had never personally selected a car. That was always handled by Assistant Han. Could it be that he was genuinely serious this time? Did you see that look earlier? And the expression while measuring his arm. He seemed on the verge of bliss. Alas, one wonders which woman possesses such charm to tame a man like him. She must be extraordinary. I suspect she hails from a prominent family. It's hard to say, as she seems to defy convention. Perhaps she is a modern-day Cinderella. A throng of managers followed Gu Yiju, each presenting themselves to introduce their respective sections. Upon learning that Gu Yiju was making personal purchases, all their faces lit up with joy. That represented a substantial commission, enough to cover their annual salaries. The grievances of being roused from their warm beds early in the morning had dissipated entirely. They hoped for such an occurrence every month. Otherwise, they would have to share their earnings with the sales staff during daylight shopping excursions. Gu Yiju drove himself, with both the back seat and trunk filled to the brim. Even Han Li's car was packed. He found himself curious about the identity of that woman. Surely, he would meet her soon enough. Han Li had been hauling bags back and forth, and eventually, he found his employer standing at the entrance, looking dejected, his tie loosened, and lethargically making a phone call. "Brother, has Guizi come to you?" "Oh, then please give me Xiao Xiaozi's number." "All right. Hello, Xiao Xiaozi, this is Gu Yiju. Has Guizi come to you?" Yun Qian, having barely slept the previous night, had just awakened with a hoarse voice. "She sent me a WeChat message saying she had gone on a trip. Is there something you need? A trip?" Gu Yiju's expression darkened, leaving Han Li momentarily stunned. "Xiao Xiaozi, could you possibly send me your number?" Yun Qian pondered for a moment. "All right, please hold." "Thank you, Xiao Xiaozi." 2 seconds later, Gu Yiju received a text with a phone number and immediately dialed. "Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." "Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." That wretched automated message played each time. Gu Yiju pulled out a cigarette, and Han Li quickly lit it for him. The man leaned against the door, appearing somewhat diminished, as if he had lost a fraction of his height. This was a side of Gu Yiju that Han Li had never witnessed before. "First, move the items to the next room." "Yes, Mr. Gu." Gu Yiju remained at Guizi's door, smoking an entire pack of cigarettes before finally departing. Last night, after Bai Yiqing finished his tasks, it was nearly midnight. He went directly to his son's room in the annex. As expected, he found Yun Qian with one son on her left arm and another on her right, and his heart swelled with joy. Just by observing their sleeping postures, it was easy to distinguish the elder Bai from the younger. The elder Bai slept peacefully, his small hands neatly placed on his abdomen, embodying the essence of a serene and handsome young man. The younger Bai, on the other hand, had one arm wrapped around Yun Qian's waist, one leg draped over her abdomen, with a hint of mischief at the corner of his mouth, occasionally mumbling in his sleep. Bai Yiqing stood at the doorway, captivated by this tender scene, his lips curving into a smile. After a while, he undressed and took a shower in his son's bathroom. Wrapped in a towel, he embraced his beloved. Of course, he would not forget to make room for his son. Only his woman could be close to him. Yun Qian, in a sleepy haze, felt a chill and instinctively knew who it was, without opening her eyes. "Finished with your work?" Let us sleep. I'm so tired." Ever since leaving the old residence, she had been tirelessly preparing and was already exhausted. Unfortunately, the younger Bai had been as restless as a playful monkey, insisting on sleeping with her. The elder Bai had the same inclination, but was too shy to voice it. Yun Qian thought it had been a long time since she had accompanied her 2 treasures to sleep, so she agreed. The story continued for quite some time. But before her sons fell asleep, she succumbed to slumber first. She was aware of the commotion outside, but chose to ignore it, as it did not concern her. As for Guizi, that girl was quite headstrong, now an adult, and there were matters beyond her intervention. She preferred to let things unfold naturally. Carefree and untroubled, the loudest chaos outside coincided with her deepest slumber. With a beautiful woman in his arms, Bai Yiqing found it difficult to sleep, his mind restless. Chapter 63. I believe old Bai must have bullied his mother just now. Yun Qian was in the midst of a deep sleep when she suddenly found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find a strikingly handsome face mere inches away, akin to the most fervent devotee, gently kissing and reverently worshipping her. "Stop," she protested, her voice tinged with playful annoyance, as if to rebuff yet yield simultaneously. Bai Yiqing, unable to contain the fire within him, kissed her again. Realizing the man's descending intentions, Yinxian quickly pushed him away, whispering, "Are you acting up again?" "Yes." She shot him a glare, exasperated. "The children are here. Can you not show some restraint?" It appeared he could not. Yinxian found herself both amused and exasperated. Bai Yiqing wrapped his arms around her waist, burying his head in her neck, displaying a hint of childishness. He felt upset that his fiancée was being shared with another man. "I can only hear the delight in your voice," she remarked. Bai Yiqing chuckled softly. "You've caught on to that, Yin'er. You truly are remarkable, deserving of a reward." Yinxian retorted, "If you keep this up, do you believe I want to ensure you can never stir up trouble again for the rest of your life?" "Believe it," he responded, leaving a trail of kisses along her ear. "But it's all right. Dying under the peony blossoms is a romantic end. Besides, with 2 sons already, I have no regrets." "Ugh, Bai, can you not act like a person? Be gentle. Don't wake the children. I warn you, enjoy yourself, but do not overstep your bounds." Bai Yiqing, the man, appearing as forlorn as a large, adorable puppy, implored, "Return my wife to me, and I shall cease my disturbances." Yunxian gritted her teeth, warning, "If you wake the child, there will be consequences." Moments later, Bai Yiqing altered his approach, his large, calloused hands wandering about, while she lay there, breathing steadily as if in a dream, utterly silent. Despite her attempts to pinch him, he remained unresponsive, and his words fell on deaf ears. She felt herself weakening, her throat aflame, her chest rising and falling with agitation. At last, unable to endure any longer, she bit him fiercely, declaring, "This bed is too small, and I am exhausted. Hold me, and let us move to another room." Bai Yiqing gazed at their son as 3-meter-long bed, amusement flickering in his eyes. "But I am tired and wish not to stir about. Let us endure this for the night." "Yinxian, if you are weary, why do you not sleep? What are your hands doing? You insufferable man, you wretched scoundrel." If not for the fear of awakening the child, Yinxian would have kicked him out of bed long ago. Through clenched teeth, she demanded, "Are you leaving or not? If not, I shall depart." Bai Yiqing understood the need to avoid pushing her to the edge. Realizing it was best to relent, he said, "It is chilly tonight. I cannot allow you to leave alone. Let us manage it this way. Just you wait." She retorted. Bai Yiqing hastily rewrapped the towel that had come undone in front of Yinxian and then scooped her up, striding out of the room with a sense of urgency that was almost comical in its desperation. No sooner had they departed than voices erupted from the bedroom. "Yeah, Bai. Brother, why did old Bai take our mother away? I know you are not asleep. Bai, do not ask what you should not. Sleep. Here, Bai. I believe old Bai must have bullied our mother. I could hear her on the verge of tears. I must have a serious talk with him tomorrow. How can a grown man bully a small woman? Bai, what they engage in is called intimacy. You would not understand. It is best for children to stay out of adult matters." "Intimacy? What is that? Brother, do you understand?" "I do not either. I only know that if you keep talking, you shall be thrown out." Bai recoiled, immediately falling into a calm breathing pattern. Meanwhile, the 2 wayward parents found a vacant room, distant from the children's quarters. Yunxian intended to return to the main building, but Bai Yiqing claimed it was dirty and undercleaning, and he felt somewhat nauseated. Yunxian said nothing and asked no questions, but when he pressed down upon her, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice sweet and coaxing. "At the door to Bai's room, there is a nightgown in my suitcase. Go fetch it." Bai Yiqing had no time for such errands and flatly refused. Yunxian playfully chided, "If I ask you to go, then just go. I assure you, if you do not, you will regret it." Bai Yiqing paused, gazing at the adorable woman in his arms. Unable to suppress his own desires, yet he still inquired, "What kind of nightgown?" "The kind made of minimal fabric, very cool, adorned with 2 bunny ears." "Wait for me." Bai Yiqing, convinced, found himself inexplicably eager at the mere thought of her donning that garment. It is said that couples should engage in varied forms of play to enhance their bond, and the better their relationship, the more inseparable she would become from him. The man, utterly entranced by dopamine, failed to notice the fleeting glimmer in Yunxian's eyes as he hastily grabbed the bath towel and exited. When he stealthily opened his son's bedroom door and rummaged through the suitcase, unaware of the fabled lingerie meant to enhance intimacy, Bai Yiqing realized his oversight. As expected, the door was locked from the inside, and the windows were tightly shut. Not even a fly could enter. Bai Yiqing rubbed his temples, chuckling in frustration, then resigned himself to a cold shower in the bathroom. Before dawn, he gathered Ling, Yi, and others for a grueling day of training at the camp. The men under his command wailed and howled, oblivious to the reason behind their leader's uncharacteristic behavior, as it had been quite some time since they had executed a surprise drill. Thus, when Gu Yeju called, Bai Yiqing was at the camp, feeling that he had made some progress after this period of adjustment. After all, Yin Xian's willingness to return and her diminishing aversion to the Penlai waterside was a significant improvement. Last night, upon seeing his phone on the nightstand, Bai Yiqing dialed his own number and saved it. As long as Yin Xian could gradually acclimate to him and slowly open her heart, he vowed to refrain from any actions that might provoke her ire. Meanwhile, Lan Ruoshi was wreaking havoc in her room, nearly driven mad. Yin Xian, you wretched woman, you must be the cause of my misfortune. I shall have my revenge. I will make you experience the disdain of a lover. A glint of malice flickered in Lan Ruoshi's eyes as she made a call, demanding, I want to see you. Chapter 64. The beach, waves, and ambience in a bar in Kyoto. While ordinary people had succumbed to slumber, the nightlife was just beginning. Lan Ruoshi had specifically requested a private room, and as Lu Zhou entered, she sipped her red wine from a high-stem glass. She still possessed the allure that once captivated him, yet her demeanor now bore traces of cruelty and madness. News of the Bai family's banquet had spread like wildfire, transforming her from a revered princess to a pariah. And Lan Ruoshi, having resigned herself to her fate, now sought vengeance. Clad in a deep-hued dress that accentuated her figure, she was a sight that could easily ensnare Lu Zhou's heart. The man stood at the doorway, gazing at her for a full 5 minutes, while Lan Ruoshi remained composed under his scrutiny. A woman adorns herself for the one she wishes to please. If he enjoyed the view, she would allow him to indulge. Lu Zhou swallowed hard, then strode confidently to the sofa, looking down at the woman who had driven him to madness. Lan Ruoshi tilted her head to meet his gaze, a smile gracing her lips, inviting him to take his fill. In the next moment, her lips were sealed by his fervent kiss. From their previous encounter in the car, she had recognized his perverse nature, yet it mattered not. She hoped he would embrace his depravity. Only then could he serve as her weapon. With a soft rip, her dress surrendered to the intensity of the moment. This woman, whom he had secretly admired for so long, had once held herself aloof, like a peacock dismissing all others. The father is the most prominent candidate for the presidency. The brother holds a significant position in the business empire, and the future husband is a man of great renown, possessing not only immense power, but also unparalleled beauty. Thus, he conceals his feelings deep within. Eventually, he discovers that Bai Yiqing does not reciprocate his affections, yet he stubbornly continues to play the role of a devoted admirer, which awakens Lu Zhou's deeply buried, obsessive possessiveness. He loves so humbly, yet receives no acknowledgement in return. Since fairness is a mere illusion in this world, why should he tread so carefully? Upon hearing that Lan Ruoshi has been with someone, he does not experience the anticipated sorrow or sadness. Rather, he feels a sense of relief. When Bai Yun descends into hell, becoming a wretched figure unworthy even of a demon's disdain, he resolves to be her salvation. Everything unfolds with an inevitable grace. In a certain sense, Lan Ruoshi and Lu Zhou belong to the same category of individuals, both exhibiting a penchant for obsession, having already crossed boundaries. Can Lu Zhou be any more sordid or contemptible? Tonight, she is prepared thoroughly, even bringing an extra outfit, eager to tear it apart as she pleases, indifferent to everything else. Afterward, Lu Zhou reclines on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, while Lan Ruoshi leans against his shoulder, tracing circles on his chest with one hand. Lu Zhou exhales smoke on her face. She coughs, playfully chiding him. How annoying! And rubs her alluring form against him. Lu Zhou readily accepts her advances. After a while of intimacy, Lu Zhou, with a hoarse voice, asks, "What do you want me to do?" Lan Ruoshi's eyes darted. She had anticipated his clarity. However, she refrains from being coy, allowing her expression to darken. "I want you to help me destroy that woman." He knows well whom she refers to, the beautiful woman who was shot in the arm and shared a passionate kiss with Bai Yiqing in the examination room. A smirk graces Lu Zhi's lips at the thought of Yun Qian. Indeed, she is quite intriguing. If a regular person were shot and had to endure the extraction of bullets without anesthesia, they would surely be in tears. Yet she simply received a kiss and seemed perfectly fine. Upon hearing Lu Zhi's remarks, Lan Ruoshi misinterprets his interest in Yun Qian, feeling a twinge of discontent. Not wanting to appear overly displeased, she feigns a sour disposition, saying, "Yes, that woman is not only beautiful but also a renowned painter. She has her own means. Unlike me, who can only be toyed with at will. If you want to help me now, what meaning is there in my existence?" Lu Zhi pulls her into his embrace, tilting her chin and teasing, "What is this? Jealous?" Lan Ruoshi huffs, turning her face away. Lu Zhi chuckles softly, "My dear Ruoshi, even when you're angry, you look delightful. There's no need for jealousy. In my eyes, there's only you, and I remain chaste for you alone." A flush colors Lan Ruoshi's cheeks as she playfully scolds him. "Why are you so insufferable?" "Insufferable? Then do you like me?" She embodies the role of sweet, delicate woman perfectly, remaining silent yet offering a tender kiss, before pushing Lu Zhi down onto the sofa. What I, Lan Ruoshi, cannot possess, no one else shall have. If I cannot deal with Bai Yiqing, how can I not handle mere Yun Qian? Just wait, you wretched woman. The humiliation I have endured will be repaid 100-fold. The efforts of that night were not in vain. Lu Zhi assured her that he would find someone to keep an eye on Yun Qian's movements, and that he would surely avenge her once the opportunity presented itself. Meanwhile, Yun Qian remained oblivious to the machinations against her, as she was engaged in a video call with Guizi across the ocean. In the video, Guizi, clad in a bikini, basked in the sun by the seaside, accompanied by the silhouette of a handsome man. She needed no further confirmation to know who it was. "Sister, the air here is so delightful. Why not abandon your husband and children and come join me for a few days?" Yun Qian scoffed, vowing that the laughter she found so irritating would soon be silenced. She hastily took a screenshot and sent it to Gu Yiju, knowing he must have been frantic trying to reach Guizi these past few days. That girl was impossible. She refused to answer anyone's calls, keeping her phone off except for urgent matters, making her nearly impossible to locate. If Gu Yiju were to see her dressed like that with another man on the beach, amid the waves and romance, it would surely infuriate him. Yun Qian chuckled as she prodded Guizi with her words, "I heard you had a drink laced with something that day. How did you resolve that?" Guizi's expression turned cold, and she fell silent for a moment, until the man beside her could no longer tolerate it and turned to scold Yun Qian. "Is this how you behave as a senior? Bringing up such matters?" The man's handsome face came into view on the screen, perfectly aligning with Yun Qian's intentions, prompting her to take another screenshot. "Brother, please counsel Guizi. It was merely a night's rest, and Gu Yiju is not lacking. With his good looks and intelligence, had he taken precautions beforehand, we might soon welcome a new family member in 10 months. How wonderful would that be? Who says I slept with someone named Gu?" Silence filled the line, save for the sound of waves crashing against the shore. After an indeterminate time, Yun Qian's serious voice pierced through the stillness, coldly questioning, "Then who did you sleep with?" Chapter 65. I'll make him wish he were dead. Guizi sensed her sister's fury. Although she often appeared carefree, she was deeply affected by such matters. She understood that Guizi harbored profound feelings for Gu Yiju, and in this context, if anything had transpired between them, her sympathies would lie solely with him. The revelation that her sister had given up her innocence to a man who was not her beloved, but rather someone she had picked at random, was infuriating. "Who? Speak up." The chill in Yun Qian's voice was palpable, even across the screen, prompting Guizi to retreat behind Luo Bei. Luo Bei, caught between two fierce junior sisters, found himself in a dilemma. Yet he realized that Guizi had acted rashly. "Yun, please don't be upset. Leave the rest to me. Leaving it to you is utterly useless." Yun Qian could not suppress her exasperation. You should just toss her to the sharks and be done with it. How could her sister be so timid? In any situation, even under normal circumstances, if she wished to claim Gu Yiju for herself, she would have bound him and delivered him to her bed. What made her sister unworthy of him? What was so admirable about a wandering peacock? Guizi clung tightly to Luo Bei's beach shorts, nearly pulling them off, while Luo Bei chuckled, "Look at you, why are you so anxious? This fiery temper needs to be tempered. Otherwise, the demon lord will eventually be intimidated into submission by you." Yin Qian gritted her teeth and shot Luo Bei a fierce glare. "Look at your precious junior sister. You spoil her too much. You always clean up her messes. And now she can't even admit who she slept with. What are we going to do about this? Tell me, how can I swallow this humiliation and still face the world?" Yun Qian was utterly furious. How could this mischievous child behave in such a manner? Hearing the muffled sobs behind her, Luo Bei felt a pang of sympathy and retorted softly, "If it's not someone with the surname Gu, what's the big deal? When you were with the demon lord, didn't you just admire his looks? It was merely a one-night affair, nothing to do with feelings." Upon hearing this, Yun Qian's expression hardened. How could that possibly compare to my situation? If I had someone in my heart, would I have been able to sleep with him? Realizing she had a point, Luo Bei quickly soothed her. All right, I'm at fault. It's all my mistake. Please don't be angry. If you get too worked up, I fear Bai will come at me with a 30-meter-long sword." The three of them had never before made the atmosphere so tense. Silence engulfed them, and Guizi's soft sobs rang out starkly. Yun Qian, taken aback, suddenly shouted, "What are you crying for? Stop being such a coward." As soon as she finished her sentence, a loud crash echoed, and the video call abruptly ended. It broke. Luo Bei turned to see his little junior sister huddled up like a quail and teased, "Just wait. In a few days, she'll definitely ask you to compensate for her phone." Guizi forced a smile and replied, "Senior brother, I'm doing this to sever my attachment. I loved him for 10 years. If it had remained a mere infatuation, I could have continued deceiving myself for 10 or 20 more years. But when the truth is brutally revealed and shattered, I can no longer fool myself. The pain is unbearable. Can you understand?" Luo Bei's gaze deepened. Could he understand? He likely did. "Senior brother, I know this time sister is genuinely angry, and it's my fault for being so rash." Luo Bei affectionately ruffled her hair. "How can she not be angry? Our dear little junior sister is treating herself so poorly. The fury she displays on the outside mirrors the turmoil in her heart. After over 20 years of companionship, she has come to regard you as family. It's not too much to say that she has a motherly heart. Senior brother, Guozi sobed uncontrollably." She felt helpless. Her only way out was to cut off all paths of retreat. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Airby stealthily approached by I Ching in the study like a little spy. Oh by, Mom is furious. Really furious. You should go check on her." Bai I Ching was taken aback. Who was she angry with? Could it be with your great-grandfather? In the Penglai Pavilion, aside from the old man, who else would dare provoke her? No, it's with Uncle Luo and my stepmother. The phone is about to burst from all the calls. Upon hearing it was about another man, Bai I Ching felt a surge of delight. Don't blame him for taking pleasure in her misfortune. Ever since that night, he had angered Yun Qian and found himself sleeping on the sofa for several days. He had learned his lesson. When that woman got angry, she was fearsome. He was completely in awe. Bai Yiqing rose to his feet and strode out, cautioning, "Do not follow. Be wary of blood splatter." Just as he opened the door, a mobile phone hurtled towards him. Fortunately, he evaded it swiftly. Otherwise, he would have faced grave injury. With a resounding crash, the phone met the wall, meeting its demise. What has transpired to incite such fury? Bai Yiqing inquired. He approached the trembling Yun Qian, gently asserting, "Anger is detrimental to your health. It would pain me to see you distressed." Yun Qian, seemingly finding a release for her pent-up frustration, bit down hard on Bai Yiqing's arm. Only when a metallic taste of blood filled her mouth did she reluctantly relent. Observing Bai Yiqing's calm demeanor, she recognized her own loss of composure. Regaining her composure and wiping the blood from her lips, she spoke with a chilling intensity. "Assist me in uncovering the identity of the man who left with Guizi that night. I intend to make his life unbearable." Chapter 66. A complete corpse would suffice. Upon hearing Yun Qian's words, Bai Yiqing was momentarily taken aback. Was she truly resorting to retribution? Judging by her demeanor, his brother's life was in jeopardy. Bai Yiqing attempted to draw her into his embrace. "Do not be angry. Allow me to explain." "What is there to explain?" Were you the man from that night? Bai Yiqing slapped himself mentally for uttering such words. How could he say that? He had been swamped with responsibilities that evening, even turned away at the door and subjected to an entire night of cold showers. Silence. Yin Qian had no patience for his lamentations, which resembled the whining of a jilted lover. Bai Yiqing, that is not my intention. I am merely stating that such matters cannot be one-sided. Lao Gu is an adult. If Guizi was under the influence, she would have pursued him. He is not a paragon of virtue, capable of resisting temptation. Can we not approach this with some rationality? Moreover, I know that Guizi harbors feelings for Lao Gu. Perhaps she consented, or else he would not have been so insistent. This was a brotherly bond, capable of inspiring such a multitude of favorable arguments. Yun Qian shot him a glance. If you were to investigate, then do so. I comprehend your points. Bai Yiqing narrowed his eyes. Do not tell me that the man from that night was not Lao Gu. At the mention of this matter, Yun Qian's fury surged anew. If that wretched man is not identified within half an hour, I shall raise your splendid banquet hall. What nonsense is this? Creating trouble for no reason. Bai Yiqing realized he had struck a nerve with Yun Qian and hastily concurred understood. No more banquets in the future. Holding too many birthday celebrations may invite the reaper. I know you have the elder's best interests at heart. Seeing the fire in the woman's eyes diminish significantly, he retrieved his phone and dialed Ling Jiao. Hello, Commander. Immediately ascertain who left with Guizi on the night of the birthday banquet. The sooner, the better. Yes, please hold. After hanging up, Bai Yiqing felt an unsettling uncertainty and cautiously ventured, if, hypothetically, it was Lao Gu who was involved. Surely, you do not wish for his life to be forfeit? Yun Qian smirked, yet the humor did not reach her eyes. Whether it is him or not, he cannot escape unscathed. How had the conflict escalated to this point? Bai Yiqing grasped Yun Qian's hand, eager to defend his brother's honor, for after all, he was an innocent child, and there remained a bond of affection. Old Gu observed the disarray, yet understood the underlying sentiments. Had it been him, he would undoubtedly provide a satisfactory resolution for both you and Guizi. For my sake, might you allow a moment's respite? Yun Qian withdrew her hand, smiling gently. Really? Indeed, if you permit my son and me to depart, I can ensure he remains whole. Bai Yiqing, let him retain his entire form. Yun Qian, what about the bond of brotherhood? Eliminate his voice, and no one will ever learn that this commander once shared the same innocence. For reasons unknown, a tide of conflicting emotions surged within Yun Qian's heart, an inexplicable sensation that was not entirely unpleasant. Bai Yiqing, oblivious to the emotions flickering in Yun Qian's eyes, was preoccupied with thoughts of Gu Yeju. Was that rascal truly capable? He clearly cared for her, yet remained indifferent. If Guizi were to find solace in another man, would he not despair? No, he must ascertain the truth first. Observing Yun Qian's demeanor, if it were indeed him, all would be well. If not, another tragic soul would be added to the graveyard. Just as he reached for his phone, Ling Jiao's call came through. Commander, we have a lead. Speak. It is the son of the Shun family. Surveillance shows that Gu Xiao and his companions had a brief altercation, but Miss Gu seemed to reject him, ultimately leaving with Shen Lu. Gu Xiao departed as well, but half an hour later. Half an hour? That Shen lad cannot be that inept. Chapter 67. Ling Yi is not a male. Let her accompany whom? Shen Lu, the son of the Shun family from Kyoto. Yun Qian sprang to her feet, striding toward the exit. Address? Bai Yiqing, this damned coldness. I shall escort you, lest you lose your way. Yun Qian cast a deep, meaningful glance back at him, but offered no further words. An hour later, Ling Yi drove to Shen Lu's art gallery. Just as Bai Yiqing was about to exit the vehicle, Yun Qian stopped him. Do not alight. Bai Yiqing, why meddle in matters of women? Observing the commander's perplexed expression, Ling Yi stifled a laugh. You have your day. Bai Yiqing, Shen Lu is a male. Yun Qian shot him a glance. But I'm a female. Bai Yiqing swept his gaze over Ling Yi, settling back into his seat. Ling Yi is not a man. Let her accompany you. Ling Yi, realizing Bai Yiqing had relented, said nothing further and exited the vehicle. Yun Qian followed closely behind, while Ling Yi, bearing a solemn expression, trailed after her. The gallery manager, noticing their arrival, hurried over with a welcoming smile. Welcome. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. All our works are guaranteed authentic. Cool, mate. Take a look at the latest piece by Yun Bien's Fish. Even the renowned Olbai of Kyoto admires her artistry, which speaks volumes of her talent. Our prices are fair, and we pride ourselves on integrity. Should you find something to your liking, you shall certainly leave both intrigued and satisfied. Ling Yi glanced at the sullen-faced Yun Qian and then at the painting on the wall, her lips twitching. Was it truly painted by Yun Bien's Fish? Or perhaps by the little fish herself? That remains to be seen. Yun Qian took out her phone and inquired, "How much is this painting?" "Oh, are you intending to purchase it?" The manager became immediately animated, rubbing his hands together, extolling the virtues of the artwork, and ultimately declaring, 50 million. Link Yimuset. So this young master earns his pocket money this way. 50 million? The cost must be at least 10 million, right? Sigh, such is the disparity. This group toils relentlessly every day, often living paycheck to paycheck, with an annual salary of merely 10 million. Yet here is this young master, casually dabbing a few strokes and securing a cool 10 million. Is this his intellect? Is this his skill? TSK. Ling Yi began to comprehend why Yun Qian took such great risks in the past, insisting on being with the commander of her family. High-quality seeds yield extraordinary fruits. It truly aligns with the saying, comparisons breed discontent. One must either perish or discard. While Ling Yi pondered, Yun Qian had already transferred the funds and added, "If this artwork is found to be a forgery, your gallery will promptly receive a letter from my attorney. Pursuant to art purchase laws, I can assure you that your gallery may face closure." The manager was momentarily taken aback. This was his first encounter with a consumer like Yun Qian, who approached without hesitation to buy, without bargaining, resembling a naive benefactor. Such individuals are either genuinely knowledgeable or feigning understanding. If one is truly ignorant, they would simply take the painting and leave. Wealthy individuals often chase trends and seek to appear cultured, a fact he understood well. If they are knowledgeable, they are there to disrupt the establishment, not one to be outmaneuvered. The manager quickly donned a smile. "Miss, I just recalled that this painting was scratched during framing. The owner insisted it is for appreciation only and not for sale. I will refund your money immediately." Yun Qian nonchalantly replied, "No need. True art may bear imperfections." The manager, feeling overwhelmed, thought to himself, "Impressive, truly impressive." The manager was nearly in tears. "Miss, I was momentarily blinded by greed. The owner explicitly instructed that this painting is not for sale. If he learns of this, my job will be at stake. I have an 80-year-old son and an 18-year-old mother. My entire family relies on me for their livelihood. I cannot afford to lose my job." Ling Yi almost faltered. 80-year-old son? 18-year-old mother? Are you speaking carelessly, or is your mind muddled? I must now regard you with newfound respect. Yun Qian smirked. "Selling this painting would mean your commission is enough for a decade's salary. Why throw away what is rightfully yours? Have you lost your senses?" Growing impatient, Yun Qian waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of this banter. Call your boss out. I wish to speak directly with him." With no recourse, the manager called Shun LV. Summarizing the situation, Shun LV promised to arrive shortly. As the call ended, the manager overheard Yun Qian on another call. "Senior brother, please draft a letter for my attorney. The opposing party is the Kyoto Gallery, and the person in charge is Shun LV. Yes, once completed, send it out with utmost urgency." "Good, thank you." The manager was once again astonished, taking a moment to regain his composure, and was soon filled with righteous indignation. "Who do you think you are? Just because you are beautiful does not grant you the right to act as you please. This is utterly shameless. Our boss has already promised to come and negotiate with you. Can you not wait a little longer? Even when causing a scene, one should allow others to speak, right? Moreover, this artwork may not necessarily be a forgery. At the very least, you ought to have it appraised by a reputable expert before jumping to conclusions. Why the rush? If you are short on cash, why not rob a bank? That would be swift and ensure a lifetime of financial security. I must inform you that the Shun family is not to be trifled with. It would be wise for you to keep any legal notices at bay, lest we all find ourselves in a predicament. Otherwise, no one will have it easy." Chapter 68. So this is how civilized people behave, the man rambled on. And Yun Qian merely replied with a single sentence, "As an original author, I intend to file a lawsuit. Do you believe that is appropriate?" Huh? An original author? The manager, well informed about the art scene, immediately countered, "You are Yun Qian?" Yun Qian extracted her identification from her bag and waved it before the manager, unmistakably authentic. The manager collapsed onto the floor, his previous air of superiority vanishing entirely. Goodness, this woman does not come with good intentions. He had concluded that when a woman turns hostile, it is either out of desperation or due to a man abandoning her once he has had his fill. In his experience, Yun Qian and the boss belonged to the latter category. Since it was a matter between them as a couple, he decided to withdraw. The door swung open, and Shun Lu arrived, impeccably dressed, exuding charm and sophistication. Upon seeing him, the manager hurried over to whisper, "Boss, your woman is quite attractive, though her temper leaves much to be desired. Please handle her with care to spare our gallery from unwarranted misfortune." Shun Lu's expression darkened. He had not had a clear view of Yun Qian's appearance from afar at the old residence, and since she had departed early, he did not recognize her. Understanding the manager's words, he quickly grasped the situation. This was a setup. His gallery had more than just this single counterfeit. As long as they settled matters with the author herself, everything else would be trivial for the Shun family. We're the proper business people. If everyone were straightforward, we would have achieved common prosperity long ago. Shun Lu spoke coldly. "I will return your 50 million intact, and I will add an extra 5 million. Let us consider this matter as though it never occurred." After a brief pause, he continued, "I am offering you a generous deal. Do not overreach, or you may find yourself with nothing to show for it." He was about to draw his gun when Yun Qian stepped in front of him. "We are civilized people. How can we resort to violence?" With a flick of her hair, Yun Qian approached Shun Lu in her high heels, a smile on her face. Her beauty captivating, alluring in every way. What normal man could resist such temptation? Both Shun Lu and the manager swallowed hard. However, reason prevailed. The manager shifted aside, thinking, "Boss, you are missing the point. This woman is clearly after something more. You think 5 million is enough to dismiss her? How can your money be so easily spent?" Yun Qian stood before Shun Lu, one arm draped over his shoulder, gently lifting his chin with her hand, her voice soft as she asked, "So, you are Shun Lu?" "Yes, indeed. Is there something amiss?" "Manager, the tone has shifted." Should we take a photo to send to the commander?" "Yes." Bai Yiqing received the photo, and his expression darkened immediately. Was she here to tidy up or to offer some benefits? As she opened the car door and stepped out with one leg, she hesitated and withdrew. It had been quite some time since she had slept in a bed. Yun Qian shook her head, her smile vanishing in an instant. She seized Shun Lv's arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Then, with a swift kick to his abdomen, he rolled away quite a distance. Had there not been a wall, he might have rolled into the street. So it turns out civilized people can be so ruthless? Yun Qian stood on his chest, her voice cold as she asked, "Was it you who took her that night?" Shun Lv, dazed from the fall and nearly gasping for breath due to the impact of her kick, felt as though the air was being squeezed from his lungs, turning his face a shade of purple. The manager, witnessing this, suddenly realized that this was no mere jilted lover seeking her lost love. It was a dire situation indeed. Just as he was about to intervene, a dark object appeared before him. He brandished a gun, inspecting it with a critical eye. The manager quickly covered his mouth and protected his groin, retreating hastily. Shun Lv was not foolish. He deduced that the woman connected to the fruit must be Yun Qian. "You are Yun Qian?" He gasped, his breath ragged. "Answer me." Shun Lv coughed violently, understanding that Yun Qian had surely misunderstood the situation. He had never been so humiliated by a woman before, yet her strength was formidable, leaving him feeling as if half his life had slipped away in her hands. "Miss Yun, you are mistaken. That night, I merely escorted her home. Nothing else happened, I swear." "Believe you?" She retorted. Yes, I swear I did not touch her." Later, Gu Xiao arrived downstairs, and I left. As Yun Qian observed his evasive gaze, her suspicions intensified. With a swift punch, she struck him, eliciting a pained cry. For a woman he had not even shared a bowl of soup with, he had first been threatened by Gu Yeju and now was being assaulted by Yun Qian. How utterly humiliated he felt. Shen Lv's eyes blazed with fury. Yun Qian, you are too arrogant. Don't think that just because you are the master of the Bai family, you can act with impunity. If I desire your life, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. In the future, should you fall into my hands, I will make your life a living hell. Yun Qian chuckled coldly. How many years has it been since I've heard such bravado? Very well. I am eager to see just how much power the Shun family wields in Kyoto that could render my existence unbearable. Before her fist could descend, Shun Lv, terrified, shut his eyes. Yun Qian, I will sue you. I will ensure you languish in prison. Miss Yun, Ling Yi's voice rang out from behind. He waved the phone in his hand. The commander called. He wants you to answer. Yun Qian patted Shun Lv's face. Speak your mind. My hands are dirty. Ling Yi's lips twitched as he relayed the commander's message. He had just contacted Gu Xiao, and the person that night was indeed not Shun Lv. Instantly, Shun Lv felt wronged, gritting his teeth. You heard that, right? It wasn't me. Yun Qian, kneel down and apologize to me. For the sake of the Demon Lord, I will let this matter slide. Otherwise, don't expect an easy time. Yun Qian did not relent due to Bai Yiqing's call. Instead, she struck again with her fist, prompting Ling Yi to cover his lower abdomen with one hand, feeling the sting. Even if you have not acted, your intentions are evident. The reason a fly is drawn to a cracked egg is due to its vile thoughts. It is repugnant. Shenlu was infuriated, rolling his eyes. Yun Qian, you are truly overstepping your bounds. Yun Qian's smile was radiant, yet the mirth did not reach her eyes. Oh, I'm overstepping, Ami? Then let me ask you. Knowing the fruit was tainted, why did you not take her to the hospital if you had no ulterior motives? Shenlu, let me pose another question. When Gu Yiju came looking for you, what were you doing? Shenlu, unable to answer, found himself at a loss. Indeed. Standing there like a fool, do not embarrass the man. Ling Yi glanced at the still-connected call, imagining the difficult road that lay ahead for his commanding officer. Yun Qian straightened her posture, gathered her hair, and looked down at Shenlu. The lawyer's letter will arrive shortly. If you wish to avoid a lawsuit, be prepared to transfer 200 million to my account. Having spoken, Yun Qian elegantly turned on her high heels, her face adorned with a gentle smile. As if the previous encounter had not been fierce and brazen at all. Ling Yi remarked, you reap what you sow. The devil's bride is hardly a paragon of virtue. The manager, trembling, approached to assist Shenlu. Boss, shall I take you to the hospital? Not necessary. What about the 200 million? Shenlu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes dark and intimidating. 200 million? Bah, I'd rather give her a piece of my mind. The manager's lips twitched. In such a state, you still think of that matter? Youth certainly has its advantages. At that moment, Shenlu's phone rang. Hello? Alu, you must come quickly. Your grandfather has suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and is currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. The doctors say the situation is dire. If you do not wish for your grandfather to become a vegetable, find a way to contact Qianshun. I remember a classmate of yours whose mother was fortunate enough to receive Qianshun's treatment years ago. Hurry and get in touch with her. Chapter 69. The handsome one will not hold back. Shenlu's expression changed, disregarding his pain as he rushed to the hospital. Outside the cardiovascular emergency room of the city center hospital, many members of the Shun family were gathered. Shenlu, bruised and battered, dashed in, appearing somewhat ridiculous. Madame Shun Air, seeing her son in such a state, was immediately filled with concern, grasping his hand as she inquired, Alu, who did this to you? Who dares to lay a hand on my son? Have they lost their mind? Let me see, it's swollen. Go to the nurse's station and have them apply ice to it. Don't let your appearance be ruined. Madame Shunda chimed in with a sarcastic tone. With your father in this condition, you still care about your son's looks? It's a wonder he treated your family like precious gems. You've raised a pack of ungrateful wretches. You. Shenlu seized Madame Air's arm, speaking in a low voice. Aunt, there is no need for such hostility. I will investigate why grandfather suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. No one should act arrogantly. Ma dong sheng da hikoi lids ligao, funny silence. In the Shun family, The elderly patriarch held the most power, still serving as the chairman of the Shun Group, wielding 51% of the shares. Shun Lu, the eldest grandson of the Shun family, held significant weight in the eyes of the patriarch. The moment the old man departed this world or became a mere shell of his former self, it would spell disaster for the second branch of the family. Thus, Shun Lu was determined to seize even the faintest glimmer of hope. At that moment, the lights in the rescue room extinguished and the attending physician emerged. The Shun family rushed towards him. "Doctor, how was my grandfather?" "I'm sorry, we have done our utmost." Before the doctor could finish, the first branch erupted into a cacophony of wails. "Oh, father, how could you leave us? Your daughter-in-law and grandson wish to honor you for many more years." "Then go down and accompany him." Shun Lu's cold voice cut through the air, startling everyone into silence. The doctor was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such an impatient family member. "Mr. Shun has suffered a brainstem hemorrhage, and the area of bleeding is extensive. It is a miracle that we have managed to preserve his life. With our current intervention techniques, it is impossible for him to regain consciousness in the short term. As I mentioned, if we could consult Shun Lu nodded, understanding, and expressed his gratitude to the doctor. After ensuring the elder Shun was settled, Shun Lu found a quiet corner and dialed a long-forgotten number. "Hello? Ching, it's Shun Lu." Yun Qian stepped out of the gallery, nonchalantly getting into Bai Yiqing's SUV, a smile playing on her lips, her spirits evidently high. As soon as she entered the vehicle, Bai Yiqing took her hand in his. "Hurt?" he asked. "Let me massage it." Yun Qian chuckled, finding the tenderness of this man somewhat endearing. Seeing her smile, Bai Yiqing grinned in return. "What? Are you moved by my charm?" Yun Qian dismissed him outright. "No, that's mockery." Bai Yiqing shrugged. "Mockery is mockery. Without a wife, there wouldn't even be someone to mock me." He retrieved a wet wipe from the storage compartment and offered it to Yun Qian. She raised an eyebrow. "Obsessive cleanliness is a malady. It needs treatment. I'm merely eliminating foreign scents. This is territorial instinct, not obsession," he replied, tilting his head slightly. "Are you jealous?" After wiping one hand, he meticulously cleaned the other, casually asking, "Jealous? Do I even have the right?" Yun Qian laughed heartily. The esteemed demon lord needing a right to feel jealous? How pretentious. "Just indulge. I'll treat you." Bai Yiqing tossed the wet wipe aside, pulling her into his embrace. Without hesitation, he sealed her lips with his own. Chapter 70. Spontaneous combustion counts as my own affliction? Do not observe. Do not listen. This is inappropriate. Ling Yi found the situation quite surreal. Their commander was typically cold and unfeeling, showing no mercy to any female within 3 feet. How could he possibly clash with Yun Qian? Was this what they referred to as fate? "Oh my!" Ling Yi jumped, realizing he had locked eyes with a pair of sharp, hawk-like gazes. Flustered, he hastily raised a barrier, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart racing. That scared the life out of me. Yun Qian had been pushing Bai Yiqing away for some time, but to no avail. He was as heavy as a mountain. It was evident that being the dominant one was much more comfortable. Otherwise, she would eventually be crushed beneath him. She despised the sensation of being shackled. Bai Yiqing seemed to perceive her unspoken sentiments. Taking advantage of the spacious back seat, he swiftly turned and exchanged positions with Yun Qian, leaving her sprawled across him. In a husky voice, the man murmured, "Come on, I am not afraid of the weight." Yun Qian, exasperated yet still somewhat petulant, retorted Bai Yiqing, "How much longer will this continue?" The man's breath grew heavy as he replied, "Yunner, your words are rather irresponsible. Who was the one who initiated this? Was it not he who took the first step?" Clearly, this insufferable man had provoked her, even instructing her in a textbook manner on how to be an archer of desire. She was not lacking in experience in such matters. Yet she had fallen into his trap. However, Bai Yiqing chuckled softly, but those who engage in such play must eventually face the consequences. Igniting a fire without taking responsibility for extinguishing it might tarnish your reputation as a master. How am I not taking responsibility? Oh, so your self-ignition is somehow my fault? Am I a scapegoat? Bai Yiqing replied with a gleam in his eyes. Well, what can I say? It is simply that my Yunner possesses exceptional medical skills and irresistible charm. In recent days, not only has she cured my ailment, but she has also surpassed her previous self. The man leaned closer to the side of the woman's neck, deliberately brushing his chin against her, softly whispering. All of this is thanks to Yin'er. Yun Qian, with her deep, dark eyes, gazed through the pinhole camera in the parking garage at the vehicle that resembled a seizure-prone off-road car, her brows slightly furrowed. At that moment, Gu Yeju was searching for fruit when he received a call from Bai Yiqing, while simultaneously examining the 2 photographs Yun Qian had sent him. The girl's exquisite features, framed by the azure sky and ocean, appeared exceptionally innocent and carefree. However, the imposing figure beside her significantly marred this beauty, igniting within him an urge to obliterate it. Imposing? Indeed, imposing. He would never concede that the man's physique could rival his own. Absolutely not. That said, this petite woman's curves had developed considerably over the past 5 years. Her bikini-clad form delivered a far more striking visual impact than if she were entirely unclothed, causing him to feel a bit overheated and somewhat swollen. The phone rang, and the voice of Ling Jiao came through. Gu Xiao, how is the investigation proceeding? Miss Gu is indeed quite capable. I have checked her travel records, and she likely did not use her real name. Moreover, past experiences suggest that if they wish to avoid someone, they often use their own means of transportation. Gu Yeju, somewhat impatient, urged get to the point. Did he not already know that? If he could ascertain the flight number through the airport, would he need to consult him? Ling Jiu scratched his nose. The coastlines across various countries are quite similar. Based on the photos you provided, I have identified 3 locations with the highest likelihood: Bali, Phuket, and Koh Samui. Gu Yeju rubbed his forehead. Bali? The White Love Beach? Automatically ruled out. Phuket? The honeymoon paradise? Automatically ruled out. That leaves only Koh Samui. Locking in the target, Gu Yeju expressed his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." "No need for thanks," replied Ling Jiao. Before hanging up the phone, Ling Jiao audaciously quipped, "Gu Xiao, Miss Guizi has an exceptional figure." Gu Yeju retorted sharply, "Get lost." In Chapter 71, men abound, yet only one mother. Yu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback when she received a call from Xin Lu. She had just stepped down from the operating table. For a fleeting moment, she felt disoriented. Xin Lu. It had been ages since she had heard that name. Not that it had escaped her ears, but rather it had been subconsciously filtered out from her heart. "Is there something you need?" She replied, "All right, I shall see you shortly." Having resumed her normal duties, Lan Ruoxu cast a curious glance at Yu Qingqing upon hearing the name Shen Lu. In the upper echelons of society in Kyoto, individuals were typically well acquainted. The Shen family was a prominent clan with considerable influence. How could someone like Yu Qingqing possibly have entangled herself with Shen Lu? A glint of malice flickered in Lan Ruoxu's eyes. Any woman with even a modicum of beauty aspired to ascend the social ladder. If someone as unremarkable as Yu Qingqing could engage with Shen Lu, then why was she relegated to being a mere tool for a pervert's desires? At the CAF located beneath the central hospital, upon Yu Qingqing's arrival, Shen Lu was already waiting at table. When she noticed his injured visage, she paused momentarily, not expecting him to be so unconcerned about his appearance. In years past, he was the type who would rather lose a limb than allow a strand of hair to be out of place, a paragon of stoicism. This unexpected reunion after so many years was something she had never envisioned. "Qingqing, please have a seat," he urged. Yu Qingqing was the sort of girl who appeared carefree, yet possessed a keen sensitivity beneath her seemingly nonchalant exterior. Despite her average upbringing, she never harbored feelings of inferiority. Her philosophy among friends was simple. If one could get along, then so be it. If not, they could be left to their own devices. For instance, with Lan Ruoxu, the girl remained as casual yet poised as ever, unaffected by the opinions of others. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Yu Qingqing inquired directly, prompting Shen Lu to hesitate, unsure of how to begin. After a prolonged silence, he mustered the courage to utter, "Qingqing, I'm sorry. You call me here merely to apologize? I am quite busy, so excuse me," she stated, rising to leave. Shen Lu grasped her arm firmly. "Qingqing, don't go. I have something important to discuss with you." Yu Qingqing rubbed her wrist and sat back down. "We were classmates once. If you have something to say, then speak plainly." Spare me the formalities. Shen Lu managed a bitter smile. You truly Haven Tea changed it all. Yu Qingqing countered, why should I change? Is it because my first love belonged to a prestigious family in Kyoto? Or because others look down upon me, believing that my association with their son diminishes his status? What age are we in? Am I to end my life simply because I am not acknowledged by others? I refuse to build others' happiness upon my mother's suffering. Men are plentiful, yet I have only one mother. Thus, Master Shun, you have wronged me not in the past. There is no need for such lingering regret. For aside from a few jibes, I have lost nothing. Shen Lu was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. In the innocent days of youth, though he grasped little of love, he had devoted his most genuine emotions. It is indeed unfortunate that he, fully aware that his family would disapprove of his association with a girl like Yu Qingqing, drag her into this predicament, only to be ridiculed by his mother in the end. Years ago, when Yu Qingqing's mother suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, the incident was not particularly noteworthy. However, due to Qian Shun's involvement, it sparked considerable interest among their classmates. This was how his mother came to learn of the matter, albeit unaware that the classmate in question was Yu Qingqing. Shen Lu collected his thoughts and spoke, my grandfather has experienced a cerebral hemorrhage, and the doctor mentioned that only Qian Shun could restore him to his former self. I wonder if you might still be able to reach her? Yu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a sense of clarity. She mused that there was nothing in her that would catch Shen Lu's or the Shun family's attention, so why would they suddenly seek her out? Indeed, capitalists never think of someone without reason, unless one has been unearthed for their utilitarian value. Nonetheless, as a physician, though she may not be able to save the elder Shun, she would still perform her duties to the best of her abilities. The outcome would be beyond her control. Yu Qingqing readily agreed. Very well, I shall do my utmost. With that, she departed from CAF. When her mother fell ill, Yu Qingqing was studying abroad, and by the time she returned to her homeland, her mother had already passed the critical stage. Her father had died early, leaving her to rely on her mother. While she pursued her studies overseas, her mother secretly took on menial work at her college. During her illness, a fortunate coincidence led to the dean discovering her. As for why Qian Shen happened to be there at that time, she did not know. Upon her return, she requested Qian Shen's telephone number from the dean to express her gratitude in person, but the dean only provided her email. Even so, she felt a sense of joy. During every festive occasion, she would send an email to Qian Shen, but her messages fell into silence, receiving no reply. The only response she received was to a letter of thanks, where Qian Shen had remarked, "This is the blessing of a great mother. And perhaps your other blessing is you." For all these years, that phrase has continually inspired her to work diligently and live virtuously. For she understood that only by being her best self could she be her mother's greatest blessing. With tears held back, Yu Qingqing composed an email to Yun Qian. The content's simple. Hello, Qian Shen. A grandfather of my high school classmate has suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, and his condition is dire. If you are available to assist in his treatment, please call this number, 188. I apologize for the intrusion. Thank you. Upon arriving in Koh Samui, Guiju began to contact Guozi. Thankfully, the call was finally connected. However, it was a man who answered. Hello, may I ask who this is? After days of relentless searching, from Bikini Beach shorts to a random man answering her call, Guiju was on the verge of an outburst. Who are you? Hearing this voice, Luo Bei seemed to pause momentarily. I'm his Darlene, please pass me the towel. Chapter 72, The Nightclub Boy? The girl's melodious voice broke through numerous barriers. He felt as though his ears might deafen momentarily. He had never found this voice so unpleasant as he did at that moment. Wait a moment. Luo Bei that? Beep, 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 disconnected. Luo Bei shrugged. He had little to say about such a quick retreat. After a while, Guozi emerged from the bathroom, clad in an oversized shirt and denim shorts, her feet adorned with worn sandals, radiating the essence of sunshine. Senior brother, who called? Luo Bei, I don't know. Why don't you call and ask? Guozi rolled her eyes. Do I look unwell to you? Be confident. Remove the like, Luo Bei replied, sitting beside her with earnest concern. Avoidance is not a solution. You've been masking your true self for too long, and it pains your senior brother to see it. If you wish to cry, let it all out. No one will mock you. Whenever you need support, your senior brother and sister will always stand by you. Luo Bei patted his shoulder. This is always here for you. I just hope you can emerge from this soon. At 23, you should be carefree and joyous. Life has already burdened you with too much. If you continue to make things difficult for yourself, how will you live the rest of your life? Guozi gazed at Luo Bei with tear-filled eyes, laughing through her tears. Senior brother, do you realize you have the potential to be a confidant? Luo Bei reached out, playfully poking her head. Are you mocking me? Should I consult your master first to change my personality? Your master is no good. It has to be my senior sister who is reliable. Guozi's wailing echoed through the room, rivaling the cries of a slaughtered pig, sending even the crashing waves retreating. Meanwhile, Gu Yiju hung up the phone, and a message from Ling Jiu arrived. Royal Hotel, presidential suite on the 66th floor. Almost immediately after, another message followed, causing Gu Yiju's expression to darken. Gu Xiao, the commander, said, if your woman has matters to attend to and doesn't seek you out, you ought to consider seeing a urologist. Gu Yiju squeezed his phone tightly, wishing he could dismantle it as if it were by I Ching himself. Who was it that misled him into believing Guozi had already given birth? A brotherhood should not be treated in such a manner. It was time for the ship to capsize. The Royal Hotel, situated on Koh Samui, is one of the nation's architectural marvels. By the time Gu Yiju arrived, the sun had already set. Since boarding the plane, he hadn't even sipped a drop of water, and until he saw Guozi, he felt no emotion at all. They had shared the most intimate moments, yet they had exchanged not a single serious word before she vanished. And now she was gallivanting with some other man? What did she think of him, Gu Yiju? A mere club boy? It was no wonder he was ridiculed by the Bai family. Even he started to doubt whether Guozi truly had feelings for him. In times of trouble, she would rather seek solace with a stranger, sleeping with him and leaving without a word. They say one becomes like those they associate with. Perhaps spending too much time with Yin Xian had led her to adopt that philosophy of abandoning her lineage. A shiver ran down Gu Yiju's spine as he calculated that if he were to win Guozi back, he must ensure she no longer mingled with Yin Xian. The longer she did, the more he feared becoming a king without a queen. Upon entering the hotel, Gu Yiju intended to head straight to the elevator but was halted by security. I'm sorry, sir, but you must verify your identity at the front desk before proceeding upstairs. With impatience, Gu Yiju tossed a gold card without even glancing at the guard and proceeded directly into the private elevator. The security guard swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from his forehead in secret. Goodness, a member of the Royal Hotel, where presidential suites are reserved year-round for guests, with an annual fee reaching tens of millions. If the manager found out he nearly caused a disaster, wouldn't he face serious repercussions? However, Gu Yiju had little time to consider the fate of a mere security guard, as he stood petrified outside the girl's room. The door was ajar, revealing a white shirt adorned with a cartoon design, one he recognized from her. A leather jacket hung on the rack, also belonging to her. Just a door apart, he could almost sense the sweet fragrance of the young lady, reminiscent of strawberries. This scent evoked memories of that magical night. The girl was so endearingly obedient, yet incredibly captivating. The taste of that moment lingered, rendering even a seasoned flirt like him disoriented. Yet at that moment, the two individuals inside, locked in a passionate embrace, effortlessly shattered his dreams. Gu Yiju ran a hand through his hair, the loose strands framing his face like a lightning rod, giving him a disheveled and almost comical appearance. So be it. She spoke not a word of truth. Just as Gu Yiju departed, Luo Bei pushed away the woman clinging to his neck. The murderous intent and disdain in his eyes were unmistakable as he spoke, his voice like shattering ice. Is this how low you must stoop to survive? Should we strip bare to converse? I wonder just how far you can sink, Chapter 73. A Date with a Beauty Slap. Luo Bei received a resounding blow to the face, his head snapping to the side. Qin Mo's cold visage was etched with pain, as she chased after him across vast distances, morphing into a version of herself she despised, all to walk alongside him. What more could she do? What do you want from me? Luo Bei pressed his tongue against his cheek, turning to face Qin Mo. Did I strike a nerve, causing you to lash out? Qin Mo bit her lip, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears. Luo Bei, you're shameless. Luo Bai Chakot, Indate, Iam Shamales. Did you not witness it today? Let me reiterate, I have no interest in you. If Miss Qin insists on getting close, I shall begrudgingly accommodate you, devoid of any emotional connection, purely physical. If you wish to experiment, I can oblige, right here, right now. Tears cascaded down Qin Mo's cheeks, as the man before her felt both near and infinitely distant. She could neither see nor understand him clearly. Perhaps she had never truly known him from the start. Her relentless pursuit was fueled by an inner obsession and the ache of unattainable longing. With a stubborn tilt of her head, she posed a question that seemed absurd even to herself. You don't like me. Is it because you prefer your junior? A tremor coursed through Luo Bei's heart. But he replied, if you must think that way, there is nothing I can do. Qin Mo fought to hold back her tears. I understand. With that, she pushed past Luo Bei and fled through the door, her silhouette tinged with melancholy and desolation. After Qin Mo departed, Luo Bei threw himself onto the sofa, one arm draped over his eyes, as if all strength had abandoned him. Meanwhile, Gu Yeju wandered aimlessly along the shallow shore under the night sky, growing increasingly frustrated with his thoughts. Over the years, the women he has discarded have been as numerous as the fish crossing the river. Yet unexpectedly, he has found himself in a predicament. A naive young girl has him completely ensnared. If word of this were to reach his homeland, he might as well retreat into a shell. No, he cannot simply leave like this. The presidential suite at the Royal Hotel costs over 10 million a year. Having arrived at its doorstep, it would be foolish not to spend night there. While she frolics carefreely outside, what is Gu Yiju lacking? Can he not live without her? The tall and handsome man strolled along the beach, attracting the attention of numerous women who paused to admire him, whispering among themselves. Gu Yiju was on the phone, as his charming acquaintances were scattered across the globe. In such a romantic setting, it would be a disservice to social harmony not to invite a couple of beautiful ladies. I am Gu Yiju. Oh, my darling, what a delightful surprise to receive your call. Did you hear my secret longing for you? Enough nonsense. I am currently at the beach outside the Royal Hotel. Come here immediately. All right, wait for me. I just need to freshen up a bit. I'll bring you a surprise, moi. After hanging up, Gu Yiju dialed another number, the muffled sounds of a bar's music filtering through. I am at the beach of the Royal Hotel. I'll wait for half an hour, and I want to wait beyond that. On the other end, a sharp intake of breath was followed by a loud proclamation. Gu, if you don't win me over tonight, I shall reinvent myself. Fruit, I want to place a gigantic shell atop my castle. Let us go find one. Gu Yiju paused, taken aback by the name Fruit. A rather common name indeed. All right, sister, I shall find you one this big, like a little house, so you can fit inside. Perfect. Then I shall be the king of the castle, receiving the homage of my subjects. With a laugh, Fruit exclaimed, you should be called the Shell Prince instead. Hearing that familiar voice and gazing at her radiant smile, Gu Yiju's phone slipped from his grasp, landing on the beach just as a wave crashed over it, sweeping the device into the ocean. Fruit? What are you doing here? Who is that person in the room? Chapter 74. Just a nap? You are no different from Shun Lu. Upon hearing that voice, Fruit's castle crumbled in an instant. In the next moment, she took off running, losing her shoes but not her speed, as if pursued by a dog. Fruit! Fruit! Don't run. Wait for me. Those damn long legs. Fruit! Gu Yiju caught her from behind, exclaiming, why are you running? At this rate, I could compete in the Olympics for my country. Fruit struggled. Let go of me. I want tea. It's too difficult to find you. Her breath quickened, yet her voice was icy. Gu, I have been trying so hard to forget you. I do not wish to be entangled any longer. I am exhausted. Why do you continue to seek me out? Gu Yiju held her tightly, stammering, I just wanted to ask if I hurt you that night. What did you say? Repeat that. Unable to extricate herself from his embrace, she spun around violently. Disbelief etched on her face. What do your words mean? Gu Yiju felt somewhat bewildered. What do you mean? I just want to say that if I truly caused you pain that night, I apologize. My skills may be lacking, but my body is certainly not. Guizi appeared utterly distressed, questioning, are you deceiving me? I distinctly remember that night was with Shun Lu. The mere mention of Shun Lu sent a chill through Gu Yiju, who gritted his teeth and retorted, "How dare you say that? You claim to have harbored a secret affection for a decade, and this is how you express it? That Shun Lu cannot compare to me. He's just a vain, insipid creature." Guozi stared intently, anxious to catch even the slightest hint of emotion. "So, it was actually you who took me that night?" Gu Yiju inexplicably found her expression somewhat terrifying and managed to respond, "Yes, it was." Suddenly, tears streamed down Guozi's cheeks as she laughed through her sorrow, causing Gu Yiju's heart to ache profoundly. "So what does this mean? Charity?" "Gu Yiju, I, Guozi, am not so degraded as to rely on others' charity to survive. It was merely a night of sleep. You and Shenlu are no different." The waves lapped against the shore, ebbing and flowing, washing away freshly imprinted footprints. As others continued to tread upon the sand, the waves persisted in their ceaseless rhythm, relentless and tireless. The surrounding sounds gradually faded, leaving only the faint scent of sea salt in the air, emptying minds and cleansing souls. It was eerily silent. Neither of them knew how long they had remained in the standoff, but ultimately, it was Gu Yiju who broke the silence. With a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Then tell me, what about the photographs on your wall?" Guozi turned her head slightly. "Erbai did that. What's he doing that for? You are his godfather. He admires you. And what about this one? Did Erbai create this as well?" Guozi turned her gaze to a photograph from 5 years prior, unexpectedly jolting her with memories of the 2 lines of parting words she had penned. "Give it to me." Gu Yiju encircled her waist with one arm while raising the photograph high with the other. "Why should I give it to you? It's mine." Guozi said. "Oh, didn't you say Erbai did it?" Guozi bit her lip, forcefully pushing him away before turning to leave. "Keep it if you like, in my heart. You're already dead." Gu Yiju stepped decisively in front of her, placing his hands on her shoulders, his expression more serious than ever. "Guoba, if I said I had developed feelings for you, would you believe me?" "Guozi, I truly have feelings, not mere pretense or charity. So, would you grant me a chance?" Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. Her crimson lips parted, but unable to utter a word. Gu Yiju cradled her face in his hands, gently stroking the corner of her mouth with his thumb. "Perhaps I fell for you the moment I first laid eyes on you. But someone like me is accustomed to masquerading, to guarding my heart. A person who plays with emotions never anticipated embarking on a romance until I met you. When my defenses began to crumble." Guozi pressed her hand to her heart, unable to trust her own ears. Gu Yiju leaned down, resting his forehead against hers. "Guogua, the books say that people like us either do not love at all, or if we love, it lasts a lifetime, regardless of cataclysms or the end of the world. So, will you grant me this opportunity?" "What book says that?" Gu Yiju paused, responding this one. "Fruit." If it were another man uttering such words to her, even if they were sincere, she could easily dismiss them as mere noise. However, the man before her, despite his well-known talent for flattery and deceit, still made her heart race uncontrollably. Yet, one might console oneself after being deceived once, attributing it to naivety and granting self-forgiveness. But to be deceived a second time would be sheer folly, a foolishness beyond redemption, rendering one better off meeting a fatal end. The betrayal from a beloved is a wound far more grievous than a dagger to the heart. Those who have not experienced such despair will never truly comprehend it. Observing the calmness on Fruit's face, Gu Yejuo felt a surge of panic. "You don't believe me?" Fruit pulled away his hand that had rested on her cheek. Though warm, she would not linger upon it, for one should never attempt to adapt to that which does not belong to them, lest they suffer in the end. "Fruit," Gu Yejuo called, his tone urgent. "Do not address me in such a manner. It is unpleasant," she replied, turning to leave. In a moment of desperation, Gu Yejuo seized her lips with his own, yearning to convey the depths of his affection and his inability to part from her. Fruit struggled vehemently. "Gu Yejuo, let me go. Are you even a man? Do you take pride in leading me in circles? If you don't release me, I shall cry out that you are assaulting me." Just as she was about to call for help, a shadow darted towards them like a leopard, its speed blurring the eyes. In his sorrow and frustration, Gu Yejuo remained oblivious to the approaching threat. With a resounding thud, a kick struck the man's back with such force it felt as if his very insides had shifted. A metallic sweetness surged within Gu Yejuo, which he stifled just as he turned. The assailant attacked again. Sensing the danger, Fruit immediately positioned herself in front of Gu Yejuo. Sister Imo, please don't. Chapter 75. So this is the true nature of Gu Xiao. Gu Yejuo turned to see a woman clad in black, emanating an aura of menace. She was quite beautiful, yet the intensity of her presence suggested she was no ordinary adversary. Qin Imo glared at Gu Yejuo, and he returned her gaze with equal intensity. Noticing her eagerness to strike, Gu Yejuo's primal instincts were suddenly ignited. Had he been provoked by a woman? He flexed his fingers, pulling Fruit behind him. The implications of his action clear. Fruit quickly grasped his arm. Gu Yejuo, please don't act this way. It was all a misunderstanding. Sister Imo thought you were bullying me, which is why she intervened. So does that mean I should accept that kick? It hurt like hell. This woman seems intent on my demise. Fruit muttered softly, what else can you do? You cannot defeat her. What did you say? Do you see me as so weak? No wonder you wanted to flee. You despise my lack of strength. Fruit's cheeks flushed as she looked skyward. Gu Yejuo rolled up his sleeves, adopting a stance of defiance despite the odds. Qin Imo, witnessing this, coldly remarked, Peeping Tom, before departing. What business did she have with someone so foolish? Peeping Tom? Gu Yejuo exploded. Fruit, she called me what? How have I become a peeping Tom? With her physique akin to a washboard and legs resembling those of slender ostrich. Her face appears as elongated as Changbai Mountain. By day, I would avoid her presence, and by night, I could hardly distinguish front from back upon encountering her. What was there for me to spy on? The girl ignored him, and it was evident that Gu Yiju had just visited her room. How could Qin Imo possibly act as a third wheel in such a situation? Moreover, that woman is a top-tier assassin, known for her lethal prowess, earning the moniker Black Mamba due to her deadly attack style reminiscent of the world's most venomous snake. By the time Gu Yiju sought her out again, Qin Imo had long vanished from sight. Fruit refused to acknowledge him, and in his urgency and frustration, his eyes darted before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Hearing the commotion, Guozi turned around to find Gu Yiju sprawled on the floor, weak and bloodied, his complexion as pale as death, appearing on the brink of demise. Her heart sank, and she hurried to his side, her eyes reddening with worry as she stammered, What is wrong with you? Where's your phone? Quickly, call for an ambulance. With a voice barely above a whisper, Gu Yiju clutched her hand tightly, murmuring, Guozi, I'm fine. I was simply overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing you. And my phone fell into the sea. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks as she replied, I didn't bring mine either. Wait for me. I will borrow a phone and return swiftly. No, Guozi, don't leave. If I must perish, let it be in your embrace, in this world. I shall have no further attachments. Stop speaking like that. You will be fine. You're far too strong. A mere kick could not possibly take your life. Gu Yiju thought to himself, Finally, she acknowledges my strength. Women do not learn to cherish until they face loss. Wiping her tears, Guozi declared, Let us return to find our senior brother. His medical skills, though not as refined as our senior sister's, surpass mine. With that, she struggled to help Gu Yiju to his feet. He did not resist, his weight leaning heavily against her, the sweet fragrance of youth enveloping him. As his arm dangled, it brushed against her bosom occasionally, and in the hidden depths of his eyes, a glimmer shone brightly. Guozi wept inconsolably, regretting her entanglement with Gu Yiju in that moment. Had it not been for this, Qin Imo would not have misinterpreted him as a lecherous peeper, nor would he have sustained such grave injuries. Just as she was consumed by remorse, a sultry voice pierced the air. Oh, Guishao, it seems you have forgotten your old flame for a new infatuation. Your ability to change loyalties is astonishing. You promised to wait half an hour, and yet you could not resist? Gu Xiao, you must have invested heavily in this endeavor, employing the art of feigned suffering against an unsuspecting young girl. Pray tell, what makes this young lady so special? Is it merely her youth? When it comes to matters of the bed, she is but a naive child, too inexperienced. Men in their 30s are like wolves, and in their 40s like tigers. If one wishes to indulge in a bit of playful mischief, they ought to turn to us. She cannot satisfy your desires. Such vile words pierced through Guozi like a thorn, her fists clenched tightly, creaking with tension. The very sound sent tremors through Gu Yiju's legs, lamenting the harshness of his fate. His struggles were indeed formidable. Please, do not heed their nonsensical chatter, Guoguo implored. Nonsensical? The two women brandished their phones, revealing call logs to Guozi. This is irrefutable evidence. Gu Xiao cannot destroy the bridge after crossing it. We possess dignity as well. They continued. You hastily called us, expressing a desire for a joyful escapade. If Gu Xiao has forgotten, I possess the recording of that call. Who then is spreading falsehoods? Gu Yiju retorted, what good is a recording, even if he did not utter those precise words? The recording confirms his rendezvous with a beauty, does it not? Although the outcome is no longer uncertain, he must not be held accountable for actions he did not commit. Guogua, resembling a boneless fish, nestled against Guozi's neck, eliciting shudders of discomfort from the two women across. Ah, so this is the real Gu Xiao, one exclaimed. Pray, what is it you wish to say? Guozi's voice was as piercing as the frigid winds of a northern winter, chilling without uttering a word. Alarmed, Gu Yiju straightened up. Observing the man brimming with vigor, Guozi's ire surged. How can you feast at one table while gazing at another? How dare you deceive me repeatedly, leaving me bewildered? Or were you here solely to humiliate me, provoking me with these dubious women? Guiye, how can you speak like that? One of the women interjected. Who among us is dubious? They pointed at Guozi, feigning the demeanor of having lost a man. Gu Xiao merely seeks novelty. What do you think you are? Silence. Gu Yiju, typically nonchalant, radiated an aura of seriousness that silenced the women, causing them to retract. They had presumed he was merely captivated by fleeting interests, dismissing Guozi entirely. Had they succeeded in the past, Gu Yiju would not have chastised them, but rather rewarded them. Little did they realize, the former Gu Xiao was a relic of the past. Turning to Guozi, Gu Yiju softened his tone. Guozi, I acknowledge my fault in this matter. Allow me the chance to explain. Witnessing such a man, Guozi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She playfully patted Gu Yiju's cheek, her words laced with double meanings. You may deceive once, but if you deceive twice, it becomes a sin. I only wish that Mo's earlier kick had been harsher. Had it been, would this not be resolved? Guogua perish, she exclaimed, delivering a precise kick that sent Gu Yiju back to his previous position with a thud. Chapter 76. Preventing menopause, Gu Yiju lamented his misfortune. First, Mo had kicked him, followed by Guozi. At least his dislocated organs could now return to their rightful places. What have I done to deserve this? He pondered. The two women, witnessing Gu Yiju's plight, rushed toward him, but before they could reach him, Guozi dispatched each of them with a kick that sent them sprawling. You may think you are appealing, but one is a sham and the other a false woman. Aside from Gu Yiju, not even a dog would spare you a glance. Gu Yiju, two women, one head first in the sand and the other sprawled out like a dog, were both in a state of utter disarray. Just as they managed to extricate themselves, they heard Guozi's blatant insults, inciting them to unleash a torrent of curses. However, before they could voice their outrage, two large shells hurled by Guozi forced their mouths open, rendering them speechless and unable to retch. The technique was nothing short of remarkable. They exchanged glances, observing their own disheveled appearances, wanting to laugh, yet finding it impossible. In unison, they glared at Guozi, only to be met with a sharp gaze that sent them scurrying away in fear. This woman dared to confront even Gu Xiao. What were they to do? If they didn't flee now, they would have to reassemble the pieces of themselves. In the blink of an eye, the entire beach was left with only one person, lying pitifully in the sand. As a wave crashed upon him, Gu Xiao resembled a stranded merman prince, yearning for the enchanting Princess Guogua to rescue him. In the capital's enchanting realm of Penglai, Yun Qian emerged from the bathroom clad in a flowing white silk nightgown. As she dried her hair, she opened her laptop, revealing an email from Yu Qingqing. Years ago, she had saved her mother purely by coincidence. The dean of a national medical academy, Fu Henji, was a junior of Huan. Due to Yun Qian's contributions to medicine, they occasionally communicated. It was only later that she realized the old man had always summoned her under the guise of seeking advice to set her up with his son. Once she discerned this, she ceased her visits, for his son was far too exceptional. She had no desire to bring misfortune upon him. As for Yu Qingqing, Yun Xian held no aversion toward her. She understood boundaries and knew when to advance and retreat, proving herself to be a sensible individual. She casually dialed a number, and it was answered promptly. "Hello, this is Shun Lu. Who is this?" His voice, slightly hoarse yet distinctly recognizable, made Yun Xian raise her eyebrows. Lamenting the irony of fate. "Have you received the lawyer's letter?" The mere mention ignited Shun Lu's fury. "You truly are relentless. How did you obtain my number? Disturbing me at this hour. Do you have no sense of public decency?" "Yun Xian, let me tell you, I have no money to give. If you have the audacity, go ahead and sue me. Let us see who emerges victorious in the end." Yun Xian shook her head. "Ah, young man, your temper is far too fiery. If you're lacking in female companionship, go find someone. If no one is willing to oblige, take a run to vent your frustrations. If this continues, I assure you, you'll face an early midlife crisis." Shun Lu was momentarily speechless, choking on his own words. "What do you mean I lack women and no one is willing to cooperate with me? Am I that desperate? You speak as if you're some goddess. Huh? You think you can diagnose me over the phone just because your name has Qian in it? You're not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Indeed, she is now the one serving the demon lord." Yun Qian held the phone away from her ear. "All right, you're the young master of the Shun family. You're impressive. Since you've received the lawyer's letter, the rest is no longer my concern. Await the court summons." With a decisive click, she hung up and tossed the phone onto the bed. Continuing to dry her hair, a pair of large hands swiftly snatched the towel away from her. Yun Qian pouted, remaining silent as she accepted this treatment as her due. A deep, resonant voice echoed above. "Do you need assistance?" "No," came the reply. Bai Yiqing's slender fingers appeared to be merely brushing through his hair, yet each stroke was executed with impeccable control, providing a most delightful sensation. Yun Xian felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. "My lawyer is still quite capable. Elite Ling, we are merely worthy of 2 words." With her eyes closed, Yun Xian let out a soft hum, languid like a sated cat, yearning for a gentle touch. "Your Excellency, the Demon Lord, how reasonable you are. I thought you would advocate for an eye for an eye." Bai Yiqing seemed to chuckle. "Is that the impression you hold of me?" "Indeed," she retorted. "If you were not that sort of person, how could I find myself ensnared in this predicament?" Bai Yiqing laughed in exasperation. "Clearly, it was you who provoked me first. Now you turn the tables. Who, I ask, is truly unreasonable here? You. Very well. Since Yunner has firmly established my guilt, if I do not take action, it would seem rather remiss of me." "Ah," Yun Qian gasped, her drowsiness vanishing in an instant. "What are you planning to do?" "You." Her lips twitched at the thought. Such incessant thoughts are like pests that invade the mind, leading to premature senility. Bai Yiqing pressed her onto the bed, kissing her for an extended moment until she melted into a puddle beneath him. He spoke in a husky voice. "Is that old man from the Shun family still to be saved?" Yun Xian was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Bai Yiqing's concern for this matter. "What do you think?" He mused, caressing her slightly swollen lips. "I believe you will save him." "Why? If you had no intention of intervening, you would not have made that call." Despite the absence of any serious words exchanged. "Yun Xian, the first half of that sounds human, but what the latter half?" Bai Yiqing buried his head in the crook of her neck, nuzzling her gently. "Yinner, I've been feeling a surge of temper lately. I fear I might be experiencing an early onset of menopause. Even more so, I dread impotence. Thus, I seek someone to assist me." Yun Xian pounded her chest in exasperation. "Is this a karmic retribution? If you were to step outside and call out, would not the curvaceous and slender alike come to your beckoning?" "Disgusting." Bai Yiqing replied earnestly. "The scent they carry is repugnant. A mere whiff leaves me unable to eat for 3 days." Indeed, there was a time when a woman approached him, and he truly was ill for 3 days. The corners of Yun Qian's mouth twitched. "Then you seem to have quite the ailments. Be cautious of an untimely demise." Bai Yiqing, through the silk of her nightgown, continued to tease her. "Therefore, if I can remedy one ailment, I shall. For now, I must prevent the onset of menopause." Chapter 77. Do not disturb. I am weary gazing at the man nestled in her embrace. Yun Qian couldn't help but chuckled despite the twitch at the corners of her mouth. She reached out to poke his delicate cheek, his voice slightly hoarse yet tinged with a hint of melodrama. "Do not disturb. I am weary." Yunqian. You deliver that line quite smoothly. Do you plan to keep your son hidden away indefinitely? Bai Yiqing nestled further into her arms. Well, who could blame the old man for being so oblivious? Even Uncle Wu has discerned the truth, while he remains under the delusion that Bai is merely fond of him. Hence his change of attitude, always leaning on him. Yin Qian thought of Heir Bai's roguish demeanor and couldn't help but burst into laughter. And what of the teacher? Did you not hire one to instruct them? Cultural knowledge is acquired through self-study, while professional expertise is pursued based on personal interests. The Bai is fond of programming, firearms, and intelligent robotics, whereas Heir Bai enjoys painting and delving into the study of miniature explosives. Miniature explosives? Have you found him a teacher for that? Indeed. Bai Yiqing sensed a change in Yun Qian's tone, fearing she might worry. He comfortingly patted her back, assuring her that the dosage was negligible, only capable of killing a fly at most. Furthermore, during class, the teacher even provided Heir Bai with protective gear. Yun Qian raised an eyebrow, questioning why Guizi never kept long hair. Not all women favor lengthy locks, and her hair is not particularly short at present. Yun Qian. This is because Heir Bai arrived at the Penglai Water Pavilion, granting her the opportunity for her hair to grow. With the frequent styling of an explosive hairdo, her hair is charred, yet she still wishes to grow it long. Bai Yiqing remarked, no wonder the Bai's teacher remains constant, while Heir Bai's instructors tend to leave after a mere 3 days. This cycle has repeated several times. I assumed they were dissatisfied with the remuneration. Hence I didn't inquire further. Dissatisfied with payment? Other children's tutors charge several hundred per hour, while yours command thousands. Even with slacking off, one could easily earn nearly 10,000 in a single morning, making them the pinnacle of the tutoring profession. It is absurd to think he assumed they were unhappy with the pay. Bai has a reserved temperament and has always preferred solitude. Coupled with the elder's disregard for Yun Qian, he harbors some resentment. Heir Bai, on the other hand, is lively. Being confined for too long would eventually suffocate him, and even his pursuit of painting was compelled by Yun Qian, merely to ensure he could find a moment of tranquility. Thus, Bai eagerly desires someone to handle the external affairs on his behalf. As for Wu Bo's awareness, it is because he always instructs the kitchen to prepare extra meals that children enjoy, packing them into a lunchbox. After Heir Bai finishes eating, he asks Wu Bo to take it back. Initially, the elder was surprised, but Wu Bo explained that Bai Yiqing had a hearty appetite at that age, always hungry. The young master was mischievous and digested quickly, so it was better not to wait until hunger set in again, as it could be detrimental to health. The elder found this reasoning sound and ceased further inquiry. In truth, Yin Qian is quite curious about the tension between Bai Yiqing and the elder. It is perplexing for a grandson to resent his grandfather, with their opposition becoming a norm. However, since they do not speak of it, she refrains from asking, as curiosity can lead to trouble. Yun Qian's eyelids grew heavier, and she was on the verge of slumber when she suddenly heard Bai Yiqing say, "If you're going to the central hospital, be cautious of Lan Ruashi." Hearing the rhythmic sound of her breathing, Bai Yiqing glanced up, gently kissed her chin, then painstakingly extricated himself from her embrace. He carefully tucked the blanket around her before donning his robe and exiting the room. In the study, he had been waiting for some time. Bai Yiqing wore his black robe loosely, the white skin of his chest marked by distinct scratches. Having just engaged in an intimate act, his expression, paired with the black robe, exuded an even more ascetic demeanor than usual. Ling Yi's gaze flickered between Bai Yiqing's chest and his own curiosity, unable to suppress a smirk. Had he or had he not? Did he wish to forfeit his eyes? Ahem. Ling Yi quickly averted his gaze. Commander, Meng Tianxin has been sent to the nation's tiger camp. The brothers there train rigorously, and with your strict oversight. No one dares to seek amusement casually. Now, with the addition of the red camp tents, they can revel openly. Bai Yiqing adjusted his clothing, his tone indifferent. Inform Ling Wu that regardless of who it is, it should occur no more than once every 3 days, and appropriate measures must be taken. Ling Yi repeated. Ling Wu knows his limits. There is no need for your concern. Additionally, Meng Jiarong has received news of Meng Tianxin, yet he has made no move. Bai Yiqing scoffed lightly. His daughter is inept, indulging in pleasures while maintaining a poor reputation. He had opportunities to ascend further in his position, but due to Meng Tianxin, he has stagnated for many years. Ling Yi nodded thoughtfully. So, he refrains from action primarily out of fear of offending you, especially since it was his daughter who initially ensnared you, only to end up losing out. Secondly, perhaps the greatest joy in Meng Tianxin's misfortune would be his, as it would eliminate one less hassle. Nevertheless, he is a father. How could he remain indifferent? Bai Yiqing retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his drawer. Ling Yi promptly produced a lighter from his pocket and ignited it. Bai Yiqing took a drag and casually tossed the cigarette pack to Ling Yi, who beamed as he tucked it away. In life, some individuals pursue a hedonistic existence driven by wealth, while others seek power, aspiring to dominate from the pinnacle of authority. One seeks to satiate physical desires, while the other fulfills their ambitions. Meng Jiarong belongs to the latter. Bai Yiqing crushed the cigarette, but, reclining lazily into his chair, waiting for the opportunity to extract the last vestiges of value from Meng Tianxin. Shall we add fuel to the fire? Since Meng Jiarong wishes to advance, we might as well assist him while dealing with the Lan family. Do you think his silence is for naught? Those who engage in politics are like coal, filled with ulterior motives. He won't remain idle for long. Ling Yi nodded, then shifted the topic. Commander, our people have uncovered leads at the Lan Corporation. Lan Jingyao is indeed laundering money through his company. Bai Yiqing furrowed his brow, aware that appearances can be deceiving. Are you suggesting that Lan Junming is quite cunning? On the surface, it seems Lan Jingyao is in charge, but consider this. The Lan Corporation was established during the era of the elder Mr. Lan. How could the upper echelons consist solely of Lan Jingyao's associates? He appears shrewd. If there were issues within the company, he would surely be aware. Perhaps already colluding with his father. Bai Yiqing remained non-committal, his gaze inscrutable. Ensure that they maintain close surveillance. We shall reveal whether it is a mule or a horse. Understood. By the way, has a Jew returned? I have matters to discuss with him. Ling Yi's expression shifted to one of concern. Commander, it seems that Gu Shao may no longer be able to protect himself. Chapter 78. The scoundrel. It turns out that Gu Yiju's ordeal in the nation was not the worst. Someone captured the incident on video and posted it online, garnering a staggering 10 billion views within just 1 hour. In the video, the scene where Gu Yiju is knocked down by the fruit is particularly striking. Those two women, whose identities remain a mystery, have shells stuffed into their mouths, akin to the effect of swallowing light bulbs. Easy to put in, yet difficult to extract. The footage has already sent viewers into fits of laughter. But little did anyone expect that another video of these two women visiting the hospital to have the shells removed would surface online, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from netizens. The comments section is filled with praises for the fruit, lauding her beauty and spirit. However, a handful of dissenters have labeled the fruit as a fierce woman, weaving a tale of love and conflict, suggesting that her aggression stems from unrequited affection for Gu Shao, rendering her capable of striking those who might resemble their own mothers. They even claim that upon encountering Gu Shao's beautiful confidant, her fury boiled over. Not only did she strike with ferocity, but she also stuffed shells into their mouths, leaving these women utterly humiliated, likely to avoid public appearances without cosmetic alterations in the future. Bai Yiqing's austere countenance revealed a peculiar expression, which, if perceived correctly, suggested a hint of schadenfreude. Why do you say the situation is irretrievable? Has something happened to Grandfather Gu? Ling Yi stifled a chuckle, recalling how he had overheard an earlier phone call from old Master Gu inquiring about whether Gu Shao was present. It was mentioned that while the family scandals had become commonplace, they had grown accustomed to it and did not expect him to marry a respectable wife. Instead, they merely hoped for a future lineage. Ling Yi dared not voice the latter half of his thoughts, but the glance Bai Yiqing cast towards him conveyed the message. They hoped for a legacy, even without marriage. Noticing Bai Yiqing's expression remained unchanged, Ling Yi continued. Speaking of the young master, the old man was beaming with delight, singing praises that could rival the heavens. I could even hear the grinding of his teeth over the phone. He said, "Wait for me, Bai. I will ensure that Brat has 2 children in 3 years, surpassing you." Then he hung up. Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow. Having 2 children in 3 years would merely even the score. By then, my son will have completed his high school courses, and he will hardly be a fool. Observing Bai Yiqing's somewhat smug demeanor, Ling Yi couldn't help but smirk. After 5 years of dodging, the mother of a child has been found, yet she remains elusive. What use is a son if he has never called me father? After all this time, the 2 boys have never uttered a word, constantly calling me old Bai. If one day those little rascals turn against him, they might just start calling another man father. The following morning, Gu Yiju, who had kept vigil outside the fruit's room all night, appeared disheveled, his unkempt beard and a foul odor of brine enveloping him. With a click, the door swung open, and Gu Yiju's eyes brightened, only to be met with a resolute and handsome face, reminiscent of the one he had seen yesterday from behind. Enraged, he recalled the silhouette he had seen in that very room. What did it mean for him, who had a girlfriend, to be sharing a space with his beloved Guogua? Such a cad. Luo Bei could easily discern Gu Yiju's thoughts. In truth, over the years, they had often shared the same presidential suite, owing to its spaciousness. The fruit's spirited nature meant that, even when they did not share a room, she would frequently sneak into his quarters at night. Gradually, everyone had grown accustomed to this arrangement. Although he was aware of Gu Yejue's arrival yesterday, he chose not to vacate the premises. If Guzi does not acknowledge him, why should he afford him any courtesy? Nonetheless, he would still maintain a semblance of decorum when it comes to his junior sister's affections. He could not allow others to perceive her as a wild girl, with her family being uncouth and unrefined. Gu Xiao, it's a pleasure to see you again. Chapter 79, A Bite from the Hand That Feeds Again? I find that quite absurd. Gu Yejue stepped forward, gripping Luo Bei's collar firmly, his voice icy. Who are you, and why are you residing in Guogua's room? Luo Bei glanced down at the hand grasping his chest. It seemed not to exert much force, yet Gu Yejue felt a sudden numbness and promptly released him. Adjusting his tie, Luo Bei replied in a dispassionate tone, I am her brother. Brother? Brother? Gu Yejue paused momentarily, his expression shifting. He extended his hand to shake Luo Bei's, hesitated, wiped his palm on his clothing, and then reached out again. Brother, you look remarkably familiar. Have we met before? Luo Bei smirked slightly, brushing against his fingertips. Indeed, we have crossed paths twice, once at the birthday banquet 5 years ago, and another time. Gu Yejue, he interjected. Luo Bei chuckled softly. Perhaps you do not wish to know. Gu Yejue leaned in closer, attempting to ingratiate himself, but Luo Bei took a step back. Sensing that Guzi did not appreciate this atmosphere, Gu Yejue raised his arm to sniff. Brother, could you do me a favor? Speak. Guogua is reluctant to see me. Could you perhaps say a few kind words on my behalf to facilitate a meeting? I will be immensely grateful. Luo Bei regarded him with a piercing gaze and replied straightforwardly, whom Guzi chooses to like and whom she wishes to associate with is her prerogative. I shall not interfere. If you manage to win her affection, I shall be pleased. His tone shifted abruptly, becoming stern. However, should I find that you have hurt her feelings, regardless of whether you are Gu Xiao or a prince, you will undoubtedly regret your actions. Tread carefully. Without waiting for Gu Yejue's response, he turned and walked directly to Guzi's door, rapping gently. Gu Yejue rubbed his nose, sensing that the path to winning back his beloved wife would be arduous indeed. After what felt like an eternity, Guzi emerged from her room, disheveled with dark circles under her eyes. She yawned unceremoniously. Senior brother, why are you here so early? I'm so tired. With that, she buried herself into Luo Bei's embrace. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, his tone indulgent. I must travel abroad. My flight is at 10. Do you have any plans? Guzi perked up somewhat. Why are you going abroad? I refuse to return there. It only brings me disdain. Gua, you're still upset. I beg you to forgive me. I truly regret my mistakes. Ugh. As Gu Yejue drew near, Guzi began to heave, prompting Luo Bei to shoot him a glare. Gu Yejue awkwardly scratched his head, retreating until he hit the wall. To his surprise, even he, Gu Yejue, had days when he was unwelcome. He felt inexplicably aggrieved. Tears welled in Guzi's eyes, and Luo Bei handed her a tissue. She cast him a resentful glance. Why do you let anyone in here? Gu Yejue interjected. I am not. Silence. Did I grant you permission to speak? The fruit was coldly thrust forward, causing Gu Yiju to retract his neck, refraining from uttering a sound. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. Luo Bai, your senior sister has already filed a lawsuit against Shen Lu, and I'm going to assist her in resolving this matter. Fruit glanced at Luo Bai. Was it not stated that 200 million would be settled privately? Why then has it proceeded to legal proceedings? Because Shen Lu refuses to acknowledge the 200 million. And if he loses the case, at the very least, he would face a tenfold compensation. 50 million, which amounts to 500 million. Indeed, the corners of Fruit's mouth twitched. This misfortune of Shen Lu is entirely due to me. Gu Yiju rolled his eyes, muttering softly, the mercy of a woman. Luo Bai ruffled her hair gently. Your senior sister has already granted him an opportunity. His obstinacy will lead to trouble sooner or later, even if he is spared this time. Fruit pouted. You may go ahead. I shall not return just yet. Gu Yiju immediately grew anxious. Gua. Young Master Gu. The hotel manager hurriedly approached, panting. Young Master Gu. It's a call from old Master Gu. Please take it. Gu Yiju's phone had fallen into the sea, and he was unaware of the situation online. Upon answering the call, he was met with a roar that nearly ruptured his eardrums. You little rascal, bring my granddaughter-in-law back immediately. It's time for the wedding night and to have children. I cannot wait another moment. If I do not regain some face in front of old man Bai, I shall break your legs. Chapter 80. Thick-skinned can have their fill. Thin-skinned shall go hungry. Gu Yiju felt overwhelmed, fearing that Fruit might overhear his grandfather's marriage demands, and hastily pressed the hang-up button. However, old Master Gu's bellowing was not to be underestimated. Fruit and Luo Bai, being professionals, naturally heard it. A wave of bitterness surged within Fruit, yet her demeanor remained serene. Senior brother, you may leave first. Call me when you arrive. With that, she slammed the door shut, not sparing Gu Yiju another glance. Luo Bai approached him, raising his hand as if to pat his shoulder, but then hesitated and withdrew it. A man must remain steadfast. Do not let me lose respect for you. Gu Yiju nodded. Rest assured, my brother-in-law. The term brother-in-law subtly indicated his stance, and Luo Bai nodded before departing. The manager cleared his throat discreetly, demonstrating discernment. Young Master Gu, you should take a shower first. I shall arrange for someone to bring you clothing. Gu Yiju's gaze remained fixed on Fruit's door, much obliged. The manager, taken aback by the seriousness of young Master Gu, excused himself to prepare. After he left, he kindly closed the door behind him. The gossip from yesterday had already spread far and wide, and it seemed that only Gu Yiju, the person involved, remained oblivious. The manager, being astute, pieced together the situation after witnessing the video and seeing Fruit. It appeared that this young man was indeed affected by the red star of love. After taking a combat shower, Gu Yiju emerged wrapped in a towel, just as Fruit exited her room. Their eyes met, and upon seeing the half-clad man, Fruit awkwardly turned her head away. Gu Yiju, overly excited, immediately approached and cornered her at the door. Gua, where are you going? What does it matter to you? Gua, can we not sit down and have a proper conversation? Just give me one chance, will you? What is there to discuss? What could possibly warrant a conversation? Under the pretense of seeking me out, you have been gallivanting with women. Now, your grandfather is urgently summoning you to return and fulfill your duty of procreation, as if the matter of having children is already on the agenda. You speak of lacking women and of being a novice in affairs of the heart. Gu Yejue, how many truths can you utter? Gu Yejue pressed his lips together. I can explain what happened yesterday. I only saw your brother's back when he was kissing that woman. I did not see her face, so I assumed Guozi was exasperated. Do you think the people in that room were my senior and me? Gu Yejue, I am at a loss for words. Even if you did not know who he was at that moment, do you truly perceive me as such a casual woman? If I were truly involved with him, what concern would it be of yours? Gu Yejue, with a remarkable attitude of contrition, replied, Guozi, I confess that I momentarily lost my temper and rationality. But this only proves how much I care about you. Those two women were acquaintances from my reckless past. We merely shared drinks and never crossed any lines. I swear by the heavens. Guozi regarded him with a sardonic smile. causing Gu Yejue to feel inexplicably uneasy. Guozi, you claim you have never overstepped boundaries? How many women have you touched in those years? What more do you wish to overstep? Gu Yejue, like a child caught in wrongdoing, bowed his head in remorse. That was a time before you came into my life. It was merely a game. Please do not take it to heart. If it truly bothers you, I could sever these hands. He stretched out his hands, implying he would not hesitate to act on his words. Guozi stepped aside in disdain. What do I care? If it were not for your blatant lies, would I have exposed you? Am I that idle? No, Guozi, you are anything but bland. You are wonderfully sweet. Realizing what he had just said, Guozi felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. She pushed him away and attempted to leave, but in a moment of urgency, Gu Yejue embraced her from behind. Guozi, we agreed not to be angry. Do not leave. Guozi struggled. Let me go. I will not release you. I will hold on for dear life. This time, I will never let you slip from my side. As one fought to break free and the other vowed to hold on, the towel around Gu Yejue's waist succumbed to their tugging and fell onto the carpet. Through the thin fabric, Guozi felt a sudden jolt at her waist, and she spun around, her cheeks aflame. Gu Yejue, you scoundrel. The awkwardness was palpable, yet Gu Yejue, having been raised in an environment where thick skin was prized, upheld the family principle that those with a resilient demeanor thrive, while the timid do not. Thus, he remained composed amidst the embarrassment. Gu Yejue drew Guozi into his embrace once more, declaring, I will not relent. That day you took advantage of me under the influence. And today, in broad daylight, you exposed me. You must take responsibility. Who can explain how he developed such a thick skin? Could you please loosen your grip and put on some clothes before we continue this conversation? I cannot, for I have none. Guozi playfully struck him twice. Then you must release me first. Oh, Gu Yejue exclaimed as he planted a kiss on her cheek, suddenly enlightened. Are you in such a hurry for me to let go because you did not get enough of the view just now? Guozi, if you wish to see, just say it openly. This modest request I can fulfill at any time. Guozi, how do you feel? Are you tempted? Gu Yejue let out a muffled grunt. After all, he is still an ailing patient. This is merely adding insult to injury. I see you have little regard for your life. Your lustful heart remains unchanged. Gu Yejue pressed all his weight onto Guozi, his voice sounding somewhat unwell. Guo, my dear, that woman last night nearly took my life. I am not deceiving you. With that, he let his body fall heavily upon her. Guozi did not anticipate such a sudden move. She stumbled and found herself pinned to the carpet beneath him. Gu, you are employing this tactic again. Do you believe I will not stab you twice more, allowing you to play your part to the fullest? Get off me. You are suffocating me. Did you not hear me? Guye. Guozi exclaimed in shock, forcefully flipping him over. The man lay motionless on the ground, as if devoid of breath. Gu Yejue? Guozi quickly knelt beside him, began to check his pulse, and then cursed under her breath. Damn it. You are truly injured. In fact, Gu Yejue had felt unwell since yesterday. He had intended to use a ploy of feigned injury to draw closer to Guozi, but had forgotten about the two women. After a sleepless night, with his body already weakened, coupled with the damp clothes causing him to catch a chill, he was now in dire straits. He may appear nonchalant, yet when serious, he is as stubborn as a mule, impossible to sway. Guozi paid no heed to the awkwardness of him slipping away like an eel, hastily transporting him to the bedroom. Fortunately, she carried medicinal pills crafted by her senior sister, specifically for treating bruises and injuries. After administering the medicine, a good rest should suffice for his recovery. However, she did not dare to be careless. She fetched a chair and sat vigil beside Gu Yejue, fearful that he might develop a fever. Gu Yejue slept deeply. Since Guozi's abrupt departure, he had not experienced a single peaceful night, spending his days either searching for her or on the road to do so. He had lost his appetite, and his frame had grown frail. Guozi, too, had scarcely slept the previous night. As the afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting a languorous light, she checked his pulse and discovered that his condition had improved significantly. As her eyelids grew heavy, she succumbed to slumber. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she felt something moving against her face, damp and slightly itchy. As she slowly opened her eyes, she beheld Gu Yejue, resembling a child stealthily indulging in sweets, cautiously planting a kiss upon her cheek, followed by a blissful smile, and then another kiss. Guozi's eyes suddenly felt moist. Her heart stirred, swelling with a bittersweet sensation. She realized she could grant Gu Yiju a chance. Being an orphan, she yearned for love yet feared it. However, as long as he remained faithful, she was curious to discover the flavor of romance and how far love could truly extend. Chapter 81. The grandfather and grandson tear off their masks at the Penglai Pavilion during lunch. The elder was incessantly serving dishes to Heir Bai, occasionally casting a glare across the table, for Bai Yiqing was wholly engrossed in serving Yun Xian, neglecting Heir Bai and himself entirely. "I'll take you to the hospital shortly." "No need. I can manage on my own." Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow. "I fear you might lose your way." Yun Xian tugged at the corner of her mouth. The last time he expressed concern about her getting lost, and now he feared she might go missing. She was certain that this man possessed some knowledge. However, aside from a few family members, no one else was aware of her dreadful sense of direction. Could it be that? Yun Xian cast a curious glance at Heir Bai, a moment that was fortuitously noticed by the elderly gentleman, who immediately became alert, questioning her intentions with such a gaze. Yun Xian, Heir Bai was too engrossed in his meal to grasp the gravity of the situation, but upon noticing the elder's disapproving demeanor towards Yun Xian, he promptly intervened. "Great-grandfather, my master is truly wonderful. You shouldn't always regard her with such suspicion." The elder slammed his chopsticks onto the table with a stern tone. "I haven't yet inquired how she became your master, or how you two met." He found this matter suspicious. How was it that he favored Yun Bian's fish, and she ended up being the master of his great-grandson? Heir Bai's expression dimmed slightly as he explained, "That is because I was frail and sickly in my youth. My mother sought every remedy possible, yet none proved effective. By chance, I encounter my master, who possesses remarkable skills with silver needles. After a period of her treatment, my health improved significantly." He continued, "My mother believed my restlessness hindered my studies, and knowing my master was adept at painting, she encouraged me to learn from her. Thus, my master is not only my mentor, but also my savior." "Great-grandfather, you must not be too harsh with her. It would sadden to Bai." The elder looked on with skepticism. Is her medical expertise truly that remarkable? "Indeed, for my master is the legendary silver needle Qian Shun. How could her skills not be exceptional?" Silence fell upon the elder, Uncle Wu, and the busy servants, who after a brief pause, resumed their tasks, dismissing Heir Bai's words. "Silver needle Qian Shun? That is the esteemed disciple of the renowned national physician Hui Yin, who not only inherited his exquisite medical skills, but surpassed them. Internationally acclaimed. Now, to assert that a reclusive healer is hiding in this old residence, entangled with his young master, who would believe such a tale? The artist's reputation alone is astonishing. Can all accolades truly rest upon one individual? How absurd!" The elder patted Heir Bai's head and spoke earnestly, "My dear grandson, your youth blinds you to the treachery of the world. Just because someone claims to be Qian Shun, you believe them? There are those who, to elevate their status in others' eyes, to showcase their uniqueness, will boast of their skills with a few needles, claiming to be divine. If they were to be nailed to a cross, would they then assume themselves to be a savior? It is utterly laughable." Yun Qian and Heir Bai. The elder's tone shifted once more, directing his ire towards Bai Yiqing. "You are young and foolish. Have you lost the ability to discern right from wrong? And this so-called Demon King, have you lost your senses?" Bai Yiqing's expression suddenly grew cold as he confronted the elder. "Do you know why I have remained here during this time?" The elder interjected, "Is it not because you have a soft spot for Lan Ruo Shi, insisting she become your granddaughter-in-law? Your presence here is merely to illustrate how poor your judgment truly is." The elder Bai clutched his chest, trembling with anger. "Was it you who orchestrated Ruoshi's situation?" Bai Yiqing scoffed. "What do you think? Even if I did not initiate it, I certainly brought it to a conclusion. There is little distinction." "You, Bai Yiqing, how could you be so ruthless? Ruoshi is such an innocent girl, yet you have utterly destroyed her. You are truly malevolent to the core. How could my Bai family produce such a callous individual?" Bai Yiqing leaned back in his chair, indifferent as he replied, "When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. What is so surprising about that?" The elder Bai's chest heaved. momentarily rendering him speechless. Yet Bai Iching was unwilling to let the matter rest. No matter how cold-hearted I may be, I would never mistake pearls for mere fish eyes. Some individuals grow old without self-awareness, and despite a lifetime of arrogance, they nearly tarnish their final reputation. If I were you, I would enjoy my twilight years in this serene place, free from worldly troubles, to spare my descendants any distress. Uncle Wu hurriedly approached to calm the elder Bai, casting a pleading glance at Bai Iching to cease his words. Yun Xian also placed a hand over his, signaling him to remain silent. Although the elder was not particularly likable, his advanced age and once formidable presence made it unbearable for him to be treated like a mere bystander in his twilight years. She, a descendant several decades younger, should not harbor resentment over a few lukewarm remarks. It was unnecessary to burden herself with grievances. Bai Iching grasped Yun Xian's hand, his expression softening slightly, yet his words still pierced the elder's heart. Now, your beloved granddaughter-in-law is publicly engaging in disgraceful acts with a beggar. The entire world now knows that my former fiancée, E, is a wanton woman. Does this bring you any honor? The elder Bai slumped back into his chair, falling silent. Hence, the purpose of their presence had been accomplished. They would move out today, and those he found displeasing would no longer trouble him. He could enjoy his remaining years in peace. With that, Bai Iching scooped up her Bai with one arm and took Yun Xian's hand with the other, striding towards the exit. The elder Bai, momentarily stunned, finally regained his composure and swiftly positioned himself in front of Bai Iching. Uncle Wu exclaimed, "What a calamity!" The elder Bai, channeling the imposing air of a warlord from his heyday, glared fiercely. "You may go wherever you please, but leave Bai behind." Bai Iching sneered, "What? Are you going to take him by force?" The elder raised his cane and unhesitatingly brought it down upon Bai Iching's shin. Bai Iching did not flinch, remaining steadfast in his place. Bai tightened his embrace around his grandfather's neck, eyes brimming with tears. "Great-grandfather, this is wrong. Bai is not made of wood. He knows pain too. If you strike his father, Bai will also feel the hurt. This blow offends everyone. What reason do we have to remain?" The elder Bai was momentarily taken aback, processing Bai's words. He stammered, "What do you mean, Bai? Clearly it is Bai." Bai Iching regarded the small figure approaching from outside, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "Whether it is Bai or Bai, I shall leave neither behind. Grandfather, take care of yourself." Turning his gaze in the direction indicated by Bai Iching, the old man Bai stood frozen in place, his mouth agape. Chapter 82. Does the tiger not roar? So you assume I am on the brink of death? The elder Bai exchanged glances with the imposing figure of Bai for a moment, then turned his attention to the little ones cradled in Bai Iching's arms. Had it not been for their distinct clothing, he might have thought he was imagining things. The old man stuttered, glancing back and forth, his initial astonishment gradually giving way to joy. It turned out to be two little ones. His Bai family had unexpectedly welcomed two great-grandchildren, twins at that, and both remarkable in their own right. Oh my, the ancestral graves of the Bai family must be exuding green smoke with pride. Observing the aloof child standing outside as if warding off strangers, the elder waved his hand. "You must be Bai. Am I correct?" He recalled that Bai had stood at the door in the same manner when he first arrived. "Come here, Bai. Your great-grandfather has missed you terribly." Out of politeness, Bai approached but did not allow the elder to embrace him. Instead, he respectfully addressed him, "Great-grandfather." "A good grandson. Great-grandfather wishes to ask you, do you and your brother wish to stay here in the Panlai Pavilion with me? Whatever you desire, I shall grant it." The elder's heart brimmed with anticipation, only to hear Bai respond, "That might not be possible." "Why not?" "Because Mommy called and said we have been out for quite some time. It's time for us to return." The elder's face fell instantly. "You are descendants of the Bai family. This is not the outside world but your home. Why must you go back?" "Tell her that great-grandfather said, the children of the Bai family must never be cast aside. She is still young. If she desires more children, she can have them. All expenses will be covered by the Bai family, ensuring she suffers no hardship." Creak, creak. What was that sound? Are there mice in this house? Behind him, the astute and fiery-eyed Yunda, with sharpened teeth, was itching to bite him. Bai calmly shook his head. "We are not only the children of the old Bai, but also the children of mommy. She has worked hard to raise us. I cannot utter such callous words, and I hope great-grandfather can retract them, for that person is none other than my mother." The elder's face flushed. Being admonished by his great-grandson was a rather humbling experience. However, he was reluctant to let the two slip away so easily and, with no other recourse, turned his gaze toward Bai Yiqing, the children's father. "Why don't you say something? Are you just going to relinquish your children so easily? You seem quite competent outside. Now you appear to be at a loss." Bai Yiqing had no intention of engaging in banter. Yet, to provoke the elder further, he deliberately turned to Yun Xian and asked, "What do you think I should do?" "Why are you asking her? She is not the mother of the children. You, the formidable demon lord, need to seek a woman's opinion on such trivial matters? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed?" Yun Xian felt that always being invisible was not ideal. After being low-key for too long, one inevitably becomes a target for others. She released Bai Yiqing's hand, took a few steps forward, and locked eyes with the elder Bai. Her gaze reflected an intelligence and severity that belied her youth. The elderly gentleman suddenly perceived that the woman before him was strikingly different from the one he had known, as if she had undergone a transformation. He even discerned a chilling aura about her reminiscent of Bai Yiqing, commanding an undeniable respect. The old man was convinced he must be mistaken. How could a mere artist exude such a formidable presence? It was so potent that it left even him feeling unnerved. Yun Qian spoke coldly. "Old Master Bai, my stay at the Palai Pavilion has undoubtedly caused you some inconvenience, and for that, I feel a twinge of guilt." Old Master Bai replied, "At least you've spoken something sensible." Yun Qian continued, "However, it is merely guilt. I shall never apologize, for I refuse to pay the price for another's mistakes." It was evident who this other was. Bai Yiqing twitched his lips in irritation. "You truly excel at this." The old man was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it was his own wayward descendant who had brought this situation upon them. In retrospect, it was clear that Yun Xian was not at fault. "Yun Xian, perhaps our paths should diverge here. You harbor no affection for me, and I share that sentiment. Let us part on amicable terms. I do not waste my life entangled with those unworthy of it." Old Master Bai, unworthy, you say? However, when it comes to the matter of child custody, her mother undoubtedly possesses a significant voice. You have witnessed the child's temperament. She is not one to be easily manipulated. There is room for negotiation. But if it comes to a confrontation, I assure you, even if it leads to mutual destruction, she will not back down. Feel free to test that. The old man opened his mouth to retort, but was met with another sharp response from Yun Qian. Moreover, she is indeed quite young. Bearing 10 or 8 children would be no challenge for her. However, I must inquire on her behalf, if you expect her to take on the burdens of Sao. Do you intend to have the pigs crash into walls as well? Outside the door, Ling, Yi, and others, along with the onlooking Uncle Wu, could not suppress their laughter. Yun Qian approached and took to Bai's hand, bidding farewell with a mere 2 words before striding confidently away from the Palai Pavilion. Unlike her arrival, her once anxious heart began to settle, soothed by Yiqing's transformation. Bai Yiqing, holding air Bai, followed closely behind, watching as the 4 figures gradually receded until they vanished from sight. Old Master Bai seemed to age a decade in an instant. Uncle Wu sighed. "You ought not to oppose the young master. He has matured, now a father of 2. Do you also believe I was in the wrong?" The old man questioned. "Is that why you have refrained from mentioning those matters all these years, harboring resentment?" Uncle Wu hesitated. "I can only say that the young master's current treatment of you is already quite favorable." Old Master Bai, Ling San, Ling Qi, and Ling Jiao escorted Bai and Bai back to their new home. The Palai Pavilion lay in the north of the city, while Qinglong Road 666 was situated in the south, a considerable distance apart, necessitating a 3-hour drive. Bai Yiqing, anxious about Yun Qian, decided to take her directly to the hospital. In the car, after much internal conflict, Yun Qian finally asked, "Does it hurt?" Bai Yiqing paused, then smirked. "Am I so feeble in your eyes?" Yun Qian rolled her eyes. "Pain from an injury has nothing to do with strength. It solely pertains to the nervous system, all right?" Bai Yiqing nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, I see. My nervous system is underdeveloped. So, there is no need for concern, is there?" "Who said I was concerned?" Her skin was tough and resilient. Why should she worry? It was mere self-indulgence. Bai Yiqing chuckled softly. Yinner, do you know that if you lie, you will scratch the nail of your right hand with your left? Thus, I'm aware of your concern for me. Yun Qian's astonished gaze spoke volumes. Bai Yiqing pulled her onto his lap, and she struggled slightly. Stop it. I have an injury on my leg. No worries. Holding you alleviates the pain. Yun Qian, Yunir. Bai Yiqing buried his head in the crook of her neck, whispering, You are all I have left. Please don't leave, all right? Chapter 83. I'm a model citizen upon arriving at the hospital. Yun Qian received a call from Luo Bei before she even stepped out of the car. Hello. Have you arrived? Yes. I've already instructed the court to contact lawyer Shun. He should be here shortly. Yun Qian flattered him. My senior brother is indeed reliable. Bai Yiqing cast a resentful glance at her. Am I not reliable? Luo Bei, the 500 million will be transferred to your account in 2 hours. Please check. Yun Qian quickly replied, I don't want that money. Keep it for yourself. Save it for your bride. Luo Bei laughed and scolded. Do I lack money for a bride? What I lack is a bride, all right. Yun Qian laughed heartily. All right, I'll help you find a wife. Just don't transfer that money to me. If you do, I will return it to you. Let us put that aside. Once I'm out of the hospital, we'll get in touch. Goodbye and by miss you. Let us have dinner together tonight. Okay. As she hung up, just as Yun Qian was about to exit the car, Bai Yiqing grasped her wrist. What is the matter? You've never smiled at me like that. Did I smile? Yun Qian asked. Yes, you smiled, and it was quite joyful. Your eyes were crescent-shaped, beautiful. So, just smile at me like that again, the same way you did a moment ago. Yun Qian pressed her lips into a straight line, feeling that this child must be starved for affection. Why would I smile for no reason? I'm not foolish. Bai Yiqing took a step back. No smile is fine, but I have a request. Speak. I will wait for you here. Yun Qian's heart skipped a beat. She thought he was about to make an unreasonable demand. Unexpectedly, Bai Yiqing would not reveal that he was waiting for her out of fear that she might go out alone to meet some man. He had investigated her senior brother, a top attorney at a prestigious law firm, sought after by the wealthy for litigation, with fees surpassing the profits from winning cases. It was all about face. However, Bai Yiqing knew that the attorney was merely a fa ade. As a disciple of Wen, he was far more complex than he appeared. Only that foolish brother of his would believe his little apple was innocent and adorable. In the days to come, he would likely have the added amusement of counting money, his own money. Yun Qian's heart softened immensely as she leaned closer, planting a kiss on the corner of his lips. Yet, Bai Yiqing took the initiative, deepening the kiss until she playfully thumped his chest twice, prompting him to release her. Observing her slightly swollen red lips, Bai Yiqing smiled with satisfaction. Ling Yi, taking care of the young master is probably more rewarding than this. His family leader is serious about showing off. Yun Qian did not directly visit the Shun family, but instead made her way to the surgical department. For her, it mattered little whom she saved. She sought peace of mind, driven by the desire to accumulate virtue for the 3 little ones, rather than any superficial gratitude. However, it was essential that the family members understood her presence and knew whom to thank. The door to the surgeon's office was ajar, and as Yun Qian knocked gently, she was met with a wave of curious gazes. Who is this stunning beauty? Are we sure she's south in the right place? One colleague remarked. Indeed, our office consists of just 4 male doctors, 2 caretakers, 1 elder, and Dr. Liu, who is already taken. Hearing the snide comments from her female colleagues, Lan Ruashi shot them a glare before turning her attention to the doorway. The sight was far from pleasant. It nearly made her lose her composure. Yun Qian? What brings you here? You are not welcome. Leave at once. As Lan Ruashi shouted, onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. What is happening? Is this beauty here for Dr. Liu? That can't be true. He has already taken. Surely, she can't be that blind. You don't understand. It's often the unattainable that seems most desirable. Someone quipped. Silence. Lan Ruashi retorted coldly, then stood up and strode towards Yun Qian, raising her hand to strike without a second thought. You vixen. I'm going to ruin your alluring face today, so you stop enticing men everywhere. Yun Qian let out a cold snicker, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Lan Ruashi. Observing her vulgar demeanor, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Bai Yiqing. It was fortunate that the men she had been with had not fallen prey to this woman, or she would have been utterly disgusted. As Lan Ruashi's hand descended, Yun Qian remained unfazed, extending a single finger to tap her wrist. Instantly, Lan Ruashi's arm fell limp as if all strength had left it. And before she could comprehend what had occurred, Yun Qian sent her flying with a swift kick. The audience gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mix of shock and admiration. Where did this avenging heroine come from? She's remarkable. At that moment, Lu Zhe entered from behind Yun Qian, inadvertently bumping into her. Upon seeing Lan Ruashi sprawled on the floor in pain, he rushed over. Yun Qian cast a brief glance at her clothing, her eyes darkening. Lu Zhe hurriedly helped Lan Ruashi to her feet, concern etched on his face. "Ruashi, are you all right?" "Miss Yin, why did you harm someone without provocation? This area is under surveillance, you know?" Yun Qian shrugged nonchalantly. "Surveillance is good. Does self-defense constitute a crime?" "You are twisting the narrative. This is self-defense?" "Clearly. It's a personal vendetta." With a casual demeanor, Yun Qian replied, "A personal vendetta? How so?" Miss Lan was indiscriminately entangled with a beggar at her former fiancé's home, ruining her own prospects when her indiscretions were exposed. "What does that have to do with me?" Dr. Liu willingly took on the role of a rebound. "And that is between you two. From the beginning to the end, I have remained an outsider. Where is the notion of revenge in that?" Lan Ruashi choked on her words, nearly succumbing to her indignation. Lu Zhe was taken aback by Yun Qian's public declaration. Although it was no longer a secret, hearing it stated aloud felt like a fresh humiliation, akin to a replay of that fateful day. With indignation, Lu Zhe inquired, "If you're not here to provoke, what purpose do you serve?" At that moment, Yu Qingqing emerged from the elevator clad in a white coat, her hands occupied with a medical record as she perused it while walking. "Is it not permissible for me to seek her out?" Standing at the office door, Yu Qingqing suddenly felt the weight of many gazes upon her. Confused, she lifted her head and met Yun Qian's enigmatic smile. For 3 seconds, Yu Qingqing's mind blanked, and then she hastily exclaimed, "Miss, I have not uttered a word about your affair with the Demon Lord. Please do not trouble me. I am a law-abiding citizen." Yun Qian and the onlookers responded with amusement. Chapter 84. Her disdain for her inadvertently saved her life. Yun Qian truly admired Yu Qingqing's audacity. Such a carefree spirit was indeed rare. Nevertheless, her words successfully captured the attention of the crowd. It was no wonder that Lan Ruashi had made a fuss. It was not merely about Lu Zhe, but rather the demon lord by I Ching. This revelation made sense. They had speculated that a person like Lu Zhe, who had never caught her eye before, could suddenly become her favored one. How absurd! Yet this woman and the demon lord seemed a perfect match. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also ruthlessly decisive. Had Lan Ruashi been pregnant, it would likely have resulted in a tragic fate for both mother and child. At this moment, Lan Ruashi remained unaware of the swapped pregnancy test, consumed by anxiety over the possibility of being with child. When she ultimately sought retribution from Meng Tianxin upon discovering the truth, she would find that Meng had already undergone an abortion. Caught in a limbo of existence, devoid of hope in life and courage in death, she would be left to suffer the consequences of her actions. Yet, these are matters for another time. Yun Qian regarded Yu Qingqing directly. "Did you not send me an email requesting my presence to treat old Master Shin?" Yu Qingqing was rendered speechless, her mind racing in disbelief, her mouth agape, as if to accommodate an egg. After a moment, she managed to utter, "Why, you are Qianshun? Qianshun does not deserve such an honor. I have merely healed a few patients. Come, let us leave. The air here is poor and prolonged exposure may lead to gastrointestinal illness." Gastrointestinal illness? Yes, nausea and vomiting. Yu Qingqing could not suppress her laughter, realizing the comment was aimed at Lan Ruashi. She glanced at the woman on the floor and cheerfully followed after Yun Qian. As the two departed, the office erupted in chatter. "Qianshun? Did I hear correctly? Did Qingqing just refer to that beauty as Qianshun?" "It seems so. I heard it too. Is that not astonishing? How could someone so young possibly be Qianshun? In this vast world, wonders abound. Why could she not be Qianshun? Is it only elderly men with white beards who are worthy of being called miraculous doctors?" Exceptional talent can emerge at any age. Nothing is impossible. Lan Ruashi, struggling to maintain her composure with Luja's support, seethed, "What nonsense! If she is Qian Shun, then I am the Queen Mother of the West." Two ignorant women. One dares to speak while the other dares to believe. Old Master Shen suffered a brainstem hemorrhage. Although he received timely medical assistance, he has unfortunately become a vegetative state. Not even the most divine of beings could save him, let alone the so-called shallow god. I sit here, awaiting her inevitable failure. If she manages to revive old Master Shun, I would be willing to eat excrement. How ludicrous! For reasons unknown, my colleagues exchange glances, choosing to believe in a stranger's miraculous abilities rather than trust a longtime coworker. Yet, should she truly perform the impossible, they would eagerly share a video online for all to witness. Outside the intensive care unit, the Shun family gathered, with the hospital director currently examining the old gentleman. He had suggested that there might be hope, given the arrival of the shallow god at their hospital. Everyone waited with bated breath, except for the second branch of the family, whose sincerity was questionable at best. At that moment, Yu Qingqing emerged from the elevator, accompanied by Yun Qian, making their way directly to the intensive care unit. Shen Lu's mother recognized Yu Qingqing, despite not having seen her in years. Just as they were about to enter, Mrs. Shen stepped in front of the door, her expression unfriendly. "What are you doing here? What business does a surgeon have in this place? You are just causing trouble." Yu Qingqing felt no inclination to engage with Mrs. Shun, simply stating, "The director sent me over. May I enter?" Mrs. Shun scoffed. "Do not presume to use the director to intimidate me. The Shin family does not regard a mere director with any seriousness." Observing Mrs. Shun's haughty demeanor, Yun Qian felt as if she were witnessing Shun Lu's arrogance. Did the affluent truly possess such an inflated sense of superiority? Foolish woman, what are you staring at? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You've come here merely because you've heard about the old man's illness, hoping to curry favor with Alu, attempting to win back his heart. Then, like a transformation from an ugly duckling to a swan, all will be well. Want it? Mrs. Shun glared at Yu Qingqing, coldly admonishing, "Do not indulge in fanciful thinking. The Shun family would never accept a woman like you. If you have any sense, leave at once to avoid humiliation." Yu Qingqing smirked, her voice unwavering. "How amusing, Mrs. Shun. It was you who sought me out to contact the shallow god to treat the old master. Now that I've brought her to you, you dare to turn the tables? Allow me to offer some advice. Do not underestimate others, and guard your words, lest the repercussions fall upon your descendants." Mrs. Shun seethed with rage, astonished that a mere girl dared to lecture her. What had she just mentioned? The shallow god? Where is this so-called deity? Do not speak grandly to divert attention. Besides, who asked you to summon the shallow god? You overestimate yourself. Yu Qingqing had no desire to waste another moment on such a shrew. Had she truly ended up with Shen Lu, she would have been tormented under this old witch's control. Thus, she dismissed her, considering it an indirect act of mercy. With a smile, Yu Qingqing turned to Yun Qian, "Shallow god, as you can see, I am not welcomed here. Having fulfilled my duty entrusted to me, I shall take my leave for now. We shall converse later." Yun Qian, wait. Madame Shun, much like Lan Ruashi, regarded Yun Qian with disdain, exclaiming, "What a farce. Pretending to be a formidable wolf while sharing the same den." Silence. Yun Qian's eyes flashed with intensity, transforming her from a mere ornament into a formidable presence, exuding an aura so potent that even Madame Shun, a mere matron, and Shen Lu's father were momentarily intimidated. Indifferent to their provocations, Yun Qian pressed the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman clad in a white lab coat emerged, brimming with vitality. Upon spotting Yun Qian, he erupted into hearty laughter. Well, my dear girl, you've struck up an acquaintance with the Shun family. Have you perhaps taken a fancy to that young talent named Shen Lu?" Yun Qian rolled her eyes, retorting, "Please refrain from casting such aspersions. My visit is solely upon the request of another. Moreover, given the Shun family's upbringing, what remarkable young talent could possibly emerge? If I were truly interested in Shen Lu, we would have long since united as one family. as Madame Shun prepared to rebut, asserting her family's esteemed upbringing. Her husband, Shanair, gently pulled her back, signaling her to remain silent. Director Fu, the esteemed head of the Kyoto Medical College, was a figure of considerable renown. Anyone endorsed by him could not be dismissed lightly. Your sharp tongue remains relentless, chuckled Fu Henji. Yin Qian, why not stand your ground? After a brief exchange, his gaze fell upon Yu Qingqing. Qingqing, he greeted with a courteous bow. Director Fu, good day, she replied politely. With a sweeping gesture, Fu Henji declared, we shall discuss matters later. Since the young lady has arrived, let us first attend to old Master Shun's ailment. The Shun family readily concurred. However, Yin Qian seized Fu Henji's arm, recounting the prior incident. His temper flared instantly. What? You dare insult my student? What significance does the Shun family hold? Our duty as physicians is to heal, irrespective of status or wealth. Can your riches buy a life? If it weren't for Qingqing's intervention, do you think she would be here? Apologize and do it swiftly. The Shun family, taken aback by Fu Henji's outburst, began to comprehend that the young lady before them was undoubtedly the famed healer. Despite this realization, skepticism lingered, as Yin Qian appeared far too youthful to embody the revered image of a master healer. Madame Shen secretly relished the notion that they could dismiss her. Noticing Yin Qian's stillness, Shen Lu's mother cautiously suggested, the old master's condition cannot be delayed. Director, perhaps we should proceed with the treatment? Yin Qian narrowed her eyes, her voice icy. Now you recognize the urgency of the old master's illness? Who was it that obstructed our entry just moments ago? Madame Shun, clearly lacking the fortitude, muttered, wasn't it out of concern that you might have ulterior motives? Ulterior motives. Yin Qian scoffed, to put it bluntly. Your old master's condition is akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. What will we possibly gain? His breath is but a whisper. And what do we seek? A mere glimpse of a lifeless form? I have encountered many affluent and influential relatives. Yet those who genuinely care for their loved ones tend to revere the doctors as if they were deities. However, the Shen family is quite the opposite. Upon seeing a physician, they launch into a tirade of scorn. If you are unwilling to save a life, then do not seek out a doctor, as it is utterly distasteful and nonsensical. Mrs. Shen has only just realized that the classmate of her late husband, Shen Lu, is none other than Yu Qingqing's mother. She felt a twinge of embarrassment and awkwardly remarked that Yu Qian need not be so unyielding in her stance, for as the saying goes, ignorance is no sin. Yu Qian was almost amused by the absurdity of it. If ignorance were excusable, then what need would we have for law enforcement? In Yu Qingqing's eyes, everyone sparkled like stars. Her hero was not merely a skilled physician, but a veritable god in her eyes. Yu Qian, exasperated, waved her hand dismissively. Let us dispense with this superfluous chatter. I am here solely out of respect for Qingqing. If she has been wronged, I see no reason to linger here. You can either apologize or we part ways. Your choice. Mrs. Shen opened her mouth, struggling to utter an apology to Yu Qingqing. Given her status, she found it nearly impossible. If word got out, she would lose face entirely. Yet, it was clear that Yu Qian was not inclined to prolong the encounter. Do you think my time is as worthless as a common cabbage? She queried. I will count to 3. If you do not apologize, prepare to face the consequences for the elder Shun. 1, 2, 3. I apologize. The elder must not come to harm. Mrs. Shen approached Yu Qingqing and bowed. Dr. Yu, all of this is my fault. I implore you to forgive my shortcomings and not to hold my indiscretions against me. Yu Qingqing chose to ignore her, merely nodding at Yu Qian, who had nothing more to say. She was in a hurry. Others awaited her outside. Dean Fu discreetly gave Yu Qian a thumbs up. He occasionally guest lectured and sometimes encountered difficult families, but he had never witnessed anyone so audaciously reprimanding others as she did. It was quite satisfying. As they entered the intensive care unit, Yu Qian shot him a sideways glance. Why do you look at me like that? Dean Fu grinned mischievously. I must say, with that temperament of yours, you should be cautious. You might never find a husband. Is my temper truly that bad? Perhaps you should consider Jingxian. He is yet to find a girlfriend. The old man wore a knowing smile and whispered, I believe he has been thinking of you. Yu Qian rubbed her forehead. Uncle, you just mentioned my temper. Do you really think your son could endure being overshadowed by me for a lifetime? Not at all, he replied confidently. Nobody is perfect. While your temper may be fiery, you possess beauty, exceptional medical skills, and decent character. With so many remarkable qualities, your minor flaws will surely be overlooked. Wouldn't you agree? Yu Qian raised an eyebrow. Decent character? Indeed, quite decent, remarkably so. He chuckled. Yu Qian's lips twitched. This was her biological father. Meanwhile, as they treated elder Shun, Luo Bei had already secured 5 billion. Shun Lu was baffled as to how he had returned to the hospital, feeling as if the world were shrouded in mystery. The people he had sought were the most influential in the capital. How could they dare to utter a word before that lawyer? What a peculiar situation indeed. Upon returning to the hospital, it was reported that Qian Shun had already arrived. Shin LV let out a sigh of relief. As long as the old man could be saved, he would not hesitate to part with 5 billion, or even 500 billion. It would be a small price to pay to avert disaster. However, when Yin Qian emerged from the intensive care unit, alarms went off in Shun LV's mind. After such a prolonged ordeal, his thoughts had become disordered, and he blurted out, "You wretched person, what are you doing here?" The exclamation sent shivers down the spines of those present, especially Yu Qingqing, whose lips twitched in disbelief. How had she ever been so blind as to be drawn to such a scoundrel? Fu Hengji finally grasped the meaning behind Yun Qian's earlier comments regarding the caliber of young talents that the Shun family could produce. It was indeed somewhat disconcerting. Whom is Master Shin insulting? A cold voice resonated from behind, causing everyone to turn in unison. There stood Bai Yiqing, his towering figure resembling a deity descending from the heavens, his finely chiseled features veiled in frost, rendering the atmosphere frigid. Upon seeing Bai Yiqing, Yun Qian's lips curled into a subtle smile, blissfully unaware of the stir it caused. A slight movement did not escape Bai Yiqing's keen gaze. His fingers twitched, a tremor coursing through his heart. A demon lord? At Shun LV's words, a gasp rippled through the crowd as they instinctively parted to create a pathway, each murmuring to themselves, "What brings the demon lord here? Is he here to visit the old man?" Only Shin LV was aware that he might have landed himself in trouble once again. Attempting to lighten the mood, he remarked, "What winds have blown you here today?" "My lord." Bai Yiqing lifted his eyelids to regard Shun LV, who felt his legs quaking, palms sweating, and a wave of dizziness wash over him. "My lord, it's all a misunderstanding. I did not speak ill of Miss Yun." "Oh," Bai Yiqing replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "If you did not speak of Miss Yun, then you must be referring to Director Fu?" As two individuals emerged from within, it was evident that the one disparaging Yun Qian was indeed Fu Hengji. Bai Yiqing teased, "Uncle-in-law, it seems your social connections are rather lacking. Perhaps you should refrain from venturing out so often to spare my aunt the worry." The term uncle-in-law left everyone astounded, and Shun LV's legs buckled, causing him to kneel in shock. "Heaven is against me." Yun Qian raised an eyebrow. "Uncle-in-law, I was unaware that Fu Hengji's wife was the third aunt of the Bai family. A marriage of an old man and a young woman? How intriguing." Fu Hengji burst into laughter. "You rascal, how long has it been? You must have missed me, coming to the hospital to check on me." Bai Yiqing rubbed his temples. "You remain as self-absorbed as ever." He then stepped closer to Yun Qian, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. His voice took on a tone of affection and a hint of arrogance. "Let us return home, my girlfriend." The crowd exchanged glances, with Fu Hengji observing one moment and then the next, unable to discern any jest in Bai Yiqing's expression. Finally, he muttered 3 words, "No wonder." Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow. "No wonder?" He fixed his gaze on Yun Qian, who, catching his eye, whispered in a tone only they could hear, Who is your girlfriend? Your ego is swelling." Bai Yiqing chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear. "I waited for you outside for so long, and suddenly, I couldn't help but want to pursue you. So, from this day forward, may I court you if you please? This way, we need not dwell in uncertainty." Yun Qian. "Furthermore, my ailments are multiplying. Should you refuse to acquiesce, I shall be burdened with yet another affliction, depression, which would prove to be a cumbersome ordeal. And it pains me to think of the toll it would take on you. What manner of reasoning is this? Although Yun Qian's countenance betrayed little, she was nonetheless ensnared by an unsettling feeling. To onlookers, the actions of the two appeared akin to the affectionate intimacy found between lovers, imbued with ambiguity, beauty, and harmony. Bai Yiqing redirected his gaze toward Shun Lu, his voice icy and resolute. The Shun family, one of the most prestigious clans in the capital, had unexpectedly resorted to such disgraceful reciprocation, publicly insulting their savior. It seems the Shun family has little desire to maintain their standing in the capital. The final assertion from Bai Yiqing bore an earnest gravity that sent shivers through the assembly. It was well understood that, despite the Shun family's considerable heritage, they were insignificant in the presence of Bai Yiqing. Should he truly wish to act against them, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Shun Lu, oblivious to his position on the ground, hastily reviewed the sequence of events. Yu Qingqing had mentioned assisting in contacting Qianshen, and subsequently, Yun Qian had reached out to him. With Yu Qingqing present and Yun Qian emerging from the intensive care unit, all signs pointed to one conclusion. Yun Qian was indeed the legendary Qianshen. He felt profoundly foolish beyond redemption. My lord, I am at fault. It is entirely my error. I beseech you, considering the remnants of friendship between my grandfather and old Bai, to spare the Shun family. We shall be eternally grateful. The members of the first branch of the family were too preoccupied with internal strife to care. Any misfortune befalling the Shun family would leave them bloodied and bruised, ultimately yielding nothing. They all bowed deeply, hands clasped in supplication, with even the timid among them shedding tears. Yun Qian tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to remain silent. Bai Yiqing pressed his lips together, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Yun Qian, old Master Shun, will awaken in 24 hours. Upon hearing this, the second branch exhaled in relief. I have saved a life, yet I require no verbal gratitude from you. Simply transfer the funds to my account. A voice could not help but mutter quietly. Wasn't it said that this was all for Miss Yu's sake? Why is money still required? Shun Lu shot a glare, silencing the individual. Yun Qian smirked. Yu Qingqing's reputation is worth 100 million to me. Otherwise, I would not have come. However, in your family's eyes, she is utterly worthless. Have you not learned the principle of equivalent exchange? Since you have trampled upon Yu Qingqing's dignity, I am naturally entitled to reclaim 100 million in compensation. What is the issue with that? Wouldn't donating 100 million to impoverished regions be of greater merit? Why reserve it for a pack of ingrates? The crowd, although aware of the issue, remained silent, for in this day and age, one needs either wealth or prestige to accomplish tasks. Since the Shun family had disregarded Yu Qingqing's status, Yun Qian was justified in demanding payment. Though somewhat vulgar, it was undeniably practical. Before departing, Yun Qian added, "You just transferred 500 million. I trust one need not provide you with my account details again." Shun Lu, filled with regret, realized there was no remedy for his remorse. Following this incident, Yu Qingqing's youthful infatuation with Shun Lu was irrevocably concluded. As soon as the two entered the vehicle, Bai Yiqing embraced Yun Qian, seating her firmly upon his lap and enveloping her in his arms. Ling Yi drove with a serene demeanor, as he had not raised the partition at all, fearing it would wear out from the constant up and down motions throughout the day. Yun Qian struggled momentarily, inquiring if her leg was still in pain. "It never hurt at all," he replied. "What about you?" Bai Yiqing, feigning grievance, buried his head in the crook of her neck and murmured, "It hurts, terribly so, as if it has swollen." Yun Qian felt a twinge of concern in her heart. "Then why continue to complain? Let me take a look." "No need. Even if you do, there's no medicine to apply. You'll only be anxious for nothing." "Then what should we do?" "I have a method to alleviate it." "What method?" Bai Yiqing lowered his gaze to her crimson lips, his throat bobbing as he said, "The Bai family's pain relief technique, which I have imparted to you without reservation." "Yes?" Yun Qian shot him a playful glance before kissing his lips. Chapter 87. They eloped. The two were locked in a passionate embrace, and Yun Qian, noticing the shift in Bai Yiqing's demeanor, couldn't help but laugh. His chest heaved, his voice softened with allure. "That's enough. Don't take advantage." Bai Yiqing, kissing the corners of her mouth, his voice raspy with an indescribable charm, teased, Where did you get such an unjust impression of me? Should I solidify this accusation? Yun Qian pinched his waist, feeling his firmness. Stop with the banter. Tell me, is Fu Hengji really your uncle by marriage? Absolutely. Yun Qian's curiosity piqued. But he's over 60, and your aunt is only around 50, right? At this age, a woman of that age can easily pass for a young bride. If they were seen together, people might think Fu is leading a young sweetheart. What kind of expression is that? Are you imagining things? Yun Qian pouted, exclaiming, that old man must have quite the fortune in love. The Bai family, though not as strikingly handsome as Bai Yiqing, boasted remarkable looks. Her aunt was still stunning, and when young, she must have been breathtaking. Fu must have stumbled upon some extraordinary luck. Bai Yiqing played with Yun Qian's slender fingers and recounted. That old man was quite the dashing figure in his youth, charming and handsome. My aunt first met him on her 18th birthday, her heart fluttering. She was instantly captivated by his allure and declared she would marry no one else. Yun Qian was astonished. Did your grandfather agree? Given her understanding of old Master Bai, it seemed unlikely. At the mention of old Master Bai Yiqing's gaze deepened. Of course not. It is said my aunt even resorted to fasting to sway him. But to no avail. And then they eloped. What? Eloped? Yun Qian chuckled at the thought of Fu Hengji's playful nature, I must admit. That sounds just like something he would do. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, since he is your uncle by marriage, you must know he is also my master's junior. Making him my master's uncle, right? Bai Yiqing cleared his throat and touched his nose. I have heard a bit. Yun Qian felt something was amiss. Before she could ponder further, Bai Yiqing casually changed the subject. I see you two share a good relationship. He hasn't asked you to be his daughter-in-law, has he? Cough. Cough, cough. Yun Qian was seized by a bout of intense coughing, while Bai Yiqing, with a cold smirk, teased, what are you so excited about? Have you agreed? I certainly have not. I've been tricked. Meeting Bai Yiqing's gaze, which was both mocking and enigmatic, Yun Qian suddenly felt a pang of guilt. But then she pondered, why should she feel guilty? Straightening her back, she declared, what if I have agreed? Fu Jingchun is the youngest professor at Kyoto University. Not only is he handsome, but he is also exceptionally refined and possesses a wonderful temperament. What woman wouldn't be captivated by such a man? Bai Yiqing narrowed his eyes. So, you're smitten as well? Yun Qian defiantly replied, indeed, I am. My master uncle has brought up old matters today and even invited me to his home for a visit. Suddenly, a warning bell rang in her mind. These past few days, Bai Yiqing had been exceedingly compliant with her, and she had nearly forgotten his true nature. Retreating slightly, she warned, you shouldn't take advantage of your strength. If you provoke me, I'll jump out of the car. In an instant, Bai Yiqing retracted his imposing aura and calmly remarked, you have already agreed to be my girlfriend. Your uncle has invited you to his home, which you may certainly attend. But, what? You must bring me along. Yun Qian, observing the man striving to suppress his anger, suddenly burst into laughter, realizing how unworthy she felt. Bai Yiqing swiftly pulled her into his embrace, sealing her lips with his, effectively silencing her laughter. Commander, we have a situation. At the moment, the partition descended. Ling Ying nearly had a heart attack. Bai Yiqing was kissing Yun Qian passionately, his hand resting on her chest. Coughing, Ling Yi only caught a fleeting glimpse of the scene before being deterred by deadly glare. Gripping the steering wheel with one hand and rubbing his nose with the other, he thought this was unexpected. He hadn't anticipated that the couple would still be so enamored with each other after all this time. That is a joy unimaginable to a single dog. When does it ever end? Apologies, you two, please continue. Continue what? Yun Qian forcefully swatted away Bai Yiqing's hand that was playfully resting on her chest. Bai Yiqing flashed a charming smile and pecked her lips once more before finally sitting up. With a slight blush, Yun Qian raised her hand to fasten her shirt buttons and moved to the opposite side, distancing herself from the man. Bai Yiqing, what is going on? Ling Yi replied seriously, someone is following us. They're not too close, occasionally disappearing, but they reappear shortly after. Yun Qian smirked, retrieving a small object from her bag. A troublesome admirer. Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow. Who is it? I encountered your ex-fiancée, in the surgical department today. She loathes me, believing I've stolen you away, and even provoked me. You just let her provoke you? Yun Qian waved her fist. Do I have such a good temper? Ling Yi shuddered at the thought of Shun Lu's unfortunate fate. Bai Yiqing grasped her small fist. Then what is this about? To speak of Lan Ruoxi, she truly possessed some skills. In such a short time, she had managed to connect with Lu Zhou, the doctor who assisted me in extracting a bullet. This is what he placed on me. Bai Yiqing helplessly ruffled her hair. Why didn't you handle the micro-tracker he implanted? Yun Qian pulled down his hand, saying, Do not ruffle my hair as if I were a small dog. If you do not allow them the opportunity to confront me, how can I have the chance to defend myself? Bai Yiqing and Ling Yi appeared to possess quite normal thought processes, albeit with a somewhat irritable tone. Should Lu Zhe become aware that he has been regarded as prey, would he lament his association with the sinking ship that is Lan Ruoxi? The allure of a beautiful yet perilous woman. Bai Yiqing, what do you intend to do? Yun Qian flicked her hair, and Ling Yi, understanding that this was your vehicle, dared not act against her as he gently set her down. Bai Yiqing frowned, evidently in disagreement. Yun Qian reassured him, Do you still not trust my abilities? I could easily handle Emir Lu Zhe. Bai Yiqing replied gravely, Do not underestimate him. Since he dares to scheme against you, he must be well prepared. I fear for your safety. Yun Qian, proud yet not arrogant, understood Bai Yiqing's concern, but she was well aware of her own capabilities. This Lu Zhe, fully cognizant of their relationship, dared to act so brazenly against her, which revealed him to be a madman. The longer such a person is allowed to linger, the more unsettling it becomes. What if he redirected his malice toward my son? Bai Yiqing's gaze hardened. I shall not grant him that opportunity. I know you possess the capability, but as long as this man remains, it is akin to having a ticking time bomb. We must remain vigilant, which is both time-consuming and laborious. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity and eradicate the threat entirely. I will not permit anyone who threatens me or my son to act with such impunity before me. She saves lives, yet she also takes them. The dichotomy of good and evil within her manifests seamlessly, and it is particularly captivating to him. Bai Yiqing resembled a snow wolf that had found its kind, drawn irresistibly to her essence. Chapter 88. Who is mightier, the demon lord or the brothers? Yun Qian alighted from the vehicle of them all, while Ling Yi, without hesitation, drove away. She strolled into the mall as if nothing were amiss. After approximately half an hour of browsing, two tall men clad in black sportswear and baseball caps approached her. A smirk graced Yun Qian's lips as she nonchalantly examined the vibrant dresses. Suddenly, a knife was pressed against her lower back. Don't move. If you wish to live, keep your mouth shut and come with us. Yun Qian dropped the dress and, feigning terror, gazed at the man. Big brother, I'm a good person. I truly am. I have never committed any heinous acts nor offended anyone. Why do you seek me? The man pressed the knife forward, sneering quietly. You know exactly who you have offended. Do not pretend with me. Let me enlighten you. My comrades and I are outlaws, unafraid of the police. If you dare to scream for help, we will perish together, and before I die, I will take a beautiful woman with me. Understand? Yun Qian nodded vigorously, her eyes reddening as if genuinely frightened, her voice quivering with a hint of tears. I understand. I understand, dear brothers. I promise not to shout or run. I beseech you, do not kill me. The two exchanged glances, and one of them took her by the arm, leading her out through the back door of the mall and straight into a van. As soon as they boarded, Yun Qian met Lu Ji's brooding gaze. Miss Yin, we meet again. Is it you? Why are you surprised? Yun Qian gathered her hair and leaned back in her seat, haughtily declaring, What do you think you are doing? Are you not aware of my relationship with Bai Yiqing? To dare seize his woman, you must possess a heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Now release me at once, and I may persuade Bai Yiqing to ensure your remains are intact. At that moment, Yun Qian appeared to Lu Zhe as a woman spoiled by the demon lord, oblivious to the peril surrounding her. He smirked, snapping his fingers to signal the driver. Yun Qian, slightly flustered, retorted, Do you truly dare? What is there that I would not dare? He replied, If you desire money, simply name your figure. There is no need to escalate this matter. One of the men who had brought her here, with a lewd grin, chimed in, Escalate? Miss Yin, you are rather naive. What we truly want to escalate is your condition. Laughter erupted from the vehicle. There were 5 men in total, and apart from Luja, the others regarded Yun Qian with a repulsively lascivious gaze. The demon lordess woman must surely possess exquisite allure. We are fortunate today to indulge in the pleasures of the demon lord, one remarked. Brother, will you not partake? This woman is the finest I have ever encountered. If you wish, we can let you go first. Luja took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling smoke into Yun Qian's face, and with a smirk he said, I fear that if I go first, by the time you have your turn, there will be nothing left but a corpse. A dead body cannot compare to a living one. It is rare to encounter a woman of such exceptional quality as Miss Yun, as the elder brother. I shall ensure you are all satisfied first. Indeed, the elder brother always considers his comrades, another added. What do you know? Since the elder brother has had Miss Lawn, he has been the groom every night. Have you not seen how obedient Miss Lawn is to him? It is not that the elder brother has not catered to her needs. Once a woman finds satisfaction in bed, she becomes utterly attached. Then today, let us see whether it is the demon lord who is formidable or if we are superior, another laughed. Luja gazed at Yun Qian, who was huddled in her seat, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Do not be afraid. I shall find the most flattering angle for the photographs, ensuring you appear even more beautiful and enchanting. Even the demon lord would be captivated, appreciating your allure. Yun Qian hugged her knees, her eyes cast downward, seemingly dazed with fear. An ordinary ear stud, obscured by her long hair, emanated subtle electromagnetic waves, mesmerizing in its mystery. It seemed she could sense the overwhelming fury radiating from a man, connecting her to an unseen realm. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was charged. Even if the air conditioning could be cranked to 1,000 degrees, Ling, you would not feel the heat. This was arguably the only moment in his career where he felt the apocalyptic wrath brewing within the commander. He could vividly envision the grim fate awaiting Lu Jie and his associates, a desperate struggle for survival, only to meet an inevitable, tragic end. The vehicle arrived at a fishing pond, where an activity shed for observing the fish awaited by the shore. Upon disembarking, several men jostled Yun Qian, pushing her into the shed. Lu Jie, remaining in the car, lit a cigarette and instructed the men standing by, have your fun for now. Wait until Miss Yun is in the right state before taking photographs. Be gentle. We do not want to accidentally kill her. Afterward, we can sell her to the red light district abroad, and each of us will earn a handsome profit. Brother, please do take your time, one man replied, rubbing his hands eagerly as he entered the shed. Lu Jie exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, Yun Qian, do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your choice to accompany Bai Yiqing. If you could find someone to tarnish the virtue of a girl as splendid as Ruo, then is it not fair for me to return the favor? Ha! Suddenly, a dark, cold gun was pressed against Lu Jie's head, and a man's voice, chillingly icy, declared, You have 3 seconds to amuse yourself. 3, 2, bang. In that fleeting moment, Lu Jie was struck down, his life irreparably altered by Bai Yiqing's bullet. He collapsed to the ground, hands clutching his injured groin, howling in agony, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes bulging as if he were on the verge of death. At that moment, Ling Yi opened the door of the temporary structure, although he was well aware that Yun Qian would not suffer any repercussions. He could not suppress a laugh upon witnessing the scene inside, for burly men knelt on the floor, repeatedly slapping their own faces, terror etched across their features, as they pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, Please spare us, we beg for our lives. Ling Yi keenly observed that while the 4 men were utterly terrified, the floor was drenched in crimson. He couldn't help but smirk. Truly, the woman of the demon lord had a talent for orchestrating chaos. And what of the instigator? Nonchalantly seated on the sofa, legs crossed and a lollipop in her mouth, her nose stuffed with cotton balls, she was engrossed in her phone, appearing as if she were simply on a leisurely outing. Ling Yi queried skeptically, Miss Yun, what is transpiring here? Yun Qian lazily lifted her eyelids and replied, Confessions, damned confessions. Bai Yiqing strode over without hesitation, swept Yun Qian into his arms, and tossed a single command to Ling Yi. Inform Lao Shao to handle these 5 individuals and dispose of them in the red light district. Ensure that they remain occupied until their last breath. Understood, Commander. With that, Bai Yiqing whisked Yun Qian away in his off-road vehicle, leaving Ling Yi, who was still in shock, Lu Zhe, who had fainted, and the 4 towering figures persistently confessing their sins. Chapter 89. I implore you, take us to the police station. To outsiders, Xiao Hanyu might merely be recognized as the family doctor of the Bai household, yet only Ling Yi and his companions were aware of the man's true nature. On the battlefield, he had conducted dissection experiments on living subjects, famously asserting, opportunities must not be wasted. This sentiment held merit. Their battlefield constituted a realm unto itself, fraught with the most ruthless outlaws, whereby Yiqing reigned as the undisputed king. An hour later, Xiao Hanyu arrived by car. Ling Yi approached with an ingratiating smile. Although he was the commander as favored, he felt a chill in Xiao Hanyu's presence, fearing that one misstep might earn him the ire of this cold-blooded man, leading to a midnight dissection and his transformation into a meticulously crafted human specimen. Ling Yi shuddered and inquired, Lao Shao, what have you brought? Why is there such a large insulated box? Xiao Hanyu gestured for him to assist in unloading the box and replied, Did you not mention that there were a few individuals requiring handling? Ling Yi stammered, But, brother, what exactly do you intend to do? Is it truly necessary to sever the appendages of these individuals and preserve them in formaldehyde for the sake of research? How absurd. Good sir, are you aware of how depraved this is? The grim reality reveals to Ling Yi that there is no limit to perversion. It only escalates further. Xiao Hanyu retrieved a medical kit and administered anesthesia to each of the 5 men. Lu Zhe succumbed to the pain and lost consciousness, remaining unresponsive. The other 4, having been subdued by Yun Qian, were left to babble incoherently, but with the effects of the anesthesia, they finally fell silent. Yet, an unknown dread gripped them, as they sensed that the man clad in the white coat before them heralded the onset of yet another nightmare. One cannot deny that they were about to face the truth. Their clothing was stripped away, leaving not a single piece intact. Ling Yi took it upon himself, swiftly reducing them to a state reminiscent of newly hatched chicks, devoid of any feathers. Please, good sirs, show mercy. We are now akin to sisters. Let us go free. This was all Lu Zhe's idea, and we were merely compelled by circumstance. Have mercy. We have already endured our just punishment and vow never to cause harm again. Indeed, dear sir, how about this? We accept our fate and will turn ourselves in. Please, take us to the police station, where we may conclude our wretched existence. Xiao Hanyu scoffed coldly. You wish to find solace in the police station? How audacious of you. Sisters, I have been foolish and naive. It seems even imprisonment has become the greatest luxury. He cast him aside. Just as Ling Yi was about to act, a sense of unease washed over him. Old Xiao, where are we throwing them? Aren't we to perform surgery? A sinister smile crept across Xiao Hanyu's pallid face. Surgery? Why employ a sledgehammer to swat a fly? Ling Yi, unwilling to engage in further absurdity, understood well that in Xiao Hanyu's hands they would find no salvation. With a resounding thud, Lu Zhe, the last to be discarded, jolted awake. Upon realizing his predicament, he instinctively attempted to crawl ashore, only to discover that he was utterly immobilized. Though his wounds were devoid of pain, he recognized all too well the effects of the anesthesia. At that moment, a voice colder than Bai Yiqing's echoed above him, Do not rush. The game has only just begun. With that, Xiao Hanyu opened a massive thermal container, and with a forceful kick, sent it crashing into the fish pond. In an instant, the tranquil waters were disturbed by the emergence of several small sharks, each measuring 2 feet in length. It was then that Ling Yi comprehended Xiao Hanyu's words. The sharks were the true specialists in this grotesque operation. The 5 men, all injured, could only watch in horror as the bloodthirsty sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, instinctively surged towards their vulnerable groins like miniature submarines. Blood rapidly stained the pond crimson. What a ghastly sight it was. The 5 men could only gaze downward in stunned disbelief as these creatures devoured their companions, feeling no pain themselves, yet unable to flee. They could only helplessly witness the obliteration of their comrades, reduced to mere remnants. This was indeed the place where their nightmares began. Observing Xiao Hanyu's calm and composed demeanor, Ling Yi swore that he would treat this ancestor with the utmost reverence from now on. Meanwhile, Bai Yiqing gently placed Yun Xian in the car and personally drove away from the scene, the atmosphere within the vehicle plummeting to a frigid silence. Yun Xian recognized that he was extremely upset and refrained from teasing him as she usually did. The two simply drove back in quietude. At that moment, Yun Xian's phone rang. "Hello, senior brother. Why the delay? Encountered a situation, but it's resolved now. I'll return shortly to bring to Bai an air buyout." Before she could finish, Bai Yiqing interrupted, instructing her to go to Qinglong Road, number 666. "Luo Bei, I heard you. See you soon," she replied before ending the call. It wasn't that Yun Xian found it troublesome to fetch the two little ones. Rather, it was Bai Yiqing's territory, and she couldn't just casually bring people back. Especially not a grown man. Bai Yiqing made a call to inform them to allow entry if Luo Bei arrived first. The journey continued in silence. By the time they arrived, Luo Bei was already engaged in play with the two little ones. Qinglong Road, number 666, was Bai Yiqing's private domain, heavily guarded by his subordinates. The security here surpassed that of the old residence, resembling a militarized base that commanded a solemn atmosphere. "Commander!" As they passed, everyone saluted, and Bai Yiqing maintained a stoic expression, his imposing camouflage attire instilling awe. The sound of his combat boots striking the marble floor resonated with a powerful authority, echoing in the hearts of all present. To them, he was a deity. Yun Xian felt Bai Yiqing's arm around her waist, the pressure varying from gentle to firm. She understood that he was exerting great restraint, and although he occasionally caused her discomfort, she remained silent. It wasn't until they entered the living room that she heard, "Senior brother, Mom." Bai rushed toward her, only to be blocked by Yiqing's towering figure before he could reach her him. "Old Bai, what are you doing?" Bai protested, pouting like a little spoiled child. "Your mommy is dirty. What if she transmits germs to you?" Bai, aware that Yun Xian had been to the hospital, where germs were indeed rampant, calmed his expression and suggested, "Then let Mom take a shower and change first. We'll wait for you to eat." Yun Xian peeked out from behind Bai Yiqing, sticking her tongue out at Luo Bei. "Senior brother, there was a little mishap. I'll explain everything later. I need a shower first." Luo Bei's Gause zuftend, Alricht. He nodded at Bai Yiqing, who reciprocated with a slight nod before leading Yun Xian upstairs to the master bedroom. As soon as they entered, the man pressed the woman against the wall, silencing her lips with his own, their clothes strewn across the floor. The sound of water in the bathroom continued unabated. Initially, Yun Xian was surprisingly compliant, perhaps. For Bai Yiqing, whether 5 years ago or 5 years later, this was the first time he saw a hint of innocence in her. Any lingering frustration he had dissipated long ago. Overcome by passion, Bai Yiqing found himself losing control as an hour passed, leading to Yun Xian's outburst. "Bai, do you ever know when to stop?" "Indeed, Yun Xian, he wishes to perish in her presence, yet fears she may be left in mourning. What is the meaning of this? Your senior is still awaiting below, you know. My dear, do refrain from mentioning other men at such a moment. It is rather disheartening." Yun Xian could hardly suppress a laugh, remarking that his enthusiasm was quite intact, unaffected by her words. Bai Yiqing, with an air of seriousness, declared that even if he were to be disheartened, he would still see to her comfort. "Yun Xian, allow me to express my gratitude." After yet another half hour, "Bai Yiqing, your 2 sons are waiting for us to dine. Can you bear to let them go hungry? Their father is equally famished." "Yun Xian, you are quite unyielding." Another half hour passed, and Yun Xian's voice trembled with genuine tears. Calling out, he sent shivers through Bai Yiqing, marking the end of their prior banter. Bai Yiqing attended to Yun Xian as she bathed, changed her attire, and dried her hair, tending to every detail with his own hands. Despite her exhaustion, Yun Xian mustered the strength to follow Bai Yiqing downstairs. In the dining room below, Bai and Bai had already retreated to their chambers, leaving Luo Bei alone, waiting for these 2 unreliable parents. "Senior." Though Yun Xian typically exuded nonchalance, a hint of discomfort lingered. After having left Luo Bei waiting for over 2 hours, it was evident to anyone what they had been engaged in. Perhaps unbeknownst to her, the slightly open neckline of her dress revealed a striking red plum blossom, seemingly narrating an unspeakable tale. Luo Bei's gaze flickered, a smirk playing on his lips as he teased, "You truly do not regard me as an outsider." Yun Qian awkwardly touched her nose and shot Bai Yiqing a fierce glare. Bai Yiqing smiled indulgently, then pulled out a chair for Yun Qian to sit. "Ling Yi, fetch a bottle of wine." "Yes, Commander." "Senior, care for a drink?" Yun Qian inadvertently spat out her soup, coughing as both men turned to her. Bai Yiqing handed her a napkin to wipe her mouth, inquiring, "What has you so agitated?" Yun Qian replied, "How can one not be agitated? Is he also referred to as Senior by you?" Luo Bei remained calm, suggesting they indulge a bit. As the evening progressed, the two men exchanged cups and drank heartily, their reserved natures resulting in little conversation. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Yun Qian's eyelids began to droop. She leaned against Bai Yiqing's shoulder and fell asleep. Feeling the weight upon his shoulder, Bai Yiqing turned to behold Yun Qian's exquisite visage, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, betraying a hint of fatigue. His heart softened profoundly. Luo Bei, seemingly tipsy, mused, "Yun is a remarkable woman. Her gray childhood has cast shadows that make her hesitant to embrace love, harboring a strong aversion to men. 5 years ago, our master used the guise of a successor to urge her forward, though I knew he sought to usher her into a different life." Luo Bei continued, "I still remember the awe in her eyes when she first saw your photograph online. Despite her aversion to men, which she cloaked well, even boasting at times of aspiring to be a sea king, I know it was all a fade. Thus, I am curious about the immense psychological burden she must have borne when she sought you. Perhaps this is what we call fate." Bai Yiqing gently draped his arm over Yun Qian's shoulder, ensuring she could sleep soundly in his embrace. In a low voice, he inquired, "How much do you know about her parents?" Chapter 91. "I am on a diet. Fruits will suffice. Such matters seem to be from a distant past. I only knew that Yun's mother was a patient treated by my master, suffering from cancer and a severe depression that rendered her incapable of cooperating with treatment, ultimately leaving behind a less than 4-year-old Yun to face the world alone. It was said that her father was a gambling addict who, in times of financial despair, resorted to trading his wife's body. Eventually, he succumbed to drugs, and he did not even appear when her mother passed away. Yun was exceptionally gifted. My master had long recognized her potential and wished to take her as a disciple. However, an outbreak of cholera abroad summoned him to oversee matters there, and by the time he returned, he was met with the tragic news of her mother's demise. Yin was subsequently sent to an orphanage, but her brilliance soon led her to be transferred to a special class for gifted youth, from which she was eventually brought back by my master. I remember the first time I met her. She was 5 years old, possessing a resilience and composure that even adults lacked. Behind her stood a child half her height, and together they presented the image of a protective hen guarding her chick, the only adversary in their eyes being me. Initially, she sought you with the intention of bearing a child, as my master had instilled in her the belief that the presence or absence of a man was inconsequential. If a man were to be as irresponsible as her father, she would prefer solitude. Yet, she felt the need for a child, believing that only through someone connected by blood could her life attain fulfillment. However, upon our recent encounter, I noticed a transformation in Yun. She radiated not only maternal warmth, but also the allure of womanhood. Perhaps my master was right. Nothing in this world is insurmountable, depending solely on one's willingness to pursue it. As the conversation progressed, Luo Bei appeared to regain his composure. He regarded Bai Yiqing with a suddenly piercing gaze, stating, "Since you have entered her life and aspire to alter her path, do not abandon your endeavor midway. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." Bai Yiqing lifted Yun Qian effortlessly and replied solemnly, "Rest assured, I shall not grant you that opportunity." Luo Bei was momentarily taken aback, but then he relaxed. How could Bai Yiqing, being so perceptive, ever escape his scrutiny? With a wry smile, Luo Bei thought, well, let us hope he never grant himself that chance. Meanwhile, Gu Yiju awoke feeling invigorated, his body free from any ailment, aware that the old man had called him out after seeing the video online. He paid it little mind. What was so shocking about being kicked by his wife? However, the old man's calls came incessantly, leading the manager of the Royal Hotel to throw the phone down in exasperation and walk away, his legs nearly giving out from the strain. What kind of game were these two playing? Yet here he was, toiling alone. If he didn't know Gu Yiju's background, he might have suspected the Gu family was on the brink of bankruptcy. How could the young master be so pitiful as to afford not even a phone call? Heaven above, Gu Yiju thought, I simply choose not to make calls. I want to relish my time alone with my wife. Who's to blame for being unable to utter a single lie, and thus exhausting oneself? Manager, Guagua, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Chinese cuisine, Western fare, or perhaps Japanese? Would you like me to assist you? Guazi shot him a glare and warned him to tread carefully, or he might end up losing his tongue. Gu Yiju, like a mischievous rogue, tightened his embrace around her waist and playfully pleaded, Then tell me, what do you wish to eat? Guazi gave him a gentle push, replying, I'm not picky, you decide. Gu Yiju nestled his face into the crook of her neck, his voice a low murmur. I'm on a diet. A bit of you will suffice. Chapter 92. Why are you flustered? Guazi blushed furiously, for she was utterly infatuated with Gu Yiju. In truth, he needed not to exert himself. Simply standing there was enough to fill her heart, leaving no room for anyone else. As Gu Yiju leaned in closer, his lips almost brushing against hers, Guazi instinctively pressed her hand against his mouth. He looked up at her with a pitiful expression, akin to a forsaken puppy. And with that handsome face, he was simply irresistible. Guazi felt an overwhelming desire to offer him the very best of the world. Guagua. Gu Yiju's voice was husky, both alluring and thirst-inducing, causing Guazi's heart to race. How could she remain oblivious to his intentions? Stammering, she said, I'm hungry. I'll go cook some noodles. With that, she nimbly slipped out from under his arm and dashed into the kitchen. Observing her hasty retreat, Gu Yiju chuckled softly to himself, thinking that there would be ample time in the future. The presidential suite was well equipped, with fresh ingredients delivered daily, allowing for the preparation of simple yet delightful meals. Having grown up with Yun Xian, Guazi was no stranger to cooking. Within 10 minutes, she had prepared 2 bowls of spinach and ham noodles, accompanied by 2 perfectly fried eggs. Nutritious and visually appealing. Gu Yiju, please help me stir the noodles. All right. The moment Guazi saw him enter the kitchen, she froze in place. The man was clad in a white bathrobe, the collar wide open, and the belt loosely tied around his waist, almost as if a mere breeze could cause it to fall away. Beads of water glistened in his hair, trailing down from his forehead along the curvature of his neck and finally disappearing into his well-defined chest. Heavens! Guazi's mind screamed in disbelief. He had taken a shower while she was cooking? What was he thinking at a time like this? Was he trying to sabotage dinner? Guye chucked it softly, jolting Guazi back to reality. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Aren't you hungry? Step outside and wait. I'll serve the noodles. Guazi nodded dazedly, unable to discern whether her stomach was growling or her desires were stirring. A bowl of noodles brought Gu Yiju immense satisfaction. Although simple, it was imbued with love. The person who had reportedly been starving was now somewhat oblivious to the flavors, stealing glances at the man across from her, who was a feast for the eyes, rendering her own culinary masterpiece tasteless in comparison. Observing the sneaky woman, Gu Yiju maintained an air of calm, though internally he was already amused. I knew you, little vixen, would relish this. Suddenly, Gu Yiju recalled a famous saying, reading is for speaking calmly with fools, while exercising is to ensure that fools speak to you calmly. For him, future fitness endeavors were merely a means to entice the little white rabbit, ultimately luring her back home to bear offspring. Guazi was indulging in her noodles when suddenly a long, fair hand reached over, gently grazing the corner of her mouth. Guazi, he said, soup. Withdrawing his hand, Gu Yek placed the finger that had touched the broth into his mouth, savoring it as if reluctant to let the flavor dissipate. Boom! Guazi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh heavens, please take this demon away. She felt as though she might perish. Half a noodle lingered in her mouth while the other half remained in the bowl, leaving her in a state of shock at the table. Suddenly, the world darkened above her. Gu Yek's tall figure leaned in, elegantly lifting the noodle with his chopsticks and placing it into his own mouth, slurping it with delight. From start to finish, Guozi remained in a daze. All she could recall was the man eating noodles, drawing ever closer to her. She thought perhaps Gu Yek had not had his fill and was now stealing from her. With a kiss, the air in her lungs vanished, only to return in gasps as she breathed deeply, her face flushed with emotion, undeniably enchanting. Gu Yek retracted his body, returning to his seat, and remarked meaningfully, "No wonder you enjoy noodles. They truly are delicious." He then extended his tongue to lick away the broth clinging to his lips. Guozi thought to herself, "I cannot linger here any longer. Something disastrous is bound to occur." Having not finished her noodles, she hurriedly gathered the dishes, scolding herself in disdain. Why was she always in such a rush in the presence of Gu Yek? Confucius once said, "What are you in such a flurry for?" Composed, she placed the dishes into the dishwasher and dashed into the bathroom. After a lengthy delay, she emerged to find Gu Yek engrossed in a financial news channel. The content eluded her comprehension, but he appeared to grasp it well. It must be said that a man absorbed in his work is strikingly handsome, shedding his usual nonchalance and roguish demeanor, exuding a sense of restraint. Just the sight of his exquisitely chiseled profile made her heart race and blood surge. Guozi patted her flushed cheeks and glanced down at her bathrobe, hastily retreating to her bedroom to change into a more modest set of pajamas. She then returned to the bathroom, where her freshly changed undergarments awaited cleaning. She preferred to hand wash her intimate garments, the strawberry-scented detergent releasing delicate notes of sweetness as it mingled with water, significantly uplifting her mood. What was happening? Splash! Guozi's lacy undergarment, frothy with bubbles, slipped into the water. Frustrated, she glanced at the man leaning against the doorframe, puffing his cheeks, and said, "You could have knocked. You startled me." Turning back, she resumed her washing. The man strode over, observing her as she washed her clothes. Without a word, he seized the garment from her hands. "Let me do it," Guozi gasped, quickly attempting to reclaim it. "No, I can manage on my own. Why put on a show in front of me? A woman should always treat herself well. Once you have a boyfriend, chores like this are no longer necessary, understand?" Guozi felt tears of frustration welling up. "Please, just give it back to me. I can truly do it myself." Gu Yiju vowed to transform his nonchalant image before Guozi, insisting that he would not yield to her whims. What was wrong with a man washing his woman's clothes? However, the fabric was particularly unique. As Gu Yiju glanced down, Guozi instinctively covered her eyes. The atmosphere in the bathroom grew increasingly ambiguous, and in frustration, Guozi stomped her foot, turning away to declare, "You need to leave." Upon noticing the small item in his hands, Gu Yiju's heart raced with intrigue. He felt no embarrassment. Instead, a sense of pride swelled within him. After all, it was his woman's intimate apparel. How could he not wash it? No, he could, and from this day forth, he would assume full responsibility for such tasks. Even the finest laundry detergent could harm delicate hands, and Guozi's tender fingers should not be wasted on trivialities. After washing the lingerie, Gu Yiju picked up a nearby pair of panties. Just as he was about to wash them, he noticed the whimsical cartoon design, a long-nosed little elephant. Imagining Guozi wearing the elephant panties, he couldn't help but chuckle. When Guozi turned back, she caught him leering at her undergarments, and her anger flared. Embarrassed and indignant, she exclaimed, "Gu Yiju, I'm done with you." Chapter 93. Opening the door to a new world, Gu Yiju. "Put that down and get out," she yelled. "You pervert, let it go." "I won't," he teased, raising the item high above her reach. In a fit of frustration, Guozi leaped into his arms, wrapping her legs tightly around his waist as she tugged at his arm to retrieve her belongings. Realizing her urgency, Gu Yiju ceased his teasing and lowered his arm. Guozi seized the elephant and tucked it behind her, only to bite his shoulder in a fit of anger. Resembling a feisty little wildcat, adorable yet fierce. "Let us see if you dare to do that again," she huffed. Gu Yiju cradled her as if she were a child, his gaze fixed on her with a glimmer of danger. Guozi froze, suddenly aware of their awkward position. Striving to maintain her composure, she demanded, "Put me down. Have you not heard of the saying, 'A wolf in a tiger's den'?" He teased. "I'm not here voluntarily. You're forcing me, she retorted. And? Just let me down. With a devilish smile, he replied, That can be arranged. Guazi felt a wave of apprehension wash over her, stammering, What do you want? Whispering something into her ear, Guazi's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neckline. No way, she stammered. Unfazed, Gu Yiju anticipated her refusal and adjusted his approach, murmuring yet another suggestion. Guazi bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. He nestled his head against her neck, playfully saying, If you let this slip away, you might find yourself quite lonely in the future. Guazi buried her face in her hands, her entire being aflame with embarrassment, feeling as though her blood was rushing to her head, hot enough to roast sweet potatoes. In the absence of a response, Gu Yiju leaned in to kiss her. When she remained silent, he continued to kiss her until her eyes were glistening with tears, and she shyly stammered, I don't know how. Her pitiful expression utterly captivated Gu Yiju. The more she seemed clueless, the more exhilarated he became. I shall teach you, he murmured. As they emerged from the bathroom, Gu Zi was completely limp against Gu Yiju, unable to move. It is said that men are the finest teachers for women, and she found this to be true. The memories of that night were fragmented, apart from the pain. She did not have any profound feelings. However, tonight, Gu Yiju once again opened the door to a new world for her. Though they had not reached that ultimate stage, the sensation of every sense being infinitely magnified was overwhelmingly shameful. Gu Zi spent the entire evening on edge. Now feeling somewhat drowsy, Gu Yiju's large hand gently patted her back, humming a soft tune as if soothing a child. The woman in his embrace clutched his shirt tightly, her cheeks still flushed, adorably charming. Enveloped in warmth and tenderness, Gu Yiju felt it was still insufficient. Far from enough. After that night, all her beauty was stored in his memory, leaving him yearning for more each time he saw her. Darling, will you return to my country with me tomorrow, please? In a daze, Gu Zi agreed, then draped a long leg over Gu Yiju's waist, pressing her small face against his chest with a smile, drifting off to sleep. In the cozy and serene room, only the occasional sound of waves crashing against the shore could be heard from outside. The next morning, Gu Zi dreamt of sunbathing by the sea, feeling blissful. However, for some unknown reason, the sun seemed to draw nearer and nearer, scorching her until she was drenched in sweat. She wanted to flee, but the sunlight seemed to immobilize her, leaving her feeling shackled, trying desperately to pull at her clothes. The woman in his arms was writhing, prompting Gu Yiju to slowly open his eyes. He beheld Gu Zi's exquisite face flushed with color, beads of sweat glistening on her nose. Resembling dew in a morning garden, clear and beautiful. Her shoulders were partially exposed, and 3 buttons of her shirt had come undone, revealing a nearly unobstructed view. Gu Yiju's breath caught, his throat involuntarily tightening, and in the next moment, he unhesitatingly sealed her lips with his. MMM. Gu Zi was startled awake, her large, bewildered eyes glistening with moisture, momentarily lost in the moment. Suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of sensation, Gu Zi let out a sharp scream, instinctively kicking out her leg, sending Gu Yiju crashing onto the floor with a thud. Gu Zi, flustered, she hurriedly fastened her buttons and tidied her disheveled hair, finally looking at the man on the floor. To her surprise, rather than being angry, she found his unconventional demeanor amusing. He lay on the ground, striking a pose that was nothing short of flamboyant. Like a charming club attendant, he blinked his flirtatious eyes, shy yet alluring, a sight to behold. The fruit laughed, its branches trembling, yet it paid him no heed. It leapt from the bed, heading straight for the door, only to be ensnared by Gu Yiju, who clung tightly to her thigh. Darling, the fruit jolted, gritting her teeth. Was this nonsense so early in the morning? It is a matter of instinct, he replied. The fruit felt a surge of realization. No wonder her dream had nearly left her breathless. It was all the work of the instigator. What scheme have you concocted now? I warn you, restrain yourself, or you'll find it impossible to locate me if I become truly vexed. Gu Yiju, knowing the fruit was shy, rubbed against her calf and candidly stated, You wouldn't renege on your promise from last night, would you? What promise? Gu Yiju's lips twitched slightly, You really don't remember? The fruit touched her nose and retorted, I was exhausted last night. I fell asleep the moment I emerged. How dare you question me? Guiju showed no sign of guilt, replying, yes, it's my fault. Tonight, I shall let you take your revenge. The fruit raised her hand and slapped him, indignantly declaring, get lost. I need freshen up. It's better to clarify matters before you do, he insisted. The fruit sighed, realizing she had underestimated this man's clinginess, which surpassed even Airbai's. Speak. We are returning to our country today. Why? To meet my grandfather or my parents. The fruit's heart sank momentarily, her bravado faltering. She stammered, that. Seems a bit premature, doesn't it? Premature? I've already slept with you. Should I wait until I become a father before returning? The fruit, having believed the man that night was Chanel, had already taken precautions. Was he truly thinking of becoming a father? Guiju's expression darkened, his tone turning cold. You do not wish to return with me? Were your earlier declarations of affection mere fabrications? Or is this some elaborate scheme for revenge against my earlier jest? To toy with my emotions until I am utterly dependent on you, only to withdraw and mock me? No, you. The fruit was on the verge of tears. Guiju, listen to me. Do not say anything further. Guiju released his hold on her thigh, his voice tinged with disappointment. I've been foolish and naive, causing you much distress during this time. I sincerely apologize. As he let go, the fruit felt her heart sink along with his hand, an inexplicable emptiness filling her chest, as if something vital was slipping away unnoticed. Tears welled in her eyes, and in a sudden rush, she flung herself into his embrace, clinging tightly to his waist, choking back sobs. Guiye, please don't be angry. I never said I wouldn't return with you. It's just that I am not quite ready yet. You know my background is poor. To outsiders, I am but a wild girl. For years, only my master and my seniors have shown me kindness. I once considered taking Airbai as my son, to care for me in my old age, vowing never to speak of love or romance. Yet, fate has not been unkind, allowing you to see my true feelings. Do you understand the exhilaration that comes with waiting for the clouds to part and the moon to reveal itself? I fear your family may not accept me. I fear you might be caught in the middle, and I'm even more afraid. Afraid of what? Despite feeling pity for the fruit, Guiju could not help but reveal a hint of triumph in his expression, hidden from her view. Tears soaked his collar, and Guizi felt immensely wronged. I fear you might side with them. I dread that in the end, my efforts will amount to nothing. I cannot bear to experience the anguish of abandonment once more. It would drive me to madness. Do you understand? Guiju? It would truly drive me to madness. In that moment, Guiju fiercely captured her lips with his, nearly frenzied, seeking to offer her a sense of security through the most primal instinct. At the same time, he loathed himself for not recognizing her fear and unease, for resorting to such despicable methods to force her into submission. As a boyfriend, he felt utterly inadequate. After a kiss, Guiju pressed his forehead against hers and spoke in a steady voice, Darling, look at me. Guizi slowly lifted her gaze to meet his profound eyes, tears once again cascading from the corners of her eyes, her reddened orbs resembling those of a wounded rabbit, pitiful and helpless. This sight pierced Guiju's heart. Darling, remember what I said today. Guye. Either love fiercely or not at all. As long as you are willing to give me a home, I will offer you the entire world. Chapter 95. Planning the wedding. As Yun Xian and Bai Yiqing descended the stairs, Luo Bei and the two little ones were already waiting. Mom, you took quite a long shower yesterday. Airbai's little belly is all empty now. Coughing softly, Yun Xian pinched the man's thigh under the table, smiling as she replied, Airbai, your mother was utterly exhausted yesterday, falling asleep without even having dinner. You care for your mother the most and wouldn't hold it against her, would you? The two older children exchanged curious glances at Yun Xian, while only Airbai, with an innocent expression, said, Airbai isn't so petty. Mom, you shouldn't work anymore. Women get too tired and age quickly. Let old Bai take care of you. Bai silently munched on his food, saying nothing, but a hint of mockery played at the corners of his mouth, his demeanor aloof. Luo Bei served Air by a crystal dumpling with a meaningful look, stating, Women work not solely for financial gain, but earning money can empower them with confidence. You will understand this when you grow up. I turned to Yin Qian, echoing Luo Bei's sentiment. Overworked women age quickly, and those who deceive children age quickly too. Mommy, if you age rapidly, old Bai will surely find you unappealing. Yin Qian's hand under the table continued to fidget, but she remained unfazed until Bai Yiqing remarked, I have an injury on my leg, prompting her to relent. Seeing Yin Qian's embarrassment, Luo Bei shifted the topic. Guozi just texted me, saying she'll be back today. Yin Qian raised an eyebrow. Is this the moment they solidify their relationship? Luo Bei replied, it should be good news. She mentioned Gu Yiju wants to introduce her to his parents. Yeah, bye. With his cheeks stuffed like a little hamster, mumbled our little dad and little mom getting married? Then isn't my role as a backup about to burst? A laugh escaped Ling Yi outside the door, unable to contain himself at the adorable utterance of the young master. Yin Qian sighed, son, perhaps this is a good thing. If your little mom and little dad are responsible individuals, they might provide you with a daughter-in-law sooner. So why must you remain as a backup? Wow. Erbai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mom, your idea is absolutely brilliant. Uncle Luo, when are they coming back? I want to play matchmaker for the Gu family and help them achieve their happily ever after. Luo Bei ruffled his head, pondering the peculiar thoughts that filled the little one's mind. You are too impatient, said Xiaoma. She is returning this time merely as a friend to visit the Gu family. If they are not averse to her and wish to discuss marriage with your little father, we will need Shigong to find time to come back. Bai Yiqing paused while serving dishes to Yin Qian, his gaze dropping as a fleeting shadow passed through his eyes. Bai pouted, marriage is so troublesome. It's much better to be like mom and old Bai. No marriage, just have kids, and then each do their own thing. If it feels good, stay together. If not, part ways. How wonderful it is to be free, right, old Bai? Bai Yiqing looked at his unfortunate son with a contemplative expression, feeling somewhat implied upon. Was this a veiled accusation of his own shortcomings, holding on to his wife and child without giving them a name? Yin Qian, sensing his gaze, turned her head. If a Jew and Guozi, everything goes smoothly, why don't we hold a wedding together? As Bai Yiqing's words fell, the room was enveloped in silence. The two little ones gazed at Yin Qian with eager anticipation, with Bai even giving his father a discreet thumbs up. Only Luo Bei looked at his little junior sister with a hint of concern, hoping she would agree, but fearing the pressure might weigh heavily on her heart. Bai Yiqing fixated on Yin Qian, unwilling to miss even the slightest change in her expression. Yet he was met with only her 2 words, time to eat. At the Gu family, news of Gu Yiju bringing his fiancée, Yi home, had spread joy throughout, especially for old Master Gu, who had not stopped talking since morning. Gu Ting Shen chimed in, Dad, could you please close your mouth for a moment? Otherwise, when your granddaughter-in-law arrives, she might think you've lost your mind and run away. Smack! Hey, why did you hit me? Old Master Gu glared. You deserve it for your reckless tongue, saying such inauspicious things before she even arrives. Gu Ting Shun looked pitifully at Madame Gu. Wife, Dad hit me. It hurts. Madame Gu, exasperated, replied, serves you right. Who told you to speak so carelessly? Gu Ting Shun muttered, I was just worried he might keep his mouth open too long and drool, embarrassing his son. Smack! Old Master Gu struck again. And Gu Ting Shun shielded his head. Why are you hitting me again? Old Master Gu retorted, good words should not be spoken behind people's backs. If you have something to whisper about your fiancé, speak up so I can hear. Gu Ting Shen protested, all right. So if you hear it, you hit. If you don't, you still hit? Is my head a gopher popping up just to get hit? Dad, your son is going to be a grandfather soon. Can you please spare me some dignity in front of my granddaughter-in-law? Old Master Gu raised an eyebrow. Dignity? Haven't you already given that to your fiancé, Yi? Are you sure there's any left? Madame Gu burst into laughter, not forgetting to give her father-in-law a thumbs up. Gu Ting Shun consoled himself. I was adopted. Living in the Gu family without worries and having a warm wife is already a blessing. One should not be too greedy. It only leads to disappointment. At this moment, the butler hurriedly entered, announcing, Madam, the young master has returned with the young mistress. Chapter 96. There is something even more impressive. Would you care to try? Gu Yiju wrapped his arm around Guozi's waist as they entered the Gu residence. All the servants wore expressions of delight, reflecting a sense of pride in their young master's flourishing maturity. Guozi's face flushed crimson under the gazes of those around her. Gu Yiju cast his eyes downward and beheld her exquisite beauty. Her luscious red lips seemed to beckon. What are you looking at? Come here. He leaned down and kissed her, leaving Guozi momentarily frozen in place. What are you doing? She asked, clearly displeased, understanding her bashfulness. Gu Yiju pulled her waist and steered her in another direction. Without thinking, Guozi remarked, Isn't the living room over there? Their eyes met, and he wore a smirk. If my memory serves me right, this is your first visit to my home, is it not? Guozi bit her lip, feigning composure. Oh, I merely have a slight understanding of grand estates. Most main buildings are oriented north-south, yet the direction you are leading me is quite the opposite, hence my question. Gu Yiju scrutinized her with an inquisitive gaze, causing Guozi to feel as if he were undressing her with his eyes. Like a startled cat, she fiercely tugged at his collar. So, where are you taking me? He took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist, pulling her closer, and teased. I initially intended to find a secluded spot, but it seems that is no longer necessary. In the distance, a trio consisting of a father, a son, and a mother watched the scene unfold, their joy palpable. Goodness, this impetuous lad is quite eager. Asnt in broad daylight. The elder gave his son a sidelong glance, as if he were never impulsive. Madame Gu stifled a laugh. A little eagerness is good. Ideally, they should have a child within 6 months. I'm growing bored at home. The elder chuckled heartily. Hui Min speaks wisely. However, I would prefer not to wait 6 months. If only they could have a child right away. Old Bai's grandson is nearly 5. It's driving me mad. Gu Tingshun glanced back and forth, smirking. You all are quite amusing. Producing a litter of pups takes at least 2 to 3 months. Do you think my daughter-in-law is a rat spirit? Smack! Smack! Ah! As the kiss concluded, Guozi wrapped her arms around Gu Yiju's neck, breathless, her lips slightly swollen, her eyes shimmering with moisture. One glance was enough to incite further teasing. Gu Yiju realized he had utterly fallen for her this time. Gua. His voice emerged in a deep, husky tone, startling even himself. Gu Yiju, how desperate are you? Have you been hibernating for nearly 30 years? Guozi playfully punched his chest. Enough already. There are so many people watching. Could you spare me some dignity? Gu Yiju pushed her gently by the nape of her neck. Let them look. She is my wife. What is wrong with the kiss? Who is your wife? We haven't even made it official yet. How shameless. There are only 2 of us. You have one claim, and I have the other. Guozi chuckled in exasperation. How did I not notice your sharp tongue before? Gu Yiju lowered his lips. There are even more impressive things. Would you care to try? Guiye. In the gaze of the multitude, could you perhaps restrain yourself a little? Just for a moment, let us share another kiss. Guozi found herself unable to escape his grasp, yielding to his advances. Just as their lips were about to meet, a murmured conversation echoed from behind. My dear, it has been so long, yet I have yet to see what my daughter-in-law looks like. What are you saying, as if I have seen her? What is the point of all this talk? Isn't it your son who is hiding his bride? My neck is practically stretched from waiting. Guozi thought, oh heavens, just let a bolt from the blue strike me dead. Chapter 97. My name is Wasi Yi. Guozi buried herself in Gu Yiju's embrace, playing the role of a timid turtle, refusing to emerge. Gu Yiju cast an annoyed glance at the others and waved his hand. The 3 of them hastily dispersed as if they had received a royal decree. This daughter-in-law has far too thin a skin. She needs to toughen up. Now that they have left, why don't you get up? Guozi pinched him sharply at the waist and turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? Running headfirst into a wall. Gu Yiju chuckled, and Guozi executed a swift pivot, returning to him. You have caused me so much embarrassment. Her once pristine reputation. Tarnished. Gu Yiju took her hand, his tone indulgent. It's nothing. You'll get used to it. Are you suggesting that I will be the subject of their ridicule for quite some time? Gu Yiju, your thought process is rather impressive. Guozi rolled her eyes and, shaking his arm, lamented, You must assist me. I made such a fool of myself right upon my arrival. What am I to do from here? From here? What do you mean by that? Guozi putted. Do you believe I could simply turn around and leave? Look at you, getting flustered again. I meant to say, if you feel uncomfortable in the future, we could move out. occasionally staying over at Lao Bai's. His place is spacious enough to not disturb them. Now that you mention it, I feel inclined to stay at Air Bai's tonight. That's not an option. What? Tonight, we shall return to your place. For what purpose? To enjoy our time together as a couple. Guozi shyly averted her gaze, biting her lip. That's not acceptable. Gu Yiju tightened his grip on her hand. My dear, you must understand that a man who has been deprived for too long can become quite unruly. I refuse to believe that. Oh, Guozi asserted. My brother-in-law managed quite well for 5 years. He seems just fine. Gu Yiju, what a good friend, digging a pit for him at a critical moment. Guogua. My dear, no more of this. We have arrived. In the hall, the three individuals had been eagerly awaiting for what felt like an eternity, and the couple finally made their entrance. Guozi respectfully addressed them. Grandfather Gu, uncle and aunt, greetings. My surname is Hua, and my name is Si. You may call me Guogua. Gu Yiju, Hua Si. Guozi produced her identification and handed it to Gu Yiju. Indeed, it is genuine. Gu Yiju examined the identification for a considerable time, leaving the three opposite him utterly bewildered. Could this rascal have hastily recruited her? How could he not even know the name of the girl he has brought? Yet they appeared quite familiar, not as if he had just hastily sought her out. What a calamity! How did the Gu family produce such an unreliable character? It truly does a disservice to the young lady. What is there to feel wronged about? Tomorrow, when she gets married, let her take charge and transfer more shares of the Gu family to her, allowing her to stand tall and manage this unruly creature. Wouldn't that be splendid? Father is right. That young lady appears so innocent, yet she has been unfairly taken advantage of by that scoundrel. Surely she deserves more compensation. I am well aware of my son's character. Once they wed, I, as the mother-in-law, will undoubtedly assist her in managing him. If he dares to misbehave, I shall take my daughter-in-law and seek out a young, handsome man. After all, I need not be taught how to indulge in revelry. Gu Ting Shun, weary of love. It turns out that Guozi took on the surname of Hua In, while her name was chosen by herself at the tender age of 14. Upon clarifying the matter of names, Gu Yiju felt a tinge of displeasure. Such significant news you chose not to share with me? Am I no longer your boyfriend? You did not inquire either. Well, how can you not even know your own wife's name, yet still have the audacity to complain? Who granted you such confidence? Madame Gu smiled as she rose, taking Guozi's hand and leading her towards the dining table. Do not mind her. It is nearly 2 o'clock, and I am certain you must be hungry. This meal has been lovingly prepared by your mother. Do savor it and see if it suits your palate. Guozi remarked. Isn't this a bit too swift? Gu Yiju replied. People are nearing madness when pushed to their limits. She might even point at your belly and declare grandson. Prior to this, Gu Yiju had informed everyone that Guozi was an orphan. Thus the conversation at the table revolved around cheerful topics, and no one mentioned Guozi's background. The atmosphere was warm and pleasant, devoid of any pressure. Guozi was pleasantly surprised by the Gu family's admirable values. She had assumed that with 3 times the family members, the Gu family would be thrice as chaotic as the Bai family, which only had one elderly member causing distress. At that moment, Guozi genuinely felt that fate had been kind to her. At the dining table, Madame Gu presented a brocade box to Guozi. Guogua, this is a token of our first meeting. Accept it, and you shall officially be a daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Now do open it and take a look. Guozi glanced at Gu Yiju, who without hesitation accepted the box and opened it to reveal a jade pendant shaped like a phoenix poised for flight. Guozi's pupils dilated, and feeling somewhat uneasy, she touched her nose. Annie, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. The elder chuckled heartily. Little Guogua, what do you mean by cannot accept? Let me say this. Only you are worthy of this jade pendant. Come, let Aju put it on for you. Guozi's heart raced, yet she felt a delightful warmth within. Gu Yiju personally adorned her with a jade pendant, his ardent gaze betraying his feelings. Madame Gu ladled more soup into Guozi's bowl. Here, Guogua, you are too slender. Drink more soup. This broth took your mother 4 hours to simmer, and it is quite nourishing. Thank you, Auntie. The elder began to recount. This jade pendant is known as the Dragon and Phoenix Jade, a hereditary treasure of the Gu family. There was originally a dragon pendant accompanying it, but it mysteriously vanished a few months ago. Over the years, The Gu family has only suffered 2 burglaries. One occurred a decade ago, where little was lost, merely some antiques and paintings. However, this recent thief was clever. They stole nothing but targeted our most precious items. Guazi continued to eat in silence. Ah, if you happen to see that jade pendant in the future, do not take it to heart. It is not something our family has given away. Just capture that scoundrel Sunday was silently sipped her soup. Gu Tingshen. Having stolen the treasured heirloom of the Gu family, does he not fear that he may bear sons without any virtue? Cough, cough, Gua spluttered her soup all over the table, causing everyone present to exchange glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards the instigator. Well, Gu Tingshan was predictably subjected to yet another wave of criticism. Gu Yiju fixed Gua with a significant look for a long moment before finally saying, "Rest assured, we shall certainly have many children and grandchildren in the future." Gua was at a loss for tears. Chapter 98. Your woman lacks chivalry. In the evening, when Gu Yiju and Gua arrived at the Qinglong Manor, a barbecue grill had already been set up on the lawn. Luo Bei was tending to the charcoal. Erbai was helping to set the dining table. Yun Xian was slicing meat, and Bai Yi Qing was preparing the barbecue seasoning. Ling Yi and the others were assisting in skewering the food. From afar, the atmosphere was bustling and lively. "Mom, I miss you so much." Erbai dashed over and hugged Gua's leg. Gu Yiju frowned. "You little rascal. Don't you dare encroach on your godfather's territory. Go away." Erbai stuck out his tongue. "No way. I trust my godfather, so I will no longer be a backup for Mom." Gu Yiju looked at him suspiciously. "What has gotten into you all of a sudden?" Bai Yi Qing replied, "Because he has a new target. Come help out." Gua tapped Erbai on the forehead. "Hey, where's your new target?" Erbai slyly glanced at Gua's flat abdomen, his meaning unmistakable. Gua instantly exploded. "Who put that idea in your head? Was it your mother?" Erbai shrank back, too scared to answer, fearing his bottom would suffer. Gua strode over, snatched the knife from Yun Qian's hand, her tone unfriendly. "Yun Qian, even rabbits do not eat from their own burrows. You have already settled my daughter before she even has a chance to see you. Isn't that a rather underhanded tactic?" Her son had already been cursed, and she was counting on him to produce a horde of daughters to satisfy her cravings. Yet Yun Qian, with a single remark, had whisked away the daughter she had painstakingly raised. Could she really be so capable? Yun Qian raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you want to fight? If it comes to that, who is afraid? Come on then." Yun Qian pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands, then stretched her joints. Perfectly timed for digestion before the meal, ensuring she could eat more later. The two sisters, having exchanged words, began to spar, drawing the attention of both visible and hidden onlookers in the garden, and occasionally an unknown whistle of a rogue would echo from somewhere. Gu Yiju was in a tizzy, flitting about like an ant on a hot stove. "Old Bai, your woman is so unruly. How can she just start a fight like that?" Bai Yi Qing countered. "My woman can certainly hold her own. Then she must be a senior sister. Shouldn't she at least show some leniency towards Gua? Look at her. You don't see your Gua respecting the elders and cherishing the young, do you? What? Is the elder supposed to perish?" Gu Yiju exclaimed, as if he were a madman devoted to pampering his wife. "Senior brother, please arbitrate." Luo Bai, placing a skewer of meat onto the charcoal, spoke solemnly. "Both hands are full of meat. This matter seems rather hard to judge." Gu Yiju tugged at his hair, looking as if he were ready to jump into the fray to protect his wife, though he felt somewhat constrained. Luo Bai curled his lips, reassuringly stating that they often behaved this way and there was nothing to worry about. After exchanging a few playful punches, both were slightly breathless. "Yin Qian, what's wrong? Was the Gu family's visit unsuccessful?" Guazi replied, "Successful indeed. Too remarkably successful. Then why the fuss?" Guazi, with a quivering tone, lamented, "Senior sister, I am cursed. No, my son is cursed. Thus, I am left with only a daughter. So please do not compete with me for her, all right?" As the sisters arrived, the barbecue was nearly done, but Guazi remained sullen. Her head hung low. Guazi's discontent was mirrored by Gu Yiju, who commented, "Sister-in-law, this seems a bit excessive." Yun Qian merely smiled in silence. Guazi sniffled, lifted a beer, and gulped it down hastily, causing her eyes to redden. Gu Yiju gently pulled her into his embrace, comforting her. "Darling, do not be this way. If you lost, you lost. Your man can help you reclaim it later. The crowd mused. What is the essence of one's face? Layer upon layer. Each thing subdues another. Guazi felt somewhat aggrieved, but could not voice it, forcing a smile. Fine. Let us eat. The meat will be less enjoyable when it's cold. All right, I shall feed you. Open wide, by I Ching, unwilling to be outdone, presented a skewer to Yun Qian, who chuckled softly. How childish. Luo Bei placed a skewer of chicken wings onto a large white plate, declaring, Single dogs should eat more. Dabai coolly retorted, You are not me. Luo Bei replied, That strikes deep. Erbai with keen eyes noticed the phoenix jade pendant around Guazi's neck and innocently remarked, Stepmother, that phoenix jade suits you very well. Guazi replied, Thank you. Then, will you give me the dragon-shaped jade pendant you have collected? Gu Yiju raised an eyebrow. Dragon-shaped jade pendant? Guazi choked on her words, realizing she had forgotten about that troublesome child. Oh dear, it was a disaster. Chapter 99. I will take you to the nightclub, unable to withstand Gu Yiju's unreadable gaze. Guazi redirected her ire towards Erbai, chasing him around the courtyard. Ah, stepmother, you are too harsh. Why are you hitting Bai? I am so wronged. You little rascal. I am indeed hitting you for your careless words and nonsense. What nonsense have I spoken? After the national auction, you scolded your godfather vehemently, and shortly thereafter, you returned with a dragon-shaped jade pendant, your mood suddenly lifting. Did I say anything wrong? Shut your mouth. I won tea. Why should I? You were the one who betrayed me first. I promised to earn money to support you once I grew up, yet you turned to another man's embrace, leaving Bai heartbroken. Yin Qian could barely contain her laughter as Bai Yiqing pulled her closer, whispering, How delightful. Indeed, it has been a long time since I felt this joyful. Your joy is built upon your son's suffering? Yes, and Guazi's unspoken woes. Bai Yiqing exclaimed, You truly have defeated me. Erbai, unable to escape, began to circle the table. Stepmother, one must be kind. After all, we have endured hardships together. You cannot treat me this way, just because of a man. There will be repercussions. Guazi, Bunting, pointed at him for a long moment before finally uttering, My retribution is you. Erbai nodded repeatedly. Indeed, you better think it through, little mother. If you hit me again, the consequences will be far worse. A shoe flew past Guazi. Look at what I've become. Can it possibly get any worse? Smack! Erbai's little backside met the sole of the shoe. While rubbing his rear, he mischievously glanced at Gu Yiju, and for some reason, Guazi suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Godfather, little mother took me to see a fashion show, and those older brothers had incredible physiques. Guazi, moreover, she took plenty of photos of handsome brothers on her phone, including group pictures. Guazi. There was one older brother whom little mother claimed had a better physique than Gu Yiju. Guazi. Gu Yiju raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Better than mine? Guazi smiled flatteringly. That's not true. Don't listen to Erbai's nonsense. Erbai shook his head. The darling ISN tea-talking nonsense. If you have the ability, show Godfather the photos. What? Afraid? Erbai boasted. Godfather has more stories. Do you want to hear them? Gu Yiju crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced at Guazi. Speak up. What do you want? Hee. I heard your treasure trove at home is magnificent. Take the darling to appreciate it. Indulge a bit. That could be arranged. Guazi shouted angrily. Erbai, if you dare to speak recklessly again. Do you believe what can you do? Besides, didn't you already throw caution to the wind? TSK. Guazi looked up at the sky. The stars were beautiful, but she wondered what the sun would look like tomorrow. That night, when little mother reclaimed the dragon jade, she fiercely declared, Gu Yiju, let us see how you juggle your other women. I curse you to be single for life, marry, and be cuckolded, have a son with mismatched blood types. Enough. Guazi was on the verge of tears as she pitifully approached Gu Yiju, cautiously tugging at his sleeve. I really didn't say those things. I did take the dragon jade. You can do as you please, but could you not be angry? Gu Yiju took a sip from his glass and remained silent for a long moment. Guazi felt uncertain and sought help from Yin Qian. Yin Qian coolly replied, There are plenty of men in this world. If he doesn't forgive you, that merely gives you more options. Have some backbone. Don't embarrass your master. Guazi, am I stoking the flames here? Truly a mother-son duo. She then turned her gaze to Luo Bei, who was stifling a laugh. I believe Yun is right. Guogua, you're still young. Don't give up the whole forest for a crooked tree. Seize opportunities with your qualities. The other party can't be too inferior. Guazi, I really appreciate it. Desperate, she looked towards Bai Yiqing, hoping his words would carry weight. Bai Yiqing took a sip of wine and solemnly stated, as your senior brother and sister mentioned, if he makes things difficult for you, your brother-in-law can introduce you to someone better. Trust me, Guazi, I understand. You're all just monkeys sent to disrupt things. Gu Yiju remained silent, and it was the first time Guazi had seen him so cold. She knew she was in deep trouble this time. The instigator, Bai, had long since vanished to some obscure corner to evade disaster. Bai set down his chopsticks, elegantly dabbed at the corners of his mouth, and rose, declaring, I have finished my meal. Please take your time. Before departing, he added to Guazi, Xiaoma, I've been feeling restless lately. If you wish to engage in a game of mixed-gender whack-a-mole, I am at your service. Guazi managed a faint smile, and Bai continued, a sincere apology suffices for mistakes. There is no need to overly burden oneself. It is only natural for a man to accommodate a woman. With that, he turned and left. Guazi gazed at his straightened silhouette, warmth flooding her heart. She recognized the truth in everyone's words. However, no one stood in support of Gu Yiju. If she continued to be obstinate, how much more anguish would he endure? It was her fault to begin with. Her attitude in admitting her mistakes needed to be earnest. Whether he chose to forgive her was beyond her control. Indeed, when the heavens open a door, they often place a dog at the threshold. Hereby, you better watch out. Gu Yiju, having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, remained silent throughout, simply rising to leave. Guazi instinctively glanced at Yun Xian, who waved her hand, prompting Guazi to hurriedly follow. As Gu Yiju opened the car door and entered the driver's seat, she slid into the passenger seat. Once the vehicle departed from Qinglong Manor, Gu Yiju quietly inquired, where to? Guazi bit her lip, replying home. Ha! She chuckled, almost on the verge of tears. Aju, I beg you. Please don't be angry. I truly didn't mean to take that piece of dragon jade. I was merely upset and wanted a vent. Once we get home, I'll return it to you immediately, along with this one. How about that? I'll take you to a nightclub. What? Gu Yiju casually tapped the steering wheel. His tone languid. We're going to nightclub? I've never truly looked a man in my life. Let us see if those scoundrels really have better figures than mine. Guazi took a moment to comprehend, finally muttering softly, people are looking at them, not at the little courtesans. Gu Yiju narrowed his eyes, asking, what did you say? Oh, nothing at all. You're so fierce. After a while, Guazi finally grasped the situation. Gu Yiju, you're not jealous, are you? Chapter 100. I am a thief. Gu Yiju turned his head away, awkwardly stating, me jealous? What are you thinking? Would I be jealous of roasted ducks? Ridiculous. Oh, Guazi exclaimed, then turned her face towards the window, bursting into laughter. Gu Yiju cast an irritated glance at her, then abruptly braked, stopping the car by the roadside. What's the matter? I've been drinking. I can't drive. Guazi, you take the wheel. Without suspicion, Guazi opened the car door and stepped out, then moved to the driver's side to open the door. Get out. To her surprise, Gu Yiju swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist, effortlessly lifting her to sit on his lap. With a gentle closing of the door and a smooth adjustment of the seat, all his actions flowed seamlessly, without hesitation. Guazi was taken aback. What are you doing? What do you think? Guazi pushed against Gu Yiju's steadily pressing chest and retorted, we talked about not driving after drinking. Gu Yiju curled his lips. While the car could remain idle, punishment was imperative lest one forgets their lessons. At Qinglong Manor, the trio continued to revel, with Yun Xian gossiping. Hey, based on your understanding of Gu Yiju, what do you think he will do? Bai Yiqing peeled a shrimp and placed it in her bowl. Yun Xian patted her belly, declaring she could not eat anymore. I can eat. Shrimp won't make me gain weight. Then I shall eat, and you can help me analyze. Bai Ying indulgently replied, Alicht. Luo Bei drank in solitude, resembling a wandering monk, as wine and meat flowed through him, leaving Buddha's heart untouched. Surely, he left with thoughts of visiting nightclubs to encounter those legendary handsome men. Oh, Yun Xian's eyes brightened. Are you implying that he does not care about Guazi taking that piece of dragon jade? Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow in Aju's heart. It was theirs to begin with. Whether taken early or late makes no difference, so why blame? Yun Qian nodded. Then they must be at the nightclub now, right? Shouldn't you call and check? We could join in the merriment. Bai Yiqing's gaze darkened. Do you wish to see those handsome men? Yun Qian replied ambiguously. Just for fun, what's wrong with that? It's not acceptable. If you desire to see them, I will ensure you have your fill shortly. Yun Qian's face flushed as she discreetly glanced at Luo Bei, mouthing, scoundrel. Bai Yiqing smiled. You needn't go anywhere. Aju is merely acting on impulse. He would never take his woman to such places. Who would seek out jealousy willingly? Yun Qian gave a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive. Bai Yi vinkre market. It's getting late. Brother, you should rest early. Luo Bei nodded. You two rest first. I, a solitary soul, shall enjoy the moonlight here. Yun Qian glanced up at the starry sky, her lips twitching. As they walked back, she inquired, It's still early. Do you have something to attend to? Yes. What is it? A significant matter. Yun Qian retorted, I trust you as far as I can throw you, you old rascal. Meanwhile, Guizi, with reddened eyes from being bullied, resembled a plump strawberry ripe for the picking, exuding an enticing fragrance. Guiju, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake and shall never dare again. Can I trust you? Indeed, I can swear it on my son. Guiju's anger flared at the mention of this. So, you are the legendary thief? Guizi stuttered, we have returned to square one. Yet you still refuse to speak the truth? I will. Guiju nearly laughed in anger. So you're that frail old man from 10 years ago? Indeed I am. Guiju reached out, and Guizi's body stiffened, her tongue tangled. If you regret this now, it is not too late. Regret what? I am a thief. Guiju applied slight pressure, causing Guizi to frown. This was the first time in years she faced such a grave crisis, leaving her at a loss. After a long while, Guiju stated, Even thieves must uphold their morals. You may have stolen, but you also took my heart. This debt, I fear, will never be settled.